Chapter 1, The Awakening Ceremony. Tianhua City, Yunhai High School. The classroom was bright, the students listened attentively to the class teacher on the podium, while Lu Yuan, sitting at the back row, was focused on his phone. Traveled through? Lu Yuan was in a daze. He only remembered that he was eating hot dry noodles on the street when a runaway Danyun truck crashed into him, and the next second, he appeared here. This was a world full of demons and monsters, where everyone lived in fear. 1,000 years ago, the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived, the demon race invaded, and savage beasts rose. To survive and protect their homes, people awakened all kinds of professions to fight against the demons, which prevented the extinction of humanity. Lu Yuan, who learned about Blue Star through the news, suddenly felt a killing intent, raised his hand, and grabbed a piece of chalk. Amazing, I can even catch this. His deskmate, Kaishu Kuan, gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yuan, are you even listening to me? Teacher Zhou Wenbin shouted angrily. Do you know that even if you awaken a combat profession, if you don't have a solid theoretical foundation, it's still useless? Auxiliary and lifestyle professions are the same. Caught daydreaming, Lu Yuan stood up, listening to the teacher's classic words. On Blue Star, everyone awakened at the age of 18. The awakened professions were diverse and could generally be divided into the three types that teacher Zhou Wenbin had mentioned. Combat professions were the most popular since they provided powers beyond the understanding of ordinary people, followed by auxiliary and lifestyle professions. Today was Awakening Day. More than 50 students in the classroom were staring at Lu Yuan, all with an attitude that seemed to enjoy watching him fail. Lu Yuan really hit the bullseye this time. Normally, he doesn't listen to the lessons, and now, of all times, he's distracted during Teacher Zhou's talk about the awakening ceremony's precautions. Probably given up on himself. He never passed the mock exams. Teacher Zhou, what's the point of talking to someone who always ranks last in every exam and drags down our class's average? Whether Lu Yuan can even successfully awaken is a question. Sitting in the front row, dressed in expensive brands, Qin Shoxing sneered. Upon hearing this, even Zhou Wenbin felt it was a bit too much. Quiet, everyone, listen carefully. Zhou Wenbin knocked on the desk to grab their attention. Lu Yuan sat back down and looked at Qin Shoxing in the front row. This person had some conflicts with the original owner, simply because the girl he secretly admired had become the original owner's girlfriend, so he often made trouble for him. The bell rang, and as soon as Zhou Wenbin stepped out, the classroom instantly became lively. I'm so nervous, it's almost time for the awakening. What profession do you guys want to awaken? Someone asked. Of course, a combat profession. Ideally, something like lightning with a fierce attribute. I actually think auxiliary professions are good. You guys fight in front while I heal you in the back. What do you mean by healing? You're so annoying. Most people wanted to awaken combat or auxiliary professions, and no one mentioned lifestyle professions. The classroom was noisy, with discussions about which profession to awaken still continuing. Qin Shoxing glanced at Lu Yuan with a mischievous smile. Lu Yuan, I heard Lin Shuang awakened a space attribute combat profession. I guess she's going to break up with you. Qin Shoxing said with glee. Lin Shuang was the goddess he secretly admired. The awakening day was divided into morning and afternoon sessions, with their class scheduled for the afternoon. As for Lin Shuang's class too, it was in the morning. The most common combat profession attributes were the 5 elements, while the space attribute was a hidden one. Lin Shuang was the only person in the entire school to awaken the space attribute combat profession. The classroom fell silent in an instant, as Lin Shuang was the acknowledged school beauty of Yunhai High. It was well known in the class that Qin Shoxing liked Lin Shuang. I think Qin Shoxing is right. Lin Shuang is probably going to break up with Lu Yuan. Sigh, they're no longer in the same world. Lin Shuang, with her space attribute awakening, doesn't even need to take the martial arts exam. She'll be directly recommended to a top university. Whether Lu Yuan can even awaken a combat profession is uncertain. If it were me, I would suggest breaking up first. At least that way, he can save some face. The classmates chattered, some feeling a little sympathy for Lu Yuan. After all, Lu Yuan had a good reputation in class, and he was also handsome. Unfortunately, he encountered this kind of situation. You're so happy that I broke up with Lin Shuang? Lu Yuan looked at Qin Shoxing, who seemed full of pride. Now that you two broke up, I can rightfully pursue Shuang. First, I'll give her 990 roses, then use all the pocket money my dad gave me to buy her demon crystals. Qin Shoxing chuckled as he spoke, already thinking of names for the children he would have with Lin Shuang. Good idea, but I'll send you 2 sentences, Lu Yuan said. Bless us? Qin Shoxing thought that Lu Yuan had completely accepted his fate. You think that road is one way, but there are actually 3 roads you can take. Lu Yuan then said the second sentence. The place you like looks very fertile, but you don't know this is the result of my hard work in fertilizing. Qin Shoxing? Classmates? Someone who understood Lu Yuan's words laughed, and the whole classroom was filled with a happy atmosphere, except for Qin Shoxing. Lu Yuan, you. Qin Shoxing angrily pointed at Lu Yuan, trembling. The little path you long for is actually covered in white frost every morning and night. Lu Yuan gave another blow. For Lu Yuan, breaking up with Lin Shuang was nothing, there would be a better one next time. Compared to breaking up, he cared more about his career awakening later. The 3 sentences made Qin Shoxing completely red with anger. Before he could walk up to Lu Yuan, the broadcast suddenly rang out. Students from Class 6 to Class 15 of senior year, please gather on the playground. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Students from Class 6 to Class 15 of senior year, please gather on the playground. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Repeated several times. Finally, it's starting. Lu Yuan eagerly thought to himself, walking briskly towards the playground, following the group. Chapter 2, The Strange Fate Master. The sun was shining brightly, and the expressions of the 1,000 students on the playground were mixed, some nervous, some excited. But without exception, all of them turned their gazes towards the stage ahead. Principal Zhang Zhenghong had been waiting for a long time. As he saw all the students gathered for the awakening ceremony, he cleared his throat. 1,000 years ago, the demon clan invaded, fierce beasts lurked, and many countries on Blue Star were destroyed by the 2 clans of demons. Only China stood strong. Zhang Zhenghong's voice was loud and powerful, and in an instant, a strong wind swept across the playground, amplifying his imposing presence. Today is the awakening day. The profession you awaken to will determine your destiny for the rest of your life. Awakening as a combat or support profession should not make you proud, you carry a heavy burden. You are the future main force in the battle against the demon clans. Students awakening to life professions should not be discouraged either. You are just as important. Logistics are key to winning this war that concerns the survival of our race. Principal Zhang scanned the crowd and said the 8 words he said every awakening day. Humanity will win. China will win. Once these words were spoken, the students on the playground were full of fervor and raised their right arms. Humanity will win. China will win. Humanity will win. China will win. The shouting was deafening, and the atmosphere was overwhelming. As the atmosphere reached its peak, Principal Zhang lifted the black cloth in the center of the stage, revealing a stone emitting a purple light. This was the awakening stone, the only tool for awakening professions. I now announce that the awakening ceremony officially begins. Student Zhu Yichun from Class 5, please come up to the stage for your awakening. Principal Zhang looked at the first person on the list. Countless eyes gathered on Zhu Yichun, and Lu Yuan, curious, wanted to see the specific process of awakening a profession. Don't be nervous, place your hand on the marked indentation of the awakening stone. Principal Zhang patiently instructed. Soon, the awakening stone emitted a faint glow, and a basketball appeared above Zhu Yichun's head. Life profession, talent C-level. Principal Zhang felt it was an unfortunate start, as the first student to awaken had a life profession. Talent was divided into levels, SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, and E. SSS was the highest level, and E was the lowest. A profession determined the baseline, and talent determined the ceiling. Those with higher talent cultivated faster, and this was the most essential difference. Principal, what's the use of this basketball? Zhu Yichun asked with a gloomy face. You're naturally better at playing basketball than others. Try hard, and maybe you can join the city basketball team. Zhang Zhenghong said, looking at the second person on the list. Class 5, Shi Zhinshan, please come to the stage to awaken. As each student successfully awakened, Zhang Zhenghong furrowed his brows. Over 30 students had awakened, all with auxiliary and lifestyle professions, and not a single combat profession. Fortunately, a student named Mei Liangxin awakened a soil-based combat profession. Although it was only a C-grade talent, it was still a good start. Time passed slowly, and Zhang Zhenghong opened the second list. Next, it's Class 6. Lu Yuan perked up, as Class 6 was the class he was in. Fire attribute combat profession, A-grade talent. Seeing the awakening stone emit a strong red light, Zhang Zhenghong looked at the student named Qin Shoxing. When the words A-grade talent appeared, the students on the playground let out bursts of exclamations. Among all the students who had awakened so far in the afternoon, Qin Shoxing was the first to awaken a combat profession with A-grade talent. Not bad, not bad. Fire Master Destruction, the power of the spiritual skill is also one of the best among combat professions. I hope you will bring honor to the school and do well in the martial arts exam. Zhang Zhenghong placed high hopes on Qin Shoxing. A-grade talent is already rare, and this year there are only 3 people in the entire Tianhua city who have awakened combat professions with A-grade or higher talents. One of them is from the same high school, named Lin Shuang, and she awakened the space attribute with an S-grade talent. Principal, don't worry, I will not let you down, Qin Shousheng grinned and said. He didn't feel much pressure about the awakened profession, after all, he was a rich second generation and hadn't expected such a high talent. Very good, prepare for the martial arts exam and work hard these days. If you don't understand anything, feel free to call me. The class teacher said to Qin Shousheng as he walked off the stage. Among all of class 6, Qin Shousheng was probably the best awakened student with the highest talent. Next, Lu Yuan. Zhang Zhenghong said in a deep voice. When he found out the next to awaken was Lu Yuan, Qin Shousheng's smile deepened. I want to see what kind of profession you can awaken. It's most likely a useless lifestyle profession. Qin Shousheng looked at Lu Yuan with 3 parts mockery, 2 parts sarcasm, and 1 part disdain. Brain dead. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him as he walked onto the stage. More and more people gathered outside the playground to watch the spectacle. Some were students who had awakened earlier in the morning, and some were the students' parents. Among the crowd, a woman caught everyone's attention. She was tall, with long legs that attracted the eye. Even though she wore a large, baggy school uniform, it couldn't hide her graceful figure. Standing at 175 centimeters, she was a sight to behold. The reason people kept glancing at her was not only her stunning beauty but also because she was the only student at Yunhai High School who had awakened an S-grade talent for a combat profession. Lu Yuan. Lin Shuang looked at Lu Yuan, who had just walked up to the stage, with no expression on her face. She had already decided to break up with Lu Yuan, even too lazy to say it face to face. She just sent him a text message saying the 2 words break up. You're no longer worthy of being with me. Lin Shuang shook her head. Just then, she received special admission invitations from several top universities in China, and this was the privilege brought by the S-grade talent and hidden attributes. In contrast, no matter how hard Lu Yuan tried, he could never catch up to her steps. While Lin Shuang was lost in thought, she suddenly looked up at the sky. At that very moment, Lu Yuan placed his right hand on the awakening stone's raised imprint. The sky darkened. What's going on? Am I dreaming? Why has the sky turned dark? Oh my god, what's that sound? It's so creepy. The playground erupted into chaos, the darkness so thick that students couldn't see their own hands in front of them, and panic spread throughout. The darkness not only robbed them of their sight, but even their senses. Fortunately, the darkness soon disappeared, and what followed was a dark red blood moon hanging in the sky, illuminating the frightened faces of the students and the thousands of humanoid eerie puppets above Lu Yuan's head. Creak creak. Thousands of exquisitely carved humanoid eerie puppets, their joints tied with decaying crimson threads, coldly stared at every student on the playground. They danced gracefully along with the flashing blood moon. The dance was extraordinarily graceful, as if celebrating something. But this scene was too strange. Standing in front of the puppet, Lu Yuan's pupils were blood red, as if with a single command, the puppet would unhesitatingly slaughter everyone present. The principal, Zhang Zhenghong, who had witnessed it all, twitched his lips, looking at the blinding red light from the awakening stone, unable to hold back a gasp. SSS-level talent. Light tore through the darkness, and sunlight returned to the earth. SSS-level talent was like thunder echoing across the playground. Looking at Lu Yuan standing on the stage, all the teachers and students on the playground were dumbfounded. Did I hear that right? The principal said Lu Yuan has SSS-level talent? Such a talent really exists? I always thought it was a legend. Since the founding of our Tianhua Academy, no one has had a talent above S-level. Looks like it's still a combat profession. Damn, SSS-level combat profession, isn't Lu Yuan invincible now? Ha? Qin Shousheng? His eyes widened, and for a moment, he was speechless, unable to organize his thoughts. He didn't expect that Lu Yuan would really awaken such a terrifying talent. Qin Shousheng? Realized he had opened the champagne too early and regretted what he had done to Lu Yuan in the classroom. Outside the playground, Lin Shuang's mind was still echoing with the strange scene from earlier. Hearing the principal's words, she took out her phone from her pocket, and the 2 words breakup that she sent to Lu Yuan looked especially glaring. Now, it was too late to take them back. Swish swish swish. The head teacher, Zhou Wenbin, the director, and several other school leaders surrounded Lu Yuan. Principal, what profession did Lu Yuan awaken? Zhou Wenbin asked excitedly. Qin Shousheng? Had already been a big surprise, and now there was an even more explosive Lu Yuan. The gap between A-level talent and SSS-level talent was not a small one. As long as enough demon crystals or magic cores were provided, Lu Yuan's training would immediately put him ahead of 99% of the newly awakened professionals in China. But what puzzled Zhou Wenbin was that he didn't feel any obvious professional traits from Lu Yuan. Zhang Zhenghong, over 50 years old with graying hair, frowned, linking it to the strange puppet above Lu Yuan's head, and his tone was uncertain. Puppet master? Is there such a profession in the 3 main categories? Zhou Wenbin wondered. Lu Yuan looked at the principal, he hadn't heard of such a profession either. Puppet master is a special profession, not part of the three main categories. This profession is very rare, so rare that according to records, only 2 people have awakened it so far. Zhang Zhenghong said seriously. So powerful? Lu Yuan's heartbeat quickened. SSS-level talent, plus a special profession, he was definitely starting with the fate of the chosen one. But soon, Zhang Zhenghong poured a bucket of cold water on him. It's exactly because only 2 people have awakened it so far that, in all of China, and even in all the countries of Blue Star, there are no corresponding spiritual techniques for you to train. Zhang Zhenghong stroked the awakening stone, still radiating a bright red glow. The 2 who awakened the puppet master profession were Qiu Xingyao, with an A-level talent, and Shen Jun, with a B-level talent. Qiu Xingyao gave up becoming a professional and lived as an ordinary person until the age of 88 when he passed away. Shen Jun died when he accidentally exploded while creating his own puppet master spiritual technique. Creating a spiritual technique is not easy. Like all combat profession techniques, they are researched and passed down by ancestors after countless bloody lessons, even involving death. But Lu Yuan has an SSS-level talent. Zhou Wenbin couldn't help but say. This kind of talent was extremely rare among this year's awakened professionals in China. Does this mean Lu Yuan will have to give up such a great talent and become an ordinary person, like Qiu Xingyao? Zhang Zhenghong didn't speak, and his helpless gaze proved everything. Crack crack. Lu Yuan activated his spiritual power, and a string puppet appeared in his palm. With a flick of his finger, the puppet danced and struck various poses in the air. However, apart from this, it had no other use. Dude, are you kidding me? Awakening the top-tier SSS-level talent, but it turns out to be a special profession with no spiritual technique inheritance? Lu Yuan was speechless. What was the point of crossing over then? It was better to go back and be a corporate slave and slack off. What the principle means is that unless Lu Yuan takes the risk of his life to create his own strange puppet skills, his profession is nothing, Qin Shouxing, who had been listening for a long time at the edge of the stage, asked. Zhang Zhenghong nodded. Put. Then what's the use of this profession? It's just a pretty, useless face, Qin Shouxing laughed. He thought Lu Yuan's awakening profession was something really powerful. Strange puppet master? These 3 words quickly spread across the playground. The students who learned that Lu Yuan had awakened as a strange puppet master had strange expressions. They had no grudge against Lu Yuan, so they didn't mock him, but some felt pity, while others found it amusing. Lin Shuang silently took out her phone, thought for a moment, then blocked Lu Yuan's phone number before turning and leaving. Zhang Zhenghong wanted to say something but sighed and waved his hand. What a pity. Even if he had awakened as any random combat profession, like one with a 5-element attribute, it would have been better. A breeze blew, and Lu Yuan, having experienced both great joy and sorrow, walked off the stage. Click, click. His fingers controlled the string puppets, which performed backflips and other difficult poses like Iron Mountain, but beyond that, they were useless. Am I going to live by performing puppet shows from now on? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He couldn't possibly use puppet shows to make fierce beasts laugh to death when fighting them, could he? The so-called traveler's standard golden finger, where's my golden finger? Help me out. Ding, the God-level evolution system has been bound. Congratulations, the host has received the new player gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Upon hearing the cold, mechanical prompt in his ear, Lu Yuan felt ecstatic inside. Open it. Ding, congratulations, the host has obtained the SSS-level Blood Calamity Blood Butcher String Puppet. Ding, congratulations, the host has obtained the 9 Great Puppet Legions, Blood Slaughter Legion, Heavenly Punishment Legion, SKY Legion, 10,000 Bones Legion, Golden Weapon Legion, Star Devouring Legion, Eternal Drowning Legion, World Burning Legion, Silent Destruction Legion. Just as Lu Yuan was still processing the rewards from the new player gift pack, another prompt sounded in his ear. There's more? Chapter 3, Blood Butcher Meets Master. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Strange Puppet Master's exclusive spiritual skills, Curse Puppet, Thousand Eyes Puppet, Morning Puppet. Strange Puppet Master's exclusive spiritual skills? Lu Yuan recalled what the principal had said. Up until now, only 3 Strange Puppet Masters had awakened on Blue Star, including himself. The first 2 gave up becoming professionals and naturally aged and died, and one tried to create his own spiritual skills and exploded to death. So, the Strange Puppet Master profession never passed down its spiritual skills. Now, the system's new player gift pack not only gave him Strange Puppet Master's exclusive spiritual skills, but it gave him 3 at once. Curse Puppet causes the toucher to fall into the 3 heart demon illusions of greed, anger, and ignorance until their mind breaks. Lu Yuan activated his spiritual power and condensed a puppet with a strange smile, covered in dense runes. This spiritual skill is not bad. Lu Yuan was quite satisfied with the Curse Puppet's effect. Seeing the other two exclusive spiritual skills of the strange puppet master, Lu Yuan realized his vision had been too small. The Thousand Eyes Puppet and Morning Puppet were far more explosive than the Curse Puppet. Thousand Eyes Puppet projects 1,000 floating magic eyes. The person being watched will have all their spiritual skills reversed and turned against them. Reverse attack, what does that mean? It means that any spiritual skill cast by others will first attack their own teammates. If there are no teammates, it attacks in the opposite direction, basically, it won't harm him. As for Morning Puppet, it was an attack spiritual skill. The Morning Puppet surrounds the target from different directions, and the target within the range will be detonated, causing high damage. First, control the disaster in puppet legions to fight, then use spiritual skills for support. Lu Yuan had a clear mind and figured out the battle mode for a strange puppet master. The awakening ceremony was still ongoing, and seeing this, Lu Yuan decided to leave and go home. Since he had already awakened his profession, there was no point in staying here any longer. Seeing Lu Yuan's retreating figure, the teachers and students on the playground felt some emotion. SSS-level talent. This year, there are no more than a handful of SSS-level talent combat professions awakened in China, and Lu Yuan had a chance to become a powerful protector. But he awakened as this kind of profession. It can only be said that fate is fickle, it's all about destiny. He deserves it. I've already guessed it. Lu Yuan is the kind of person who will never amount to anything. This was said by Qin Shousheng. The students from Class 6 saw this and didn't argue, feeling that Qin Shousheng, who awakened a fire element battle profession and had an A-class talent, had clearly become a school celebrity. They would never seek trouble by speaking up for Lu Yuan and offending Qin Shousheng. The streets were bustling, with traffic flowing endlessly. Just as Lu Yuan unlocked the door to his home with his key, he smelled a faint fragrance in the air. Lu Yuan, I'm hungry. The speaker's voice was soft and sweet, immediately starting to act coquettish. If you're hungry, go eat instant noodles. Lu Yuan said unkindly, looking at the woman in front of him who was wearing a purple nightgown. She was in her early 20s, with an exquisite face, especially her pair of watery eyes, which seemed to be able to captivate anyone's soul. Her figure and temperament were top-notch, and any man who saw her beauty and heard her coquettish tone would find it hard to resist. But Lu Yuan could handle it. No other reason, just because this woman was his older sister, Lu Yeli. Heartless thing, I raised you since you were little, and you won't even cook a meal. Lu Yeli said with a resentful expression, grabbing a couch pillow and throwing it at Lu Yuan. A faint fragrance filled the air as Lu Yuan swiftly dodged the pillow attack. Ha, is it possible that I raised you? Lu Yuan countered. Since his parents went abroad to do business as soon as he could remember, they would only send money every month, and rarely even called. Lu Yeli was a life idiot, and every time she entered the kitchen, it sounded like a battle, with clattering noises all around. There was no choice but for Lu Yuan to take on the responsibility of cooking. What kind of profession did you awaken? Seeing she couldn't win against Lu Yuan in the argument, Lu Yeli had to change the topic. Originally, she wanted to go to school to cheer for Lu Yuan, but unfortunately, she had overslept. A strange puppeteer. Lu Yuan said. A life profession, huh? Show me some puppet tricks, and if you make me happy, I'll give you a tip. When Lu Yeli heard strange puppeteer, she instinctively thought it was a life profession. It's a combat profession. Lu Yuan corrected her, though when he first heard the name, he thought it was a life profession, just like Lu Yeli. Never heard of it. Lu Yeli shook her head, lazily lying on the couch, watching idle dramas and wasting time. Sunlight filtered into the living room, making it shine with a golden, beautiful glow. Upon learning that Lu Yuan's strange puppeteer was a combat profession, Lu Yeli's left hand wore a space ring that sparkled with light, and 3 demon crystals radiating green light appeared. Since it's a combat profession, you should have decided to participate in the martial arts exam. I have 3 Xian Gang Realm demon crystals here, just say the word. Before Lu Yeli could finish her sentence. Hand them over. Lu Yuan quickly snatched the 3 demon crystals from Lu Yeli's hand. Demon crystals were the most important means for professionals to increase their strength. Before the establishment of Huaxia, demon crystals were exclusive to the nobility in ancient times, and even those who awakened combat professions could not cultivate unless they were wealthy. Now that everyone could awaken, everyone could buy demon crystals through official channels to cultivate, and the price was cheap. The demon crystals in Lu Yeli's hand were high-end products, each worth 100,000 Huaxia coins. I'll make you some fried eggs. Lu Yuan put the demon crystals into his pocket, rewarding Lu Yeli with a few fried eggs for the demon crystals. No hare, no eagle. Lu Yeli pouted. I said, you're at least a top student from the Imperial Capital University. Do you still expect everything to be handed to you at school? Lu Yuan said, busying himself in the kitchen. The Imperial Capital University was one of the top universities in Huaxia. 3 years ago, Lu Yeli was admitted to the Imperial Capital University with a time element combat profession and an S-class talent, and now she had cultivated to the 7-star divine ability realm. The professions of Blue Star were divided into Body Tempering Realm, Chi Refining Realm, Xin Gang Realm, Divine Ability Realm, Law Realm, Extraordinary Realm, Domain Realm, Saint Realm, God Emperor Realm, and Immortal Realm. Lu Yeli, with the 7-star Divine Ability Realm, was one of the top experts even in Tianhua City. MHM. Lu Yeli said, as if it was a matter of course. Wow. Lu Yuan helplessly sighed. After eating and drinking, Lu Yuan ignored Lu Yeli, who was slacking off at home for summer vacation, and skillfully locked the door behind him before sitting down on the floor. For him, improving his strength with demon crystals was indeed important, but even more important was to mold the blood calamity blood slaughter that was the system reward. A large number of dark red eerie puppet parts appeared on the ground, with everything from head to toe in place. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, gathering his energy and focus, and the image of blood slaughter appeared in his mind, starting to mold it based on the eerie puppet parts. Creak, creak. A muffled sound came from the bedroom, and a bloody smell gradually spread outward. Lu Yuan, what are you doing in your room during the day, and you've even locked the door? If you're going to do such a thing, do it at night. Hearing the knock and Lu Yeli's words, Lu Yuan was filled with black lines on his forehead. His sister was at it again, but the sound indeed did resemble the bed shaking. Go watch your drama, you soap opera queen. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond to Lu Yeli, staying focused on his creation. Creak, creak. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan admired his creation. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and a 2-meter-tall monster with a broken skeletal wolf's head and a human body stood in front of Lu Yuan. It held a serrated chain blade, its pupils were blood red, muscles bulging, sharp fangs gleaming with a cold light. Seeing the creature Lu Yuan had created, the blood calamity blood slaughter instinctively kneeled on one knee. If betrayal is the wind, I am the mountain, if slander is the wave, I am the shore. This heart only serves one master. Blood slaughter pays respect to its master. Chapter 4, The Martial Arts Exam begins. The blood calamity blood slaughter eerie puppet could talk? Lu Yuan looked at the large, hideous creature with a wolf's head and human body, gathering his spiritual energy to inject a blood-red thread into blood slaughter's body. Up and down, left and right, forward and backward. Lu Yuan easily controlled blood slaughter to perform various actions and postures, but blood slaughter did not speak as it had when it was first created. Without thinking too much about it, Lu Yuan checked blood slaughter's abilities. Blood calamity, blood slaughter. SSS Great Eerie Puppet. Realm, Body Tempering Stage 1 star. Spiritual skills, Taste of Blood, Bloody Storm, Blood Mist Confusion, Blood Armor. Note, the soul of an ancient barbarian city-slaying general has been resurrected by Calamity, craving endless slaughter, never-ending killing. Eerie puppets have realms just like professional practitioners, which didn't surprise Lu Yuan. What surprised Lu Yuan was that blood slaughter could also use spiritual skills, and each skill was powerful. Among them, the spiritual skill Taste of Blood could even increase strength by killing fierce beasts, demons, and even humans. Currently, the most common method for professional practitioners to increase their strength was by absorbing demon crystals, but spiritual skills like blood slaughters were unheard of. Does that mean that in the future, if I kill fierce beasts, I can increase my strength? Lu Yuan couldn't wait to try. This was much more straightforward and brutal than painstakingly cultivating. After successfully creating blood slaughter, Lu Yuan shifted his attention to the 9 eerie puppet legions he had obtained. Each of the 9 eerie puppet legions had its own characteristics, with different abilities, but they needed materials to be crafted. Fortunately, the materials weren't too expensive, making one eerie puppet soldier would cost about 1,000 Chinese yuan. During this time, I need to make more eerie puppet soldiers. It's best to create an eerie puppet legion to use for myself. Lu Yuan thought, then opened the door and went to the living room. Don? Lu Yeli asked. Yeah. Don? I didn't even do anything. Lu Yuan realized. Still trying to hide it from me? When you yawn, I know the next second you're going to fart. Lu Yuan, even if you're young, you need to control yourself. Too much is bad for your body. Lu Yeli said with a meaningful expression, giving him a serious piece of advice. Go away, go away. Lu Yuan was already used to Lu Yeli's constant teasing, and he left to buy materials for making eerie puppet soldiers. As for the money, it came from his savings over the years, amounting to over 40,000. After the awakening ceremony, the martial arts exam would take place 7 days later, and entering a top university had many benefits. Whether it was social welfare or gaining cultivation resources, the benefits were unimaginable. Just look at Lu Yeli, her annual subsidy alone was 500,000. In just 2 years at the Imperial University, she had gone from the body tempering stage to the divine ability stage. No matter where he went, he was always a highly respected professional. In the days that followed, Lu Yuan's life became dull and boring. He cultivated with demon crystals during the day, and made puppet soldiers at night, again and again in a cycle. Body tempering realm 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. In the bedroom, Lu Yuan looked at the demon crystal of the profound steel realm with half its energy absorbed, clenched his fist, and a sharp sound split the air. Body tempering realm 8 stars. With the terrifying absorption ability of an SSS-level talent, plus the demon crystals given by Lu Yuan jumped 7 minor realms in just 6 days and broke through directly to body tempering realm 8 stars. The towering and burly blood Calamity blood slaughter stood beside Lu Yuan, with over 100 mini blood slaughter soldiers surrounding them. They all wore dark red armor, held long knives and shields, silently waiting for Lu Yuan to control them. Broke through again? Night fell. Looking at Lu Yuan, who had broken through 1 or even more minor realms in a day, Lu Yeli found it unbelievable. Back then, when she was in the body tempering realm, her breakthrough speed was far slower than Lu Yuan's. It could only be said that the SSS level talent was too shocking. Not a big deal. Lu Yuan said. He didn't tell Lu Yeli that he was just 1 step away from body tempering realm 9 stars. Tomorrow is the martial exam. Are you confident? Lu Yeli asked. Playing is playing, joking is joking, but she's still worried about her younger brother. Absolutely. Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. Absolutely confident to get close to a top-tier university? No, the top of the top. Lu Yuan corrected her. Brag all you want. Just stay safe during the exam. Lu Yeli first didn't believe him, then spoke seriously. Tonight was especially long. Countless students who had just awakened their profession and their parents fell into hesitation. In Huaxia, the college entrance exam was divided into the academic exam and the martial exam, and both were held at the same time. Choosing which one to take became a tough decision, especially for students who had awakened a combat profession but had low talent. The next morning, Lu Yuan walked alone on the way to Yunhai High School. As for Lu Yeli, who promised to go with him to school, she had stayed up all night watching dramas and was now sleeping soundly at home. The playground was already full of students, and many parents stood outside the railings giving last-minute advice to their children. If you don't get 300 points and reach the cutoff for a second-tier university, don't bother coming home. Old Wan, can you stop scaring the kid? Baby, don't listen to your dad, the score doesn't matter, safety is the most important. Lu Yuan sat on the steps, waiting for the martial exam to start. There were many people on the playground, but compared to Awakening Day, it was much fewer. Those who dared to take the martial exam were either combat professions or support professions. Most of their talents were above sea level. Lu Yuan roughly looked around and saw about 400 to 500 people. Quiet. At exactly 8 a.m., Principal Zhang Zhenghong appeared at the center of the stage. This year, the number of students participating in the martial exam is even more than I expected, and I'm very pleased. Zhang Zhenghong swept his gaze across the crowd, then changed tone. The martial exam is different from the academic exam. There is danger to life. While I explain the content of the exam, you still have a chance to back out. Danger to life, these 4 words hung like a sharp sword over the students' heads on the playground. Many students started to waver, unsure whether to go through with the martial exam. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Becoming a strong person wasn't easy. If he backed down now, he could only live an ordinary life forever. Several students stood at the front of the stage. They were those who awaken A-level or above combat professions from Tianhua High School. Among them, Lin Shuang stood at the front. Qin Shousheng was also among them. Body tempering realm 6 stars. Lu Yuan looked at Lin Shuang with S-level talent. Among the few students, her realm was the highest. But compared to his own body tempering realm 8 stars, it was far too low. This year's martial exam site is in Tian City. That city was once destroyed by fierce beasts and later reclaimed by the military. Now, Tian City is still full of danger, lurking with all kinds of fierce beasts. Zhang Zhenghong's voice was strong and forceful as he explained the rules of this year's martial exam in detail. You must survive in Tian City for 7 days. Everyone will get enough water and compressed rations, so there is no need to worry about that. The key is the protection device. Zhang Zhenghong took out a blue wristband to wear on his wrist. If you encounter an unbeatable fierce beast, just press the raised button on the wrist to activate the shield, which will block the beast's attack. But this also means giving up the qualification for the martial exam. Lu Yuan looked at the blue wristband in his palm. The number 91 was written on it, meaning he was assigned to exam hall 91. Although activating the wristband could block the attack of fierce beasts, every year some candidates were still bitten to death by beasts during the martial exam. It was not absolutely safe. Not all candidates had strong mental toughness. Before the blue wristband was introduced, the death rate of the martial exam was as high as 6%. One final reminder, there are thousands of roads, but life is the first rule. I hope everyone can achieve good results. Zhang Zhenghong said, nodding to the middle-aged man beside him who came from an official organization. Shoo shoo shoo. The middle-aged man waved his big hand. In an instant, hundreds of black lights shot into the sky, and the teleportation array to Tian City was activated. Chapter 5, First Trial. On the playground of Yunhai High School, students taking the martial exam entered the corresponding teleportation arrays based on their numbers. The teleportation arrays all led to Tian City, but the locations were different, to avoid candidates who knew each other from teaming up or cheating. Based on the wristband number, Lu Yuan entered the teleportation array marked 91. After a dizzy spin, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and found himself at the edge of a city full of ruins and scars. The stench of blood, the rotting smell of corpses exposed to the sun for a long time, intertwined and overlapped, making people cover their noses or gag. Tian City, once a small but famous tourist city in Huaxia, was now unrecognizable under the destruction of fierce beasts. Skyscrapers had collapsed with loud crashes, and white bones were seen everywhere. Some were from beasts, but more were from innocent citizens brutally killed by the beasts. Ugh, do we really have to survive here for 7 days? I can't even stand the smell. This is just the beginning. Survival is not the key. Only killing fierce beasts can earn points. Damn, was that the roar of a fierce beast? It sounds so scary. Before Lu Yuan arrived, many candidates from other cities had already reached exam hall 91. They stood outside the red line, hesitating to step forward. A girl with double ponytails frowned repeatedly, complaining about the air in this beast-destroyed city. Although the examiner reminded that the martial exam had begun and candidates could enter the city freely, no one made a move. Anyone want to team up? I'm a wood attribute combat profession, body tempering stage 3 star. Me. Any support professions? We need someone to help recover spiritual power and heal wounds. Minimum requirement is body tempering stage 2 star. Soon the exam hall became lively. Although everyone was strangers, they chose to form teams to achieve good results. The girl with double ponytails who had complained about the air looked at Lu Yuan. Before she could invite him to team up, she saw him stepping out alone beyond the red line. So bold, he dares to hunt beasts alone? All the 100 candidates in the exam hall turned to look at Lu Yuan, watching him disappear into the ruins. Waves of hot air rolled in, and visible ripples filled the air. Soon Lu Yuan encountered the first fierce beast in the martial exam. Hiss. From the ruins on both sides of the street, a giant lizard 2 meters long and half a meter high blocked Lu Yuan's path. Its back was covered with iron spikes, its fangs were thick and sharp, and its amber eyes glowed fiercely as it smelled the scent of a human. Ironback lizard, can train up to body tempering stage 8 star. As for its weakness, Lu Yuan shook his head, watching the lizard twist its limbs and open its bloody mouth to attack. Humans grew stronger by absorbing demon crystals inside fierce beasts, while beasts became stronger by devouring human flesh and blood. That's why the ironback lizard was so excited to see Lu Yuan. Spiritual power wove into a red long thread and snapped out. A tall and mighty blood slaughter soldier holding a long knife and shield appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Bang bang bang. The shield hit the ironback lizard's head with a heavy thud. 1, 2, 3. The ironback lizard saw stars, completely powerless under the overwhelming force. This scene was brutal and bloody, and soon the ironback lizard was torn apart and dismembered. A vulture, circling in the sky, was eager to try, but Lu Yuan stopped controlling the blood slaughter soldiers and picked up the pale blue demon crystal on the ground. He didn't need to know the ironback lizard's weakness. This kind of powerful beast didn't even require the blood disaster blood slaughter to make a move. A single ordinary blood slaughter soldier could handle it. The bracelet displayed the number 60, proving that this ironback lizard was a 6-star body refining realm creature. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 20 blood slaughter soldiers appeared. With Lu Yuan's current spiritual power reserves, he could control up to 80 blood slaughter soldiers at once. Each blood slaughter soldier was at the 8-star body refining realm, equipped with full armor and weapons, and the blood disaster blood slaughter could even cast spiritual skills, easily handling beasts at the refining chi realm with raw physical strength. Looking at the ruined city, now overrun by beasts, Lu Yuan controlled the blood slaughter soldiers and marched forward grandly. It was noon, and the sunlight was blinding. Thick black smoke rose from the edge of the desolate urban area, where several exam candidates were attacking a multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Give it more power, it's almost done for. A candidate, excited, said while throwing basketball-sized fireballs at the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. His name was Yi Jiwei, awakened with the fire attribute battle profession, currently at the 5-star body refining realm. This temporary team had 7 members, with Yi Jiwei being the strongest, and the weakest at the 3-star body refining realm. Among them, 5 were battle professions, and 2 were support professions. Under the combined efforts of everyone, the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion staggered, its pincers weakly waving in the air. If we kill it, will we get 80 points? Asked a support profession girl in the team. Yes, this is an 8-star body refining realm multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Yi Jiwei said. The multi-tailed human-faced scorpion had a hard, steel-like scorpion shell, and its tail contained deadly poison. To tell the strength of a multi-tailed human-faced scorpion was simple, just count the number of tails. The one in front of them had exactly 8 tails. Brother Wei is the strongest and has the most power, you finish it off and get the points, one of the candidates suggested. I also think so, let's make sure all 7 of us pass and get into a second-tier university after the martial arts exam. Hearing this, Yi Jiwei felt a bit touched, as a few words decided who would get the kill and the points for the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. The atmosphere gradually became lighter, and everyone skillfully defended against the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion's attacks, preparing to wear it down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being pierced came, followed by a few screams. Yi Jiwei quickly turned his head, seeing 2 teammates fall, poisoned by the stingers. Their lips turned black, and the poison quickly spread to their faces and skin. He swallowed hard and turned his head sharply. A much larger multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, with 9 tails, appeared behind them. It has a companion, the team members panicked. 9 tails meant this multi-tailed human-faced scorpion was a 9-star body refining realm beast. Yi Jiwei's face twitched as he realized they were in big trouble. It was very likely that a group of multi-tailed human-faced scorpions lived nearby, and even though they had just struggled to kill an 8-star body refining realm scorpion, how could they handle a 9-star one? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 venomous tails danced in the air, targeting the candidates with deadly precision. The strongest, Yi Jiwei, struggled to defend, while teammates at the 2-star and 3-star body refining realm were frequently struck, black blood flowing from their wounds, leaving them weak and lying on the ground. Help! Help! A poison girl who had lost the ability to move stuttered, her pupils dilating as the scorpion tail loomed, about to pierce her neck. Ding! The scorpion tail hit the armor with a sound like iron clashing, and the girl froze in place, looking at the monster that had blocked the fatal blow for her. A 2-meter-tall figure with a wolf head, human body, and broken bone armor. Holding tightly the jagged chain blade. What kind of monster is this? Yi Jiwei was also a bit confused, then heard the shrill squeals. He didn't know when, but several monsters in dark red armor had appeared, raising long knives, chopping down to finish off that 8-star body-tempering realm multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. In the distance, Lu Yuan focused, controlling blood slaughter and the blood execution soldiers. Looking at that 9-star body-tempering realm multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a smile. SSS-level puppet of terror, let me see how strong you really are. After speaking, he controlled blood slaughter to charge toward the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Chapter 6, Heaven's Punishment Legion. Nerves tight and spiritual power nearly depleted, Yi Jiwei wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the group of monsters that had suddenly appeared. Friend or foe? Yi Jiwei couldn't tell, so he stood still, afraid to move. Seeing the wolf-headed, human-bodied blood slaughter rushing at the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, Yi Jiwei let out a breath and quickly helped his teammates with their wounds. Brother Wei, are these monsters summoned by a dark attribute combat class? A teammate asked. Among all combat class attributes, only dark attribute could summon monsters. Doesn't look like it, Yi Jiwei shook his head. Dark attribute summon monsters were skeleton soldiers, but these monsters, both in strength and appearance, were far beyond skeleton soldiers. And that was the truth. Watching blood slaughter fight the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, Yi Jiwei couldn't help but curse. Damn, that fierce? Bang! 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 Under Lu Yuan's control, the SSS-level puppet of blood disaster, blood slaughter, clashed head-on with the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Blood gathered into armor worn by blood slaughter. Activating the spirit skill, blood armor, he strode forward, ignoring the attacks from the scorpion's tail and pincers. Seeing this, Yi Jiwei and his teammates twitched at the corners of their mouths. The scorpion tail of the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion wasn't just poisonous, when it lashed out and struck, it could release a force of 1,000 caddies. But all of this meant nothing to blood slaughter wearing the blood armor. One-hit kill. Poisoned blood squeezed out, and the bandaged squad members stood up, watching blood slaughter chop off the scorpion's tails one by one, then punch after punch dismantling the creature. Never mind the scorpion screaming in pain, even watching made them hurt. This was the definition of bloody violence. Brother Wei, after this monster killed the scorpion, what if it kills us too? Hearing his teammate, Yi Jiwei gave a bitter smile. Then we just immediately stretch our necks and let it kill us, Yi Jiwei said. The wolf-headed, human-bodied monster was at 8-star body-tempering realm, and the 20 blood slaughter soldiers in dark red armor were also 8-star body-tempering realm. The power difference was huge. If they fought, they'd only be instantly killed. 9-star body-tempering realm. Lu Yuan felt the breakthrough in his level. Not even 8 days after awakening, he had risen from 1 star to 9 star. Others needed to absorb monster crystals to cultivate, wasting time and effort. But he could grow stronger through Blood Slaughter's spirit skill, Taste of Blood. 9-star body tempering realm monster crystal. Both multi-tailed human-faced scorpions were definitely dead. Looking at the two crystals, one 8-star and one 9-star, Yijiwei's teammate licked his lips. Together those two monster crystals were worth almost 20,000 yuan, and absorbing them could quickly help a fighter restore spiritual power. Thinking this, the examinee reached for the crystals, but a blood execution soldier raised his long knife to block him. Li Yuxing, don't be stupid. Yi Jiwei quickly warned. The examinee named Li Yuxing raised both hands in panic, afraid the blood slaughter soldier would cut him down with one strike. Shu, shh. Footsteps approached. Yi Jiwei stared at the boy in white school uniform, the words Yunhai printed on his chest. Blood Slaughter knelt on one knee, presenting the spoils of war, those two 8-star and 9-star monster crystals, with both hands. Thank you, friend, for helping us, Yi Jiwei confirmed the boy was the one who saved them. Lu Yuan glanced at Yi Jiwei, controlling the Blood Butcher and the Blood Slaughter soldiers to leave. Brother Wei, he's so strong. Why don't we invite him to team up? Li Yuxing said. If Lu Yuan joins them, maybe all of them can get into a first-tier university. It's not that easy. Him saving us already shows we're lucky to be alive. A candidate at that level aims for top universities. If we really team up, we'd only be dragging him down. Yi Jiwei shook his head, almost saying out loud that they were not worthy. What made him curious was what kind of profession Lu Yuan awakened. Why had he never heard of it? The teammates all fell silent, searching nearby for herbs to detoxify the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion's poison. 540 points. In an abandoned building, Lu Yuan sat in the shade, took out drinking water and compressed food from his backpack to regain strength. After killing another body-tempering realm 8-star and 9-star fierce beast, his score had reached 540 points. This score had already met the admission line for a first-tier university, and the martial arts exam had only passed half a day. Heaven's Punishment Corps. In Lu Yuan's mind appeared the material list for making the strange puppets of the Heaven's Punishment Corps. Back in Tianhua City, he originally wanted to craft soldiers from all 9 puppet corps one by one, figuring he'd need them sooner or later. The higher his cultivation level, the more puppet soldiers he could control at once. However, except for the Blood Slaughter Corps, the others lacked materials in some way. After arriving in Tian City, Lu Yuan collected many good things, including the key materials previously missing for crafting the Heaven's Punishment Corps. Looking at the materials laid out on the ground, Lu Yuan began making the strange puppet of the Heaven's Punishment Corps. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Tiny electric currents filled the entire abandoned building. A strange puppet soldier in bright blue armor, holding a spear, was about to take shape. Darkness fell, and Tian City returned to silence. Hunting fierce beasts at night was extremely risky. These beasts that lived in Tian City were extremely familiar with their surroundings and had sharp senses. For the examinees, they would rather kill more beasts during the day to earn points than wander around at night. Brother Wei, we had good luck today. Everyone reached 150 points. Horseface, the wind attribute combat profession awakener Li Yuxing said with a smile. It really was good luck. If that person hadn't stepped in this afternoon, we'd already be dead in the hands of the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Yi Jiwei said with relief, then stopped outside an abandoned building. Everyone stay close. First, let's check if there are any fierce beasts in the building. If not, we'll rest here for the night. Yi Jiwei carefully walked up the stairs. Fierce beasts could appear in Tian City anytime, anywhere. One careless move and they could be ambushed and die on the spot. They had been observing this abandoned building for a long time and hadn't seen any signs of beasts. Even so, Yi Jiwei still stayed cautious. Nothing on the first floor. Second floor is clear too. After checking each floor and finding nothing unusual, Yi Jiwei and his teammates looked up toward the third floor. This abandoned building originally had 7 floors. Now, only 3 remained after being destroyed. Dark clouds covered the moon. In the pitch-black night where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, Yi Jiwei held his breath and focused. He had a fire attribute profession but didn't dare summon fire to light the way, afraid it would attract fierce beasts. If there's no danger on the third floor, we'll be safe. Yi Jiwei said, telling his teammates to stay ready for battle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Dense footsteps. They reached the only tightly closed room in the corridor. Yi Jiwei gathered courage and opened it. Seeing the room's condition, Yi Jiwei and his teammates were all dumbfounded. A blood butcher with a wolf's head and human body coldly stared at them, along with dozens of blood slaughter soldiers. Not only that, the room also had a group of monsters in bright blue armor, holding spears. The monsters let out crackling electric sounds. As Lu Yuan opened his eyes, they all raised their spears together, charging up Thundercut. Yi Jiwei's legs turned to jelly. He saw that Lu Yuan's level had broken through from body tempering realm 8-star to 9-star, along with all the monsters in the room. Purely body refining realm, 9 stars. And the monsters holding spears are even more terrifying than those wearing dark red armor. They can actually use spirit skills, even the lightning-based exclusive spirit skill Thunder Slash. Chapter 7, Crisis in Tianhua City. You again? Lightning flickered as Lu Yuan looked at Yi Jiwei and the others. Confirming that the ones who had broken into the room were examinees and not fierce beasts, Lu Yuan controlled the Thunder Punishment soldiers to stop gathering Thunder Slash. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, and Yi Jiwei touched his nose. He didn't expect to meet Lu Yuan again. Seeing the room full of eerie puppet soldiers, Yi Jiwei felt a sense of envy. These are 9-star body-refining realm monsters, and there are so many of them. Any one of them could easily defeat the 7 of them. Sorry to disturb you, we'll leave right away, Yi Jiwei said tactfully. He noticed that Lu Yuan didn't want to interact with them too much, and decisively prepared to leave the abandoned building. Brother Wei. A teammate hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. They had only just found a safe place to rest. Being outside at night could easily lead to an ambush by fierce beasts. Go to the next room. Before Yi Jiwei could speak, Lu Yuan said in a low voice. As long as they didn't disturb his rest, everything could be settled, and besides, he wasn't the type to be heartless. Thank you. Yi Jiwei was overjoyed, and with his teammates, they quietly moved to the next room. With Lu Yuan around, they would be able to sleep soundly tonight. The moonlight refracted through the window, and Lu Yuan looked at the Thunder Punishment Legion he had just created. Unlike the Bloodlust Legion holding long swords and shields, the Thunder Punishment Legion tightly grasped spiral spears. They looked hideous, with 2 pairs of eyes on their abdomen, their entire bodies radiating intense lightning attribute aura. Thunder Punishment soldiers could not only use Thunder Slash but could also use several lightning-based exclusive spirit skills of other professions. This was also the part Lu Yuan was satisfied with. Among all battle professions, fire and lightning are universally recognized as the most destructive attributes. Tomorrow, I can focus on hunting fierce beasts, Lu Yuan said confidently. He now had 100 Bloodlust soldiers and 20 Thunder Punishment soldiers. With the Blood Calamity Blood Slaughter added, even if he encountered a Chi-refining realm beast, he was confident he could kill it. Taking a 9-star body-refining monster crystal from his backpack, Lu Yuan entered a cultivation state. The martial arts exam was like a bridge over which countless people must pass, and every second counted. Today was the day the martial arts exam began, a grand event that attracted widespread attention in China. Douyin, Weibo, and other major social platforms were intensely discussing this year's martial arts exam. Hot Search Number 1, Thunder Alliance leader Sun Shuwushan revealed, awakens 4 attributes of combat profession, known lightning, earth, wind, and the last attribute a mystery. Hot Search Number 2, Jiang Tianhua from Magic City awakens gold attribute, SSS-Level talent combat profession. Hot Search Number 3, universities gradually release exam cutoff scores, average increase of 30 points compared to previous years. All the top 20 hot searches were about the martial arts exam, with the most discussions centered around Shuwushan and Jiang Tianhua. One was the son of the leader of the Thunder Alliance, and the other was the current head of a prominent family in Magic City. The high level of discussion didn't come from their noble status, but rather from their awakened professions and talents. After trending, the comments section quickly exploded with over 10,000 comments. Hardworking and self-sufficient, 4 professions? Shuwushan is a bit too overpowered. This year's martial arts exam top scorer is probably him. Even the coldest man has his warm side. Jiang Tianhua is no slouch either, gold attribute SSS-level talent, just her talent alone crushes 99.9% of the exam takers. Press your return key. Shuwushan and Jiang Tianhua are okay in real life, but online, they're pretty average. Not as good as my friend Shin Jingbing's little finger. The discussions about the martial arts exam continued, dominating the hot search and social platforms. The next morning, in the top-floor conference room of Tianhua City Government, a tense atmosphere spread through the air as Zhou Wenbin sat in a chair chatting with colleagues. Why does everyone look so worried? Zhou Wenbin was puzzled. Today was the second day of the martial arts exam. All the senior class teachers in Tianhua City had come to the education hall to check the scores of their students. What confused Zhou Wenbin was that the directors and vice principals sitting in the front row were all sighing. But the scores haven't been announced yet, have they? His colleagues looked confused, not knowing what had happened. The door of the conference room opened, and a middle-aged man in his early 50s, with graying hair at the temples, walked in. As soon as the man appeared, everyone in the room stood up. It was none other than the current mayor of Tianhua City, Yun Weihua. Following behind Yun Weihua were the principals of the 3 high schools in Tianhua City. Their faces were heavy, their heads lowered in deep thought. Teachers, I have some bad news to tell you. This year may very well be the last martial arts exam under the name of Tianhua City. Yun Weihua's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. The entire conference room was in an uproar. No one understood what the mayor meant. In the past 2 years, our Tianhua City's martial arts exam results have been very poor. After careful consideration, the province has decided to cancel Tianhua City and assign its 3 districts to 3 nearby cities for management. Yun Weihua dropped the bombshell, and the class teachers on site were all shocked. Tianhua City is going to disappear? No wonder the mayor and the 3 principals looked like that. Martial arts exam results are the most important standard for judging cities, even more than GDP. In the past 2 years, Tianhua City's results have been a complete mess. Although Yun Weihua claimed that the city's 3 high schools would be kept, everyone knew the truth. Once Tianhua City is dissolved and absorbed into other cities, they would not get much in terms of educational resources. After all, those other cities also have their own key high schools. No one would give their resources to a newly added school. Cherish the last martial arts exam under the name of Tianhua City, Yun Weihua said, as the large screen behind him lit up. First place, Li Jinxue, 2,000 points, Tianhua High School, Tianhua City. Second place, Zhang Wangchuan, 1,400 points, Xinghui High School, Tianhua City. Third place, Lin Shuing, 1,200 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City. The scores went from high to low. Seeing Li Jinxue far ahead in first place, Luo Jingrui, principal of Tianhua High School, showed a smile on his face. Li Jinxue was a key student cultivated by Tianhua High School, ranking first in all subjects including basic and theory courses. And Li Jinxue did not disappoint. She awakened a time-type combat profession with SS-level talent and was currently ranked first in the city's martial arts exam. It gave Luo Jingrui a big face. Mayor, if Li Jinxue gets into a top university, can Tianhua City still be kept? Luo Jingrui asked. Difficult, but if it is kept, Tianhua High School's educational resources will double next year. Yun Weihua promised. If Tianhua City ceased to exist, then he, the mayor, would naturally have no reason to remain either. Both he and the 3 principals present hoped that Tianhua City could be preserved. Hearing this, Luo Jingrui was secretly delighted, while the principal of Xinghui High School and Zhang Zhenghong's faces changed. Lin Shuing, dear best, Zhang Zhenghong thought. In previous years, Yunhai High School was always at the bottom in martial arts exams. This year, among the awakened students, only Lin Shuing with a space-type combat talent and S-level ability had hope of surpassing the other 2 high schools. Among the top 10 rankings, most were from Tianhua High School, followed by Xinghui. Yunhai only had 2 pitiful students. This gave Zhang Zhenghong a strong sense of crisis. He hoped that the students ranked in the top 20 in his school could work harder and try to break into the top 10. Old Joe, is that student from your class? On stage, the mayor and 3 principals were talking, while below, the class teachers from all the high schools whispered to each other, carefully looking for their own students. Seeing their own students ranked in the top 100, the class teachers were full of joy. Whether Tianhua City could be kept was something for the big shots to worry about. They cared more about how much salary they would get each month. The school would give class teachers corresponding bonuses based on the students' rankings. Just for those ranked between 90 and 100, each student brought a reward of 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan is already considered a lot in a small city like Tianhua. Don't mess around, I didn't see Qin Shuxing's name. Zhou Wenbin said gloomily. He hoped that at least one student from his class could break into the top 100, which was none other than the fire attribute awakened student with A-level talent, Qin Shuxing. Isn't Lu Yuan from your class, said the homeroom teacher of class 9, who had a good relationship with Zhou Wenbin. Who? Zhou Wenbin looked at the rankings in the back. 88th, Lu Yuan, 600 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City. Zhou Wenbin was surprised. He remembered that Lu Yuan had extremely high talent, actually SSS level, but his awakened profession was a puppeteer. This profession has only been awakened by 2 people in Blue Star so far, so there are no matching spiritual skills. Like combat professionals, students can learn spiritual skills below the mysterious level for free that suit their attributes. Thus, the martial arts exam is held 7 days after awakening to give candidates time to learn spiritual skills and practice. So how does he fight? Zhou Wenbin stared at Lu Yuan, ranked 88th, curious about how Lu Yuan managed to get such a high score, and what methods he used to hunt beasts. Chapter 8, Blackfire Ant Queen. As the sun rises, everything awakens. In Tian City, in the outskirts of an abandoned chemical city, a 9-star iron lion beast at the body refinement stage is enjoying its breakfast. A 4-star blood fawn pig at the body refinement stage. Survival of the fittest, this is an eternal truth, and it applies to beasts as well. With sharp claws, the iron lion beast quickly dug out the heart and lungs of the blood fawn pig. Blood soaked the ground, and the iron lion beast, savoring its meal, detected something and let out an earth-shattering lion's roar. It smelled the scent of the human race. Compared to its own kind, the Iron Lion beast prefers to devour human flesh. Not only is it tastier, but it also makes it stronger. Spiritual power gathers and weaves red threads flying in the sky. Seeing the Iron Lion beast roaring towards him, Lu Yuan commanded his puppeteers to launch the first attack. Blood slaughter soldiers raised their shields, 20 heavenly punishment soldiers aimed their spears at the Iron Lion beast. ZZZT. Before the Iron Lion beast could charge, the Thundercut gathered blue rays and blew it into bits. Too weak. Lu Yuan shook his head. This level of beast was far from being his opponent now. He picked up the beast crystal on the ground and continued to explore. Killing beasts, using the blood taste spiritual skill to strengthen himself. Then looping it over and over, again and again. Lu Yuan tirelessly repeated the same thing, seemingly becoming a merciless meat grinder for hunting beasts. After a morning of effort, his score climbed from 3 digits to 4 digits, reaching 1,100 points. Broke 1,000. In the Tianhua city government office, Zhou Wenbin exclaimed. In an instant, everyone in the meeting room turned their gaze to him, and Zhou Wenbin scratched his head. Compared to other homeroom teachers chatting and laughing, Zhou Wenbin felt very bored. Mainly because there were no students from his class in the top 100, so he couldn't join in the conversation. This was very awkward. What Zhou Wenbin didn't expect was that the student from his class who broke into the top 100 was not Qin Shouxing, but Lu Yuan, who he had no hopes for. Upon learning that Lu Yuan was participating in the martial arts exam, Zhou Wenbin was even momentarily stunned. This teacher is referring to the Lu Yuan ranked 35th. Mayor Yun Weihua said. He was chatting with 3 principals while also paying attention to the dynamics of the ranking on the big screen. Lu Yuan frequently caught his attention. This candidate from Yunhai High School saw his score soar from 600 to 1100 points. Students in the top 100 of the city generally had slow score increases. Sometimes, it took more than 10 minutes without any change. Only Lu Yuan's score jumped frequently, from 88th to 35th in less than 2.5 hours. Hearing Yun Weihua's words, Zhou Wenbin, who was Lu Yuan's homeroom teacher, nodded. 35th place, that's great. Yun Weihua praised, without paying much attention to the top 10 candidates in his mind. They were the hope that Tianhua City could continue to keep. Especially the cliff-like lead scorer Li Jinxue, if she could achieve excellent results and enroll in a top school. Perhaps the provincial leaders will change their minds. Lu Yuan. Seeing this name, Zhang Zhenghong, the principal of Yunhai High School, frowned and exchanged glances with Zhou Wenbin, both realizing the confusion and shock in each other's eyes. Although Zhang Zhenghong didn't say anything, his eyes constantly glanced at the big screen showing Lu Yuan at 35. In Tian City, a 9-star steel rock rhinoceros crashed heavily to the ground. The hard rhino skin was riddled with holes, and the proud, 1,000-pound rhino horn was casually tossed aside. The heaven punishment soldiers on the left, the blood slaughter soldiers on the right, Lu Yuan took out the demon crystal of the steel rock rhinoceros with his bare hands. Looking at the protective net surrounded by iron spikes and several wooden signs scattered into the ground, Lu Yuan realized that he had unknowingly arrived at the center of Tian City. Danger, you have entered a beast-infested area. The wooden sign depicted 5 skulls, and in bloody red letters, it wrote this sentence. Beast-infested area, proving that the lowest beasts ahead start at the 8-star level of the body refining realm, and gas refining realm beasts can also be seen everywhere. The sign serves to remind candidates to proceed cautiously, to avoid being torn apart by unbeatable beasts. Risk is proportional to reward. Hunting gas refining realm beasts yields higher scores, with 1 star worth as much as 200 points. 200 points require hunting 21-star body refining realm beasts. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan walked into the beast-infested area through a hole in the iron net left in advance. Under the shining sun, the blood slaughter soldiers and heaven punishment soldiers began a new round of slaughter. When hunting beasts, Lu Yuan encountered many candidates. Some were solitary warriors like him, while others formed temporary teams, each candidate's cultivation level starting at a minimum of 5 stars in the body refining realm. Wow, this is so enjoyable, the scores are skyrocketing. Leave me some, I only have 500 points, I'm still far from a first-tier university. Dream on, if you need points, I don't. Whoever kills the beast gets the points. Is it this lively? Seeing about 20 to 30 candidates gathered together, occasionally laughing and enjoying themselves, Lu Yuan walked over. The temperature around gradually rose, and at a dark, damp cave entrance, fist-sized, black-red skinned ants were crawling out in droves. Lu Yuan immediately recognized what kind of beast this was. Blackfire ants, a beast that loves magma, can cultivate up to the peak of the gas refining realm. On the ground, there were about 300 to 400 blackfire ants, but their strength only ranged from 5 to 6 stars in the body refining realm. Damn, I told you not to laugh so loudly, another one coming to snatch points from us. Seeing Lu Yuan arrive, a candidate awakened to the earth attribute combat profession cursed. Lu Yuan understood why they were so happy. Killing a black fire ant could earn 60 points, though the points weren't high due to the large numbers. These Blackfire ants were not strong, equivalent to easy free points, anyone would grin at this. Feeling the vigilance of the surrounding candidates, Lu Yuan remained uninterested, his heart only filled with curiosity. Didn't they say that the beasts in the infested area had a minimum strength of 8 stars in the body refining realm? Where do these Blackfire ants come from? Awesome, it's so thrilling. The candidate, who originally complained about the loud laughter attracting Lu Yuan, was swinging his fists, each covered in yellow mud, smashing one Blackfire ant after another. In less than 2 minutes, he killed 5 or 6, increasing his score by over 300. Squeak squeak squeak. That candidate suddenly looked up, noticing a giant black fire ant, comparable in size to an elephant, with a foul-smelling liquid dripping from its mouth. It directly swallowed him whole, not even allowing a scream to escape. The Blackfire Ant Queen. Lu Yuan looked at this terrifyingly large black fire ant, which turned out to be a 3-star gas-refining realm beast. Squeaking grew dense, the queen, angered by the heavy casualties of its kin, crawled out of the cave with 20 to 30 peak 6-star black fire ants. Run! A candidate reacted and fled in panic. The situation reversed in an instant. Hunters became prey, and some candidates let out heart-wrenching screams. His legs were bitten off at the waist by black fire ants. Seeing such a bloody scene, some candidates turned pale, trembling as they pressed the wristband protection device, thus avoiding becoming food for the black fire ants. But the price was giving up the martial exam. Bang bang bang. Lu Yuan focused on controlling the Blood Butcher against the Blackfire Ant Queen. This group of black fire ants was the strongest, solving her would make everything else easier. Wearing blood armor, the Blood Butcher swung the serrated chain blade and precisely pierced the Blackfire Ant Queen's leg. Sizzle. A leg as thick as an arm, mixed with green blood, was flung away. The Blackfire Ant Queen let out a painful screech, shooting black flames at the Blood Butcher, yet all were easily blocked by him. Ah, who is he that is so fierce? The candidates who activated the barrier, losing their qualification for the exam, displayed a variety of expressions while waiting for rescue. They could tell that thankfully Lu Yuan had blocked the Blackfire Ant Queen in time, otherwise, they wouldn't have had time to activate the barrier and would have been food for her. They thought Lu Yuan would activate the barrier too, as he was facing a 3-star beast at the chi refinement stage. Who would have thought Lu Yuan was so fierce, controlling a wolf-headed monster to engage in battle with the Blackfire Ant Queen, even injuring her? Screech screech screech. Seeing she was no match for the Blood Butcher, the Blackfire Ant Queen changed tactics, gathering her minions to attempt to surround him. The peak refinement Blackfire ants chasing the candidates returned, surrounding Lu Yuan from different directions. Now he must activate the defense shield, fought the nearby candidates. One-on-one he could win, but against many, Lu Yuan certainly had no chance. Over 20 peak refinement Blackfire ants were no joke, and just their flaming breath would be enough to overwhelm him. Are there more than people? Lu Yuan scanned the surrounding group of black fire ants, his fingers danced to summon the strange soldiers. 50 blood soldiers banged their long knives against their shields, high on battle spirit. 20 punishment soldiers aimed their spears at the black fire ant queen, their pupils emitting a bloodthirsty gleam. Then let's see who has more. Lu Yuan spoke decisively, and in the blink of an eye, strange soldiers surrounded him. Chapter 9, once again facing the 3 great disasters. What kind of monster is that? Inside the barrier, candidates widened their eyes, watching Lu Yuan control a multitude of strange soldiers, fearlessly charging at the swarm of black fire ants. They thought controlling one monster was strong enough, but who knew he could control 70 or 80? The Blood Butcher took the lead, the serrated chain blade making a sharp claw-like sound against the wall, unleashing a blood attribute mysterious skill, Blood Mist Confusion. A blood mist spread for 5 miles, leaving the black fire ant queen and the swarm completely sensory deprived, like headless flies crashing about. What is happening? I don't know, I can't see anything, my vision is completely blocked by the blood mist. Damn, thankfully there's a barrier, this scene is truly terrifying. Candidates turned white with fear, especially hearing the dense screeches which made their scalps tingle, unable to distinguish whether the black fire ants were screaming in agony or excitement. After a long time, the blood mist gradually dissipated. Seeing the scene before them, candidates were dumbstruck. A gentle breeze passed by, Lu Yuan stood straight in place. Not far away, the Blood Butcher lifted the Black Fire Ant Queen high, forcibly tearing the 2-star Black Fire Ant Queen of the Chi refinement stage in half. Green blood sprayed in the air, the pungent stench and metallic odor of blood spreading everywhere. More than 20 peak refinement Black Fire Ants met a gruesome fate. Some were completely hacked apart by blood soldiers using long knives, their bodies wiggling as they tried to return to their nest. Some were riddled with holes from the punishment soldiers' spears, their heads knocked about like shifting houses. The scene fell into a deathly silence, and whether it was the candidates who had escaped successfully or those who reluctantly activated the barrier, their expressions were incredulous. Did they kill them all? Peak refinement defeating a 2-star beast at the Chi refinement stage, this is just too exaggerated. Awesome, I thought he would give up the martial exam and activate the barrier, but in the end, he just killed them all. Candidates stared at Lu Yuan without blinking. The blood flowing on the ground was completely absorbed by the blood butcher. Lu Yuan successfully broke through to the chi refinement stage. Before long, a black warcar rushed over, the door opened and 4 fully armed combat professionals stepped out. They are official patrollers, responsible for ensuring the safety of those who open the barrier and abandon the martial arts exam. Every patrol team consists of fighters at the Xian Gang stage, easily handling all ferocious beasts in Tian City. Looks like you ran into trouble. A patroller with sunglasses said with a smile. However, looking around he found no ferocious beasts. Chi refinement stage. The captain of this patrol team, Hu Jiqiang, looked at Lu Yuan and the severed limbs of the Blackfire Ant swarm on the ground. Has a candidate broken through to the Chi refinement stage? The patroller in sunglasses spoke in surprise. They are responsible for a 30-mile area. As soon as a candidate opens the barrier, they rush over to provide help. However, so far the strongest candidate they encountered was only at the 8th star of the body refining stage. Lu Yuan has already crossed from the body refining stage to become a Chi refinement stage professional. Awesome, you single-handedly took down the Chi refinement stage 2-star Blackfire Ant Queen, and there are so many Blackfire Ant warriors left. The patroller gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up, then proceeded to remove the barriers for the candidates and handed them bread and water. Your martial arts exam ends here, and you will soon be sent to the corresponding city's teleportation array. Hearing this, the candidates clenched their fists, their expressions filled with frustration or disappointment. Ending the martial arts exam means they won't even qualify for a mediocre university, cutting their careers as professionals short. What profession did you awaken? About 30 years old, patrol team captain Hu Jiqiang looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan is not only the first candidate he has encountered who has broken through to the Chi refinement stage but also the first candidate whose profession he cannot identify. Deceptive puppet master. Lu Yuan replied. Deceptive puppet master? Hu Jiqiang raised his eyebrows. Captain, what kind of profession is that? A team member looked confused. It seems there is no such attribute in combat professions. Hu Jiqiang fell silent. Could it be that the captain doesn't know either? Another teammate said. How could I not know? Deceptive puppet master, that's just it. Hu Jiqiang waved his hand. Enough chatter, hurry up and take these candidates away, don't disturb their martial arts exam. The black warcar came quickly and left just as fast, leading that group of candidates who opened the barrier away. Their mission was accomplished, they would not provide any assistance to candidates who had not opened the barrier and were taking the martial arts exam normally. Watching the patrol team leave, Lu Yuan picked up the scattered demon crystals from the ground, and a system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the Chi refinement stage. Rewards: Wood Calamity, Corrupted Shadow, Water Calamity, Sangming, Earth Calamity, Zhangcha. 3 Calamity puppets as a one-time reward? Lu Yuan fought hard to suppress his excitement. The Blood Butcher's power was evident. A body refining stage candidate could suppress a Chi refinement stage ferocious beast in a one-on-one fight. If he could control 4 SSS-class Calamity puppets at once, even if the Blackfire Ant Queen's mother came, it would be useless. However, the surprise was not over. Just after awarding 3 Calamity puppets, the system prompt echoed again. Congratulations, host, for triggering A-level hidden task, Braver in Battle. Braver in Battle, within 48 hours, hunt 20 Chi refinement stage ferocious beasts, spirit power storage increases by 50 times. 50 times? Lu Yuan felt struck by lightning. He was currently in a situation where the number of puppet soldiers was too high, resulting in inadequate spirit power. A Chi refinement stage can control 100 puppet soldiers at once but cannot control the SSS-level Calamity puppet, Blood Butcher. If he completes this A-level task, no matter how many puppets he creates in the future, he can control them simultaneously. First, let's assemble the 3 Calamity puppets. Lu Yuan thought clearly, possessing 4 Calamity puppets, let alone 20 Chi refinement stage ferocious beasts, even if he doubled the number, it would be no problem. City Hall of Tianhua City, top floor conference room. 3,000 points. The voice was deafening, startling everyone present. This statement was not made by Zhou Wenbin, but by the vice principal of Tianhua High School, Hua Jijian. What's the fuss? Isn't it normal for Li Jinxue to have 3,000 points? Principal Luo Jingrui of Tianhua High School said. Principal, no, it's not Li Jinxue, it's Lu Yuan from Tianhai High School. Hua Jijian stuttered as he pointed at the ranking board. Who is Lu Yuan? Luo Jingrui frowned. There didn't seem to be this name among the top 10 candidates. First place, Li Jinxue, 3,500 points, Tianhua City Tianhua High School. Second place, Lu Yuan, 3,000 points, Tianhua City Yunhai High School. Third place, Zhang Wangchuan, 2,200 points, Tianhua City Xinghui High School. Fourth place, Lin Shuing, 1,800 points, Tianhua City Yunhai High School. Where did he come from? The 3 principals, vice principals, and head teachers in the meeting room looked at each other. Mayor Yun Weihua stood in front of the ranking board. He remembered Lu Yuan, he used to be 35th, his score rose very fast. But that was all. After all, as the mayor, Yun Weihua focused on the top 10 candidates. This Lu Yuan started with a score of just over 1,000, and in less than 30 seconds, it soared to 3,000 points. Hua Zhijian said the reason he was shocked. Other candidates' scores increased by 70 or 80 at most, Lu Yuan's score jumped by 2,000 all at once, no one would believe it. Principal Zhang, Lu Yuan is a student from your school, right? Yun Weihua stared hard at Lu Yuan in second place. Now only Li Jinshui and Lu Yuan were far ahead in Tianhua City. Lu Yuan led the third-place Jiang Wangchuan by a full 800 points. That's right. Zhang Zhenghong nodded, he was also confused. What profession did this candidate awaken? What level is the talent? At this moment, Yun Weihua became very interested in Lu Yuan. Doll Master of the Strange, SSS-Level talent. Zhang Zhenghong said. When he said SSS-Level talent, Yun Weihua, the other two principals swallowed hard, the school leaders and head teachers from the other two high schools widened their eyes. Since the founding of Huaxia, there had never been an SSS-Level talent profession in Tianhua City, no matter if it was battle, support, or life type. Bang! Yun Weihua suddenly slammed the table. Why didn't you tell me such a high talent was awakened? Do you know Tianhua City is in a dangerous situation and badly needs a candidate to shine in the martial exam? Yun Weihua was both excited and angry. Wait a minute, Doll Master of the Strange? Yun Weihua noticed the problem, he had never heard of this profession. Ah, Doll Master of the Strange? Tianhua High School's principal Luo Jingrui twitched at the corner of his mouth, understanding why Zhang Zhenghong was now forcing a smile. This profession was too rare, so rare that up till now, there were only 2 known Doll Masters of the Strange on Blue Star, and with Lu Yuan, that made 3. After hearing Zhang Zhenghong's explanation, Yun Weihua rubbed his temples. Since Doll Masters of the Strange don't learn spirit skills, how did Lu Yuan get such a high score? Yun Weihua hit the key point. I don't know either. Zhang Zhenghong felt like crying, he even wanted to ask the mayor the same thing. On the day of the awakening ceremony, Lu Yuan's SSS-level talent was so dazzling that all the teachers at Tianhua High School remembered him. No matter what, this is a good thing. If both Li Jinshui and Lu Yuan get into top universities, there is a big chance the provincial leaders will cancel the plan to dismantle Tianhua City. Yun Weihua said. Everyone became excited when they heard this, after all, no one wanted to be sent to an unfamiliar city. On the second day of the martial exam, you could input the ID number to see a candidate's score. On the third day, you could view the candidate's actual condition in real time through their number. That meant if they wanted to know why Lu Yuan's score skyrocketed, they had to wait until tomorrow. Third place. Zhou Wenbin was so excited he almost choked, a silly smile appeared on his face. If Lu Yuan held on to this rank, even if he dropped into the top 10, he could still get a 100,000 yuan prize. Old Zhou, congratulations, this year the prize money is probably going to overflow your hands. His colleague's tone was full of envy. A guaranteed 100,000 yuan, it would be a lie to say no one was jealous. Actually, I didn't really teach Lu Yuan anything. Zhou Wenbin scratched his head and told the truth. During the martial exam preparation, he had been focusing on teaching Qin Shouxing. As a result, Qin Shouxing didn't even make it into the top 100, but Lu Yuan broke into the top 3. Don't be modest now, you're treating us tonight. I'm going to bleed you dry. Spending 200 or 300 isn't too much, right? His colleagues started teasing, thinking Zhou Wenbin was pretending. They figured Zhou Wenbin must have stayed at Lu Yuan's house for 7 days straight before the martial exam, giving one-on-one tutoring. Eating 500 or 600 is not excessive. Zhou Wenbin generously expressed no problem. Why has Lu Yuan's score not moved? Someone remarked. Unknowingly, 7 or 8 minutes had passed, it was noon, not night, the perfect time for hunting fierce beasts. Maybe he's resting, a colleague speculated, it was normal to take a break after a fierce battle. Half an hour passed, and Lu Yuan's score stuck at 3,000 points with no movement. This shouldn't be the case. Zhou Wenbin began to panic. In the martial exam, every second counts, Lu Yuan can't possibly be resting for an hour, right? Is it possible that the person speaking couldn't dare to finish? Despite the officials' careful considerations putting candidates' safety first, the martial exam is not absolutely safe. Many candidates have died in the martial exam. Lu Yuan's prolonged silence likely means he has fallen into the hands of fierce beasts. A pin drop could be heard in the conference room. Mayor Yun Weihua's face was dark, and the 3 principals furrowed their brows. They had just imagined Lu Yuan and Li Jinshui both entering top universities, becoming heroes to stop the collapse of Tianhua City, only to find out soon after that Lu Yuan had died in the martial exam? Chapter 10, Storm Tiger Pack. In the center of Tian City, a certain community. The community had long since collapsed into ruins, but the underground parking lot remained intact. Cars piled thick with dust. After dealing with nearby fierce beasts, Lu Yuan decided to assemble the 3 great disaster puppets here. With experience in assembling blood slaughter, this time Lu Yuan was much faster, finishing all assembly in just 2 hours. First, a slender monster wrapped in vines was born. As this monster appeared, the whole parking lot was quickly enveloped by vines and began to sprout, as if entering a forest. This monster is the wood calamity, rotting leaf. Suddenly, a torrential rain fell from the sky, rainwater flowed down the exit, and a monster with blue and white skin, holding a trident, stood before Lu Yuan. The water calamity, Song Ming, was born. Bang, bang, bang. Muscled and nearly 3 meters tall, the earth calamity, Zhang Cha, let out a deep roar. The 3 great calamities stood opposite Lu Yuan, kneeling on one knee and speaking in unison. Blood can rust blades, bones can turn to ash, the oath carved on the spine is more eternal than any throne. Rotting leaf, pays respects to the master. Song Ming, pays respects to the master. Zhang Cha, pays respects to the master. Is it this situation again? Lu Yuan looked at the 3 great calamities that spoke. When the blood slaughter was created, it also pledged loyalty to him at first. Red spiritual threads merged into the 3 great calamities' bodies, and Lu Yuan checked their abilities. Wood calamity, rotting leaf. SSS-Level puppet. Realm, Chi refining stage 1 star. Spirit technique, vine binding, leaf storm, forest protection, poison vine dance. Seeing rotting leaf spirit techniques, coupled with the title of wood calamity, Lu Yuan realized his guesses were correct. Rotting leaf is a control-type combat profession, focusing on harassment and control with its techniques. The water calamity, Song Ming, and the earth calamity, Zhang Cha, are combat professions, one with powerful techniques and the other with tough skin and high strength and defense. I've obtained the 4 great calamities. Lu Yuan looked at the bright sky and once again commanded 20 celestial Punisher soldiers. With the 4 great calamities in front, the 20 celestial Punisher soldiers followed closely behind. A unique Chi refining calamity team belonging to Lu Yuan left the parking lot, starting a new round of hunting fierce beasts. It's moving, Lu Yuan's score has moved. In the Tianhua City Government Hall, those who had speculated that Lu Yuan died in the martial exam wore frowns. For a whole 2 hours, Lu Yuan's score showed no changes, like a stagnant pool of water. Zhou Wenbin, refusing to believe in bad luck, fixed his gaze on the leaderboard. Although he often told his students, "You are the worst batch I have ever taught." Over 3 years of working together day and night, Zhou Wenbin remembered each student's name, personality, and so on. For him, he would rather not have the bonus than for his students to return safely from the martial exam. Suddenly, Lu Yuan, ranked second at 3,000 points, surged to 3,300 points. Zhou Wenbin was ecstatic and shouted loudly. It's moving again. As soon as this was said, Mayor Yun Weihua and everyone in the conference room turned their heads in unison. 3,500 points. Zhang Zhenghong pointed at the leaderboard. First place, Li Jinxue, 4,200 points, Tianhua High School, Tianhua City. Second place, Lu Yuan, 3,500 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City. Third place, Jiang Wangchuan, 2,500 points, Xinghui High School, Tianhua City. Zhou Wenbin and the principal of Yunhai High School, along with the homeroom teachers, turned red in the face. He's not dead. The score moving proves that Lu Yuan didn't die at the hands of the beast. He is still continuing the martial arts exam. Good job. Does Lu Yuan have a chance to surpass Li Jinxue and become the number 1 in Tianhua City? Principal Zhang Zhenghong asked eagerly. Since the establishment of Tianhai High School, the best martial arts exam result was only 4th in Tianhua City. The top 3 had never been reached. Now Lu Yuan has already broken history and is likely to become number 1 in Tianhua City. There is a great chance. If I saw correctly, Lu Yuan suddenly jumped from 3,300 points to 3,500 points, proving that he has killed a Chi refinement realm beast, and with a single blow, the vice principal analyzed. When Lu Yuan doesn't take action, it's fine, but when he does, it's explosive. What does it mean to kill a Chi refinement realm beast instantly? It proves that Lu Yuan has broken through to the Chi refinement realm and that his spiritual skills have incredible destructive power. Even the Chi refinement beasts are only fit to be instantaneously killed. Principal Zhang, if Lu Yuan gets into a top university, the funding for Yunhai High School should increase next year, Yun Weihua said. The top universities in his mouth refer to places like Beijing University, Shanghai University, and Shenzhen University. Only universities of such level can make provincial leaders reconsider, and the higher the score, the better. Zhang Zhenghong and the leaders of Yunhai High School were overjoyed, since the education funding is linked to their salaries. If Lu Yuan truly achieves this, it's equivalent to having a half-boss in their midst. The conference room became lively, while Tianhua High School principal Luo Jingrui was a bit nervous, fearing that Lu Yuan would surpass Li Jinxue and take the title of city number 1. Xinghui High School principal was extremely frustrated. Although Jiang Wangchuan ranked 3rd in his school, the score difference with the top two was too great to even think about surpassing. This year, the martial arts exam talents in the city are too fierce, the Tianhua High School principal said. According to past years, a score of 2,500 would secure Jiang Wanchuan the number one position in Tianhua City, yet now Li Jinshui and Lu Yuan have appeared as two prodigies. Rise, keep rising for me. Zhou Wenbin gleefully watched Lu Yuan's score jump rapidly. Soon, a huge question appeared in everyone's hearts. How did Lu Yuan, who cannot learn the spiritual skills of the returning spirit master, manage to kill a Qi refinement realm beast? We can only wait for tomorrow's reveal, Yunhuihua said, picking up his teacup and pouring more hot goji berry tea into it that had turned cold. After taking a sip of goji berry tea, Yunhuihua became energized, his gaze flitting between the names Li Jinshui and Lu Yuan. As the sun set, the last rays of sunlight fell on this city that had been attacked by beasts. On the yellowed soccer field, two groups of exam candidates met, and several Qi refinement realm storm tigers snarled threateningly. They had various injuries to different degrees. One storm tiger had lost its breath, charred to carbon by lightning. Do you have no shame? The storm tigers were discovered by us, and we also injured them. Why should you enjoy the fruits of victory? This was a temporary team of 10, with each candidate's realm at least at the 7th star of the body refinement realm. Luo Huichuan, an awakened wind attribute combat profession with an 8th star in body refinement realm, was furious. He was a core member of this team, composed of 7 combat professionals and 3 support professionals, plus the lowest being at the 7th star of the body refinement realm. This configuration could be said to be very perfect. At noon, Luo Huichuan discovered a group of 3-star storm tigers in the Qi refinement realm. Killing a 3-star Qi refinement realm beast is worth a very considerable score. Luo Huichuan decisively prepared to take action, but the battle continued until evening, and they finally managed to hunt a storm tiger. A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly appeared and snatched away the score from Luo Huichuan. If you can't match up, just roll away, or compete with us, as long as you can steal it. 6 awakened candidates with lightning attribute professions, at the peak of the body refinement realm, condensed their thunder cut. The leader, wearing a black school uniform with the words Tianqing printed on his chest, spoke in a sardonic tone. His name is Qian Zhixing, and he is the captain of this small team. Although he had fewer members than Lu Huichuan, the 6 peak body refinement warriors with awakened lightning attributes were fearsome in the beast-infested area. Hearing Qian Zhixing's words, Lu Huichuan and the team members turned pale, feeling a wave of helplessness. Rob? What could they use to compete with the lightning attribute warriors for the right to kill the storm tigers? The lightning attribute techniques had the strongest single target burst among all attributes. Are we just going to watch them kill the storm tigers? A teammate's veins bulged. Lu Huichuan looked helpless. The martial arts examination had many rules, such as the strict prohibition on candidates attacking each other. Once discovered, their qualifications would be immediately revoked, and they could even face imprisonment. But the rules didn't say they couldn't compete for the beasts. Whoever dealt the final blow to a beast could get the points. This was a moral issue, they hadn't crossed the red line. We can't fight them. Lu Huichuan sighed, deeply understanding the meaning of the phrase survival of the fittest. Teammates clenched their fists. They had spent most of the day besieging the storm tiger pack with no success. 7 days of the martial arts exam felt like a wasted day. Lightning attribute Xian level low-tier technique, Thunder Ritual. Unlike Lu Huichuan and the other size, Qian Zhixing unleashed his technique against the storm tiger, as if he could already envision adding 300 or 400 points for himself. Bang! The Thunder Ritual did not strike the storm tiger, but instead hit a monster clad in bone armor. Who? Qian Zhixing looked around, spotting a young man not far away, controlling a large number of humanoid monsters rushing to the battlefield. The blood butcher who took the hit from the Thunder Ritual patted his bone armor, as if nothing had happened, and swung his fists fiercely at the storm tiger. Vines entangled, and the wood disaster's corrupted apparition condensed, trapping all the storm tigers into a vine cage. Crash! The sky suddenly poured rain, and the raindrops turned into ice spikes, fiercely stabbing down onto the beasts in the center of the soccer field. Bang bang bang! The ground shook. The earth disaster's Jinsha caused violent tremors with every step, as massive fists smashed a storm tiger into a pulp. Qian Zhixing's face twitched, his 5-peak body refinement lightning attribute teammates looked unhappy. Do you dare to rob our beasts? Qian Zhixing glared at Lu Yuan, knowing that this group of monsters was being controlled by Lu Yuan. If you're outclassed, just roll away, or come and compete with me, but you better be able to do it. Lu Yuan replied expressionlessly, throwing Qian Zhixing's words back at him. As the 4 disasters slaughtered the storm tigers, the score on Lu Yuan's wristband skyrocketed. Chapter 11, Who thought the easy win was me? The storm tiger pack cried out in agony as they fell one after another into pools of blood. Seeing this scene, Lu Huichuan and several other candidates who couldn't overcome Qian Zhixing looked excited. Well done. Ha, evil people get what they deserve. We can't beat you, and you can't beat him. What a cool monster. Is he a dark attribute user? Lu Huichuan's teammates admired the four disasters, feeling grateful that Lu Yuan helped them vent their anger. They would rather see the Storm Tigers hunted by Lu Yuan for points than let Qian Jixing get any. Lu Yuan's words were soft, yet they reached the ears of Qian Jixing and the other 6 peak body refinement candidates with lightning attributes clearly. "What do we do?" a buck-toothed candidate asked. It was always them robbing other people's beasts, but today they were the ones being robbed. "Damn it, I refuse to believe he can take down so many Storm Tigers by himself." Qian Jixing cursed. The soccer field had 7 or 8 Storm Tigers in the refinement realm, and this person in front of him, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly take down all the Storm Tigers. As he watched, Qian Jixing began to panic. He had underestimated Lu Yuan's strength. The 4 disasters were absolutely dominating the Storm Tigers. The Blood Butcher fought 3 at once without losing ground, and with the corrupted apparition assisting, Sung Ming and Jinsha moved as if in a realm of their own. A water element spiritual skill was unleashed, and an ice spear fiercely stabbed toward the Storm Tiger. A brawl broke out with the Storm Tiger. The intense visual impact made the onlookers' hearts race. A mournful cry echoed through the sky as Lu Yuan controlled the spear of the Heavenly Punishment Legion, pointing it directly at Qian Jixing, walking onto the football field to pick the fruit of victory. Although the martial exam strictly prohibits students from taking action against each other, one must be cautious. Who knows if Qian Jixing and his group would force a confrontation? There were a total of 10 3-star monster crystals in the Qi refinement realm, and Lu Yuan's score skyrocketed from 3,500 to 6,700 points. "Awesome, buddy, great!" Luo Huichuan exclaimed excitedly from the side. Seeing Lu Yuan snatch the fierce beast from Qian Jixing made him even happier than killing a fierce beast himself. His teammates also gave thumbs up, sharing the same attitude as Qian Jixing. Lu Yuan cast a glance at Qian Jixing, put the monster crystals into his backpack, and then took out a crystal to restore his spiritual energy. Long ago, he had noticed the commotion on the football field and found some students hunting the Storm Tigers. However, Lu Yuan did not think much of it. As Luo Huichuan said, forcibly snatching a fierce beast due to strength is a moral issue. Lu Yuan would never do such a thing as stealing someone else's fierce beast. But now it was different. Qian Jixing had acted first, and Lu Yuan felt no burden in snatching it from him. "You've got guts, let's just wait and see," Qian Jixing threatened. He was not stupid enough to act against Lu Yuan. Countless cameras had been set up in Tian City before the martial exam began. Every move of the students was under the watchful eyes of the officials. Anyone who dared to act against a student would immediately be disqualified from the exam. As Qian Jixing and his group left, Lu Yuan commanded the Heavenly Punishment soldiers to come to his side. The Storm Tiger group lay dead and clean. Night was approaching. After thanking Luo Huichuan, Lu Yuan did not linger, leading his teammates towards a temporary shelter. The second day of the martial exam was about to pass. Lu Yuan, randomly finding a dilapidated house as a shelter, counted his spoils. "I just need to hunt 5 more fierce beasts in the Qi refinement realm to complete the task," Lu Yuan thought. Once he completed the task, he could control all the eerie soldiers with a 50-fold increase in spiritual energy reserves. In addition, he would obtain a large number of monster crystals from the Qi refinement realm. A 1-star body refining crystal is worth 1,000 yuan, while a 1-star Qi refinement crystal starts at 10,000. If these monster crystals were sold, they would be worth no less than 200 to 300,000. Monster crystals are an important means to enhance strength, and Lu Yuan did not plan to sell them. He hoped to break through to 2-star Qi refinement realm by resting tonight. The second day of the martial exam declared its end, and discussions in Huaxia continued to rise. Hot topics about the martial exam could be seen everywhere. Trending number 1, Chu Wuxia with 80,000 points firmly holds the top of the Huaxia martial exam leaderboard. Can he achieve over 150,000 points tomorrow? Trending number 2, Jiang Tianxia's score is likely to surpass Chu Wuxia's. The top student of the Huaxia martial exam still remains a question mark. Trending number 3, even before the martial exam live stream starts, the live broadcast rooms of Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia have already surpassed 1 million viewers. "Every toe of hers is my favorite lollipop. Wow, 80,000 points, is Chu Wuxia really that abnormal? I remember 600 points is enough to enter a first-tier university. Come to the shooting range and watch me hit the target. How can ordinary people compare to geniuses?" Someone like Chu Wuxia is aiming for elite institutions. For the vast majority, scoring 500 or 600 points is already impressive. "I'm marrying him not just because you like excitement. When is the live broadcast starting? I want to see Chu Wuxia slay fierce beasts. It must be so exciting." The next morning at 8 o'clock, a blue barrier appeared over Tian City. Countless cameras emerged from the high sky, clearly observing every move of the students. Netizens could enter the student's number to accurately see what the student encountered during the martial exam. The live stream had the most viewers among the top 10 students in Huaxia, with Chu Wuxia's room gathering over 10 million viewers. Following closely were students ranked high in various provinces and cities. Zhang Zhengyu's score is so high, starting from the third day with 5,500 points. No wonder he's the number 1 in Wasteland City. Are you kidding? He awakened a dark-type combat class, SS-level talent. That skeleton warrior looks kind of cool, right? Chi Refining Realm, 1 star. Just his realm is ahead of 99% of the martial exam candidates. The comments section in Jiang Zhengyu's livestream is buzzing. Wasteland City, known in Huaxia as the City of Fragrant Wine, sells enough bottles each year to wrap around Blue Star 2.5 times. Right now, Jiang Zhengyu's livestream has over 700,000 viewers online. Not just because he's the top martial exam candidate in Wasteland City, but because he awakened a dark-type class. Dark-type combat class, able to summon a skeleton army to fight. The rarity of this attribute is on par with time and space. Because of the uniqueness of his class, Jiang Zhengyu draws much attention. After all, most people have dreamed of summoning an army to fight. In the livestream, Jiang Zhengyu was hunting a 5-star ferocious beast in the Chi Refining Realm, standing next to a boy wearing a blue school uniform. Roar! The 5-star Chi Refining Realm Golden Lion lets out a roar, shaking its smooth lion mane, its claws rubbing the ground, ready to strike. There are 2 golden lions. Jiang Zhengyu looks at Lu Yuan and shows a friendly smile. Bro, one for each of us? Jiang Zhengyu suggests. He knows Lu Yuan is a 2-star in the Chi Refining Realm. Daring to enter a beast-infested area alone like him, Lu Yuan must be fierce too. Sure. Lu Yuan nods. With a friendly candidate like Jiang Zhengyu, Lu Yuan doesn't mind teaming up, even though he could kill both golden lions himself. Alright, you hold off one, I'll come help you in a bit. Jiang Zhengyu says. Though Lu Yuan is a 2-star in the Chi Refining Realm, Jiang Zhengyu, with his dark attribute, is not afraid at all. Among all combat attributes, dark stands at the top, only rivaled by lightning, time, and space. Clatter. Jiang Zhengyu condenses hundreds of skeleton warriors with his spirit power, surrounding the golden lion. His strategy is simple: use the crowd tactic to wear the golden lion down, then go help Lu Yuan. Seeing Jiang Zhengyu's skeleton warriors, the livestream audience goes wild. A 1-star Chi Refining cultivator hunting a 5-star golden lion? Only a dark-type combat class can pull that off. That's why dark-type warriors are awesome. This golden lion is already in Jiang Zhengyu's pocket. Who's that candidate beside Jiang Zhengyu? Who cares? As long as he obediently provides cover, he's already lucky to meet Jiang Zhengyu. The battle starts. Jiang Zhengyu's skeleton warriors fall in batches, but he keeps summoning more to charge at the golden lion. Jiang Zhengyu, handling it with ease, checks on Lu Yuan's side. Bro, you. Jiang Zhengyu stretches his neck long. He sees Lu Yuan standing still like him, fingers moving quickly, over 100 blood slaughter soldiers chopping the golden lion to bits. Under Lu Yuan's control, the blood slaughter soldiers move skillfully, dodging the lion's claw attacks. Squelch squelch. Flesh flies everywhere. Blood drips from long blades. Even though the golden lion is dead, the blood slaughter soldiers keep hacking until they dig out the demon crystal inside. This could be used as dumpling stuffing. Jiang Zhengyu's mouth twitches. He then looks at Lu Yuan's blood slaughter soldiers, and then at his own skeleton warriors who keep dying and charging. Same kind of summons, why's there such a big gap? You're a dark-type combat class too? Jiang Zhengyu asks. Sort of. Lu Yuan can't be bothered to explain. The blood slaughter legion charges at the other golden lion. Looking at the dying golden lion, Lu Yuan nods at Jiang Zhengyu. Finish it off. Jiang Zhengyu. So I'm the one getting carried? Chapter 12, if you don't make a move, I will. I thought I was going to carry this 2-star candidate in the Chi Refining Realm. But in the end, I'm the one getting carried? Jiang Zhengyu is dumbfounded. Awakening a dark-type combat class was something he was proud of. But after seeing Lu Yuan's puppet legion, Jiang Zhengyu suddenly felt that the dark attribute was nothing special. If you don't kill, the scores might just belong to me. Lu Yuan reminded. The golden lion on that side was about to lose its breath. Oh, thanks, buddy. Jiang Zhengyu hurriedly controlled the skeleton warrior to kill the golden lion. How did you control the skeleton warrior? Lu Yuan asked. With my mind. Jiang Zhengyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said matter-of-factly. Lu Yuan shrugged. The puppet master was indeed different from the dark attribute combat profession. He knew that he could not only control puppet soldiers, but also had a special spirit skill that he hadn't used yet. Here's the beast crystal for you. Jiang Zhengyu handed the golden lion beast crystal to Lu Yuan. He already felt embarrassed for stealing 600 or 700 points, so the crystal should go to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not refuse and parted ways with Jiang Zhengyu to search for fierce beasts. He was deep in the city of Tian, where he hardly encountered any candidates. Those he did meet were either at the peak of the body refining stage or at the first star of the chi refining stage. Only candidates with such strength dared to venture deep to hunt fierce beasts. Still need 4 more. Lu Yuan constantly reminded himself of the mission issued by the system. Viewers in Jiang Zhangyu's livestream were stunned as they witnessed Lu Yuan controlling the puppet army. That candidate easily took down 2 5-star chi refining golden lions and even gave one to Jiang Zhangyu? He is also a dark attribute combat professional, but why does he not look like one? Jiang Zhangyu summoned skeleton warriors, while he summoned monsters that are 100 times, even 1,000 times stronger than skeleton warriors. The monster in red armor looks so cool, and there's also the one in blue armor that hasn't even attacked. Compared to them, the skeleton warriors are totally inferior, both in appearance and strength. Lu Yuan, that candidate is named Lu Yuan, he is the number 1 in Tianhua City. Some viewers found Lu Yuan's livestream. The originally modest audience of 30 to 40,000 surged rapidly. 70,000, 100,000, 200,000. In less than 10 minutes, it broke 1 million. The Tianhua City government meeting room was also shocked by Lu Yuan's way of fighting. Multiple LCD screens hung on the walls, displaying the candidates' livestream footage. The central screen showed the city rankings. First place, Lu Yuan, 7,400 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City. Second place, Li Jinxue, 6,000 points, Tianhua High School, Tianhua City. Third place, Zhang Wangchuan, 3,000 points, Xinghui High School, Tianhua City. He overtook them. Lu Yuan leads Li Jinxue by 1,400 points. Zhang Zhenghong, the principal of Yunhai High School, pounded his thigh and laughed heartily without caring about his image. Awesome! After many years, Yunhai High School finally had a student breaking through as the city's number 1 in the martial arts examination. Thinking of how in previous years, they always ranked lower, getting scolded by the mayor each time, Zhang Zhenghong's smile grew even brighter. On the contrary, the principal of Tianhua High School, Luo Jingshui, looked gloomy. Tianhua High School was named as such because it had maintained first place in teaching standards among the 3 high schools for many years. It was the pride of Tianhua City. Now, this title had to be temporarily given to Yunhai High School. The 2 principals were secretly competing, while the principal of Xinghui High School found it boring. No other reason, Zhang Wangchuan had long lost the qualification to compete for the top 2 positions. Where did Lu Yuan learn the puppet master skills? His fighting style is somewhat similar to dark attribute professionals. Mayor Yun Weihua looked at Lu Yuan's livestream footage. Seeing Lu Yuan advance to the 2nd star of the chi refining stage startled Yun Weihua. Is this the SSS-level talent? Up to now, no more than 100 candidates had broken through to the chi refining stage in the martial arts examination, and those at the 2nd star of chi refining were even rarer. Lu Yuan's puppet soldier combat style made him feel very fresh. Although it was the first time he heard of the puppet master profession, as someone at the divine power stage, Yun Weihua knew that Lu Yuan's puppet soldiers were not condensed from spiritual power but were physical entities. Did he create it himself? The official skills provided to schools do not include exclusive skills for puppet masters. I can guarantee that 100%. Zhang Zhenghong said assuredly. Spiritual skills are divided into different levels. The official provisions to schools are below the mysterious tier, and the earth tier needs to be purchased or obtained by joining a force. Maybe so. I hope Lu Yuan will keep up the good work. Yun Weihua said in a deep voice. Tianhua City belongs to Hailan Province, and there are 15 such cities. Before Yun Weihua became the mayor of Tianhua City, it ranked last in economic performance among the 15 cities, and now it ranks 3rd last. The results of the martial examination are similarly poor, with some improvement but not much. It's obvious the provincial leaders are not satisfied with Tianhua City's slow progress, which is why they decided to dissolve the city, reducing the number from 15 to 14. If either economic status or martial examination results experienced a significant surge, it would change the provincial leaders' minds. Lu Yuan ran into Li Jinxue, a homeroom teacher said. Hearing this, everyone shifted their attention to the live broadcast of the 2. Li Jinxue had always been the top student in Tianhua City, until today when Lu Yuan surpassed her. In comparison, Li Jinxue is not inferior to Lu Yuan. She awakened her combat attribute at the same time and possesses an SS-grade talent. In the dilapidated central sports arena, a giant bear over 10 meters long, muscular and robust, patrols its territory. The giant bear has golden fur, and its paws resemble fans, with 5 or 6 prey lying on the ground. These prey met a brutal end, all being smacked to death for intruding into the giant bear's territory, becoming meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. In a spot barely noticeable, a group of examinees peeks through a gap to observe the giant bear. Among them is Jiang Zhangyu, who just parted ways with Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan, Jiang Zhangyu's expression brightens. What a coincidence, we ran into each other again. Jiang Zhangyu whispers and waves, then gestures for silence. What are you doing here? Lu Yuan walks over. He has a good impression of Jiang Zhangyu, who was willing to take on a 5-star fierce beast for him without knowing his strength. Although the outcome was him giving it to Jiang Zhangyu. There's an 8-star iron armored bear here. Jiang Zhangyu says. 8-star iron armored bear? Lu Yuan becomes interested. Any fierce beast related to bears is not to be underestimated. The iron-armored bear can reach the peak of the chi refining realm. This fierce beast has extremely strong combat power and defense. Killing this iron-armored bear will earn 1,000 high points. Chi refining realm 2-star, what profession? Seeing Lu Yuan called over by Zhang Zhengyu, a flat-headed examinee asks. There are 12 examinees here, all of whom are chi refining realm 1-star professionals. They are discussing how to cooperate to kill the iron-armored bear and earn those 1,000 high points. Before Lu Yuan can speak, Zhang Zhengyu excitedly begins to introduce him. This guy can single-handedly take down 2 5-star golden lions. How amazing is that? He is a shadow attribute professional. The monsters he summons are worth 10 of me, no, 100 skeleton warriors. Zhang Zhengyu exclaims. So powerful? The examinees regard Lu Yuan with scrutiny. Zhang Zhengyu is considered one of the strongest among them, yet he cannot face off against 2 5-star fierce beasts, nor can any of them. Hearing Zhang Zhengyu's words, Lu Yuan remains expressionless, glancing at a girl in a white school uniform with Tianhua printed on her chest. Li Jinxue, the school beauty of Tianhua High School, excels in both looks and academic performance. What a surprise to run into her here. Lu Yuan thinks, looking at the fair-skinned, tall girl with a single ponytail. Yunhai High School? Li Jinxue also notices Lu Yuan. Yunhai High School is part of Tianhua City. However, she has never heard of Lu Yuan. All she knows is Lin Shuang, who awakened a spatial attribute combat profession with S-grade talent. The two exchange glances, wordless. This is a martial examination, not another place. Even though they come from the same city, they are still competitors. Let's discuss how to hunt the iron-armored bear. With so many of us, it might not be impossible to take it down. The flat-headed examinee appears particularly eager. If we cooperate to bring down the iron-armored bear, there's a big chance, but what worries me is someone harboring ill intentions, hiding their strength, and at the critical moment defeating the iron-armored bear to enjoy the points alone. Someone said. The examinees fell into silence. Yes, among the 13 of them, only one could score points from the diamond bear, and no one was willing to hand over 1,000 points easily. Everyone, let's go all out. Whoever takes down the diamond bear first gets the points, Zhang Zhengyu proposed. The buzzcut examinee sneered. Easier said than done. The scene fell into a stalemate, as everyone was distrustful of each other and wary, unwilling to put in effort for nothing. Lu Yuan stood up, staring directly at the diamond bear in the gym. If you won't make a move, then I will. After saying that, he concentrated his spiritual energy and threw a screaming doll at the diamond bear. The doll master used a mystic level technique, grieving doll. In an instant, the gym was filled with creepy laughter, sending chills down everyone's spine. Seeing Lu Yuan attract the attention of the diamond bear and expose their hidden positions, the buzzcut examinee was furious. Are you crazy? Chapter 13, All-Out Attack. Roar. The bear's roar shook the sky, frightening the low-tier ferocious beasts around to tremble. The diamond bear was the ruler of the 10-mile radius, invincible with its 8-star refining chi strength. Watching Lu Yuan anger the diamond bear, the examinees who had failed to reach an agreement turned pale, and the buzzcut examinee was enraged. Are you crazy? If you want to die, go ahead. Don't drag us down. The buzzcut examinee said. His name was Huang Jinha. He had been so proactive in the previous discussion because he had awakened a spatial attribute combat profession. This attribute could easily catch the diamond bear off guard for a final strike to earn points. However, it was too late to say anything now. Without a confirmed strategy, they couldn't handle an enraged diamond bear. 12 examinees with refining chi at the first star quickly ran away, fearing to be affected. Dude, what are you doing? Zhang Zhengyu was dumbfounded. To make a move over a disagreement? He didn't even consider what level of ferocious beast the diamond bear was. A single slap could turn Lu Yuan into mush. Run. I'll cover you. Zhang Zhengyu decisively summoned over 100 skeleton warriors and 10 skeleton heavy armored warriors. He remembered that Lu Yuan had given him points for a golden lion, deciding to cover Lu Yuan's retreat. Li Jinxue hesitated for a moment upon seeing this, glancing at the furious diamond bear as she cast a time attribute technique. The bear's fur stood up like steel needles, and the enraged diamond bear appeared frozen in time, standing still and immobile. 5 seconds, Li Jinxue said before leaving. She had no prior connection with Lu Yuan, but at least they were from the same city. Delaying for 5 seconds was the best she could do. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were filled with questions. What is Lu Yuan doing? Why is he provoking the diamond bear? Does he really think he can take down an 8-star refining chi ferocious beast? It's over, it's over. He finally became the top in Tianhua City, scoring 7,400 points, and now he's about to give up the martial arts examination. He deserves it. Acting all high and mighty, now he's in trouble. Among the 13 examinees, each ranked at the top in their respective cities, the live stream audience amounted to tens of millions. Even though they couldn't hear the conversations through the live stream, viewers could tell. These examinees wanted to cooperate to hunt the diamond bear, but for some reason, they couldn't reach an agreement. It was likely a dispute over who would get the points for taking down the diamond bear. Just as the audience thought they would disperse unhappily, Lu Yuan made his move, attracting the attention of the diamond bear. A refining Chi 2-star examinee engaging a refining Chi 8-star ferocious beast? This is no joke. Aren't you going to run? Jiang Zhengyu was sweating profusely, watching Lu Yuan walk straight towards the diamond bear, his heart stopping. This guy is really crazy. Jiang Zhengyu, be careful or you won't be able to escape either. Huang Jinhe, who had run more than 100 meters away, said with sarcasm, harboring resentment against Lu Yuan for ruining his plan. Jiang Zhengyu had no choice but to leave. He didn't want his hard-earned points to go to waste. Dude, I can only help you this much. The chilling screams continued, and Lu Yuan took measured steps closer to the diamond bear, whose red eyes were completely mad. With each step, another doll appeared beside him. Blood disaster blood slaughter, wood disaster corruption mask, water disaster Tsongming, earth disaster mountain standoff. Dark attribute combat practitioner? Li Jinxue thought as she arrived at a safe place. A loud explosion sounded. Lu Yuan unleashed the mysterious puppet master's advanced spirit skill, Weeping Puppet, which screamed and split into 7 identical puppets surrounding the iron bear. Bang! The once dilapidated gymnasium suffered another heavy blow. What the heck, is the power this strong? Jiang Zhengyu was startled. No, dark attribute combat practitioners don't have this kind of spirit skill. Jiang Zhengyu blinked, unsure where Lu Yuan learned this skill. Dust filled the air, the bear roared in rage, the wounded iron bear ran on all fours, wanting nothing more than to swallow Lu Yuan whole. Be careful. Jiang Zhengyu instinctively reminded. The iron bear's strength and defense, as well as speed, were among the best of fierce beasts. Lu Yuan was left with 2 choices, wait to die or actively activate the shield. But Lu Yuan chose a third option, once again condensing a puppet that floated in the air. Puppet Master's advanced spirit skill, Cursed Puppet. At the instant the cursed puppet appeared, the iron bear stood there in a daze, squatting down and banging its head. It was in great pain at that moment. Images of the bear's life that it most wished to forget floated in its mind. It's your turn now. Using 2 spirit skills in succession, Lu Yuan decided to end it quickly, controlling the 4 disasters to surround the iron bear. The blood slaughter's serrated chain blade pierced into the iron bear's chest, and then it spun continuously, causing immense pain to drag the iron bear out of its memories. The earth disaster mountain standoff rode on the iron bear's back, its true sandbag-sized fists fell like raindrops. Corruption Mask and Song Ming used all their power to join blood slaughter in mountain standoff in attacking the iron bear. The bear's roar gradually weakened, and the spectators in the distance scratched their heads in confusion. Is he really a 2-star practitioner in Chi refinement? Could it be that he's deliberately hiding his strength, and is actually a 5-star or even 7-star practitioner? What nonsense, even Shu Wuxing couldn't possibly break through to 5-star in this time, 4-star is about right. Damn, he's not human, he's a monster. One candidate babbled incoherently, pointing at Lu Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. So strong. Li Jinxue finally understood why Lu Yuan dared to actively provoke the iron bear. It was not seeking death, but he actually had the strength to single-handedly kill the iron bear. Thinking that Lu Yuan was from Tianhua City like her, Li Jinxue looked at her score, and her heart began to understand her ranking. The viewers in the live chat never stopped sending question marks, only the meaning changed from the first to the second time. Put. Blood Slaughter crushed the iron bear's heart with his bare hands and took out the demon crystal, kneeling on one knee and offering it with both hands. Lu Yuan picked up the demon crystal and put it into his backpack. The score rose from 7,400 to 8,400. Hey man, you should have told me you were this awesome earlier, I was scared to death. Jiang Zhengyu cheerfully walked over to Lu Yuan. Haven't you seen it before? Lu Yuan said. Jiang Zhengyu laughed awkwardly. The golden lion can't compare to the iron bear. Big brother, I'm Jiang Zhengyu, the one who, Jiang Zhengyu introduced himself, shyly smiling at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan? Straight guy. Lu Yuan said. No, big brother, can you teach me the spirit skills you used? Don't worry, the reward will definitely satisfy you. Jiang Tianxia knows, she's my cousin. Jiang Zhengyu mentioned Jiang Tianxia, promising Lu Yuan a rewarding compensation after the martial arts exam. You can't learn it. Lu Yuan shook his head. He had heard of Jiang Tianxia, who awakened to a gold attribute combat profession, just like him had an SSS-level talent. He was a special profession puppet master, and Jiang Zhengyu was a dark attribute combat practitioner. How could he teach Jiang Zhengyu exclusive puppet master skills? Big brother, dear brother, I beg you. Jiang Zhengyu pouted. He had a baby face and looked more like 13 or 14 than 18. You really can't learn it, I'm a puppet master, we're not the same profession. Lu Yuan said. Nonsense, I'm a scholar. If there was a puppet master profession in Blue Star, I'd do a handstand to wash my hair. Jiang Zhengyu thought Lu Yuan did not want to teach. A vine quietly wrapped around Jiang Zhengyu's neck, then gently stroked his back, the disaster of wood grinning like a flower. Big brother, I was wrong. Jiang Zhengyu admitted defeat. This thing is really effective. Lu Yuan thought. The massive corpse of a diamond bear lay in the center of the gym, while candidates at a distance approached to take a look. Huang Jin's throat moved as he glanced at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with more awe. No one expected Lu Yuan's combat power to be so fierce. Before the eyes of many, Lu Yuan absorbed the blood of the diamond bear, breaking through to the third level of qi refining. The system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the A-level task of becoming braver. Reward, 50 times increase in spiritual energy reserves. Feeling his spiritual energy expand from a small river to an ocean within him, Lu Yuan looked at the eerie puppet soldiers in his backpack. Before, he couldn't control all the eerie puppet soldiers due to a lack of spiritual energy. Now, it was the opposite. The eerie puppet soldiers were too few despite his abundant spiritual energy. Controlling blood slaughter to collect useful materials from the diamond bear, Lu Yuan glanced around and walked straight ahead. Time waits for no one. Today was the third day of the martial arts exam. He aimed to push his score into 5 digits before dark. Lu Yuan. Li Jinshua quietly remembered this name. With his third-level qi refining, coupled with endless bizarre methods, she suspected Lu Yuan's score far exceeded her own. Leaving the crowd, Lu Yuan entered an endless killing spree once more. Seeing fierce beasts, he controlled the 4 great disasters to take them down with thunderous force, spotting fierce beasts, then executing them in seconds. By the end, Lu Yuan's expression was numb, only feeling his backpack growing heavier. 9,000 points, 10,000 points, 20,000 points. As the sun set and the moonlight illuminated the land, Lu Yuan found an abandoned mall to use as a temporary shelter, raised his wrist, and saw his score unknowingly reach 30,000. Chapter 14, Beast Tide? Eerie Puppet Army. Under the night in Tian City, beast roars echoed, huge wings occasionally flashed in the sky, as groups of fierce beasts flew, searching for prey. Occasionally, terrified screams broke out. Those were the cries of candidates attacked by fierce beasts. In such situations, candidates had virtually no chance of survival. They didn't have time to activate their protective barriers before being ruthlessly bitten in vital parts, leading them to suffocate swiftly. Temporary shelters were not absolutely safe. In Tian City, especially in the central area, fierce beasts were everywhere. Today marked the end of the third day of the martial arts exam. Nearly half had passed. Candidates in the shelter were tense, always paying attention to the movements outside, looking at their wristbands to check their scores. 320 points, with 4 days remaining. If I can get 500 points, I'd be satisfied. Hee, I have 450 points, I have hope for entering a top university. Sigh, I don't have such high aspirations as you, just getting into a decent second-tier university would be enough. Some looked forward to the next 4 days, while others were filled with worries. The martial arts exam was one of the few opportunities to change their lives. The income difference from graduating from a top university versus a second-tier one was more than 3 to 4 times greater, not to mention various benefits and social status. 30,000 points. Lu Yuan stared at his wristband displaying his score, uncertain of how high it was. But he was sure he could apply to all top universities in Huaxia. As for whether he would get special training, that was a question. His sister had mentioned that top universities had strict divisions regarding student cultivation. The capital university, in particular, conducted strict tests on students every 3 months to allocate teaching resources reasonably. Teaching resources included many things, not just money, but also demon crystals, spiritual techniques, and even spiritual weapons. Lu Yuan asked Lu Yeli what level of candidate she was, and Lu Yeli smiled without speaking, just repeatedly calling out the name of the capital university president, addressing him as Old Deng. Golden Spear Legion, Star-Eating Legion, Eternal Drowning Legion, World-Burning Legion, Heavy Silence Legion. Lu Yuan scanned the colorful materials on the ground. Now his spiritual energy had expanded by 50 times, he urgently needed a large number of eerie puppet soldiers. Tonight was the day for the 5 great legions to appear. The martial arts exam livestream started at 8 a.m. At 10 o'clock, the doors closed on time. The viewers, having watched the live broadcast, were left wanting more. After all, this was a 360-degree, no-dead-angle view of killing fierce beasts, far better than any movie. Movies are acted out, but in Tian City, candidates kill fierce beasts in reality. Every year, the martial arts exam is a grand spectacle, with scores checked the next day and the entire process live-streamed on the third day, the excitement surging in waves. In reality and online, everyone is discussing this year's martial arts exam. Trending first, Chu Wuxia lives up to expectations, scoring over 150,000 points, yet still has not revealed his 4th combat attribute. Trending second, Jiang Tianxia closely follows Chu Wuxia's footsteps, hunting multi-headed, Qi Refinement Realm 7-star fierce beasts, reaching a score of 130,000. Trending third, only 4 days left in the martial arts exam, Who will become this year's unexpected dark horse? Trending 10th, Lu Yuan's live recording download from Tianhua City, super thrilling and bloody, minors forbidden. Aside from netizens daily discussing Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia, as well as the candidates currently in the top 10 nationwide, the 10th trending topic reveals Lu Yuan's figure. Opening the trending topic shows Lu Yuan's live recording of hunting fierce beasts. In the footage, Lu Yuan controls 4 major disaster soldiers, over 100 bloodthirsty soldiers, and 20 heavenly punishment soldiers, all eliminating fierce beasts in seconds. These fierce beasts range from Qi Refinement Realm 2-star to 5-star, and without exception, they are all dismembered. Normally, after defeating a fierce beast, one would extract the demon crystal from within using a dagger. But Lu Yuan's method involves controlling the creepy soldiers to chop the fierce beasts violently until the demon crystal is found. Although only trending 10th, the comments section surpassed trending 3rd, reaching over 100,000 comments. If this keeps up, my husband will lose his job. It was so exciting. I stayed in Lu Yuan's live stream all day. He is simply a war god. How did my lunchbox end up at her feet? He scored 30,000 points. Lu Yuan went from 7,500 points to 30,000 in one afternoon. This guy is terrifying. In Qi Refinement Realm 3-star, only he, Chu Wuxia, and Jiang Tianxia broke through to Qi Refinement Realm 3-star in the entire martial arts exam. I make the final move. Who commands my horse to the grave? My son is about to be born. I need help from all you experts to name him. Last name Kai, please. Netizens who watched Lu Yuan's entire livestream called it exhilarating. Although the scenes were indeed bloody, Lu Yuan was hunting fierce beasts. For netizens, fierce beasts had destroyed the homes that everyone relied upon for survival. They hoped Lu Yuan would kill a few more. As the trending topic gained attention, the number of viewers in Lu Yuan's unturned livestream reached 3 million, eagerly discussing how many points he would achieve tomorrow. As the sun rose, eerie soldiers filled the abandoned mall, a staggering 700 in total. The master of the eerie soldiers stood at the highest point, overlooking his army of eerie soldiers. With bloodshot eyes, having not slept all night, Lu Yuan felt exhilarated. Although his realm had not increased, he had gained 500 eerie soldiers. Golden light sparkled, and the golden armored Jinga soldiers exuded a chilling aura as they stood straight. The fiery red, flame-armored Fincher soldiers stood to the left, barehanded, creating a scorching heat that made the abandoned mall unbearable. There were also Yong'an'ai soldiers, Zhongji soldiers, and when Lu Yuan saw the Tunxing soldiers, he frowned. The first 4 types of eerie soldiers were all tall and strong. Why did this group look so weak? Over 100 Tunxing soldiers looked dazed, their armor green, less than 1 meter tall, with an adorable appearance that seemed harmless. Lu Yuan? Gathering materials could just create 5 major eerie soldier groups. Had he known the Tunxing soldiers were like this, he would have gathered more materials to replace them with heavenly punishment soldiers. Alright then, during battle, you can cheer and act as mascots. Lu Yuan said. At this moment, the fierce beasts in his area were all at least Qi Refinement Realm 5-star or above. Candidates were divided into 2 kinds. One kind formed teams, with squad members generally at the peak of body refinement realm. Adopting siege tactics to hunt fierce beasts, another way is for 1-star or even 2-star exam candidates to fight alone. Both methods have their pros and cons, and today is the 4th day of the martial arts exam. Exam candidates are facing amplified crises. Puff. A 5-star fierce beast in the Qi Refinement realm was attacked and killed. Brothers, let's do our best today, aiming for each person to score 800 points, don't lose face. Zhang Haoming cheered on his teammates. Their small team consists of 8 people. After 3 days of teamwork, their combat skills have become more proficient. Each one is a 1-star combat practitioner in the Qi Refinement realm. 8 people, hunting 8 6-star fierce beasts in a day just to meet their goal. Let's go, let's all get into a good university and make something of ourselves, a teammate echoed. Bang bang bang. The ground shook, and Zhang Haoming's team as well as the nearby exam candidates were stunned. Is there an earthquake? What came into view was a vast tide of monsters, about 700 or 800 strong, looking ferocious. They swiftly killed fierce beasts like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Each monster was in the 3-star Qi Refinement realm, and the 4 leading monsters emitted an aura that made it hard for them to breathe. Zhang Haoming's legs trembled, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. Run, the beast tide is coming. Upon hearing this, the nearby exam candidates' hearts stopped, they gulped and turned to run. The beast tide, a tactic where fierce beasts spontaneously organized to retaliate against humanity, had turned Tian City into a ruined city. Damn, didn't the teacher say there would be a warning before the beast tide arrives? There's none. Stop talking, let's run, whoever is last will be unlucky. Dude, why are you still standing there? Do you want to get trampled into mush by fierce beasts? Zhang Haoming shouted at Lu Yuan, who was at the back of the beast tide, not knowing that Lu Yuan had disguised himself as a fierce beast to blend in. Run for what? Lu Yuan asked back. The beast tide, open your eyes wide and see how many fierce beasts are in front of you. Zhang Haoming said. Lu Yuan. Don't worry, they won't harm you. Lu Yuan shook his head. In Zhang Haoming's view, the beast tide was his 7 large puppet legion, but there were too many of them and they were mistakenly regarded as a beast tide. Fierce beasts don't kill humans, buddy. Have you ever seen a dog that doesn't eat poop? Jiang Haoming laughed angrily, but upon closer observation, just as Lu Yuan said, this group of 700 or 800 monsters adhered to strict discipline, only killing fierce beasts and completely ignoring the exam candidates. What's going on? Jiang Haoming scratched his head. As Lu Yuan controlled the puppet legion to slaughter the fierce beasts, he heard the deafening sound of the beast tide, and a girl, about 165 centimeters tall and dressed in a white school uniform, walked over. Her expression was indifferent, and in her hand, she held a 2-meter-long, dark black great sword. While others heard the beast tide and ran away, she was getting excited hearing about it. 3-star in the Qi refinement realm. Lu Yuan looked at the girl. It was the first time in 4 days of the martial arts exam he met another practitioner of the same realm. Chapter 15 Top 20 in the province. At 8 o'clock, the martial arts exam live broadcast began. Seeing Lu Yuan's puppet army mistaken for a beast tide, nearby exam candidates were scared and fled. The audience couldn't help but laugh and cry. 4 million, 6 million, 8 million. Soon after starting, Lu Yuan's live broadcast audience reached 10 million. This is too funny. I was lying in bed laughing so hard my stomach hurt. The key is that the momentum and pressure feel so much like a beast tide, anyone would be scared stiff. Let's just be thankful it's Lu Yuan and not a real beast tide, otherwise, exam candidates within a 10-mile radius would have died on the spot. Hey, isn't that Jiang Tianhua who's ranked second in the country? She ran into Lu Yuan. Jiang Tianhua, ranked second in the national martial arts exam, with a score of 140,000. 3-star in the Qi refinement realm. Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianhua locked eyes, both surprised by each other's realm. Just like me, SSS-level talent. Jiang Tianhua's beautiful eyes sparkled, instantly guessing Lu Yuan's talent. As for the profession, she didn't notice it for now. Looking at the pretty girl with a face like a delicate porcelain doll, yet holding a 2-meter-long dark black great sword, Lu Yuan's expression was peculiar. The contrast is too strong. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianhua awakened a gold element combat profession, with SSS-level talent. The martial arts exam allows candidates to carry weapons, but there are many rules regarding weapons. Beast tide. The two stared at each other. Before anyone could say a word, a muscular examinee, with fists like rocks, charged towards Blood Butcher. With confidence in his Earth attribute defense and strength, Yu Gaocan, a 2-star Qi refinement stage, believed he could take down the 3-star Blood Butcher. The next moment, Yu Gaocan regretted it. As he swung his fist, Blood Butcher's pupils dilated, and it reached out to tightly grip Yu Gaocan's neck. Cough, cough. Yu Gaocan's face turned red as he realized he could not escape Blood Butcher's deadly claws. Seeking death. Lu Yuan said coldly, controlling Blood Butcher to throw Yu Gaocan away. Yu Gaocan coughed violently, unable to believe his situation as he looked up. Get lost. Lu Yuan said. Yu Gaocan had struck first against his ghoul, making this an act of self-defense. Yu Gaocan first glanced at Lu Yuan, then looked at Blood Butcher, realizing something. These monsters were the summoned creatures of the examinees before him. I will leave right now. Yu Gaocan gasped for air, praying not to be disqualified from the martial exam. It's not the beast tide. Jiang Tianhua looked disappointed. Unlike Yu Gaocan, she sensed something was off the moment she arrived, so she didn't act rashly. As she suspected, how could the beast tide not attack the examinees but only kill the ferocious beasts? Just when Jiang Tianhua was about to leave, she heard a familiar voice. Cousin, I finally found you. Oh, Brother Lu is here too. Zhang Zhengyu, who rushed over after hearing the news, greeted Jiang Tianhua first, then waved to Lu Yuan. Seeing this pair of cousins, Lu Yuan felt they looked too much alike. Zhang Zhengyu had the appearance of a young boy, while Jiang Tianhua looked like a porcelain doll, though the latter had a somewhat aloof demeanor, seemingly not good at communicating with others. Do you know each other? Jiang Tianhua asked. Of course, this is my brother Lu. Zhang Zhengyu said, looking at Lu Yuan's army of ghouls with wide eyes. Brother Lu, you can summon so many monsters at the 3-star Qi refinement stage? I can summon at most 200 skeleton warriors at the 2-star stage. Zhang Zhengyu said, enviously. I'm a ghoul master, Lu Yuan corrected. Nearby ferocious beasts were quickly cleared out by the ghoulish army, with blood flowing into the soil, and the nauseating smell of blood mixed with the colorful corpses of the ferocious beasts made people feel like throwing up. Cousin, Brother Lu just likes to fool people, there's no such job as a ghoul master. Jiang Zhengyu said. Who told you there isn't? Jiang Tianhua said coldly. Jiang Zhengyu? There really is. Jiang Zhengyu scratched his head, realizing that Lu Yuan wasn't just fooling him. So far, 2 ghoul masters have awakened on Blue Star, he is the third and the only living ghoul master. Jiang Tianhua clarified Lu Yuan's profession. Be careful, I'm going to hunt ferocious beasts now. Jiang Tianhua advised Zhang Zhengyu a couple of times and disappeared from sight, carrying a black giant sword. In the martial exam, her only competitor was the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, Chu Wuxia. She did not regard the others at all. As he cleared the ferocious beasts in this area, Lu Yuan was filled with gains. First, his realm was about to break through to the 4-star Qi refinement stage. Second, he had a large pile of demon crystals of 5-star and above Qi refinement stage. The martial exam score reached 60,000 points, doubling once again. Just as Lu Yuan was shifting to another area, he suddenly felt a strong desire from the star-eating army. This desire came from instinct, as hundreds of star-eating soldiers stared at the ferocious beast corpses on the ground, eyes unblinking. You want to devour the ferocious beast corpses? Lu Yuan murmured to himself. During the slaughter of the ferocious beasts, the star-eating soldiers acted as the atmosphere crew, standing to the side while the other 6 ghoul armies output frantically. Mainly because the star-eating soldiers appeared to have no combat power, and with enough ghoul soldiers, Lu Yuan didn't control them to join the battle. What Lu Yuan didn't expect was that the star-eating soldiers actually craved to devour the corpses of ferocious beasts. Hundreds of star-eating soldiers rushed forward, enjoying the delicious feast, their bodies rapidly expanding. Their once cute appearance turned ferocious and terrifying, exuding an overwhelming pressure that crushed the other 6 ghoul soldiers. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. It turns out that the star-eating army is a growth-type army, capable of evolving through devouring. In other words, they are the strongest soldiers of the 9 great deceitful troops. Of course, the premise is to have enough beast corpses to devour. Continue. Lu Yuan moved to the next area, his spiritual power abundant, able to fight from day to night without running low. Tianhua City is in the top 30 of Hailan Province. The loud voice startled the government staff at the Tianhua City government. Mayor Yun Weihua excitedly crushed his water cup, looking at Lu Yuan on the live broadcast screen. In the picture, Lu Yuan controlled the deceitful troops to start a new round of slaughter, with the score displayed on the right increasing every 30 seconds. Everyone in the conference room was also excited, staring intently at the LCD screen. Top 30 in the province, it's the first time we see Tianhua City's name in the top 30. The top 30 is not Lu Yuan's limit, with 3 days left until the martial exam ends. The top 20 or even top 10 is his goal. Top 10? Can Lu Yuan do it? Zhang Zhenghong, principal of Yunhai High School, rubbed his face hard, joyfully staring at the ranking list. First in Hailan Province, Fu Zhiqiu, 120,000 points, Hailan City Hailan High School. Second in Hailan Province, Li Feiping, 110,000 points, Hailan City Hailan High School. 30 in Hailan Province, Lu Yuan, 80,000 points, Tianhua City Yunhai High School. Hailan City is the capital of Hailan Province, and those ranked high mostly come from Hailan High School. And Tianhua City has 2 people in the top 100 of the province, Lu Yuan at 30 and Li Jinxue at 99. This is already very good. Of course, it would be even better if Lu Yuan could keep it up. Mayor Yun Weihua used his spiritual power to lift the glass shards on the floor and throw them into the trash can. He was so excited that he crushed several water cups. There are 36 provinces in Huaxia, and Hailan Province's overall martial exam scores are in the lower middle range, around the 24th or 25th. The top 100 in the country seems too distant. Yun Weihua felt it should be grounded. However, just as Zhang Zhenghong said, Lu Yuan's score visibly skyrocketed, and being in the top 30 was far from his place. The top 20 or even top 10 was the ultimate goal. Calm down, everyone, calm down. While speaking, Yun Weihua crushed another water cup. Mayor, if Lu Yuan ranks in the top 10 in the province, will Tianhua City still break apart? Asked Luo Jingrui, principal of Yunhai High School. Li Jingshue's score has already fallen behind Lu Yuan this year. The best martial exam results in the city belong to Yunhai High School, and right now he is more concerned about this matter. Not only him, but the principals and leaders present all looked at Yun Weihua. If Lu Yuan ranks in the top 10 in the province, the ones that will break apart are the nearby cities. Their districts will be given to Tianhua City. Yun Weihua said emphatically. There are 35 cities, and only the provincial capital Hailan City sits proudly in the top 10 of the province. After all, the title of the provincial capital means gaining educational resources that other cities can only dream of. If a student from any city enters the top 10, that city will be prioritized for development, and a large amount of educational resources will be allocated. It's now the 20th. Luo Jingrui pointed at Lu Yuan's ranking, and as he spoke, Lu Yuan soared from 30 to 20th in Hailan Province. His score reached 100,000 points. The clock on the wall showed 5, and the sky was getting darker. Time for Lu Yuan to hunt the beasts was running low. Looking at Lu Yuan on the live broadcast screen, then at the clock on the wall, everyone had the same thought in their minds. Can Lu Yuan's rank continue to rise? Chapter 16, Why are you provoking him? 120,000 points. Lu Yuan ended today's slaughter, casually finding a community as a refuge. After eating and drinking enough, Lu Yuan took out an 8-star monster crystal from the Qi refining realm to begin his cultivation, striving to break through to the 4-star Qi refining realm tonight. All examinees in Tian City did not know what level their scores were at. Every year, the university admission score varies, announced on the first day of the martial exam. This led to a lack of certainty for the examinees. What if they missed 2 or 3 points and missed out on entering a first-tier university? They would regret it for life. This is exactly the scene the authorities want to see, except for that small group of top candidates. 600 points, is that enough to pass the admission line for a first-tier university? A candidate thought wildly. There are 3 days left until the martial arts exams, and many candidates start calculating their scores. In Tian City, fierce beasts are stirring, giant bugs at the 2nd star of Qi refining realm, blood mantises at the 3rd star, iron-winged beasts at the 7th star. Having witnessed too many of their kin die before their eyes, these beasts instinctively gather together, their eyes glinting with fierceness. Every animal fears death, the threat of death drives them to unite and work together against foreign races. A true beast tide is about to erupt. At 9 in the morning, the weather is clear and sunny. Today is a good day for sightseeing, but the candidates participating in the martial arts exam in Tian City do not think so. With 3 days left for the martial arts exam, they feel there is little time left. Booming noise. Clouds of white smoke rise, the ground shakes violently, and one building after another collapses. Where are the fierce beasts? Aren't there usually many of them around here? Why are there none today? In the city center, scattered candidates appear, and after a night of rest, they are full of spirit, ready to begin today's plan to hunt fierce beasts. What confuses the candidates is that there is not a single sign of fierce beasts nearby. Booming noise. Feeling the ground shake and the sound of giant objects falling, a candidate slowly turns around. Fierce beasts. There are at least 300 or 400 fierce beasts stomping towards him. This group of fierce beasts has a minimum strength of 5 stars in Qi refining realm, with some even at peak Qi refining realm, and they have clear targets. They attack all living creatures in the city indiscriminately. Before the candidate can activate the protective barrier, a steel rock rhinoceros bursts through and pierces his heart, turning him to pulp under countless fierce beasts. Under the indiscriminate trampling of the beast tide, the situation begins to shift from defense to offense. Candidates race to escape, while the beast tide relentlessly pursues them. Some candidates, exhausted, activate their defensive barriers in a desperate attempt to survive, but the barriers hold up against 1 stampede, 2, 3. On the 20th stampede, the defensive barrier completely shatters, followed by a short, horrified scream. The fierce beasts would rather charge headfirst into injury than let the candidates activating barriers live. The beast tide has really come. Netizens watching the live broadcast feel horrified, aching as they watch candidate after candidate die in the beast tide. The candidates killed too many fierce beasts, forcing the fierce beasts of Tian City to unite and counterattack. What should we do? Netizens are anxious, these candidates just came of age yet are dying at the hands of fierce beasts, normally, their lives have just begun. Bang. Sword energy is sharp. Zhang Tianxia slashes down with her giant sword, taking down a 4-star Qi refining realm fireball. Metal-type mysterious skill, battle intense surge. Arriving on the scene, Zhang Tianxia raises her giant sword high, then slams it down onto the ground, creating a large pit. The frenzied beast tide falls into the pit, and the fierce beasts are willing to trample over their companions to rush towards Zhang Tianxia. The 2nd-ranked Zhang Tianxia has arrived. The 3rd-ranked Gu Yinping, the 4th-ranked Wan Zichen, they are all here. Netizens feel excited, looking at the top 100 candidates in the nation actively resisting the beast tide. The situation is gradually under control. For the vast majority of candidates in the city center, the beast tide is a disaster, a nightmare that even barriers can't defend against. But for those in the top 100 nationwide, at the 2nd or even 3rd star of Qi refining realm, the beast tide is an opportunity. Today, I can score a lot. Zhang Tianxia feels good. Among this group of candidates, she is the strongest and kills fierce beasts the fastest. Only what makes Zhang Tianxia curious is, where has Chu Wuxia gone? Up to now, she has not encountered Chu Wuxia in the city center. After taking down another 5-star Qi refining realm fierce beast, Zhang Tianxia hardly has time to rest before she sees a familiar monster. Swish, swish, swish. 20 long spears accurately stab toward the beast tide. Easily pierced the skin as hard as a steel plate of the steel rhinoceros's chest. The spear penetrated through its body, dozens of steel rhinoceroses instantly perished. Flames engulfed the sky as 100 Flame Legion soldiers hurled fireballs the size of footballs at the beast tide, a scent of charred flesh spreading outward. The Silent Legion charged to the front, with the Blood Slaughter Legion and Golden Spear Legion cutting relentlessly into the beast tide from the left and right. He's here. Zhang Tianxia looked towards the boy controlling the puppet army. The boy was dressed in a blue school uniform, his fingers dancing agilely, skillfully controlling different puppet types for both attack and defense. Whose summon is this? The students besieging the beast tide were stunned. They could never outmatch these monsters. Why are you stealing my beast? A student at the second star of the Qi refinement stage, gathering lightning strikes, angrily pointed at Lu Yuan. His name was Yin Ziho, ranked 88th in the nation, awakened to the lightning attribute combat profession. Steal your beast? Lu Yuan looked at Yin Ziho, who had made such foolish remarks. There was never a notion of stealing beasts in the martial examination. Moreover, this was an extremely dangerous beast tide. One misstep could lead to being trampled to death. Is this how the lightning attribute combat profession behaves, always accusing others of stealing your beast? Lu Yuan's fingertips flickered. Besides, what if I did steal your beast? As he spoke, Blood Butcher approached Yin Ziho. It made no move against him but simply prevented Yin Ziho from killing a single beast. Every time Yin Ziho managed to severely injure a beast, Blood Butcher always beat him to it, killing it first. Other students were fighting normally. Lu Yuan did not interfere with them, even stepping in to block lethal strikes when their lives were at stake. Thank you. The rescued student looked grateful. Without Lu Yuan, he had only two choices: death or giving up the martial examination. Looking at Yin Ziho, this student shook his head, his face seemingly written with 8 words. Why did you provoke him? Yin Ziho's face twitched, regretting saying that to Lu Yuan. Among so many top 100 students, he was the only one without any beast kills. You have some nerve, let's see what happens. Yin Ziho threw down a harsh word and left. Lu Yuan found those words very familiar. With so many beasts, Lu Yuan has killed nearly half. Jiang Tianhua felt a sense of crisis. Yesterday, she discovered Lu Yuan was at the 3rd star of the Qi refinement stage and thought nothing of it, while she was about to break through to the 4th star. Yet today, upon meeting again, she found that Lu Yuan had also broken through. The puppet master profession was special, capable of controlling a puppet army in battle. The speed of killing beasts was much faster than hers. Wow, who exactly is the beast tide? The number of beasts is not as many as the monsters controlled by Lu Yuan. It feels like even without Jiang Tianhua and those top 100 students, Lu Yuan alone could handle the beast tide. Laughing to death, I suspect Yin Ziho said something that angered Lu Yuan, letting a monster follow him around. Yin Ziho hasn't killed a single beast, and his name is nowhere to be found among the top 100. 10 million, 12 million, 15 million. Lu Yuan's live stream viewer count reached 18 million, second only to the first in the nation, Chu Wuxing, surpassing Jiang Tianhua. Successfully diffusing the crisis, the students who had experienced intense battles sat down to rest. Spotless and clean, Lu Yuan arrived at a place full of beast corpses, first using Blood Butcher to perform blood taste to enhance his strength, then controlling the Star-Devouring Legion to consume the beast corpses. The Star-Devouring Legion, after multiple absorptions, had grown to several dozen meters tall, standing like a small mountain. Jiang Tianhua wiped her dark giant sword, hesitated for a moment and still walked towards Lu Yuan. Exchange score information? Jiang Tianhua took the initiative to speak. She wanted to know how many points Lu Yuan had now. During the martial examination, students did not know their rankings and could only estimate based on past year's scores. Asking for scores was considered impolite, especially among top students like them. Sure. Lu Yuan nodded. Jiang Tianhua awakened a golden attribute battle profession. Her SSS-level talent has repeatedly topped the trending searches, with her strength being among the top 10 in the country. To show sincerity, Jiang Tianhua actively raised her wrist, allowing Lu Yuan to see her score. It shockingly reached 280,000 points. Lu Yuan said nothing, also signaling Jiang Tianhua to look at her own score. 220,000 points. Jiang Tianhua sighed, feeling it was a bit low for Lu Yuan. One must know, he just killed so many fierce beasts. What was Lu Yuan doing a few days before the martial arts exam? There is still a chance, Jiang Tianhua said, referring to the next 2 days where Lu Yuan would not surpass her score. Seeing the increasingly large and oppressive star-devouring army, Jiang Tianhua fell into doubt. Did she really have a chance to not be surpassed by Lu Yuan? Chapter 17, Top 20 in the Nation. 280,000 points, this score should be in the top 3 in the country. After exchanging scores with Jiang Tianhua, Lu Yuan marveled at the terror of the golden attribute battle profession. Especially since Jiang Tianhua was an SSS-level talent. It's hard to say, my ultimate goal is to fight for second place. Jiang Tianhua spoke. You are strong, but Chu Wuxing is stronger. He is aiming for this year's martial arts exam champion. Perhaps because exchanging scores initially established trust, Jiang Tianhua spoke more. Upon hearing the name Chu Wuxing, Lu Yuan nodded. Chu Wuxing, son of the current Lightning Alliance leader, awakened a 4-attribute battle profession. It is known that he has thunder, earth, wind, and the last attribute has not been disclosed. Let's work hard to increase our scores. Let me secretly tell you a secret, the rewards for the top 3 in this year's martial arts exam are quite generous. Jiang Tianhua concluded. On the 5th day of the martial arts exam, she reached 280,000 points, which would guarantee her focus cultivation in any top university. The reason Jiang Tianhua was so eager for points was for the rewards of the martial arts exam. Every year, the top 100 candidates in the country receive varying degrees of rewards, such as storage rings, spiritual tools, spiritual treasures, and so on. Among them, the top 3 is 1 level, top 10, top 20 and so on. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Going to that place might prevent Lu Yuan from surpassing my score. Zhang Tianhua made up her mind, having discovered over 108-star double-headed earthwolves in the Qi refining realm. Due to their overwhelming numbers, she had originally thought to cooperate with Lu Yuan, but now it seemed she would go hunting alone, just taking more time. Top 3 in the nation? Lu Yuan pondered. In fact, he didn't care much about his score, but who wouldn't hope for their score to be a little higher, just a little more? Controlling the puppet army, Lu Yuan regularly searched for fierce beasts. The fierce beasts in Tian City were more plentiful than expected. It was a city that once housed millions of people. At this moment, Lu Yuan was extremely eager to hunt fierce beasts. Firstly, it could rapidly enhance his strength, and secondly, the star-devouring army could devour fierce beast corpses to become stronger. As he got closer to the center of Tian City, the lowest strength of the fierce beasts reached 8 stars in the Qi refining realm, not to mention there were peak entities in the Qi refining realm. Facing such levels of fierce beasts, Lu Yuan felt a little challenged. Of course, it was only a little challenging. On the top floor conference room of the Tianhua city government. The conference room opened repeatedly as several distinguished middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s walked in. Each of them exuded an unfathomable aura, causing the present principals and school leaders to hold their breaths. Old Jun, what's going on with Lu Yuan from Tianhua City? Last night, Lu Yuan had only 100,000 points, ranking 30th in the province, but this morning he shot up to 1st in the province and 20th in the nation. Mayor Yu Dexing of Pingwan City said. Pingwan City is adjacent to Tianhua City and is one of the 35 cities in Hailan Province. Yu Dexing arrived, and the mayors of 3 neighboring cities also came. They had a good relationship with Yun Weihua and often chatted during provincial meetings. Oh, you all came. Yun Weihua smiled. Lu Yuan is a promising kid. Of course, it also has to do with our Tianhua City being a land of talents, a place that has produced heroes since ancient times. Yun Weihua spoke with pride. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenghong, the principal of Tianhua High School, Luo Jingrui, and many others could no longer hold it together. Before the 4 mayors arrived, Lu Yuan was facing a beast tide, and his city's mayor, Yun Weihua, had a tense expression, squeezing one cup after another while muttering incantations. Lu Yuan, be careful. Don't just focus on controlling the monsters, check if there are fierce beasts sneaking up on you. Great. That's how it should be. Well done, Lu Yuan. You've been fighting for so long, you must be tired. Find a safe spot to rest and recharge. Yun Weihua was completely immersed in Lu Yuan's situation, but the crucial part was that Lu Yuan couldn't hear him at all. And Yun Weihua would laugh at times and immerse himself in Lu Yuan's situation, making others think he had a split personality. On the LCD screen leaderboard, Lu Yuan's ranking was especially eye-catching. Hailan Province 1st place, Lu Yuan, 250,000 points, Tianhua City, Yunhai High School. Hailan Province 2nd place, Fu Zhiqiu, 200,000 points, Hailan City, Hailan High School. Hailan Province 3rd place, Li Feiping, 160,000 points, Hailan City, Hailan High School. Among the top 10 students in the province, everyone except Lu Yuan came from the provincial capital of Hailan High School. Currently, Lu Yuan, the 1st in the province, was ranked 20th in the entire country of Huaxia, like a wild horse galloping non-stop. Old Yun, this year your Tianhua City is doing great, producing the top student in the province and the 20th in the nation. Yu Dexing looked at Lu Yuan's live broadcast. I've heard whispers that the provincial governor is very pleased with Tianhua City's performance in the martial arts exam this year, especially with Lu Yuan. His secretary said he laughed for 3 to 4 minutes in his office. Yu Dexing said in a low voice. That's good. Yun Weihua knew Tianhua City was stable, and Hailan Province would still have 35 cities going forward. They chatted about Lu Yuan for over half an hour, while the mayors arrived via a spatial array and looked at the live broadcast of the nation's 1st place, Chu Wuxia. In the footage, Chu Wuxia was in the center of Tian City, continuously showcasing 3 combat attribute skills, lightning, wind, and earth. And judging by the power of the skills, each skill started at the lowest level of mysterious rank. Chu Wuxia has stayed there for a full 5 days. He hasn't just hunted fierce beasts during the day, he's also been busy at night. Yun Weihua said in amazement. Hunting fierce beasts at night is too risky, so when the martial arts exam started, the homeroom teachers emphasized that leaving the shelter at night was prohibited. Only Chu Wuxia was an exception. Sealing Qi Realm 6 stars, 420,000 points, is this the son of the Thunder Alliance's leader? Simply a monster, a mayor who followed said. Awakened to 4 attribute combat professions, Chu Wuxia had long left the 2nd place, Zhang Tianhua, behind, with a full 10,000 points difference. Chu Wuxia is a monster, but it has nothing to do with me. Right now, I just hope Lu Yuan can stay steady at the 20th in the nation or move up 2 or 3 places. I would be satisfied. Yun Weihua expressed his thoughts. Chu Wuxia came from the imperial capital, a place where monsters gather in super first-tier cities like the imperial capital and the magical metropolis, consistently dominating the top 20 in the martial arts exam. So, Lu Yuan achieving a score of 20th in the nation made the provincial governor very excited. I say, old Yun, has your mouth been blessed? What do you mean? Lu Yuan is now ranked 18th in the nation. Yu Dexing pointed at the LCD screen. On the left was the live broadcast, and on the right was the national leaderboard. Lu Yuan's position in Tian City became increasingly deeper, encountering multi-headed Qi Refinement Realm 8-star Lightning Tigers. After defeating that group of Lightning Tigers, his points surged to 270,000. Ahem, well, I don't have high demands. I would be satisfied if Lu Yuan could move up to 17th. Yun Weihua stared at the LCD screen. 2.5 minutes later, after killing 2 peak-level fierce beasts of the Qi Refinement Realm, Lu Yuan climbed to 17th place. Second, if Lu Yuan reaches 2nd place, I would be fully satisfied. Yun Weihua's veins bulged, his voice loud like a bell. Everyone present? Are you making a wish? From 17th to 2nd place all at once. Yu Dexing was speechless, but even as a wish, Yun Weihua never expected Lu Yuan to become first in the nation. There was no helping it, Chu Wuxia's performance was just too incredible. Just fantasizing. Yun Weihua smiled awkwardly. Old Yun, I have to say your mouth is quite sharp. In our city, there is a child named Wei Weiqi, who is now ranked 68th in the province. Make a wish for him to break into the 60th place by the end of the martial exam. The best performing child in our city is ranked 70, named Duan Yufei. Make a wish for him to jump to 65th place. Several mayors surrounded Yun Weihua, all chattering at once. Seeing the scene, everyone was both amused and perplexed, starting to think they were indulging in metaphysics. Get lost, get lost. If we're making wishes, let's do it for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, get me into the national top 15. Yun Weihua exclaimed. Every time Lu Yuan hunted a ferocious beast, Yun Weihua quickly calculated scores, his eyes darting between Lu Yuan and the student ranked just above him. 280,000, 290,000 points, 300,000 points. Lu Yuan's score was still rapidly rising, although his ranking did not improve, his score was increasing 2 or 3 times faster than the student ranked 16th. Chapter 18, Countdown to 12 Hours. Roar. A bear roar echoed through the sky. At the peak of the Qi-gathering realm, the silver ground bear stood 5 meters tall, glaring angrily, continuously pounding its chest, producing a dull sound. Its shadow extended infinitely, standing before the silver ground bear, the 20-meter-tall Star Devourer soldier spread its palms. Bang! With a single slap, it struck the silver ground bear into the ground, rendering it motionless. Bleeding from all over, the silver ground bear raised its arm above its head and roared again. But it was just a bluff, trying to scare the Star Devourer soldier through its roar. As Lu Yuan, who controlled the Star Devourer soldier, prepared to slay this silver ground bear, a system notification rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the A-grade hidden mission, surpass yourself. Surpass yourself, kill a peak Qi gathering realm ferocious beast, reward, 2-level earth spirit techniques of the puppet master. Lu Yuan? So simple? He could have killed a peak Qi gathering realm ferocious beast back at the triple-star Qi gathering realm. In the last second, he triggered the hidden mission, and in the next, Lu Yuan controlled the Star Devourer soldier to slap the silver ground bear dead. The system was silent for several seconds. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the A-grade hidden mission, surpass yourself. Reward, Puppet Master Level Earth Technique, Suppress Puppet, Level Earth Technique, Substitute Puppet. Is that it? Lu Yuan was astonished, but guessed the system did not expect him to break through so fast, having nearly 800 puppet soldiers in less than half a month. Spirit techniques on Blue Star are categorized into Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The previous reward from the system was Profound rank, and this time it was Earth rank. Earth rank spirit techniques were of great value, immeasurable with money, and could only be obtained by joining certain major forces or top academic institutions. After checking the functions of the 2 newly acquired Earth rank spirit techniques, Lu Yuan immediately became interested. Suppress Puppet suppresses the target by 1 to 2 small realms. The number of targets in suppressed realm depend on the user's strength, currently selectable for 2. Substitute Puppet can help the user withstand 1 full strength attack from a practitioner below the godly realm. Suppress Realm? Lu Yuan focused on the Earth rank spirit technique. Suppress Puppet. Substitute Puppet was also good and could be used to save his life at critical moments. Lu Yuan is still killing ferocious beasts. Wow, I'm so tired just watching, yet he's still at it. The martial exam ends in 2 days, he must be doing everything he can to boost his score before dark. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to sleep first. I'll check on Lu Yuan's live stream again tomorrow morning. The person who sent this message, Lu Yueli, yawned repeatedly and fell into a deep sleep on her bed. Lu Yuan was participating in the martial exam, while Lu Yueli felt bored staying home alone during her summer vacation. All she did each day was sleep and eat, watching Lu Yuan's performance in the martial exam during the daytime. Before sleeping, Lu Yueli glanced at Lu Yuan's score and ranking. National rank 14, Lu Yuan, 350,000 points, Yunhai High School in Tianhua City, Hailan Province. After a deep sleep, Lu Yueli woke up to daylight, stretching lazily just as Lu Yuan's livestream opened at 8 in the morning. When she saw Lu Yuan's ranking, she instantly felt wide awake. National rank 4, Lu Yuan, 450,000 points, Yunhai High School in Tianhua City, Hailan Province. Fourth in the nation. Lu Yueli first confirmed that she wasn't dreaming. Quickly guessed that Lu Yuan was hunting fierce beasts last night. He really isn't afraid of being sneak attacked by fierce beasts at night and losing his life. He's not worried about his safety, but I am, Lu Yueli complained, feeling that Lu Yuan was too reckless. In the center of Tian City, Lu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and numerous fierce beast corpses lay around him. 8th level Giant Shield Beast of Qi Refining Realm, 8th level Diamond Bear of Qi Refining Realm, Peak Crimson Blood Leopard of Qi Refining Realm. 450,000 points. After fighting hard for a day and night, Lu Yuan was not tired at all, but rather exceptionally excited, especially watching his score rise from 350,000 to 450,000. And his realm once again broke through to the 5-star Qi Refining Realm. A cold wind blew, and morning dew slid down the leaves. This was a very famous tech park in China, located in the fallen zone of Tian City. The tech park was supposed to be built on the outskirts, but for various reasons, it was located in the city center of Tian. The ground was littered with fierce beast corpses, and Lu Yuan looked at the boy who had fought alongside him last night to kill fierce beasts. He was wearing a black and gold school uniform, with the words Thunder Alliance printed on his chest, exuding 3 different elemental auras of thunder, earth, and wind. Chu Wuxia. Lu Yuan recognized the identity of his peer. This was indeed Chu Wuxia, who had the highest call to be first in the National Martial Arts Examination, awakening a 4-element combat profession. Their eyes met, but Chu Wuxia did not communicate with Lu Yuan. He just glanced at the towering 30-meter-tall Star Devourer soldier behind Lu Yuan. It seems Jiang Tianxia has encountered a rival. He might be the second in the nation. Chu Wuxia thought. He initially thought the second to reach the tech park would be Jiang Tianxia, but unexpectedly, it was a stranger of the same age. Before leaving, Chu Wuxia thought of something and stopped. There are still many fierce beasts in the park. Let's divide the territory by the central building. You go south, and I go north. We won't disturb each other. Chu Wuxia said, then disappeared without a trace. He didn't care who was the second in the nation, as long as he was the first, that was enough. Lu Yuan shrugged. No matter how noble Chu Wuxia's identity was, it had nothing to do with him. Sharing fierce beasts half and half was good, avoiding any awkward scenes of competing for beasts. Lu Yuan encountered Chu Wuxia. It seems both of them have pulled an all-nighter. The nation's first and fourth meet. Interestingly, these two didn't communicate much but tacitly hunted fierce beasts in opposite directions. Lu Yuan's score was too low 2 days before the martial arts exam, otherwise, he would have had a chance to break into the top 3. The combined audience in their livestream reached 40 million, sending a massive amount of spam, causing the livestream to lag terribly, but it soon returned to normal. The audience felt regret for Lu Yuan. He was now 50,000 points behind the third in the nation, Gu Yanping, and there wasn't much time left for him to surpass Gu Yanping. So many peak fierce beasts of Qi Refining Realm? Lu Yuan scanned ahead. Each building had at least 7 or 8 peak fierce beasts of Qi Refining Realm, making it seem like he had poked a fierce beast's nest. No wonder Chu Wuxia had never appeared near the city center. He had found a treasure land. The 4 great calamities, Blood Slaughter Corps, Heavenly Punishment Corps, Star Devourer Corps. The 7 great Trickster Corps were all deployed together. Standing on the shoulders of the strongest Star Devourer Corps, Lu Yuan looked down at the fierce beasts, gathering spiritual energy. Spiritual threads danced in the air, precisely merging into all the Trickster Corps. Let's kill! Blood Butcher led the charge, followed closely by Corruption Jaw, Abyssal Mist, and Shadow Blade. Blood Mist, Ice Spikes, Vines, and Meteorites covered a 5-mile radius. A massacre against the fierce beasts was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Today was the 6th day of the martial arts exam. Only 1 day remained before the official end. Surprisingly, the number 1 trending topic was not Chu Wuxia, but Lu Yuan instead. The top trending topic was a dark horse emerges in the martial arts exam? Lu Yuan surpasses Gu Yanping with 520,000 points to become the 3rd in the nation. Every day has to win. It's not a joke. You really managed to jump from the top 20 to the 3rd in just 2 days. You're a real shocker. Too exaggerated. Lu Yuan is ridiculously fast at hunting fierce beasts, completely making up for the low scores from the previous 2 days. Twist it and wear it backwards to enjoy. It's just luck after all. I found a place full of fierce beasts. I can do it too. P.S. I'm just a random person. Your usernames are too absurd. Ranking 2nd, Jiang Tianxia now has 600,000 points. Lu Yuan is 80,000 points behind her. Could it be that The martial arts examination ended on the 7th day at noon, with a total of 26 hours remaining. As the martial arts examination entered a heated phase, the principals, vice principals, and mentors from the 5 top universities in China's 5 super first-tier cities sat around the LCD screens, intensely discussing the detailed information of the top 100 candidates. The top 3 candidates, Chu Wuxia, Jiang Tianxia, and Lu Yuan, became the focus of the discussion. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the 7 alliances. The magnificent palace, in the center of the palace, 8 empty chairs were placed, and as the door opened, 8 stern-faced alliance leaders walked in. They are the highest authorities in China and also the strongest professionals in China. Chu Wuxia, a 4-element combat profession, SSS-Level talent, 6-star chi refining. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing looked at the current top 3 candidates in China while sitting on a pure white chair. Jiang Tianxia, a gold-element combat profession, SSS-Level talent, 5-star chi refining. Lu Yuan, a puppet master? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Yuan, puppet master, SSS-Level talent, 6-star chi refining. This year's candidates have excellent qualifications. In previous years, the highest realm on the last day of the martial arts examination was at most 3-star chi refining, but this year 2 people have broken through to 6-star, said the middle-aged man. The national first place is undoubtedly Chu Wuxia, but it's hard to say who will be second and third between Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia, said the leader of the Crimson Flame Alliance, sitting on a fiery red chair, in a deep voice. The martial arts examination is not over yet, don't jump to conclusions, said the man sitting in the central golden chair, his face obscured, with a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the 6 alliance leaders and masters nodded, believing that the Grand Alliance leader was referring to the competition for second and third place between Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia. Outside, discussions about the martial arts examination were in full swing, while the examinees in Tian City were silent. What is my ranking? Wang Zichen, ranked 5th in the nation, had a conflicted expression. With less than 12 hours left in the martial arts examination, Wang Zichen stared intently at his score. His goal was to be in the top 3 in the nation. Forget it, let's just gamble. A bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Wang Zichen gritted his teeth and left the shelter, disappearing into the night. Damn, I'm going for it. Ge Yanping, ranked 4th in the nation, kicked open the wobbly wooden door. Rather than overthinking, he preferred to take the risk of hunting fierce beasts at night. With his strength, he only needed to be a little cautious. At worst, he could use wind attribute spirit skills to escape. Jiang Tianxia moved a step ahead of them both, early on carrying a dark giant sword as she walked out of the shelter. The 3 gradually approached the technology park in Tian City from 3 different directions, where Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia had already battled for 2 days and nights. Chapter 19, Fierce Beasts of the Xiangang Realm. Time passed little by little, and this night was destined to deprive many of sleep. At the municipal government of Tianhua City, Mayor Yun Weihua sat upright in his chair, with the leadership team of the municipal government, including 3 principals. About 30 to 40 people sat solemnly. In the top 10 in the nation, 5 candidates dare to leave the shelter to hunt fierce beasts. Yun Weihua's voice was hoarse. It was now 2 in the morning, with 10 hours remaining until the martial arts examination ended. Tonight, the live broadcast of the martial arts examination would continue until midnight. National rank 1st, Chu Wuxia, 900,000 points, Capital City Thunder Alliance. National rank 2nd, Jiang Tianxia, 600,000 points, Magic City First High School affiliated to Magic City University. National rank 3rd, Lu Yuan, 520,000 points, Hailan Province Tianhua City Yunhai High School. National rank 4th, Ge Yanping, 460,000 points, Capital City Split Wind Alliance. Seeing Chu Wuxia's score, Yun Weihua felt suffocated. 900,000 points. This year, the lowest admission score for first-tier universities is 650 points, equivalent to Chu Wuxia's score being enough for 1,400 applicants to enroll in first-tier universities. Lu Yuan's speed in hunting fierce beasts is much faster than Jiang Tianxia's. Is there a chance to surpass her? Zhang Zhanghong was more concerned about this matter. Both Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia performed exceptionally well in the martial arts examination. However, Lu Yuan only started to show his strength on the 3rd day, with scores and rankings changing daily. The metal battle profession Jiang Xiaotian possessed a group-based spiritual skill. Although the fierce beasts she hunted were not powerful, they were all pack hunters, and her score increased rapidly. I can only say there is a chance, but don't get your hopes up too high. Yun Weihua stood up to stretch his muscles. He hadn't stayed up late for a long time. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the governor called him. The governor first praised Tianhua City's outstanding performance in this martial arts exam, then stated he would personally attend Lu Yuan's welcome ceremony. Yun Weihua understood. At this moment, not only were they staying up late, but also the governor, the 5 top universities, major forces in Huaxia, and even the 7 alliance leaders and the judgment hall master were closely watching this year's martial arts exam live broadcast. The martial arts exam was too important, especially for the top 10 students. Statistics showed that since the establishment of Huaxia, any student who ranked at the top in the martial arts exam, without the premise of dying prematurely, became a local overlord. They either founded their own forces, or became elders, or even leaders of the 7 alliances. Xinchang, one of the 5 top-tier cities in Huaxia. This city not only housed the top university Xincheng University but also the largest business association in Huaxia, the Zhangqiang Business Association. The Zhangqiang Business Association has branches in cities across Huaxia and even in various countries on Blue Star. Who is the strongest professional in Blue Star is still unknown, but the richest person on Blue Star is undoubtedly the owner of the Zhangqiang Business Association. In front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, a middle-aged man in a suit with graying temples smoked a cigarette, overlooking the night scene of Xinchang. Boss, here are the profiles of the top 100 candidates without backgrounds nationwide, totaling 5. They are Lu Yuan, Fan Jinshu, Yu Yanang. The secretary opened the folder and detailed the identities, backgrounds, and rankings of the 5 individuals. After the martial arts exam, you go to Tianhua City yourself to ask Lu Yuan if he needs our investment. Gao Hongchang extinguished the crimson cigarette butt, watching the martial arts exam rankings through the glass. He was the owner of the Zhangqiang Business Association and also the richest man on Blue Star. The investment Gao Hongchang mentioned demanded no returns. The Zhangqiang Business Association would provide everything needed for Lu Yuan and those top 100 candidates without backgrounds. Money, high-grade demon crystals, spiritual skills, everything would be offered free of charge. Gao Hongchang only hoped that these candidates would achieve success and remember that the Zhangqiang Business Association had helped them. This scene appeared not only at the Zhangqiang Business Association but also at the headquarters of various forces across Huaxia. As the martial arts exam neared its end, over 100 million people stayed up late to watch the live broadcast. At 6 in the morning, the sky was dim. Zhang Tianshan's consciousness gradually faded. She was too tired and desperately needed rest to recover her strength. When she walked into the technology park and saw the bones scattered all over, Zhang Tianshan's expression was horrified. Could it be that there was such a place in Tian City? A huge shadow loomed above her head. Zhang Tianshan suddenly looked up at the boy standing on a 50-meter-tall, fierce-looking monster's shoulder. After multiple devouring, the Star Devourer's soldier no longer resembled something cute, it appeared as an immovable mountain. Lu Yuan. Zhang Tianshan looked towards Lu Yuan, who was at the 7th star of the Qi refining realm. With the same SSS-level talent, she was only at the 6th star of the Qi refining realm. What is your score now? I have 650,000 points. Zhang Tianshan impatiently asked, feeling an ominous premonition in her heart. 720,000 points. Lu Yuan crossed his arms and once again shared their scores with Zhang Tianshan. Upon hearing the 720,000 points, Zhang Tianshan, who was holding a dark giant sword, felt her heart sink. Impressive. Zhang Tianshan, whose appearance was drastically different from her weapon style, had a bitter smile on her lips. She was overtaken, and on the last day, Lu Yuan had surpassed her. Did you kill all these fierce beasts? Zhang Tianshan asked. Chu Wuxia is here too, we split them half and half. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at Chu Wuxia, who was standing in a black and gold school uniform, revealing that he, like Lu Yuan, had also broken through to the 7th star of the Qi refining realm. However, in terms of hunting fierce beasts' speed, he was nowhere near as fast as himself. How can one person compare to his thousands of strange puppets? I was wondering why I never encountered Chu Wuxia, Zhang Tianxia suddenly realized. In the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the 7 alliances and 1 hall. The magnificent palace hosted the 7 alliance leaders and the master of the judgment hall sitting in their chairs. They had not gathered together for a long time. Usually, only 3 to 4 alliance leaders would attend the martial arts test, but this year, the situation was special, so they all came to the Tianjin alliance headquarters. The final suspense has been revealed. Lu Yuan is 2nd, and Zhang Tianxia is 3rd, said the master of the Red Flame Alliance, dressed in a magnificent red robe. The first place, Chu Wuxia, scored 920,000 points. The second place, Lu Yuan, had 720,000 points, a difference of 200,000 points. With only 4 hours left in the martial arts test, Lu Yuan could not surpass Chu Wuxia's score. Even though Chu Wuxia relaxed his guard and stopped hunting ferocious beasts to rest in the shelter. What a pity, Lu Yuan had a chance. He controlled a monster that could continuously evolve, already powerful enough to instantly kill a peak Qi refining realm ferocious beast, said the gentle-looking master of the Wood Alliance. If the martial arts test were delayed by a day or half a day, the outcome could really be different. There are no ifs. Chu Wuxia fought continuously for 6 days and nights without sleep. Although it is due to his blood attribute battle profession characteristics, it is also related to his strong willpower, Yan Finyue countered. Others may not know what attribute Chu Wuxia awakened in the end, but they were very clear, it was the hidden blood attribute. The blood attribute has 2 characteristics, enhancing strength and replenishing physical strength by absorbing blood. This is also why Chu Wuxia's spirit was so high after fighting for so long. He could quickly improve his realm without absorbing demon crystals. I need to handle some matters for the Red Flame Alliance, Tianhua said, standing up to leave. Just as he got up, he heard the voice of the middle-aged man sitting in the golden chair in the center. That Moon Extreme Bear has broken through. Ha! Tianhua turned around. On the LCD screen, Lu Yuan was fighting against a Moon Extreme Bear at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Since the master of the alliance said it had broken through, it meant that this Moon Extreme Bear had reached the Xiangang realm. In past martial arts tests, there had never been a Xiangang realm ferocious beast. After all, such a beast could not be called a ferocious beast anymore, but rather a demon race that had developed intelligence and reasoning. Chapter 20, National First. As dawn broke, there were 2 hours left in the martial arts test. The candidates in Tian City unanimously stopped hunting ferocious beasts. After high-intensity battles and being in a constantly tense state, they were already physically and mentally exhausted. Drinking their last bit of remaining water and eating compressed rations, the candidates collapsed in the makeshift shelters, raising their wrists to check their scores. Some were joyful, some were sorrowful, but everyone was waiting for the martial arts test to end. National ranking second. Over 3 million residents of Tianhua City focused intently, sitting at home watching Lu Yuan's live broadcast. Everyone stopped what they were doing, their eyes glued, not blinking. In every street and alley, garden, and square, people could be seen quietly looking at their phones. National First, Chu Wuxia, 920,000 points, Imperial Capital Thunder Alliance. National Second, Lu Yuan, 780,000 points, Hailan Province Tianhua City Yunhai High School. National Third, Zheng Tianxia, 650,000 points, Magic City Magic University Affiliated High School. Lu Yuan constantly attracted the attention of the residents of Tianhua City. Most residents did not know Lu Yuan, but at this moment, he represented Tianhua City in the martial arts test. That's enough, second in the nation is good enough. Mayor Yun Weihua said with a smile, but the next second, his smile froze. A Xiangang realm ferocious beast. In the live broadcast, the Moon Extreme Bear fighting Lu Yuan suddenly surged in power, slapping dead several blood soldiers surrounding it. Why is there a Xiangang realm ferocious beast in the martial arts test? Yun Weihua shouted angrily, veins popping on his forehead. Isn't this trying to take Lu Yuan's life? Mayor, calm down. That Moon Extreme Bear just happened to break through. It was originally at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Zhang Zhenghong looked at the furious Yun Weihua. The entire conference room was extremely hot, everyone sweating profusely. How can you keep calm? Lu Yuanhua of the Qi refining stage, 7 stars, can never be a match for the fierce beast of the Xiangang stage. Bang bang bang. Yun Weihua angrily struck the table. In an instant, many thoughts raced through his mind, like contacting the patrol team, but he and the people present knew very well. By the time the patrol team arrives, it will all be too late. Run, Lu Yuan, hurry and run. Yun Weihua exclaimed, sweating profusely. He would rather Lu Yuan give up the second place in the nationwide rankings than see him walk out of Tian City alive. Against the fierce beasts of the Xiangang stage, the protective wristbands given to the candidates are completely useless. Beasts of this level should not appear in the martial arts examination, far beyond the candidates' capabilities. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. Yun Weihua slumped in his chair, ashen-faced. It's over, all over. A breakthrough? Lu Yuan looked at the raging Yueji bear in front of him, not expecting to encounter such a rare event. This science park had many Qi refining stage fierce beasts, but only this Yueji bear had broken through. Reincarnation is a technical job, and fierce beasts are no different. It's very possible that the Yueji bear has a trace of high-level demon clan bloodline remaining, breaking through to the Xiangang stage in a desperate situation. Otherwise, it would remain at the Qi refining stage for its entire life. You are seeking death. The completely white Yueji bear, with sharp fangs, spoke human words. It wanted to tear Lu Yuan into pieces. A fierce beast can talk. This sounds too bizarre. Lu Yuan remembered what his homeroom teacher, Zhou Wenbin, had said in class. Fierce beasts and demon clans have essential differences. Fierce beasts below the Xiangang stage only possess a killing instinct, and they are born with a hatred for humans. Fierce beasts above the Xiangang stage are called demon clans. At this stage, demon clans are in a semi-aware state, while the celestial stage demon clans are fully aware, possessing intelligence equal to our human race. Be careful when fighting against naturally intelligent demon clans like the Wolf and Fox clans, as their IQ is already very high at the Xiangang stage. It is clear that the Yueji bear in front of him is already in a fully aware state, hence it can speak, even though its speech is somewhat stammering. Die. The Yueji bear shot a white beam of light towards Lu Yuan. If Lu Yuan died, these strange creatures would lose their ability to move. Quite smart, no wonder it's a demon clan. Lu Yuan said, looking at the white light coming toward him, and he decisively used his spiritual technique to counter. Spirit Manipulator Xian Stage Spiritual Technique, Thousand-Eyed Eerie Puppet. Countless pairs of eyes grew all over, revealing a strange smile. The eerie puppet hovered in the air. The Yueji bear's pupils widened, shooting the white light past Lu Yuan and crashing into the adjacent science building. Why? The Yueji bear's speech was much smoother, it couldn't understand why it missed Lu Yuan. What it asked was exactly what those watching the live broadcast wanted to ask. Spiritual technique? The leader of the Crimson Flame Alliance, Yan Fenyue, frowned, guessing that Lu Yuan had used a spiritual technique. The Yueji bear, having broken through to the semi-aware Xiangang stage, was no fool. On the contrary, it was very smart, knowing that if it killed Lu Yuan's eerie puppets, it would lose control. Since it hadn't attacked Lu Yuan, it proved that Lu Yuan had used a spiritual technique. Spirit manipulators are extremely rare, even being the leader, he didn't know the specific effects of this spiritual technique. Without answering the Yueji bear, Lu Yuan once again swiftly executed multiple exclusive spiritual techniques of the spirit manipulator. Xian Stage Spiritual Technique, Morning Eerie Puppet. Xian Stage Spiritual Technique, Cursed Eerie Puppet. Earth Stage Spiritual Technique, Suppressing Eerie Puppet. Watching Lu Yuan exchanging blows with the Yueji bear, Yun Wei was heart ignited with hope. Lu Yuan of the Qi Refining Stage 7 stars is evenly matched with the Xiangang Stage 1 star Yueji bear, or even, at an advantage? There's a chance. Don't forget that Lu Yuan hasn't even manipulated those monsters yet. The principal of Xinghua High School said excitedly. Go for it, Lu Yuan. Outside the city government hall square, the residents watching the live broadcast on the big screen raised their arms and shouted loudly. Go for it, Lu Yuan. The cheers were deafening, shaking the glass of the city government hall with a loud buzzing sound. Eerie puppets descended. The suppressing eerie puppet danced gracefully in the air, and the Yueji bear's crimson eyes dimmed as it plummeted from Xiangang Stage 1 star to Qi Refining Stage 8 stars. It turned back into a mindless beast that only understood killing. The cursed and eerie puppet let out a sharp and strange laugh, while the moon bear showed a pained expression and clutched its head, trapped in greed, anger, and obsession, its spirit nearly crumbling. Bang bang bang! Explosions erupted, and the weeping eerie puppets, split into 7, surrounded the moon bear from different directions and self-destructed. Nothing special. Lu Yuan shook his head. The 4 great disasters and the eerie puppet army made no move, he merely used his spiritual technique to take down the moon bear of the Xiangang realm. The moon bear crashed to the ground, blood flowing from multiple wounds as it lost its life. Lu Yuan, with a wrist-mounted scanner, was checking the moon bear, but the score was slow to appear. The scanner first displayed a score for hunting a peak Qi Refining Realm beast, then showed an 8-star Qi Refining Realm, and finally confirmed it was a beast of the Xiangang realm. 900,000 points. Lu Yuan didn't expect the score for a beast of the Xiangang realm to be so high, directly giving him 120,000 points. Powerful auras descended as 6 fully armed practitioners from the Divine Art realm arrived at the tech park. Where's that Xiangang realm beast? Xing Chongyi asked, he was the captain of this patrol team. Upon hearing a beast had broken through to the Xiangang realm, they rushed over to rescue the exam candidates, taking less than 2 minutes from departure to arrival at the tech park. Lu Yuan, ranked 2nd nationwide, if this candidate dies in the martial exam due to an accident, not only would their official positions be in jeopardy, but China would also become a laughingstock. Isn't it right there? Lu Yuan glanced at the moonbear's corpse on the ground. Xing Chongyi? Patrol team member? You killed it? Xing Chongyi was uncertain, suspecting that a nearby patrol team had arrived first, dealt with the moonbear, and then quickly left. After all, the martial exam was still ongoing, they couldn't delay Lu Yuan from hunting beasts. Yes. Upon receiving Lu Yuan's confirmation, Xing Chongyi's mouth twitched. Is there anything else? Lu Yuan asked. No, we will leave now. Xing Chongyi and the patrol team vanished, hiding in the shadows to observe Lu Yuan's every move. In case Lu Yuan encountered another breakthrough beast, they could intervene in time. As it turned out, it was a rare situation, all other beasts in the tech park were at the Qi Refining realm. Captain, how many points does a Xiangang realm beast give? A team member asked curiously. Unclear, Lu Yuan is the first candidate in the martial exam to kill a Xiangang realm beast, there has been no previous case. Xing Chongyi said, he was also very curious. Wow, Lu Yuan can even control monsters with spiritual power, will this guy surpass Chu Wuxing? A team member's expression was vivid. If he remembered correctly, Lu Yuan had been fighting for 2 days and nights continuously, not to mention how tired his body was, this spiritual power reserve was too exaggerated. Even as a patrol team, they didn't know the candidate's specific scores. Aim for 2nd place, fight for 1st, it all depends on whether Lu Yuan can snatch this 1st place. Xing Chongyi speculated. In the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the Tianjian Alliance. Watching Lu Yuan's score suddenly rise from 780,000 to 900,000, and still continuously hunting beasts, Flame Burning Yu, the leader of the Qian Alliance, leaned back in his chair. Lord Chu, it seems Wuxing has missed the chance for the national 1st place. Flame Burning Yu looked at the leader of the Thunder Alliance. Although Chu Wuxing was striding to hunt beasts just like Lu Yuan, the speed gap was too large. At this moment, Lu Yuan had completely overtaken him. He'll never amount to anything in this life, said Chu Yongsheng, with a cold expression, waving his sleeve as he left. Chu Wuxing was his most valued son. As the leader of the Thunder Alliance, Chu Yongsheng could not harbor resentment because Lu Yuan took away his son's national first place. Lord Chu is too harsh on Wuxing, a middle-aged noblewoman in a white dress spoke. In fact, Chu Wuxing was working very hard, not resting for the entire 6 days and nights during the martial exam, always in a state of combat. Who could have thought that in the last few hours, Lu Yuan would suddenly rise? 950,000 points, 1 million points, 1,100,000 points. Lu Yuan squeezed every bit of spiritual power from his body. As he felt the bracelet vibrating violently while hunting the last beast, he understood that the martial exam was officially over. Chapter 21, The Nation Erupts. It was exactly 12 o'clock in Huaxia time. In Tian City, the candidates who felt the vibrations of their wristbands cheered loudly. It's over, finally over. After 7 days and 6 nights, the annual grand event of Huaxia, the martial exam, officially came to an end. In this city, destroyed by fierce beasts, countless candidates gasped for breath, walking in the sunlight, relaxing their nerves, cheering with joy. A gentle breeze swept through, and many candidates lay on the ground, choosing to fall into a deep sleep. They dared to do this because they saw the fully armed patrol team. Black combat vehicles raced through Tian City, and the patrol team distributed water and steaming hot lunchboxes to the candidates. Eat enough and we'll send you home. The candidates who had been gnawing on compressed rations looked bright-eyed as they devoured their lunchboxes. In the technology park, Gu Yanping, ranked 5th in the country, looked disheveled. His uniform was torn, and his body bore injuries of varying degrees. Man, I really burned out. Gu Yanping's eyelids were drooping as he struggled to raise his wrist to check his wristband score. What rank am I, anyway? Bang. With bare hands, Zhang Tianxia defeated the last fierce beast. Her 2-meter-long dark giant sword was already broken and unusable. 830,000 points. Zhang Tianxia shook her head. Although she knew it would be hard to surpass Lu Yuan, she still strived to hunt fierce beasts. That guy probably has 900,000 points. Zhang Tianxia pictured Lu Yuan's face in her mind, and her heart had some idea about the rankings. The first in the country was Chu Wuxia, and the second was Lu Yuan. As for the third, it was likely to be decided between her, Gu Yanping, and Wan Zichen. Although Zhang Tianxia was confident in scoring third, her goal was to secure second place and strive for first, to obtain the rewards for the top 2 in the martial exam. Monster! Zhang Tianxia murmured to herself. In her eyes, both Chu Wuxia and Lu Yuan were monsters. Although all three had SSS-level talents, there was still a gap. In the technology park, where fierce beasts roamed, Chu Wuxia, dressed in a black gold school uniform, absorbed the blood of fierce beasts. In the astonished gazes of the patrol team, his realm broke through from 7 stars in chi refining to 8 stars. 1 million points. Chu Wuxia raised the corners of his mouth in an almost imperceptible smile. In previous years, the highest score in the martial exam had been 850,000 points. Not only did he become the first in the country, but he also broke the historical record for the highest score in the martial exam. Chu Wuxia can break through without absorbing monster crystals? The patrol team member responsible for supervising Chu Wuxia was astonished. On the other side, Lu Yuan also broke through to 8 stars in chi refining, but unlike Chu Wuxia, Lu Yuan stood next to a monster almost 60 to 70 meters tall, giving a tremendous sense of pressure. To be precise, it was an army of 8-star chi refining monsters. 1,150,000 points. Lu Yuan checked his score. His crazy hunting of fierce beasts was not only for the points but more importantly to elevate his realm and let the star-eating soldiers evolve. 3 combat vehicles drove out of the technology park, heading off in 3 different directions. Chu Wuxia and Gu Yanping took the vehicle heading to the capital space array, while Zhang Tianxia and Wan Zichen took the vehicle going to the magical city space array. As for Lu Yuan, he enjoyed a vehicle all to himself. Inside the vehicle sat 4 members of the patrol team, sizing up Lu Yuan across from them. Lu Yuan, what's your score? Asked a battle profession member in the Xiangang realm, in his early 30s. This was also what the teammates wanted to ask. 1,150,000 points, Lu Yuan replied. Awesome, your score alone is enough for 1,800 people to get into a top university. The patrol team member exclaimed. Hearing the 1,150,000 points, the driver team leader's mouth twitched. He had just heard the news of Chu Wuxia's 1 million points through his earpiece, meaning Lu Yuan was this year's first in the martial exam, surpassing the second-place Chu Wuxia by a full 150,000 points. 1,150,000 points, the number 1 in the country. As the martial exam was officially announced to be over, the last few hours when Lu Yuan's score overtook Chu Wuxia caused a nationwide uproar. They witnessed the entire process of Lu Yuan's overtaking. Before the martial exam began, Chu Wuxia was the candidate with the highest calls for being first in the nation. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was particularly unfamiliar. they wouldn't be so excited. And Lu Yuan is the strongest dark horse in the history of the martial arts exam, without exception. Tianhua City, over 3 million residents spontaneously gathered in the squares, parks, and other open spaces. On the big screen, Lu Yuan's ranking score was the center of attention. National rank first, Lu Yuan, 1,150,000 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City, Hailan Province. National rank second, Chu Wuxia, 1 million points, D Capital Thunder Alliance. National rank third, Zhang Tianxia, 830,000 points, Magic City Affiliated High School of Magic City University. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Cheers rose and fell, and the residents shouted Lu Yuan's name loudly. From the top 3 in Tianhua City to the top 20 in the province, and then to the top 3 in the nation, finally reaching number 1 in the country. They saw all of this. At this moment, Lu Yuan was the glory of Hailan Province, and even more so, the glory of Tianhua City. So awesome, our Tianhua City actually produced the national top scorer. In the past, the highest was only the top 50 in the province. Without that fierce beast breaking into the Xiangang realm, Lu Yuan's score also surpassed Chu Wuxia. 150,000 points. Lu Yuan's score is a full 150,000 points higher than the second place, and he becomes stronger with every battle. Martial Arts Exam National First. In the city government hall, Yun Weihua's excited face turned red as he swung his fist forcefully. Everyone in the conference room was very excited, whether they were from Yunhai High School or the other 2 high schools. Just as the residents said, Lu Yuan had become the glory of Tianhua City. Principal Zhang Zhenghong and homeroom teacher Zhou Wenbin embraced, smiling widely. For Principal Zhang Zhenghong, he wanted Yunhai High School to leave its mark in Tianhua City's history. He was getting old and couldn't improve his own realm. At this age, it's all about prestige. For homeroom teacher Zhou Wenbin, the first line of his resume would forever be this sentence. Once taught martial arts exam national first Lu Yuan. Creak. Just as everyone was overwhelmingly excited, the conference room door opened. An elderly man about 60 years old, dressed in an administrative jacket, walked in. The old man was very spirited, and what was more important was his unfathomable strength. Governor! Yun Weihua said respectfully. The elderly man in front of them was the governor of Hailan Province, Qi Hongchang, and also his old boss. Governor! Everyone in the conference room said in unison. The atmosphere was serious. They had never met a leader at this level, at most city-level leaders. Managing a big province, Qi Hongchang had a strong presence. Just standing there made it hard for them to breathe. The presence was important, but what mattered more was that Qi Hongchang was a powerful battle professional at the domain realm. Qi Hongchang stood in front of the LCD screen, looking at Lu Yuan, who was on the war chariot and was about to return to Tianhua City. What are you all still doing? Don't you go welcome our Hailan Province Tianhua City's martial arts exam champion? Qi Hongchang said, his secretary smiling beside him. Don't be fooled by the governor's calmness. During the journey to Tianhua City, the laughter never stopped. During this time, he even received a call from the Grand Elder of the Tianjian Alliance. Although the secretary did not hear the content, Qi Hongchang hung up the phone with an even richer smile, mumbling about Lu Yuan 3 times. Yes, go welcome our Hailan Province Tianhua City's martial arts exam champion. Yun Weihua responded, and a group of people took a special car to Yunhai High School. Before long, the students who participated in the martial arts exam would arrive at Yunhai High School via the teleportation array. Chapter 22, Welcoming the National First Lu Yuan. Candidates returned one after another to their city via the teleportation array. Outside the teleportation array, parents anxiously awaited their children. Mom! Candidates rushed into their parents' arms. It's good to be back, good to be back. Only scored 330 points. Do you know this score can only get you into a second-rate university? Don't listen to your dad. As long as you can go to university, it's great. This scene happened at teleportation array points in different cities across China. Magic City, affiliated high school of Magic City University. Zhang Tianxia was the first to step out of the high school, looking at the banner welcoming her second brother, the third place in the martial arts exam. As expected, Zhang Tianxia showed no surprise. Is Chu Wuxia first, and Lu Yuan second? Zhang Tianxia asked her second brother, Zhang Qiwen. Zhang Qiwen, with his elegant demeanor and gold-rimmed glasses, shook his head. Lu Yuan is first, and Chu Wuxia is second. What? Zhang Tianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled. During the martial arts exam, she had only exchanged scores with Lu Yuan twice, and knowing how fearsome Chu Wuxia was, Zhang Tianxia had a rough idea that Lu Yuan's rank would be significant. The result was that Lu Yuan was first in the nation, and the awakened 4-element battle profession Chu Wuxia was second in the nation. Second brother, do you mean to say that with 12 hours left, Lu Yuan surpassed me first and then surpassed Chu Wuxia? How did he do that? Zhang Tianxia was bewildered. This is the recording of Lu Yuan that I downloaded, you can watch it yourself. Jiang Qiwen opened his briefcase and took out a tablet, handing it to Jiang Tianxia. I've marked the exciting parts. On her way home, Jiang Tianxia stared intently at the tablet. When she saw the fierce beast, the Moon Extreme Bear, break into the Xian Gang realm and become a demon, she couldn't help but worry for Lu Yuan inside. However, seeing Lu Yuan take down the Moon Extreme Bear solely with his spirit skills and without controlling the monster, Jiang Tianxia's eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Qiwen. Anyway, father is very satisfied with your martial arts exam results. Lu Yuan is even more extraordinary than Chu Wuxia. In the imperial capital, Chu Wuxia walked out with his head held high. He was drenched in a strong smell of blood, it was all that of fierce beasts. In the 7 days of the martial arts exam, he broke through to the 8th star in the Qi refining realm thanks to the characteristics of his blood attribute battle profession. He would break through to the Xian Gang realm in no more than 2 months. As expected by Chu Wuxia, as he stepped out of the teleportation array, cheers and applause greeted him. But when he saw the banner that read "Congratulations to Chu Wuxia for ranking 2nd in the nation," Chu Wuxia felt as if struck by lightning. Who? Chu Wuxia kept his expression cold while his heart roared. Who snatched his title of 1st in the nation? Candidates from the imperial capital began to emerge one after another, freezing in place upon seeing Chu Wuxia's rank. Was Chu Wuxia not 1st in the nation? Lu Yuan. Chu Wuxia looked at Lu Yuan, who surpassed him by 150,000 points, the 1st in the nation in the martial arts exam. Who is he? Chu Wuxia's head throbbed with pain. Candidates embraced their parents, excitedly sharing their experiences in the martial arts exam. Seeing only his mother welcoming him and the person he wanted to see most not showing up, Chu Wuxia looked down, rejecting interviews from reporters and took a taxi to leave alone. He was desperate to know who Lu Yuan was and how he managed to surpass him. In Tianhua City, a large number of red banners reading "Congratulations to Lu Yuan for becoming 1st in the nation" drifted in the sky. Bang bang bang. The sound of firecrackers echoed endlessly, the atmosphere comparable to a festival. Residents gathered spontaneously outside Tianhua High School, waiting for the martial arts top scorer, Lu Yuan, from their city to appear. The high school principal, school leaders, the city government, and the mayor all came to the scene. In front of them, standing straight was Qi Hongchang, an elderly man in an administrative jacket. Countless reporters with cameras had already started recording, smiling in front of the camera as they read their prepared scripts. The script remained largely unchanged, but Lu Yuan went from being in the top 4 to the top 3, and finally to 1st. Hello, dear viewers. I am currently at Tianhua High School. The camera shifted from the reporter to show the situation inside the school. As you can see, many candidates have already come out, and next, I will randomly interview a few candidates to ask their reactions upon hearing that Lu Yuan is 1st in the nation. The reporter stood in front of a candidate. Although it was labeled as random, the candidates being interviewed were all those with smiles on their faces, clearly having performed well. As for those with low spirits, they were automatically ignored. What the heck, Lu Yuan is 1st in the nation? A candidate from Yunhai High School exclaimed in surprise. He had a strong impression of Lu Yuan, as he had awakened his SSS-level talent on the day of awakening. But wasn't it said that the quirky profession of a serendipitous master had no inherited spirit skills? How did he hunt the fierce beasts without spirit skills? With a single ponytail, the ethereal Li Jinxue stepped out of the teleportation array. 220,000 points. Li Jinxue was very satisfied with her score, ranking 2nd in Tianhua City and 70 in Hailan Province. Looking at the banner congratulating Lu Yuan for achieving 1st place in the nation, Li Jinxue blinked. She remembered Lu Yuan, back in Tian City, when she learned that Lu Yuan was from Tianhua City, she had used her spiritual technique to immobilize the diamond bear for 5 seconds. Compared to her surprise, Lin Shuang, who was being interviewed, was completely stunned. Lu Yuan is 1st in the nation, he participated in the martial exam? Lin Shuang could hardly believe it. She ranked 4th in Tianhua City but did not make it onto the provincial ranking. Watching the countless residents outside the school waiting for Lu Yuan to appear, as well as the festive atmosphere similar to a New Year celebration, Lin Shuang momentarily did not know how to answer the reporter's question. Lin Shuang recalled the day of the awakening ceremony when she had actively sent Lu Yuan a text saying break up. I am happy for my boyfriend, Lin Shuang smiled as she spoke to the reporter. Boyfriend? This girl is actually Lu Yuan's girlfriend. The reporter seemed to discover a big scoop and began to ask Lin Shuang various questions about Lu Yuan. Lin Shuang answered one by one, making the reporter feel that she and Lu Yuan were very affectionate. Aren't you broken up? At home watching the live broadcast, Lu Yeli couldn't help but smile, thinking that this woman had some deep schemes. With so many people on the scene, Lu Yeli was too lazy to run over. Anyway, Lu Yuan would be home soon. The top 10 examinees from Tianhua City exited Tianhua High School, greeted by nods of acknowledgement and congratulations from the mayor and their respective principals for achieving such good results. However, compared to the top 10 examinees in the city, they were even more eager for the first in the nation, Lu Yuan. Under the blazing sun, amidst countless gazes, a young man in a blue school uniform stepped out. The boy's clothes were clean, standing in stark contrast to the tattered and disheveled appearance of the surrounding candidates. Clap, clap, clap. With a thunderous round of applause, the boy stopped and turned to look behind him. Who made such a big scene? Lu Yuan was puzzled, and upon seeing the banner congratulating him for being first in the nation, he raised an eyebrow. He was the first in the martial exam? The applause went on for a long time, along with shouts of his name continuously rising. Welcome back home, National First Lu Yuan. Welcome back home, National First Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I am a reporter for the Tianhua Daily. Congratulations on scoring 1.15 million points, exceeding the second place by 150,000 points to become the national first in the martial exam. I am a reporter from Hailan Province News. What are your feelings now? A large group of reporters surrounded Lu Yuan, competing to ask various questions. After answering a few reporters, Lu Yuan waved his hand. I just want to take a shower and sleep well in bed right now, Lu Yuan said. Upon hearing this, several burly men in black suits came over, shielding Lu Yuan from the reporters' questions. Lu Yuan looked at the group of people approaching him. There were many, including his homeroom teacher Zhou Wenbin, Principal Zhang Zhenghong, and prominently, the mayor of Tianhua City. A black sedan parked by the street, and as the window rolled down, an elderly man smiled at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan felt that he had seen the elderly man somewhere before but could not recall at the moment. The one who was originally in the C position at the school entrance was not Mayor Yun Weihua, but the elderly man smiling and applauding from the car. Lu Yuan, I don't want to say too much about congratulations, I'm sure you're tired of hearing it. Yun Weihua patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. The more he looked at Lu Yuan, the more satisfied he became. Go, someone is waiting for you, Yun Weihua said. Who? Yun Weihua lowered his voice. Our Hailan Province's Governor Qi. Chapter 23, The 5 Top Universities. Governor? The crowd was bustling. Lu Yuan looked at the elderly man and understood why he was in the C position just now. Go, the governor has something to tell you, Yun Weihua said. As Lu Yuan took his first step toward the black sedan, the door of the driver's seat opened, and a middle-aged man dressed like a secretary quickly came to the back door. Click. The back door opened, and the secretary smiled and nodded to Lu Yuan. Bang. The black sedan gradually moved away from the sight of the crowd. Hello, Lu Yuan. Qi Hongchang smiled as he looked at Lu Yuan. Hello, Governor Qi. Lu Yuan politely greeted him. There were 3 people in the car, him, Qi Hongchang, and the secretary who was driving. Compared to the serious-looking secretary in a suit, he didn't feel much pressure facing Qi Hongchang. Since he wasn't working within the system, had committed no crime, and had no requests for the governor, he was relaxed. You are about the same age as my grandson. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Qi, Qi Hongchang said kindly, showing no airs of a governor. Grandpa Qi. Lu Yuan chimed in, understanding the hint. What I'm about to say next is very important, you must listen carefully. Qi Hongchang closed the car window, and his smile turned serious. You are the top candidate in this year's National Martial Arts exam, and you can choose any of the 5 top universities you like. Qi Hongchang stared at Lu Yuan, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of the seat. There are 5 super first-tier cities in China, and each of the 5 top universities is located in one of them. At this moment, Lu Yuan hadn't decided which university to choose, but it was highly likely to be one of those 5. Next, many powerful forces will come to you. They claim they will provide you with all the training resources you want, and they will offer them for free. I advise you to reject them. Qi Hongchang said in a deep voice. They say it's free, but it really isn't? Lu Yuan asked. You can put it this way, there's no free lunch in this world. They invest in you waiting for you to become successful, then they want you to repay their favor. Qi Hongchang explained. Over the years, the top 10 candidates in the martial arts exam, as long as they didn't die young, all achieved great things. As the saying goes, it is hardest to repay a favor. Those powerful forces are eyeing the top 100 candidates, especially those without any background, to invest in them. Years later, if you become a local overlord or an elder of the 7 alliances, or even a leader, and they need something from you, will you agree or refuse? Qi Hongchang used an illustrative example. Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. So, refuse them. With your status as the top candidate in the National Martial Arts exam, the authorities and universities will provide you with the resources you need for training. They are the ones who truly ask for nothing in return. The car stopped at the foot of Lu Yuan's apartment building, and after giving his advice, Qi Hongchang waved to Lu Yuan. He had said everything that needed to be said. As for how Lu Yuan would choose, it was up to him. Goodbye, Grandpa Qi. Lu Yuan watched Qi Hongchang drive out of the community in a black car and then took the elevator back home. The number 1 candidate in the martial arts exam is back home. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Yuan smelled a rich aroma. Lu Yeli sat on the living room sofa. On the table was a hot pot, one with clear broth and one with red oil. The soup base bubbled and boiled. Lu Yeli dipped 5 or 6 freshly cooked lamb rolls into the sauce. Before Lu Yeli could cool it down, Lu Yuan quickly snatched a lamb roll and stuffed it into his mouth. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Although the compressed meals could fill his stomach, the taste was terrible. "You stole my food again." Lu Yeli pouted. In fact, she had prepared it for Lu Yuan, using a brand new set of disposable chopsticks and bowls. "Cook more beef in the spicy pot, I'm going to take a shower," Lu Yuan said, not satisfied after eating, tossing his blood-stained backpack filled with monster crystals onto the sofa. He had been busy hunting fierce beasts for the martial arts exam. Although his clothes were clean, he hadn't showered for 7 days, and being summer, he had a bit of a smell. After showering and changing into fresh clothes, Lu Yuan enjoyed his first big meal in 7 days. "Wow, amazing, the national #1. Lu Yeli said with a smile. As soon as Lu Yuan became the top candidate in the province, Lu Yeli had received many calls from friends and relatives. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's phone had exploded with messages, so Lu Yeli simply turned it off. "Not bad, right? Sister, what was your national ranking back then?" Lu Yuan picked up a fishball and put it in his mouth, savoring it with a delighted expression. "Eating hot pot, enjoying the air conditioning, and then watching the latest variety shows. This is life." "I didn't take the martial arts examination, I directly applied to the Imperial Capital University," Lu Yeli said. However, with her strength back then, even without a direct admission, she could still get in. It was just a matter of how many points she scored. "I can't compare with you, at most, I'm in the top 30 nationally?" Lu Yeli recalled her martial arts examination situation that year. "That's enough, although there's a bit of a gap with me." After eating and drinking to his fill, Lu Yuan lay on the sofa. "TCH, scoring first in the nation really has you all worked up," Lu Yeli rolled her eyes. "Have mom and dad contacted you?" The living room was filled with the smell of hot pot. Lu Yuan went to the balcony to open the window for some fresh air, then commanded a blood soldier to throw the trash outside. "No, still the same as before, sending living expenses on time every month. You and I are already used to it," Lu Yeli observed the blood soldiers cleaning the room. Lu Yuan lightly lifted his fingers, and the blood soldiers clad in crimson armor became busy. Washing dishes, mopping the floor, wiping furniture, and more. "This is much more interesting than a time a tribute combat profession," Lu Yeli said. After closely observing the blood soldiers, she thought to herself, no wonder Lu Yuan could dominate in the martial arts examination. With 700 or 800 8-star energy soldiers attacking simultaneously, even a fierce beast at the Xingang realm couldn't withstand it. Let alone Lu Yuan had 4 unique monsters. "Have you thought about which university to go to? How about Imperial Capital University? Then we can see each other every day," Lu Yeli suggested. Lu Yuan had many choices. There were 5 top universities in China. Like Imperial Capital University, Magic Capital University, and Linin University. Peng City and Shin City University are also good. These 2 cities have beautiful scenery and are particularly famous for food, Lu Yeli said. She liked coastal cities, like Peng City among the top-tier cities. "Let's talk about it later, I haven't made up my mind yet." Lu Yuan shook his head. The 5 top universities were almost equal, but Imperial Capital University was more famous due to its unique city characteristics. "I guess old Deng is already discussing you with the vice principal." Knowing Lu Yuan hadn't decided yet, Lu Yeli didn't continue the discussion on this topic. Old Deng referred to the principal of Imperial Capital University, who was also her teacher. At this moment, 2 hours had passed since the end of the martial arts examination, and discussions about Lu Yuan flooded the internet, with 8 out of 10 trending topics about him. Every year around this time, netizens would discuss which universities the top 10 examinees would apply to. Among them, discussions about the top 3 examinees were the most heated. Trending topic number 1, Vice Principal Ma Jiqiang of Imperial Capital University accepts an interview, stating that Imperial Capital University will spare no effort to recruit Lu Yuan. Trending topic number 2, Lu Yuan awakens his unique profession trickster, how rare is it? Trending topic number 3, 4 vice principals from top universities have all stated that if Lu Yuan joins them, they will establish a dedicated research team for trickster profession, serving only Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan dominated the trending topics, with only a few pitying mentions of Chu Wuxia and Zhang Tianhua. 3 seconds is already amazing. Wow, the 5 top universities are fighting tooth and nail to recruit Lu Yuan, even setting up a special team to serve him. Big brother, don't fight, you don't even think about Lu Yuan's national ranking. A prodigy of his level is a rare sight in 100 years, destined for the elder level in the 7 alliances. There's a Yuan in the Cherry Island, that's too exaggerated, just like my username. Which university will Lu Yuan join? Regarding this topic, netizens debated incessantly, generally believing it would be Imperial Capital University or Magic Capital University. As compared to these 2, the competitiveness of the other 3 top universities was gradually declining. Meanwhile, an even more explosive topic emerged. The martial arts examination award ceremony was officially scheduled to be held in 2 days. Chapter 24, Immense Pressure. The Martial Arts Examination Award Ceremony. This is an award ceremony in China directed at the whole world. The martial arts examination is extremely important for any country in Blue Star, as it is the most direct way to showcase a nation's outstanding talent and heritage. Not long ago, the beautiful country's martial arts examination ended, and a grand award ceremony was held. The top scorer in the martial arts exam awakened as a special profession, a harbinger, and broke through to the chi refining stage of 7 stars by the end. In China, 2 individuals are ahead of the beautiful country's top scorer in rank, namely Lu Yuan and Chu Wushuang, both of whom have broken through to the chi refining stage of 8 stars. Netizens know that this year's award ceremony will surely be very grand, and it is highly possible that the leaders of the 7 alliances and 1 hall will all gather together to award the top 100 candidates nationwide. Discussions about which university Lu Yuan will join in the award ceremony are heating up. It seems that this momentum will last until the award ceremony in 2 days. Late at night, at Magic City University. A spacious conference room in the teaching building is filled with people, each with thick materials laid out on their desks. He Xingchen, ranked 97 nationally, awakened a thunder attribute combat profession with S-level talent, and is at the chi refining stage of 4 stars. The materials detail the candidates' information and their performance in the martial arts exam. 2 or more mentors carefully review He Xingchen's recorded performance from the martial arts exam, scoring him on various aspects such as on-the-spot reactions, character, and talent. They eventually determined to strive for He Xingchen to join Magic City University, with a push rated at 3 stars. A middle-aged man in a suit pushed the door open, and all the mentors looked up at him. Vice President. Everyone has worked hard. I'll treat you to a late-night snack tonight, just order what you want, the middle-aged man signaled to a mentor. Bring up Lu Yuan's materials, no need to pull up the martial arts exam recording, I've already watched it dozens of times. Zhuo Jingfu said, folding his arms and looking at Lu Yuan's information on the screen. He is one of the 4 vice presidents of Magic City University, a gold attribute combat profession, and broke through to the Saint stage many years ago. So this is the fighting style of the puppet master? Zhuo Jingfu rhythmically tapped his right thigh with the file in his hand. The document contains information on the awakened puppet master's special professions, featuring Qiu Xingyao and Xinjun, who both died many years ago. Among them, Qiu Xingyao gave up becoming a profession and lived to 88 years old before passing away. Xinjun, on the other hand, accidentally exploded himself while creating his own spirit technique and died. It's somewhat similar to the dark attribute combat profession, but there are essential differences. Lu Yuan's control over monsters is much stronger than that of dark attribute skeleton warriors, and Lu Yuan can also cast spirit techniques himself, said another vice president, Zhong Yaohui, as images of Lu Yuan using spirit techniques to defeat the Xiangang Realm Moon Extreme Bear flashed in his mind. Discovering the fighting style of the puppet master makes cultivation much simpler from here on. If Lu Yuan joins Magic City University, we can have Old Bai guide him, Zhuo Jingfu said, referring to Bai Panshan, one of the 4 vice presidents of Magic City University. Bai Panshan is an extraordinary 8-star dark attribute powerhouse. Will Lu Yuan consider Magic City University? Zhong Yaohui asked. This is the key point. They have many competitors, with the top one being the capital city university. The president just issued a direct order to me, more precisely to the 4 of us, that we must do everything possible to bring Lu Yuan to Magic City University. Zhuo Jingfu declared firmly. We have been suppressed by the capital city university for years, and we urgently need a leading figure. Additionally, the Judgment Hall's Lord Shin is increasingly dissatisfied with the results of our student training. At this point, Zhuo Jingfu's voice became very low, such that only he and Zhong Yaohui could hear. The 5 top universities, each supported by one of the 7 alliances and 1 hall. Behind Magic City University is the Judgment Hall, where 80% of outstanding graduates from this university have joined the Judgment Hall. The Judgment Hall does not only recruit light attribute combat professions, as long as the talent is high and the strength is strong, it doesn't matter what attribute you awaken. The pressure is immense. Zhong Yaohui realized that bringing Lu Yuan to Magic City University was an urgent matter. I will personally go to Tianhua City tomorrow to have a good talk with Lu Yuan, Zhuo Jingfu decided. As the vice president of Magic City University, his status is comparable to that of an elder in the 7 alliances and 1 hall. The status of the elders from the 7 Alliance Palace is higher than that of the provincial governor. This kind of sincerity goes without saying, Lu Yuan can surely see it himself. At Xincheng University, the 3 vice presidents are speaking one after another. How about I personally go to Tianhua City to talk to Lu Yuan? One person is not enough, if you ask me, the 3 of us should go together to show Lu Yuan our sincerity from Xincheng University. No, 3 is too many and might not be good. I'll go, I'm a woman. Vice President Sun Yuruwa said. What do you mean? Yuruwa, you're already over 40, and Lu Yuan is still a child, said Lu Jingrui, who was tall and muscular. Are you out of your mind? What I mean is that I'm a woman, which makes it easier for Lu Yuan to trust me compared to you. Sun Yurua retorted unkindly. Besides, so what if I'm over 40? I still have charm that can outshine the moon and bring shame to flowers. My skin is even smoother than that of a 20-year-old girl. Sun Yurua said proudly, already thinking about how to talk to Lu Yuan tomorrow, aiming to win him over as quickly as possible. At the Imperial Capital University, Pengcheng University, and Linin University, the vice presidents engaged in fierce discussions, each arranging for one or two vice presidents to personally visit Tianhua City and persuade Lu Yuan to join their university. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for them. Lu Yuan slept soundly, waking up slowly at noon the next day. After washing up, Lu Yuan came to the living room, where Lu Yueli was once again enjoying fruit while watching a variety show. Make some space, Lu Yuan said. Lu Yueli pretended not to hear Lu Yuan's words. What are you doing? Looking at Lu Yuan sitting on her lap, Lu Yueli rolled her eyes. I told you to move. Lu Yuan crossed his legs, skillfully snatching the fruit bowl from Lu Yueli's hand and began eating. You've gotten quite bold, our big star. Lu Yueli tossed her phone to Lu Yuan. Old Deng said Vice President Lu Hongsheng from Imperial Capital University is waiting for you at the city stadium. He wants to talk to you about applying to college and has been waiting for more than 2 hours. Lu Yueli said. Vice President of Imperial Capital University? Lu Yuan perked up, thinking to himself, what virtue or ability do I have that makes someone of such status and level wait for over 2 hours? Why doesn't Principal Lu come to our house? Lu Yuan asked. Not sure, anyway, Principal Lu said there is no rush and that you should find him at the city stadium when you wake up. Lu Yueli shrugged. The city stadium is not far from home, about a kilometer away. Got it. Lu Yuan yawned, then walked to the city stadium. On the way, many residents recognized Lu Yuan, all requesting photos and autographs. Lu Yuan did not refuse such requests. Not long after arriving at the city stadium, he saw a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses. The middle-aged man looked around 45 or 46, and notably, because of his presence, a hot wind that was originally blowing in the scorching weather turned into a cool breeze. Hello, Lu Yuan, I am Lu Hongsheng. Lu Hongsheng smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Principal Lu. Lu Yuan automatically ignored the vice and vice president. The weather is nice today, shall we walk around the track and chat? Lu Hongsheng suggested. Sure. Before the two could walk a few steps, as Lu Hongsheng was about to find a topic using Lu Yueli as a starting point, a middle-aged man with a square face and slicked back hair blocked their path. Hello, Lu Yuan, I am Zhuo Jingfu, vice president of Modi University. Zhuo Jingfu quickly introduced himself. Seeing Zhuo Jingfu, Lu Hongsheng thought to himself, this is bad. The reason he invited Lu Yuan to the city stadium was to keep the other 4 top universities' admissions leaders from finding Lu Yuan, but surprisingly, Zhuo Jingfu from Modi University found him here. Hello, Vice Principal Zhuo. Lu Yuan greeted politely. Shall we join? Zhuo Jingfu said. Lu Yuan had no objections. Seeing this, Lu Hongsheng also felt awkward to say anything. Soon, the vice presidents of Pengcheng University and Linin University also arrived at the city stadium. The 5 top universities' vice presidents have gathered. Surrounded by 5 pairs of wide eyes, Lu Yuan was confused. Lu Yuan, let's have a private chat. The 5 said in unison. Lu Yuan? Why does everyone want to talk to me? If this goes on, why not just have the 5 big bosses fight it out and the winner can take me? Chapter 25, is the beauty trap here? It was noon, the time for lunch. There weren't many people at the city stadium. A few couples were enjoying ice cream together while a group of middle school students played basketball. The 5 vice presidents of top universities looked at each other. Finally, the vice president of Magic City University, Zhuo Jingfu, spoke first. Old Lu, didn't you say Lu Yuan's special career as a weird coincident master wouldn't attract special attention from Imperial Capital University? Why did you personally come over? Zhuo Jingfu smiled with a hint of mockery. They were all familiar with each other, just not working at the same university. This is to keep you on your toes. You're doing the same, aren't you? We're all in this together. Lu Hongsheng replied. There has to be a first come, first served. I found Lu Yuan first. Lu Hongsheng adjusted his glasses. There's no such thing. It's not like we're lining up to buy vegetables. The vice president of Pengcheng University shook his head. The atmosphere grew tense as the 5 vice presidents quietly competed with each other. Lu Yuan, you must have heard the name of Imperial Capital University, the top university in Huaxia. Your sister chose Imperial Capital University, and she broke through to the 7th star of the Divine Realm by her junior year. Lu Hongsheng brought up Lu Yeller, trying to use her as an example to persuade Lu Yuan to apply to Imperial Capital University. Don't flatter your Imperial Capital University, Lu Yeller is already different from ordinary time attribute combat jobs. She has suppressed us for 3 whole years, now you want to take Lu Yuan away? Zhuo Jingfu said. Does the vice president of Magic City University know about my sister too? Seeing the angry expressions of the vice presidents, it seemed they were very unhappy about the competition for his sister back then. Lu Yuan, if you join Magic City University, the school will set up a special research team for weird coincident masters just for you. They will analyze the details of your battles and gradually help you improve. Zhuo Jingfu offered. Verbal promises are empty, only real benefits can truly attract Lu Yuan. Sounds pretty good. Lu Yuan was somewhat tempted. He had heard about such teams online, specifically serving combat professionals. The team would include nutritionists, analysts, and supportive roles to help the employer train better, and sustaining such a team for a year costs unimaginable amounts. For Magic City University to offer such a team, it proves they are very sincere. Lu Yuan, you need materials to control monsters, right? Imperial Capital University is willing to provide you with all the materials for making monsters for free. Lu Hongshang offered big incentives. That condition is also good. Lu Yuan said. He would definitely need to make a large number of weird coincident soldiers to command a legion in battle. By joining Imperial Capital University, he wouldn't have to worry about making monster materials anymore. Lu Yuan, I forgot to introduce myself, I am Sun Yurong, Vice President of Xinjiang University. In her 40s, Sun Yurong had well-maintained fair skin and pulled Lu Yuan's hand. She was the only woman among the 5 vice presidents. Hello, Principal Sunday. Lu Yuan was astonished. Oh, no need to be so formal, just call me Aunt Sunday. Sun Yurong smiled warmly, trying to get closer to Lu Yuan. Are you looking for a girlfriend? With your handsome looks, there must be many girls who like you. I just broke up not long ago. Lu Yuan thought of Lin Shuang, it was she who initiated the breakup, and it had been done through a text message. That's great. Sun Yurong said. Lu Yuan? Why is Aunt Sun so happy about my breakup? Clap, clap. Sun Yurong clapped her hands, while the other 4 vice presidents frowned, feeling a bad premonition in their hearts. A faint fragrance filled the air, and a boy playing basketball wide-eyed. Wow, beautiful girls, so many beautiful girls. Lu Yuan, little brother, are you interested in getting to know each other? A tall, fashionably dressed woman about 170 cm approached Lu Yuan and winked at him. Lu Yuan? The 4 vice principals? Lu Yuan, you are amazing. I watched your martial arts exam livestream the whole time. So madly, I really like you. A girl, about 22 or 23, with a tear mole at the corner of her left eye and dressed simply, looked at Lu Yuan in admiration. Lu Yuan, can we exchange contact information? I live in the neighboring city, and my cat can do backflips. A girl in black stockings with big waves in her hair said. In an instant, Lu Yuan was surrounded by 7 or 8 girls. Lowly, mature women, cute girls, all kinds of them were there, despite their different auras, each one was incredibly beautiful. Too many, too many. Lu Yuan felt as if he were an ancient emperor with 3,000 beauties in his harem, thinking about which concubine to choose tonight. Sun Yueying, you. The 4 vice principals pointed at Sun Yueying, feeling a surge of indignation and cursing her for being despicable and shameless. To get Lu Yuan to join Xinjiang University, Sun Yueying actually used the beauty trap. Why didn't I think of this? The 4 vice principals regretted in their hearts as they suddenly realized this point. Why do boys and girls go to university? First, to become stronger, and second, to find boyfriends or girlfriends. Introducing a girlfriend to Lu Yuan, and she just happens to be a student of their own university, doesn't that work out perfectly? I want to make it clear that these girls already admired Lu Yuan. I did not force them to come, Sun Yueying said with a proud smile. Lu Yuan, this year's national martial arts exam champion, has an unlimited future. Plus, he is handsome, and many female students at Xinjiang University are crazy about Lu Yuan. Thus, Sun Yueying carefully selected a group of female students to bring over. The goal was for Lu Yuan to connect with a certain female student, spark feelings, and then smoothly join Xinjiang University. Lu Yuan, do you like white stockings? If you do, I can wear them for you every day. A senior sister from Xinjiang University spoke softly. I like not only white stockings but also black and colorful ones, Lu Yuan responded honestly. Then, do you like whips, candles, and those little props? The senior sister's tone became even gentler, as if wanting to bring her face closer to Lu Yuan's. Let's exchange contact information first. Lu Yuan took out his phone. Wait. Lost in the gentle charm, Lu Yuan shook his head to regain his clarity. Lu Yuan, there are many beautiful girls at Xinjiang University. There is a sea of roses in Xinjiang, and holding your girlfriend's hand while enjoying the flowers, whispering sweet nothings, and having her snuggle in your arms and act cute, wow, even I feel moved just saying it. Sun Yueying painted a beautiful scene. Of course, she wouldn't rely solely on this tactic to make Lu Yuan join Xinjiang University, they would also provide him with a top-quality spirit tool as part of the deal. Lu Yuan, please join Xinjiang University. Let's go enjoy the flowers together, okay, the senior sister said in a charming tone. We can talk about it later. Lu Yuan's tone was calm, and his smile turned into indifference as he seriously considered which university to join. It seems he is still very rational, he hasn't been blinded by beauty. A man sitting on the steps, wearing a thick down jacket in the hot summer, looked at Lu Yuan with growing admiration. Sun Yueying, don't let the girls from your school disturb Lu Yuan, let him think for himself. Zhuo Jingfu said with an unhappy expression. Zhuo Jingfu, don't pretend to be so serious, Magic Capital University is not as good as Imperial Capital University, whether in teaching level or the conditions I offer Lu Yuan. Lu Hongsheng said. Lu Hongsheng, if it weren't for Imperial Capital University being in the capital, what would your Imperial Capital University even be worth? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. How about we fight? Whoever wins gets to talk to Lu Yuan first? Someone suggested. Bring it on, who's afraid? The 5 vice principals flew into the air, a terrifying aura of gold, thunder, fire, wind, and water enveloped the entire Tianhua city. Lu Yuan ignored the 5 vice principals fighting, no matter how fierce they battled, they could not affect the city, that was the untouchable bottom line. Which university should I join? Lu Yuan was still hesitating. The man sitting on the steps, wearing a down jacket in this season of short sleeves and shorts, stood up. Slowly walking towards Lu Yuan. Chapter 26, The Superior Spirit Tool, Dragon Abyss Line. At the city gymnasium, more and more residents began to stroll around after lunch. In the sky, 5 vice principals from top universities were fighting fiercely, but they were flying too high for ordinary people to see their figures. Since you are a puppet master, what you control cannot be called monsters, but rather puppet soldiers. Lu Yuan looked at the unusual man before him. He was a bit over 40, unshaven, wrapped in a thick down jacket. Wearing a down jacket in summer. This outfit was quite bizarre, and with the man's appearance, the temperature around suddenly dropped. My name is Tang Jingwei, and I've been entrusted by an old friend to give you something. Tang Jingwei stroked the storage ring on his left hand and took out a beautifully crafted wooden box. I don't know you. Lu Yuan kept a safe distance from Tang Jingwei. Why would someone give him something for no reason? It couldn't be that simple. While it's possible for something to fall from the sky, Lu Yuan didn't believe it would happen to him. Don't worry, I have no hostility towards you. The old friend I mentioned, I'm sure you've heard of him, his name is Xinjun. Xinjun, awakened as a puppet master, with a B-grade talent, perished after an accidental explosion of his self-created puppet master skills. Lu Yuan never expected that something would be entrusted to him by the long-deceased Xinjun. Under Lu Yuan's gaze, Tang Jingwei opened the beautifully crafted wooden box, revealing a neatly arranged dark red long line inside. This item is called Dragon Abyss Line, a superior spirit tool, painstakingly crafted by Xinjun, and it has 2 functions. Tang Jingwei handed the wooden box to Lu Yuan. The first function is to better help you control puppet soldiers, and the second is that if enemies try to damage the Dragon Abyss Line during battle and sever your connection with the puppet soldiers, the Dragon Abyss Line will unleash a dragon's roar to attack the enemies. Tang Jingwei glanced at Lu Yuan, who was in the 8th star of Qi Refinement Realm. With your current strength, a dragon's roar can instantly kill any professional below 5 stars in the Xian Gang realm. Exclusive superior spirit tool for puppet masters? Lu Yuan felt the wooden box in his hands was heavy, such a high-grade spirit tool was incredibly valuable. One must know that even professionals in the extraordinary realm, or even those in the domain realm, might not possess a superior spirit tool. Upon hearing Tang Jingwei's words, Lu Yuan immediately thought of the correct way to use the Dragon Abyss Line. During battle, I can intentionally let the enemy discover that I'm using the Dragon Abyss Line to control puppet soldiers, luring them to actively sever the Dragon Abyss Line? Lu Yuan said. Clever. Tang Jingwei looked at him with a teachable expression. Why would Senior Shen give me such a valuable spirit tool? Lu Yuan asked. Those who plant trees enjoy the shade of their fruits. You are the only one in Huaxia to awaken as a puppet master in this special profession. Xinjun entrusted me, before his death, to pass the Dragon Abyss Line to its suitable master. Mentioning his old friend Xinjun's last words, Tang Jingwei's tone turned somewhat sad. I won't let Senior Shen down. Lu Yuan said seriously, carefully storing the superior spirit tool, the Dragon Abyss Line. While chatting with Tang Jingwei, Lu Yuan discovered that Tang Jingwei was very knowledgeable and had a deep understanding of the puppet master profession. In just a short span of several dozen minutes, Lu Yuan felt he had gained a lot, deepening his understanding of the puppet master profession. When Xinjun was researching spirit techniques, I helped him a bit. Bang! 5 figures fell from the sky. No more fighting, there's not enough space in the city to fight comfortably. Vice Principal Zhuo Jingfu of Modu University shook his head. The 5 of them were roughly equal in strength, all experts in the Holy Realm, and they couldn't determine a winner in a short amount of time. Lu Yuan, you. Seeing Tang Jingwei chatting happily with Lu Yuan, Vice Principal Zhang Shoujing of Pengcheng University looked delighted. Lu Yuan, Jingwei is a remarkable mentor at our Pengcheng University, and even in Huaxia, I believe he would be eager to guide you. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the other 4 vice principals turned sour, but they didn't refute Zhang Shoujing. Before this, they had not paid much attention to Tang Jingwei, but Zhang Shoujing spoke the truth. Tang Jingwei's students were well known far and wide. Many elders serve in the 7 Alliance in one hall, even the youngest elder was taught by him. Senior Tang is a mentor at Pengcheng University? Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, no wonder he was so knowledgeable. Yes, but don't let my identity interfere with you. The Lan Yuan line is given to you in my personal capacity as Xinjun, it has nothing to do with Pengcheng University. Wrapped in a thick down coat, Tang Jingwei said. This guy's temper is still so bad, thought the 4 vice presidents, even Zhang Shouzheng, who was Tang Jingwei's superior, shared this thought. Pengcheng University. Lu Yuan's brain raced. Pengcheng University, like the Imperial Capital University, provides free materials for making airy soldiers during the 4 years of college. Playing with the Long Yuan line in his hand, remembering the chat contents with Tang Jingwei, Lu Yuan made up his mind. The 5 vice presidents looked at Lu Yuan eagerly, waiting for his choice. They had done everything possible to let Lu Yuan join their university, especially Vice President Sun Yirong from Xincheng University, who even used her beauty to charm him. I choose. Lu Yuan's eyes were deep. Pengcheng University. Zhang Shouzheng laughed heartily, while the other 4 vice presidents had bitter smiles on their faces. They could not blame Lu Yuan for not choosing their own university, they only felt regret. Alright, I wish you success in your studies at Pengcheng University. Xincheng University is always welcome for you to visit. Sun Yirong said, holding Lu Yuan's hand. I will. Lu Yuan nodded. Xincheng University was full of beauties, he would definitely go to appreciate the flowers there sometimes. Of course, he would enjoy the beauties first and then the flowers. The Imperial Capital University is the same. Lu Hongsheng said, still maintaining his elegant demeanor. If I had known, I would have just surrounded Zhang Shouzheng earlier. The 4 vice presidents looked at Zhang Shouzheng, whose smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Since Lu Yuan has made a choice, I won't disturb him any longer. Lu Hongsheng left first. He had many things to deal with. If he couldn't get Lu Yuan, he would settle for Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia. The vice presidents left one by one, leaving only Lu Yuan, Tang Jingwei, and Zhang Shouzheng. Lu Yuan, welcome to join Pengcheng University, we will see you at the new student welcome ceremony. Zhang Shouzheng said, contrasting sharply with Tang Jingwei's figure. They were one thin and seemingly weak, and one strong and burly like a black bear. Write a list of materials you need to make airy soldiers for Principal Zhang, and you can start the production when you join Pengcheng University. Tang Jingwei looked at Lu Yuan. Zhang Shouzheng? What's going on? Lu Yuan hadn't officially joined Pengcheng University, yet mentor Tang Jingwei was already making plans for him. Okay. Lu Yuan dictated the materials needed for creating the Wangu army and the Laikong army to Zhang Shouzheng. These 2 eerie armies were very expensive to make, and the materials were rare. Lu Yuan was worried about how to make them. Now with the support of Pengcheng University, in the future, he could make as many of the 9 eerie armies as he wanted. How about 1,000 pieces of materials for each eerie army first? Zhang Shouzheng said. That's enough. Lu Yuan sighed. Pengcheng University was really wealthy, he originally just wanted 100 pieces, and Zhang Shouzheng directly prepared 1,000 for each eerie army. Controlling 1,000 Wangu soldiers and Laikong soldiers? Just thinking about it made Lu Yuan extremely excited. See you at Pengcheng University. See you at Pengcheng University. Zhang Shouzheng and Tang Jingwei nodded at Lu Yuan, then walked away, gradually disappearing from Lu Yuan's sight. At home, seeing Lu Yuan return, Lu Yeli muted the TV. Have you decided which university to go to? Lu Yeli asked. Pengcheng University. Lu Yuan said as he sat on the sofa. Lu Yeli didn't expect it to be Pengcheng University, she thought Lu Yuan would choose between the Imperial Capital University and the Magic Capital University. The 5 top universities ranked Pengcheng University 3rd or 4th. The Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital were the most famous. The Imperial Capital University was at the center of Huaxia, while the Magic Capital had the highest economy, rooted in many large forces and famous families. In contrast, Peng City, although one of the 5 top-tier cities, appeared somewhat inferior compared to the capital city in Magic City. Peng City University is no exception. Alright, this is your choice. Lu Yeli did not discuss this matter further. As soon as Lu Yuan confirmed he would apply to Peng City University, the 5 top universities made announcements that topped trending searches. Trending first, Peng City University official website announces, welcoming the nation's number 1, Lu Yuan, to join. Trending second, Capital University official website announces, welcoming the nation's number 2, Chu Wuxia, to join. The top 10 candidates in the nation all made their choices, with the third, Zhang Tianhua, applying to Magic City University, and the fourth and fifth joining 2 other top universities. Netizens were not surprised by Chu Wuxia and Zhang Tianhua applying to Capital and Magic City universities, as one was the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, and the other came from a prestigious family of the Demon Clan. Instead, Lu Yuan was unexpected. Female superior makes me dedicated. I thought Lu Yuan would apply to Capital University, but he chose Peng City University. Who could have imagined that? Robber Han Buju, probably Peng City University offered Lu Yuan the most benefits, still hoping to run into Lu Yuan in Magic City, but it seems that won't happen now. She said I'm annoying. Wow, I've never seen the top 5 candidates choose 5 different top universities before. Netizens discussed the choice of the nation's number 1, Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, the top 100 candidates in the nation received a notice that tomorrow they would head to the headquarters of the 7 alliances in the capital to collect their respective martial arts examination rewards. Chapter 27, Attend the Martial Arts Examination Award Ceremony. In the capital of China. The headquarters of the 7 alliances and Capital University are both located in the capital. Lu Yuan received the notice and immediately took the teleportation array to the capital. On the way, Lu Yuan recalled Zhang Tianhua's words during the martial arts examination. This year's martial arts rewards are very tempting, especially for the top 3, so do your best to improve your scores. Don't think that getting into a top university means you can let your guard down. The martial arts rewards are very tempting? Lu Yuan focused on this sentence, and he was receiving the award as the nation's number 1. Currently in China, and even in all countries on Blue Star, there are 2 modes of transportation for residents, high-speed rail and the teleportation array. The former is cheap but takes longer, while the latter is expensive but efficient. From Tianhua City to the capital is about 1,000 kilometers. From buying the teleportation ticket to arriving in the capital, Lu Yuan took less than 20 minutes. 15 of those minutes were spent waiting for the teleportation array to start. Just arriving in the capital, Lu Yuan encountered Zhang Tianhua, who was also attending the award ceremony. I really didn't expect you to overtake me and Chu Wuxia in the last 12 hours. Zhang Tianhua was still savoring the martial arts examination and took the initiative to speak. She was dressed very casually, wearing a long white t-shirt and a bright blue skirt, paired with a pair of white sneakers. This outfit made Zhang Tianhua look youthful and vibrant, perfectly matching her age and temperament. With her hair hanging in twin ponytails, she appeared even cuter, ignoring the scene of her wielding a 2-meter-long black giant sword to cut down beasts. I didn't expect to be number 1 in the nation either, Lu Yuan said. After all, at that time, he was already bloodthirsty, eager to hunt beasts to break through to the 8th star of Qi refining, as well as to let the star-devouring core evolve again. As for me, I'm fine with it. I bet Chu Wuxia is going crazy. Zhang Tianhua walked shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yuan out of the teleportation array point. At first, she couldn't accept it either, but after watching Lu Yuan's martial arts examination video, she was convinced. Outside the teleportation array point, staff waiting to welcome the top 100 candidates in the nation had been waiting for a long time. They saw Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianhua open the car door, making a welcoming gesture. The car drove towards the city center of the capital, and through the window, Lu Yuan admired this bustling city. Tall buildings filled his view, luxury cars everywhere, and clean streets. Soon, the car stopped outside a magnificent palace with 8 golden palaces, and Lu Yuan took the card handed to him by the staff. The card can freely pass anywhere in the headquarters. Be sure to keep it safe and don't lose it, otherwise triggering the alarm will be very troublesome. With a smile, the uniformed young lady said. Next, she will lead Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianhua to tour the headquarters. My name is Zhong Tongtong, it's an honor to be your guide. Zhong Tongtong said. In front of her were 2 people, one was the first in the National Martial Arts exam, and the other was the third, both future talents with unlimited potential. Zhong Tongtong was very professional, answering every question during the tour. Lu Yuan felt everything around him was fresh. After all, it was his first time in the imperial capital and the headquarters of the 7 alliances. However, Zhang Tianhua showed little interest, obviously not her first visit. This is the headquarters of the Sky Sword Alliance. On the left and right sides are the Judgment Hall and the Thunder Alliance headquarters. Zhong Tongtong looked at the magnificent palace with a giant sword sculpture reaching the sky. The headquarters of the 7 alliances each has its own characteristics and representative symbols. The Sky Sword Alliance symbol is a sword, the Thunder Alliance is a giant hammer, the Judgment Hall is a rainbow, and the Splitting Wind Alliance is a mighty eagle. Among them, the Sky Sword Hall is located in the center of the headquarters and is recognized as the strongest force among the 7 alliances. At 9 in the morning, entering the Sky Sword Hall, Lu Yuan saw many other candidates attending the award ceremony like him. These candidates gathered together, chattering about something. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, their discussions suddenly stopped. He is the first in the nation, Lu Yuan. That's right, it's him. I've watched the video of him defeating the Xin Gang stage beast, the Moon Extreme Bear, countless times. The candidates all stared at Lu Yuan, their eyes filled with awe. This is the first in the National Martial Arts exam, and he broke the historical record with an astonishing score of 1,150,000, making them feel intimidated. Of course, there were exceptions. A few candidates looked unfazed by Lu Yuan. For example, Wang Zichen, ranked 4th in the nation, and Gu Yanping, 5th. Some people aren't convinced by you, Zhang Tianhua said with a smile. She could guess Wang Zichen and Gu Yanping's thoughts. Lu Yuan, who awakened the special profession of a puppet master, fights similarly to dark attribute professions. He merely controls a puppet, skeleton, army to besiege the beasts, and while dark attribute combat professions are strong, they have a clear weakness. That is, they rely too much on their summoned creatures. Once they lose their summoned creature's protection, they become nothing. He only relies on the beast being brainless. If it were a proper fight, Lu Yuan would not be my opponent, Wang Zichen thought. He was confident he could quickly close the gap with Lu Yuan, thus rendering Lu Yuan incapable of fighting. Not only he thought so, but Gu Yanping, who awakened the wind attribute, held the same attitude. Standing at the front, wearing a white sports outfit, Chu Wuxia stared indifferently at Lu Yuan. His gaze, while not dismissive of Lu Yuan, was full of hostility. Everyone, right now you are in the Sky Sword Hall's martial arts arena, and I believe there is something everyone is very interested in, Zhong Tongtong, acting as the guide, said, successfully capturing the candidate's attention. This object is called the Giant Sword Stone. In 3 seconds, everyone will use their spirit skills on the Giant Sword Stone, which will test the power of the spirit skills. Zhong Tongtong smiled, standing next to a giant sword statue covered in sword marks. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhong Tongtong's introduction, the candidates surrounded the Giant Sword Stone, continuously observing. Spirit skills are the most important means for professionals in battle. Although the Giant Sword Stone cannot simulate a fight with beasts, it can test the power of spirit skills and display it in the form of realms. Many elders also test through the Giant Sword Stone, and if anyone is interested, you can experience it, Zhong Tongtong said. Sounds really interesting. Zhang Tianhua was eager to try, taking out a heavyweight sword from her storage ring. Aren't you going to give it a try? Zhang Tianhua said to Lu Yuan beside her. Lu Yuan looked around and touched the thumb-sized 4 great calamities in his pocket. This place is a bit small for me to show off, Lu Yuan said. If he took out the 4 great calamities and all the puppet soldiers together, the scene would be overwhelming. The square is likely not big enough. I'll go first. A candidate actively raised his hand. His name is Hui Xiangfei, ranked 70th in the nation, awakened with wind attributes. He has already cultivated to 5 stars in chi refining. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blades of wind struck the giant sword stone, and the candidate looked expectantly at the screen. Chi refining 6 stars. This means that his spirit skill can instantly kill a chi refining 6 stars beast. Not bad. Hui Xiangfei expressed his satisfaction. Although the giant sword stone is lifeless and the ferocious beasts are alive, it proves he has the strength to fight beyond his level. I'll go. Many candidates began to test in turn, including the 4th-ranked Wang Zichen and the 5th-ranked Gu Yanping. Their realm is at chi refining 6 stars, and when they displayed their spirit skills, the screen showed chi refining 8 stars. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. So far, the power of their spirit skills was the strongest. Hearing the applause, Wang Zichen proudly adjusted his hairstyle. Being young is great. We haven't had this much excitement in the Tianjin Temple for a long time. In the 8th floor office of the Tianjin Temple, several elders looked down at the giant sword stone. An old man around 50, with a hooked nose, spoke. His name is Qi Jihong, one of the elders of the Tianjin Alliance. Most Tianjin Alliance elders are metal attribute combat practitioners, with the lowest level at the rule realm. Yes, the youthful energy is refreshing. Another elder with a horse-like face said, watching with interest the top 100 candidates testing their spirit skills. It's my turn, it's my turn. Zhang Tianhua sprinted up, holding the black giant sword. Mysterious level high-grade spirit skill, wild battle intent. As she displayed the spirit skill, Zhang Tianhua's momentum visibly surged, and she swung down on the giant sword stone. This scene made the Tianjin Alliance elders frown. Is this how you use a sword? Bang. Chi refining 8 stars. Chi refining 9 stars. Mysterious level 1 star. The screen froze at mysterious level 2 stars, proving that Zhang Tianhua's sword could instantly kill a mysterious level 2 stars beast. Not bad, right, Lu Yuan? Zhang Tianhua said proudly. Lu Yuan nodded. As a chi refining 7 stars practitioner displaying a spirit skill, he could instantly kill a mysterious level 2 stars beast. Zhang Tianhua truly deserves her SSS level talent as a metal attribute combat practitioner. The power is indeed fierce, but this child is more suited for using a knife. She completely failed to showcase the sword's finesse. The elder with the horse-like face commented. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted again as Jiang Tianhua returned to a safe position. Chu Wuxian first glanced at Lu Yuan, then stepped forward. The square suddenly fell silent. Among all the candidates, Chu Wuxian and Lu Yuan had the highest realm, reaching Qi refining 8 stars. Chu Wuxian was ranked second in the nation, holding the first position in the martial arts exam for 6 out of 7 days. Let me give it a try. Chu Wuxian's voice was hoarse as he stood before the giant sword stone. Rumble, rumble. Thunder roared. Mysterious level high-grade spirit skill, Thunder Ritual. Mysterious level high-grade spirit skill, Wind Feather Control. Mysterious level high-grade spirit skill, Fracture Strike. In one breath, Chu Wuxian unleashed 3 mysterious level high-grade spirit skills, with consecutive explosions echoing. Mysterious level 2 stars. Mysterious level 3 stars. The screen froze at mysterious level 4 stars. The entire audience gasped. Qi refining 8 stars Chu Wuxian could unleash spirit skills in just 3 seconds that could instantly kill a mysterious level 4 stars beast. Although the ferocious beasts are not foolish enough to stand still and get hit, it proves that Chu Wuxian has the strength to fight across a major realm. Chu Wuxian has a fire burning inside him. Elder Qi Jihong of the Tianjian Alliance said. Because Lu Yuan stole his first place in the nation? Otherwise? Among geniuses, there are also differences. Both are top geniuses, but unfortunately they were born in the same era. Qi Jihong sighed, marveling at Chu Wuxian's spirit skill power. Chu Wuxian, having detected the power of his spirit skill, looked at Lu Yuan. Their gazes met. Why do I feel like he is not hitting the giant sword stone, but me? Lu Yuan's expression was strange. In the silent square, Chu Wuxian raised an eyebrow after locking eyes with Lu Yuan for several seconds. Could everyone make some space for Lu Yuan? As soon as these words were spoken, the candidates all looked at Lu Yuan and consciously stepped back several meters. The national second place Chu Wuxian's test results came out. What level would the national first place, Lu Yuan, be? Chapter 28, Visiting the Headquarters of the 7 Alliances. At the Tianjian Hall's martial arts square, the candidates' eyes flickered back and forth between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxian. Hearing what Chu Wuxian said, Lu Yuan knew he was still brooding over the fact that Lu Yuan had taken the national first place from him. I'll give it a try, Lu Yuan said with a smile. The elders of the Sacred Sword Alliance observed the martial arts square with their arms crossed. Is Lu Yuan's spirit technique as powerful as Chu Wuxian's? Elder Ma said. Mainly, Lu Yuan's profession as a trickster was so unique that they could not judge based on profession. We'll know soon enough. An aged voice resonated, and the elders stood respectfully upon seeing who had arrived. Grand Elder. Lu Ziyuan waved his hand to signal not to be too formal. He was the Grand Elder of the Tianjian Alliance, second only to the Alliance leader in status. The Alliance leader was busy every day, so many matters in the Alliance were handled by Lu Ziyuan. Gazing at the various palaces of the 7 alliances, Lu Ziyuan knew they were not the only ones watching. Many elders and even leaders were focusing on the martial arts square. With a crash, Lu Yuan was the first to take out the 4 great calamities. Blood Butcher, Corruption Abyss, Eternal Desolation, and Nimbus Death stood at the front, exuding a pressure that made the candidates gasp for breath. Then, over 100 bloodthirsty soldiers, Thunder Punishers, and Golden Spears. 1,000 different types of trickster soldiers filled the square. The towering Star Eater soldier, 60 to 70 meters tall, was especially eye-catching, making the candidates gulp. So many 8-star refining Qi monsters? Ranked 4th and 5th nationally, Wan Zichen and Gu Yinping, who previously looked down on Lu Yuan, exchanged glances. They were dissatisfied with Lu Yuan, believing they could definitely defeat him. But upon seeing the 4 great calamities and the strongest Star Eater soldier, Wan Zichen broke into a cold sweat. He feared that before he even reached Lu Yuan, he would be crushed to death by the monsters he controlled. Chu Wuxian's expression was neither happy nor sad, as he simulated the scene of fighting Lu Yuan in his mind. The red long line danced in the air. Lu Yuan used the high-grade spirit weapon Long Yuan line to control the trickster soldiers, which felt very different from using spiritual power to manipulate them. The 4 great calamities and the trickster soldiers controlled by the Long Yuan line seemed to gain life, and Lu Yuan could even sense their heartbeats, making control much smoother. The red long line? Chu Wuxian's eyes narrowed slightly. If I fight Lu Yuan, I must destroy the red line immediately, preventing him from controlling those monsters. Chu Wuxian thought silently. The 3-second countdown began. Zzzzzzz. The Thunder Punishers gathered their energy to unleash lightning cuts, the bloodthirsty soldiers threw their long knives, and other units attacked the giant sword stone in different ways. The 4 great calamities unleashed their spirit techniques wildly while Lu Yuan, controlling the trickster soldiers, didn't idle either, using the trickster master's exclusive high-level spirit technique, Morning Trickster. Bang! 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 The explosions echoed one after another, leaving the candidates stunned. Is this the national first place in martial arts? Damn, it's so incredible. Luckily there's a barrier to block Lu Yuan's spirit techniques, otherwise, I feel like I would ascend to heaven right here. Wow, who can withstand this? Over 1,000 8-star refining chi monsters and 5 unbelievably powerful special monsters could probably take down a peak Xiangang beast in an instant. Dust rose, making it impossible to see the surroundings. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and the 4 great calamities and trickster soldiers vanished without a trace. The candidates hurriedly checked the screen in front of the giant sword stone. Xiangang Realm 6 stars. Xiangang Realm 7 stars. Xiangang Realm 8 stars. Wow, a Spirit Realm 1 star. Lu Yuan's spirit technique can annihilate a Spirit Realm 1-star beast. Looking at the Spirit Realm 1-star displayed on the screen, the candidates erupted with exclamations. It should be known that Lu Yuan was only an 8-star refining chi, 2 major realms away from the Spirit Realm. Something's not right, where did he get so much spiritual power? Elder Qi Jihong of the Tianjian Alliance spoke in a puzzled tone. So many 8-star refining chi monsters exerting their strength. Quantity change brings qualitative change, exploding with the power of a first-star fierce beast. As an elder, Qi Jihong was not surprised. What surprised him was that Lu Yuan's reserve of spiritual power was simply too exaggerated. He could actually control over 1,000 monsters at the same time. It is known that in the Qi refining realm, an 8-star dark attribute combat profession can summon at most 800 ordinary skeleton soldiers. The limit for summoning skeleton warriors is 80, and compared to Lu Yuan's eerie puppet soldiers, skeleton warriors are like clouds compared to mud. The effect of the spirit weapon, said Lu Ziyuan, the Grand Elder of the Sky Sword Alliance. He noticed that the red long thread in Lu Yuan's hand was a spirit weapon of no small quality. First star in the divine ability realm. Chu Wuxi's face twitched, his pupils turned bright red. Even though he hid his strength and did not use blood attribute spiritual skills, Lu Yuan displayed no fewer than 5 eerie puppet master skills in the martial assessment, yet only showed 1. Awesome! Zhang Tianxia gave a thumbs up, truly feeling the huge gap between herself and Lu Yuan. Facing the stunned candidates who forgot to applaud, Lu Yuan continued to visit the Sky Sword Hall under the lead of Zhong Tongtong. Why is everyone at the Sky Sword Hall? Come visit our Judgment Hall. A group of professionals in their 30s, wearing pure white luxurious clothes, arrived at the martial arts square. The leading woman, with a gentle temperament, smiled. I am Nan Lingwen from the Judgment Hall. There is a spirit weapon at our martial arts square that can help everyone purify their hearts. If you have any worries, you can come and try it, Nan Lingwen said, her gaze resting on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, are you interested? Lu Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Since he was here, it was a free experience anyway. Wait a minute. A group of professionals in blue luxurious clothes appeared. Lu Yuan and all candidates, we, the Thunder Alliance, have a spirit weapon at the martial arts square that can help everyone strengthen their bodies. Want to give it a try, said the leading professional. Lu Yuan nodded, strengthening the body sounded more interesting than purifying the heart. Wait a minute. It's almost mealtime, our Wind-Split Alliance cafeteria has amazing food. The chef is an awakened iron pot, a 3-star living profession from the Xiangang realm. Everyone come and taste it. A person wearing green clothes with the words Wind-Split Alliance printed on their chest came to the square. And then there's our Wood Alliance. Lu Yuan, many people from the Wood Alliance want to take a photo with you. Lu Yuan. If you're going to say that, then I might just go to the Wood Alliance. The Wood Alliance is filled with awakened wood attribute and support professions, and the majority are women. Come to our Judgment Hall. No, let's go to the Thunder Alliance. What's good about that broken place in the Thunder Alliance? Better to come to our Wind-Split Alliance. The scene was in chaos, young elders from the 7 alliances in one hall were each pulling candidates toward their own alliance, hall. Although the candidates had already decided to apply to universities, they wouldn't stay there for a lifetime, they would definitely join some power after graduation. Especially these top 100 candidates nationwide. Each young elder from the alliances had a simple task, to leave a good impression on the candidates so they would join their alliance after graduation. Among the candidates, Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia were the most popular. Chu Wuxi was the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, his status was there, so his attention was not as high as that of Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia. Lu Yuan, come to the Judgment Hall. Young elders from the 7 alliances sent 1 elder each to persuade Lu Yuan. The Judgment Hall is boring, the Extreme Cold Alliance is interesting, full of cute girls. Lu Yuan. Why does it feel like a scene in an ancient pleasure house, with the girls on the 2nd floor calling out to the guests to come play? Ahem, I plan to visit the Wood Alliance first, then the Extreme Cold Alliance, Lu Yuan said. Don't get me wrong, I'm just very interested in the environment of these 2 alliances. Looking at Lu Yuan being treated like a star, Chu Wuxi clenched his fists. Night fell. After spending a whole day visiting the headquarters of the 7 alliances in one hall, Lu Yuan felt exhausted and lay in the hotel room provided for candidates. There was no way out. The young ladies from the Wood Alliance and Water Cold Alliance were too enthusiastic, insisting on pulling him to experience their alliance's specialties. Bang bang bang. Hearing the knock on the door, Lu Yuan, who was just feeling sleepy, opened the door. Mr. Lu Yuan, this is the outfit you will wear tomorrow. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, feel free to contact me. The servant held a black gold robe embroidered with a fierce tiger. Tomorrow, Lu Yuan will wear this outfit to attend the award ceremony as the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination of Huaxia. Chapter 29, Top Quality Spirit Tool. As night fell, the bustling city of the capital began its vibrant nightlife. Lu Yuan caressed the black gold robe tailored for him, the robe featuring a tiger descending the mountain. Wearing the black gold robe, Lu Yuan looked at himself in the mirror. Indeed, only a dragon among men deserves to wear this outfit, praised a staff member from the Heaven Sword Alliance. Lu Yuan stood at 180 cm tall, with handsome features. His physique and temperament matched perfectly with the black gold robe, adding some majesty and reducing his youthfulness. The Huaxia Martial Arts Examination Award ceremony will start punctually at 10 o'clock tomorrow. This year's award ceremony is grand, with all the leaders from the 7 alliances in one hall in attendance, including all elders and the 5 top university presidents. For them, this is not just an ordinary award ceremony. It is also a moment for Huaxia to showcase its depth to all countries in Blue Star, including the demon and monster races. In the early morning, the venue for the award ceremony, which can accommodate millions, buzzed with thousands of reporters adjusting their equipment. At 5 o'clock in the morning, audiences gradually took their seats, waiting for the ceremony to begin. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a million viewers held their breath, staring at the giant clock hanging high above. Countdown 2 hours, countdown 50 minutes. So many people. With the staff's arrangement, Lu Yuan and the top 100 candidates sat near the edge of the stage. Zhang Tianhua looked at the vast crowd and said. Some candidates looked nervous, afraid their legs would tremble when they walked onto the stage. After all, the scene was too grand, with over a million viewers watching their awards, not to mention those watching the livestream. 5 billion? 10 billion? In fact, not only the Huaxia citizens were watching the live broadcast, but also over 300 countries worldwide, with more than 10 billion people watching simultaneously. Sitting in the front seat, Lu Yuan observed the grand award ceremony venue. Countless pairs of eyes gathered on Lu Yuan. As the top scorer in the country, Lu Yuan wore a black gold robe, unlike the other candidates who wore black outfits. In addition, his robe was embroidered with a tiger descending the mountain, while Chu Wuxian and Zhang Tianhua, although also in black gold robes, had no embroidered patterns. This was the glory that belonged solely to the national top scorer of the martial arts examination. Countdown 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. The Huaxia Martial Arts Examination Awards ceremony officially began. The sunlight was glaring as 8 vividly colored factions slowly walked towards the stage under the gaze of the audience both present and online. All the elders from the 7 alliances in one hall wore serious expressions, stopping collectively in the center. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of swords rang pleasantly. A melodious dragon's roar echoed, and a middle-aged man stood before the elder group without anyone knowing when he had arrived. He was not dressed extravagantly, with deep-set eyes and an expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, showing no emotions at all. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, a roaring wave of sound surged forth. We pay our respects to the Grand Alliance Master. The middle-aged man before them was Li Qingsong, the master of the Heaven Sword Alliance, and the Grand Master overseeing the 5 alliances. A rainbow appeared out of nowhere, and a kind-looking middle-aged man stood beside Li Qingsong. We pay our respects to Master Shen. Shen Duanhong, the master of the Judgment Hall, whose power is second only to the Heaven Sword Alliance in Huaxia. Thunder rolled and fierce winds blew, while terrifying celestial phenomena enveloped the area for 100 miles. The master of the Thunder Alliance, Xu Yongsheng, the master of the Gale Alliance, and the master of the Scarlet Flame Alliance. The masters of the 7 alliances in one hall walked towards the stage, with Li Qingsong standing in the center, Shen Duanhong and Xu Yongsheng flanking him on either side. The Elder Council followed closely behind. Looking at the live broadcast, the leader of the Blue Star Strong Country wore a serious expression. This time, the award ceremony for the martial arts exam in Huaxia is far from simple awarding. More importantly, it showcases the overall strength of Huaxia. At the same time, the 9 demon lords of the Demon Clan and the 12 demon emperors of the Beast Clan were also watching together. Thunderous applause and cheers surged back and forth like mountain cries and sea howls. After 7 days of martial arts exams, Lu Yuan finally won the crown, becoming first in the nation. Chu Wuxing obtained second, and Zhang Tianhua secured third. Let us congratulate them. Please welcome the top 100 candidates of the National Martial Arts Exam to the stage. The voice of the Grand Elder of the Sky Sword Alliance, Lu Ziyuan, rang out like a bell. Under the gaze of 7 alliance leaders and hall masters, along with over 1 million viewers, Lu Yuan stood first at the far right of the stage, followed by Chu Wuxing, Jiang Tianxia, and other candidates stepping up. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. As the candidates took the stage, the atmosphere reached a climax. The audience shouted Lu Yuan's name in unison. Every year, Huaxia holds the martial arts exam award ceremony. And this year is the most grand. There are many who ranked first nationally in the martial arts exam, but only Lu Yuan broke the score record. What is the reward for the national first? Lu Yuan felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. The total leader, Li Qingsong, presented awards to the top 3. Jiang Tianxia received a top-grade spirit treasure and a top-grade spirit sword. Ah, are candidates ranked from 90 to 100 getting mid-grade spirit weapons? Seeing the Wood Alliance leader unveiling the mid-grade spirit weapon covered by black cloth, the viewers in the livestream flooded the screen with question marks. Mid-grade spirit weapons, worth tens of millions, were traditionally given to candidates ranked 80 to 89. But this year, they were directly awarded to the top 90 candidates. What the heck? An 80 million worth, 400 cubic meters storage ring. The audience was shocked as they saw the leader of the Extreme Cold Alliance rewarding the top 60 candidates. The closer the ranking, the better the reward. This year's rewards compared to past years are 2 to 3 times better. Mid-grade spirit weapons, mid-grade spirit treasures, top-grade spirit treasures. Candidates ranked 10th to 19th received advanced Earth-level spirit techniques, which cannot be measured in monetary terms. It's almost my turn. Lu Yuan looked at the total leader Li Qingsong, who had revealed the black cloth. I have seen your performance in the martial arts exam. It was quite good, Li Qingsong said to Jiang Tianxia, who ranked 3rd nationally. Thank you for the praise, total leader. Jiang Tianxia was taken aback. Her reward was a top-grade spirit treasure and a top-grade spirit sword. Keep it up, your father has high hopes for you. Li Qingsong looked at Chu Wuxing and took out a pair of boxing gloves flickering with lightning. As the national second, Chu Wuxing was only rewarded with a top-grade spirit weapon, but it was a custom-made top-grade spirit weapon. When it was Lu Yuan's turn, Li Qingsong didn't speak. Instead, the Judgment Hall Master, Shen Duanhong, walked over with a grin. Little one, do you know you disrupted our plan? Shen Duanhong said. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Compared to the unsmiling total leader, he preferred the cheerful, kind smile of the Judgment Hall Master, who always seemed happy. He felt like an elder in the family, very respected but kind to the younger generation. Originally, we planned to reward the national first with a mid-level heavenly spirit technique, Shen Duanhong explained. Lu Yuan. Upon hearing about the mid-level heavenly spirit technique, Lu Yuan's first reaction was that it was impossible. This is a heavenly spirit technique, a treasured secret of every major family in power. Even a low-level heavenly spirit technique has power that covers a radius of 10 miles, let alone the mid-level. But Lu Yuan suddenly thought about his special profession as a trickster, not to mention heavenly grade techniques. There are no earth grade techniques in Blue Star. No wonder Hall Master Shen said he disrupted their plans. For your profession, we discussed overnight and decided to reward you with a spirit weapon of equal value to mid-level heavenly spirit techniques. What spirit weapon? Lu Yuan began to have a guess in his heart. As Shen Duanhong spoke, the total leader Li Qingsong revealed the black cloth held by the first staff member. Top-grade spirit weapon. These 4 words came from the mouth of the Judgment Hall's master, Shen Duanhong, making Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia's pupils shrink. The top national reward is actually a supreme spirit tool? They knew that this year's martial arts exam had generous rewards for the top 3, especially the first prize, but this was just too extravagant. Looking across the entire Blue Star, there are no more than 100 supreme spirit tools, all in the possession of national leaders and top-tier powerhouses. This item is called Silence, and it is a supreme spirit tool that can accompany you for a lifetime. Shen Duanhong nodded to the Grand Alliance leader, Li Qingsong, and solemnly handed over an ancient-looking necklace from the wooden box to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan examined the necklace named Silence, which felt cold to the touch, with beads connected by 4 different, vividly carved fierce beasts. One had a sheep's face and a human body, with eyes under its armpits. Another looked like a tiger with wings, posing as if hunting. Another had a tiger's face with a long tail, and the last resembled a meatball with no distinct shape, having 6 legs and 4 wings. Seeing Lu Yuan play with Silence, Shen Duanhong began to explain the effects of this supreme spirit tool. Silence has 2 effects. The first can withstand 3 attacks from professionists below the divine realm, and the number of times and power grows with your realm. Shen Duanhong said. Beside them, Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia perked up, yet they couldn't hear what Lord Shen was saying to Lu Yuan at all. Especially for Chu Wuxia, he was standing right next to them. To withstand 3 attacks from professionists below the divine realm? Lu Yuan understood the Grand Alliance members' good intentions. The trickster and dark attribute fighters are similar, as they fear getting too close in battle. And the supreme spirit tool Silence automatically triggers defense, so he wouldn't have to be distracted to control it. The second effect allows it to store spirit techniques. I have already stored a ground-level light attribute spirit technique in silence. You can use it when in danger and come back to the Judgment Hall to recharge it. Shin Duanhong explained the second and most important effect of silence. Storing spirit techniques, and the Lord of the Judgment Hall has already stored a ground-level spirit technique? Lu Yuan was shocked inside. Though it was a ground-level spirit technique, the one storing it was the current master of the Judgment Hall, Shin Duanhong. Shin Duanhong's power and control over forces come second only to the Grand Alliance leader in Huaxia. The ground-level spirit technique used by such a level of powerhouse, Lu Yuan couldn't even imagine how strong it would be. And Shin Duanhong personally opened up to recharge at any time, which meant that from now on, he could lavishly use the spirit technique stored in silence without worrying about recharging issues. Are you satisfied, little fellow? Shin Duanhong asked with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded. This was a supreme spirit tool, and the effect of silence was very suitable for him. That's good to hear. Shin Duanhong stepped back behind Li Qingsong. No one knew what Shin Duanhong had discussed with Lu Yuan, including this year's national first prize for the martial arts exam. Netizens speculated that Lu Yuan's reward was 2 pieces of high-quality spiritual treasures and 1 high-quality spirit tool, or perhaps 2 high-quality spirit tools. As for a supreme spirit tool, no one even thought about it, and many people didn't even know that there was such a concept as a supreme spirit tool. The award ceremony continued, with the alliance leaders shaking hands with each examinee, occasionally chatting a bit. Child, you need to improve the proficiency of your spirit techniques and your mental quality. You seemed a bit flustered when facing that thousand-eyed spider. Thunder Alliance leader Chu Yongsheng said to the examinee in front of him. Chu Yongsheng had a strong build, radiating a rich thunder attribute aura, and had a striking scar running from his forehead to his chin. Due to the scar, Chu Yongsheng's face looked fierce, but when he smiled, it seemed even fiercer. Yet his tone was gentle, and the examinee conversing with him was astonished, not expecting the leader to pay attention to his martial arts exam livestream. Every time Chu Yongsheng shook hands with an examinee, he would chat a little bit, more or less. I am old friends with your father. The last time we met, you were only 7 or 8 years old. Now you are growing more and more beautiful. Chu Yongsheng said with a sigh in front of Jiang Tianxia. Dad often says you are too busy and don't have time to drink with him. Jiang Tianxia said with a smile. Haha, definitely next time, go back and say hello to your father for me. Chu Yongsheng said, directly sweeping past Chu Wuxian, performing a transformation act. The smile disappeared from his face, turning extremely cold, until he stood in front of Lu Yuan where a smile returned to his face. Seeing the scene, several leaders shook their heads. In their eyes, Chu Yongsheng was too harsh on his son. Ranking second in the national martial arts exam is already a very good achievement, and that day when the dust settled, Chu Yongsheng left the sword hall in a huff, showing his disappointment. The Bazaar Odd Master, the top professions in the martial arts exam over the years are varied. Not only is your score the brightest, but your profession is as well. Chu Yongsheng said with a smile, patting Lu Yuan's shoulder, catching a glimpse of Chu Wuxian out of the corner of his eye. A father knows his son best. The reason Chu Yongsheng treated Chu Wuxian this way is that this son is too arrogant, too proud, so reckless that he doesn't put anyone in his eyes. If he continued to spoil Chu Wuxian like the family or the elder of the Thunder Alliance, then it would ruin Chu Wuxian. Watching his father laughing and chatting with Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxian lowered his head even deeper, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into the flesh, bleeding. No storage ring? Chu Yongsheng noticed Lu Yuan's fingers were empty. No. Lu Yuan replied neither humble nor haughty, not expecting Chu Yongsheng to be so friendly to him. After all, his son had the national first place taken away by him. A storage ring, as the name suggests, can store items, but it is very expensive, usually costing 3 to 4 million Chinese coins, unaffordable for ordinary people. Recently, Lu Yuan was planning to buy a storage ring, hesitating about how many cubic meters to purchase. How can a national first in the martial arts exam not have a storage ring? If this gets out, people will think we are too stingy. Chu Yongsheng said, taking out a storage ring engraved with the words Thunder. This storage ring can store 1,000 cubic meters of items. I had it specially made. Chu Yongsheng handed the storage ring in his hand to Lu Yuan. This isn't appropriate, right? Lu Yuan shook his head. A storage ring that can hold 1,000 cubic meters of items is too precious, twice the space of the storage ring reward for the top 60 in the martial arts exam. Take it, I still want to thank you. Chu Yongsheng placed the storage ring into Lu Yuan's pocket. Lu Yuan didn't understand this. Thank for what? For me taking your son's first place in the martial arts exam? Seeing that Chu Yongsheng said so, Lu Yuan accepted the storage ring and wore it on his right index finger without hesitation. The awards ceremony started at 10 o'clock, and amid warm applause, it declared a successful conclusion at noon sharp. Lu Yuan did not stay long in the capital. He returned to Tianhua City that afternoon. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. As soon as he arrived home, Lu Yuan saw Lu Yeli jumping around on the sofa, going crazy again. She was wearing pink pajamas with rabbits, bouncing and mimicking the audience calling her name during the award ceremony. Didn't take your medicine or took the wrong medicine? Lu Yuan said impatiently. Cut it out, you have no sense of fun. Lu Yeli pouted, and when she saw Lu Yuan wearing the storage ring inscribed with thunder, her eyes lit up. So extravagant, the National Martial Arts Exam first place reward, a 1,000 cubic meter storage ring, this should just be one of the rewards? Lu Yeli said. The volume a storage ring can hold is judged by its size. Lu Yeli also had one, but it could only hold 300 cubic meters. I guess so. Lu Yuan stroked the exceptional spiritual weapon, destruction. He received the notice that he was admitted to Pengcheng University and would go to Pengcheng tomorrow. Each university has different start dates. The top 5 prestigious schools basically start notifying new students to enroll within a week after the martial arts exam. If you go to Pengcheng, the house will be empty. Lu Yeli said sadly. She would also have to return to school after some time. With the teleportation formation, you can come to Pengcheng to find me anytime, or I can go to the capital to find you, Lu Yuan said. Taking the teleportation formation is convenient and quick, and in the blink of an eye, one can travel between major cities. Besides, it's not like a permanent farewell. Then I'll come to Peng City to find you in a while, just as a vacation. Lu Yili's face was filled with joy. Peng City's seafood was particularly famous, and she had long wanted to try it. Lu Yuan? Did my sister's mood change so quickly? Just now she was sad, and in the next moment, she was all cheerful again. Chapter 31, New Students Enroll. Peng City, a coastal city. Here, the seafood industry is developed, with various seafood restaurants everywhere. Scallops, sea fish, and lobsters are all available. And today is the enrollment day for new students at Peng City University. Peng City University, one of the top 5 universities in China, covers an area of about 38,000 hectares, the scale comparable to a small city. This year, Peng City University has accepted over 4,000 new students, and now they are entering through various gates to visit. What a magnificent ferocious beast corpse! It must be a ferocious beast at the Saint Realm. New students entering from the east gate immediately saw a ferocious beast's corpse wrapped in pure ice. The beast was over 100 meters tall, looking like a snake but not a snake, its stout body covered in black scales, with 3 long heads. Even in death, the oppressive aura still made them tremble. Some new students recognized the beast. It was a 3-headed Su, which could reach the Divine Emperor realm at its peak. This 3-headed Su was killed by the principal, Lao Qiyuan. Before dying, it was at the peak of the Saint Realm, and after its death, it became a trophy frozen for people to admire. This grilled oyster tastes really good. Lu Yuan ate grilled oysters while visiting Peng City University. An oyster that sells for 20 to 30 yuan inland can be bought for only 10 yuan here, and the taste is delicious with excellent texture. Following the mentor's footsteps, Lu Yuan and the other new students arrived at an open area. With blue skies and white clouds, a gentle breeze blew, and the new students looked forward to their future university life. Bang bang bang. A faint smell of blood spread as an older student, bald and about 22 or 23 years old, passed by. Seeing the beast carried on the older student's shoulder, the expressions of the new students were rich and varied. Oh my, the senior students are so fierce, carrying ferocious beasts around the school. That's a bloodthirsty mad wolf at the Divine Realm, rumored to have an IQ of 130 and is a very cunning beast. Senior, does it hurt? More and more senior students from Peng City University passed by, causing the smell of blood in the air to grow stronger. They bore different beast corpses on their shoulders with expressionless faces, some in tattered clothes, blood flowing from their arms, shoulders, and even chests. Seeing the soon-to-be enrolled new students, the seniors wore knowing smiles. Here comes another group of unlucky ones. You all just took the exam to get into Peng City University. Once enrolled, not a single sound from you, one senior said. It's not that Peng City University is bad, but there are other reasons. Before long, this group of new students will be like them, running around the school carrying beast corpses. What does that mean? Some new students were puzzled, and the speaking senior didn't answer, leaving on his own. He had no time to chat with these new students, busy dealing with his wounds before retreating to the no man's land. Watching the seniors who spoke in riddles, the new students felt a bit anxious. I'm full. Lu Yuan threw the disposable utensil box into the trash can. Just at that moment, Principal Lao Qiyuan arrived with 3 vice principals. Welcome everyone to Peng City University. Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng said. The scene instantly quieted down, and the new students turned to look at Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng, along with Principal Lao Qiyuan. Lao Qiyuan, a strong figure recorded in Chinese textbooks. In his youth, he led an army of 1,000,000 professionals in a great war against the monster race, continuously reclaiming lost territories and achieving great merits, even serving as the Grand Elder of the Sky Sword Alliance. Later, due to age, he stepped back and became the principal of Peng City University. Seeing Principal Lao Qiyuan, the new students were excited, their eyes filled with reverence. Here, I wish everyone a relaxed and enjoyable 4 years of university life in advance. Zhang Shouzheng scanned the new students present, smiling. Hearing this, passing seniors scoffed, wearing expressions that suggested they didn't believe it. Listening to Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng recount the history of Peng City University, Lu Yuan felt bored and discovered a familiar figure standing ahead on the right. Li Jinxue also applied to Pengcheng University? Lu Yuan thought. Li Jinxue, second in Tianhua City, 70 in Hailan Province. If he remembered correctly, she awakened the time attribute combat profession and has now cultivated to the 6th star of Qi refining. Unlike Lu Yuan, Li Jinxue listened attentively to the vice principal's speech. Pengcheng University has few rules for students, but whether you can graduate depends on your credits. Zhang Shouzheng got to the point. Credits have many uses, and everything in life depends on credits. For example, housing is divided into 3 levels: ordinary dormitory building, 3-bedroom apartment, and independent villa. Zhang Shouzheng cleared his throat. Of course, the independent villa is the best choice, a freshman said. This didn't need much thought. Who wants to squeeze into a small dorm with others? If you encounter a roommate who snores, isn't that the worst? Ordinary dormitory building is provided for free, the 3-bedroom apartment costs 1,000 credits per month, and the independent villa costs 10,000 credits per month. Zhang Shouzheng's words shocked the freshman on the spot. Vice Principal, how can we earn credits? A freshman in the front row asked. Go to the wilderness and hunt fierce beasts. Zhang Shouzheng answered succinctly. Pengcheng University awards credits based on the students' abilities to hunt fierce beasts. Of course, credits have many more uses, such as a technology room that simulates battles with fierce beasts or specially created training environments for various combat professions. Credits can also be used to buy spiritual techniques, spiritual artifacts, and monster crystals, or even to become the principal. The prerequisite is that you have enough credits. It is no exaggeration to say that credits have replaced money at Pengcheng University. No wonder the seniors are in such a hurry. Lu Yuan realized the importance of credits. Although the school doesn't force students to earn credits, if you want to become stronger, you must hunt fierce beasts to earn credits to exchange for training resources. Indeed, every university is different. Lu Yuan thought of his older sister. Imperial Capital University conducts strict tests on students every 3 months to allocate training resources based on test results, which is essentially similar. After explaining the purpose of credits, Zhang Shouzheng signaled the mentors to take attendance. Lang Ruiqiang, Awakened Gold Attribute Combat Profession, assigned to Class 1 of Year 1. Yi Shixuan, Awakened Water Attribute Combat Profession, assigned to Class 3 of Year 1. Based on the attributes of the freshmen, the mentors began to assign them to different classes. Among them, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth correspond to 5 classes, while rare attributes like ice, time, space, and dark have their respective classes. As one freshman after another was called, there were very few newcomers left in the venue. Which class am I assigned to? Lu Yuan wondered. He was a special profession, the trickster. Surely they wouldn't create a class just for him. You like this kind of situation, don't you? Hearing the words of the person next to him, Lu Yuan turned his head. The one who spoke was a freshman with white hair, dressed in a white tracksuit. At that moment, he held a bottle of beverage in each hand, talking to the drink as if it were a person. Oh, baby, I'm going to open it, I really am. The white-haired boy looked intoxicated, opening the carbonated drink in his left hand and placing the juice on the ground. You want me to drink it, right? Not possible, you can only watch. The white-haired boy pointed at the juice on the ground and then gulped down the carbonated drink. Lu Yuan. You might not believe it, but in just a few seconds, I actually saw a familiar movie plot from the 2 bottles of drinks, and it was even a Minotaur storyline. Crazy. Lu Yuan was speechless. He thought there might be some gossip, but it turned out to be this? The people standing next to the white-haired freshman instinctively moved away, as they, like Lu Yuan, felt that the white-haired freshman was strange and doubted how he got into Pengcheng University. Only 5 freshmen remained in the venue. Lu Yuan, Xiao Haoyan, Zhai Zizi, Hua Xiangyu, except for that white-haired boy who I hadn't heard of, the other 4 are all in the top 20 of the National Martial Arts exam. The new students looked at Lu Yuan. The number 1 in the country, Lu Yuan, applied to Pengcheng University, and the news spread instantly to become a trending topic, sparking wide discussions. The reason why these 5 did not get assigned to a class could likely be that the principals wanted to teach them individually. Sure enough, Principal Lao Qiyuan and 3 vice principals stood in front of the remaining 5 new students, asking if they would like him to be their exclusive mentor for 4 years in college. Chapter 32, Heading to the No Man's Land. Under the collective gaze of the new students, Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng stood in front of Xiao Haoyan, who ranked 8th in the National Martial Arts examination. Do you want me to be your exclusive mentor? Zhang Shouzheng asked. Xiao Haoyan, like him, awakened a soil attribute combat profession. Having an exclusive mentor is another way of saying being an apprentice, and of course, it requires Qiu Haotian's consent first. After becoming an apprentice, their relationship would be different. After all, once a teacher, forever a father. I do. Qiu Haotian eagerly agreed. Zhang Shouzheng was the vice principal of Pengcheng University, his status comparable to that of a senior elder of the Seven Alliances. Any normal-minded person would be willing to have such a powerful mentor. The three vice principals successfully took in their apprentices, leaving only Lu Yuan and a new student with white hair on the field. The principal should take Lu Yuan as a disciple. After all, Lu Yuan is the number one in the national martial arts exam. Definitely, why would he take that strange guy? I seriously suspect there's something wrong with his mind. The new students whispered, thinking the principal would choose Lu Yuan as a disciple. To their surprise, Lao Qiyuan walked up to the white-haired new student. Han Juncheng, what about you? Said Lao Qiyuan, dressed in a black training outfit, his square face serious and stern. Han Juncheng ranked 101 in the nation. It's worth mentioning that from the start to the end of the martial arts examination, Han Juncheng maintained the national rank of 101 without moving. I am a great Lu Jin. The white-haired Han Juncheng just started to speak, and Lu Yuan sensed that this guy was about to make a scene. Lu Yuan sensed it, and Principal Lao Qiyuan sensed it too. Try talking nonsense one more time? Lao Qiyuan said coldly. I am willing. Han Juncheng replied obediently. Lao Qiyuan turned and left, as Han Juncheng was also a metal attribute combat profession. And Han Juncheng had SS grade talent, currently cultivating to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Only Lu Yuan was left standing in place. What about me? Lu Yuan wondered, even if no one was willing to take him as a disciple, they could at least tell him which class he would be assigned to. What's going on? Why did the principal leave? The new students scratched their heads. They were surprised that the principal took a nameless new student as his disciple, and even more surprised that no one asked the number one in the national martial arts exam, Lu Yuan. After all, he was the number one in the national martial arts examination and had broken the score record. Do you remember me? A middle-aged man, wrapped tightly in a thick down jacket, looked at Lu Yuan. Senior Tang. Lu Yuan greeted. Tang Jingwei, the one who had given him the top-grade spirit tool, the Dragon Abyss Wire. The main reason Lu Yuan applied to Pengcheng University was that during his chat with Tang Jingwei, he discovered that Tang had a deep understanding of the profession of trickster. So? Tang Jingwei's eyes gleamed with energy. Teacher. Lu Yuan said. Very good, you are my fourth disciple. Tang Jingwei said with a tone of satisfaction. Seeing Lu Yuan becoming Tang Jingwei's apprentice, the three vice principals had expected it, but the new students were even more puzzled. He is also a mentor at our school? Tang Jingwei is one of the best mentors in our school, and even in China, Fu Jingjie is one of his disciples. Someone recognized Tang Jingwei. Mentioning Tang Jingwei's name, the new students felt unfamiliar. But Fu Jingjie was too familiar to them, an elder of the Rift Wind Alliance and the youngest elder of the Seven Alliances, breaking through to the Rule Realm at only 26 years old. At the centenary celebration of Pengcheng University, Fu Jingjie was invited to attend while other guests started at the level of Alliance elders. There are more masters? If that's the case, then Mentor Tang must be excellent at teaching students. All his students have achieved great success. There is a difference between a student and an apprentice, and perhaps only Lu Yuan could make Master Tang think about accepting an apprentice. The freshmen looked at the two figures leaving, and after learning that Master Tang's apprentice had achieved such great success, they couldn't help but feel envious of Lu Yuan. The teacher's dormitory building at Pengcheng University. Feel free to make yourself at home, don't hold back. Tang Jingwei opened the door. His place was a 3-bedroom apartment. The room was very clean, but the living room's television and sofa were covered with dust cloths, showing that Tang Jingwei rarely visited the living room. Teacher, is this person in the photo you? Lu Yuan picked up the album from the table and opened the first page. It was a group photo of 3 people. Tang Jingwei stood in the middle, smiling brightly, holding up a fierce beast's head. From the appearance of the fierce beast's head, Lu Yuan deduced it was a domain-level white-armored earth dragon. Killing such a fierce beast proved that Tang Jingwei's strength had begun at the domain level. At that time, I was still very muscular, Tang Jingwei said as he poured a cup of tea and sat opposite Lu Yuan. Sunlight streamed through the window into the living room, warming the people and making them involuntarily yawn. The person on the far left of the photo is Shinjun. Tang Jingwei took a sip of hot tea. Lu Yuan looked at Shinjun, a fellow who had awakened as a puppet master like himself. Based on his appearance, Shinjun seemed to be in his 30s when the photo was taken, with thick brows and big eyes, looking quite handsome. Do you know why I decided to take you as my apprentice? Tang Jingwei suddenly asked. Lu Yuan looked up. Because I killed Shinjun. Tang Jingwei's face showed pain as he began to speak about a past he never wanted to remember. The teacher killed Shinjun? Lu Yuan was puzzled. From the group photo, it seemed that the two of them had a very close relationship. At that time, Xinjun, Xing Wenan, and I enlisted in the army together. We fought side by side for years, and we were as close as brothers. But as we all broke through to the transcendent level, due to Xinjun's special profession, he couldn't learn earth-level spiritual techniques, and this caused the gap in our strength to grow. Tang Jingwei rubbed his face hard, unable to control his emotions. Lu Yuan quietly listened. At that time, I helped Xinjun research for earth-level spiritual techniques, and I was confident that we could develop an earth-level spiritual technique. I even suspected that the combat method of the puppet master should control the puppet soldiers, rather than just assisting. That's right, I always thought the puppet master was not a combat profession, but an auxiliary profession, Tang Jingwei said, his expression complicated as he looked at Lu Yuan. Pain, regret, sorrow. But there was simply too little reference material. You are the third person on Blue Star to awaken the puppet master profession, Xinjun was the second, and as for Qiao Xingyao, he passed away long ago and had directly given up on becoming a professional. Tang Jingwei closed his eyes. I remember that day when I excitedly found Xinjun and asked him to perform the earth-level advanced spiritual technique, Mirage Puppet. He died. His body exploded. I watched as his body swelled up like a balloon and then burst. I, indirectly killed my good brother. Tang Jingwei's throat moved, and he took a deep breath to control his emotions. He didn't want to lose face in front of his newly accepted apprentice. Lu Yuan remained silent, unsure of how to comfort his teacher. The atmosphere became heavy. Your talent is the highest among the 4 apprentices I've taught, so I will do my best to train you. Tang Jingwei finished speaking and took out a large amount of materials from the storage ring. These are the materials you asked Vice Principal Zhan to prepare. 1,000 of each kind of puppet soldier. So soon? Lu Yuan looked at the materials for creating the Bone Legion and the Sky-Split Legion. He thought it would take some time to prepare. Before hunting fierce beasts in the wilderness zone to earn credits, first assemble the 2,000 puppet soldiers. The wilderness zone is not like Tian City during the martial exam, where the strength of the beasts is clearly divided by area. Tang Jingwei helped Lu Yuan organize the materials. At any moment, a beast of the Xian Gang level, or even a divine level beast, could appear and catch you off guard. Lu Yuan nodded. He thought so too. His current spiritual power reserve was sufficient to control 2,000 eerie puppet soldiers. Plus, with the 4 great disasters, he confidently set out to face beasts below the divine realm in the uninhabited zone. Crack crack. The first bone soldier was completed, and Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, who had already made 10 wind-splitting soldiers. Lu Yuan. Who exactly is the eerie puppeteer? By the way, teacher, what profession did you awaken? Lu Yuan asked. Fire attribute combat profession. Tang Jingwei focused on creating wind-splitting soldiers, using the method Lu Yuan taught him. Even if he knew how to make them, he couldn't control the bone and wind-splitting troops if he wasn't an eerie puppeteer. It doesn't seem like that, Lu Yuan said, looking at Tang Jingwei, who was seriously explaining the precautions for the uninhabited zone to himself. What do you mean? Shouldn't fire attribute combat professionals have a hot temper, like a powder keg that explodes at the slightest touch? Lu Yuan said. Since the emergence of professionals, people have categorized the personalities and tempers of combat attribute professionals, somewhat like zodiac signs. Earth attribute professionals are honest and simple, water attribute professionals are gentle, and gold attribute professionals are steady. It's just a stereotype, I might be an exception. Tang Jingwei's smile stiffened. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed and cheerful. Thanks to Tang Jingwei's presence, the 2,000 eerie puppet soldiers that were originally meant to take 2 days to finish were completed in just 1 day. As dawn broke, Lu Yuan, temporarily staying in Tang Jingwei's dormitory, arrived at the school playground. He was going to the uninhabited zone to hunt fierce beasts, but before that, he needed to review his eerie puppet army. Especially the newly created 2,000 bone troop and wind-splitting troop. Chapter 33, My name is Lu Yuan, welcome to Take Revenge. Peng City, at the break of dawn. Streetlights cast a faint glow, and Peng City University covers a large area, with 5 or 6 playgrounds alone. Each playground can hold tens of thousands of people at the same time, and Lu Yuan was at the closest one to the teacher's dormitory. The surroundings were empty, with only a few scattered students occasionally spotted. Rustle. Taking out the eerie puppet soldiers from his storage ring, a sky full of red lines intertwined as a unique eerie puppet army of Lu Yuan descended. The 4 great disasters, blood slaughter, corruption, Sangming, and Zhansha stood at the forefront. 200 soldiers from the blood slaughter group, clad in crimson armor, raised their long knives and shields, while the heavenly punishment army gathered thunder cuts to light up the night sky, and the golden armor soldiers were poised to strike. After multiple evolutions, the Star Devourer troop reached a height of 10 meters, and the strongest Star Devourer soldier stood 70 meters tall. The number of all eerie puppet troops was replenished to 200. So many people this early in the morning? A student who had stayed up late, preparing to go get breakfast, looked at the playground. Mind you, it was not even 5 o'clock yet, and most students would still be asleep at this time. What surprised the student was that more and more people were gathering on the playground. The bone troop appeared. The wind-splitting troop appeared. 1,000 bone soldiers stood tall and proud, waiting for Lu Yuan to command them. They had no bodies, only skeletal frames, with their eye sockets twinkling with a ghostly blue light. Each bone soldier rode a skeletal warhorse, outfitted with various weapons. Short knives, long bows, ropes, and so on. Heavy cavalry? Lu Yuan pondered. Eerie puppet soldiers matched the strength of their controllers. These 1,000 bone troop soldiers were all at the 8th star level of chi refining. The bone troop was very suitable for charging into battle, trampling enemies to death, just like a wave of beasts. Having clarified the strategy for this troop, Lu Yuan looked up at the sky. In the sky, 1,000 wind-splitting soldiers spread their wings to cover the full moon. They resembled humanoid bats, with sharp fangs and claws, flapping their wings and making a whooshing sound through the air. Flying eerie puppet soldiers? Lu Yuan realized that the wind-splitting soldiers were very suitable for reconnaissance. Other than wind attribute combat professionals, other practitioners had to reach the divine realm to be able to fly. Moreover, regular flying was very slow while the wind-splitting troop flew at speeds faster than shadows, unmatched by divine realm professionals. The 9 great odd puppet legions have gathered. Lu Yuan's fingers danced. Over 3,000 odd puppet soldiers marched in unison, arranged in different formations by Lu Yuan's control. The sky brightened. Looking at the odd puppet legion on the playground, the mentors coming out of the dorms marveled in wonder. This is much more than dark attribute combat professionals summoning skeletal monsters, both in strength and number. Lu Yuan leads over the dark attribute combat professionals of the same realm. No wonder he is the first in the National Martial Arts examination. It is said that to let Lu Yuan apply to our school, the principal spent a lot of money. The mentors stopped to observe Lu Yuan's odd puppet legion. The 9 great odd puppet legions each had a unique style, playing different roles in combat. Recalling the odd puppet legion into the storage ring, Lu Yuan walked towards the teleportation formation. He didn't like squeezing into a cramped dormitory, but living with the teacher all the time wasn't a solution either. The urgent task was to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness and earn more credits to exchange for a 3-bedroom apartment or an independent villa. Peng City has 2 large teleportation points, one at the high-speed railway station and the other within Peng City University. Within Peng City University, it was provided for students to use, making it convenient for them to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness. As the moon set and the sun rose, the empty streets gradually became bustling with traffic. At this moment, the teleportation point was extremely lively, with senior students shouting loudly to attract the attention of freshmen. Is there anyone going to the wilderness? Full protection throughout the journey, only 500 credits for a day. I have a spot for 600 credits a day. I am a 6-star in the Xian Gang realm, a thunder attribute combat professional. Hearing the seniors shouting and selling, the freshmen preparing to go to the wilderness showed hesitant expressions. The wilderness is very dangerous, most of them are going for the first time. It would be much better if upperclassmen accompanied them. But they didn't have that many credits. The school only provided each freshman with 300 basic credits, just enough for a month of meals in the cafeteria. It's fine if you don't have credits, you can owe it and pay later when you have it, the seniors said. Hearing this, the freshmen felt relieved, and they chose to join the team to head into the wilderness in this more reliable way. Is there anyone else? We will depart in half an hour. Looking at the teleportation point that resembled a vegetable market, Lu Yuan ignored the seniors trying to earn credits and bought a teleport ticket to Baiyang City. Baiyang City, one of the border cities of Huaxia resisting the invasion of demons. The reason for choosing this city to go to the wilderness was the recommendation of his teacher, Tang Jingwei. The reason for the recommendation was very simple. There are many ferocious beast groups in the wilderness outside Baiyang City, and as an odd puppet master, Lu Yuan is least afraid of grouped ferocious beasts. The teleport ticket cost credits, not money. Going to the wilderness alone? Among the crowd, 2 people stood out, Lu Yuan and the principal's newly accepted apprentice, Han Junchang. Both went to the wilderness alone without choosing to spend credits to find seniors to lead them or to team up with freshmen. Lu Yuan sat on a chair, closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the teleport formation to activate. The world spun, and Lu Yuan's vision blurred. In the blink of an eye, he teleported from Peng City to Baiyang City, 1,000 miles away. Baiyang City once was a city where ancient nomadic tribes lived, and they worshipped the ram, believing that the ram would bring good luck. As demons invaded, Baiyang City lost its former prosperity. The residents have all moved to the safe city behind. The air is filled with a murderous atmosphere as Lu Yuan walks down the empty street. Rumblings sound. Occasionally, armored vehicles rush by, with soldiers sitting neatly on board, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings out of professional instinct. This city has no residents, only the Huaxia army guarding against demons. Dust swirls up at the east gate of Baiyang City, where a group of professionals is lining up for inspection. Lu Yuan follows the line, taking out his student ID from Pengcheng University. Name, age, residence, any criminal record, purpose of going to the no man's land. The soldiers carefully question the professionals leaving Baiyang City. As the name suggests, the no man's land is full of fierce beasts. The soldiers conduct such strict inspections mainly because they worry that fugitives might head to the no man's land, which is known as an area without laws. Most professionals answer that they do it to support their families. They live by hunting fierce beasts and selling demon crystals, leading a life on the edge every day. So young and daring to venture into the no man's land, someone said, looking at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan is the youngest in the line, his clothes clean and tidy, unlike theirs, which are scruffy and casual. Hee, such tender skin, he'll probably be scared silly in the no man's land. A smelly professional, clearly someone who hasn't bathed in a while, said, licking his lips and eyeing Lu Yuan. He seems to have some unusual preferences. Hao Zhishang, he's a student of Pengcheng University, a professional exclaimed upon seeing Lu Yuan's student ID. They all make their living by hunting fierce beasts and selling demon crystals, and they know each other. So what about Pengcheng University? Even the king of the no man's land is useless here, and I haven't done anything to him, Hao Zhishang replied dismissively. He's just an 8-star professional in the Qi refining realm, while he is a 2-star professional in the Xian Gang realm, specializing in earth attribute combat. The soldier, hearing Hao Zhishang's words, looked disgusted and covered his nose while continuing the interrogation. Release him. The city gate opened, and after finishing the interrogation, Hao Zhishang swaggered out, not forgetting to whistle at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, with a neutral expression, handed his student ID to the soldier. After confirming the student ID's material and photo were fine, the soldier raised his hand. Release. Before the words could leave his mouth, 2 cold flashes shot towards the just escaped Hao Zhishang. Puchi. The spear pierced accurately into Hao Zhishang's knee, embedding itself in the ground, blood streaming from the wound, accompanied by a shrill scream. Under Lu Yuan's control, 2 heavenly punishment soldiers stood before Hao Zhishang. Can I leave now? Lu Yuan asked the soldier. The soldier, with a strange expression, nodded, while the leading officer in boots crossed his arms and smiled slightly. So quick to act without warning? The professionals in line all looked at Lu Yuan in unison, not expecting the young man to be so decisive. Captain, this. The soldier pointed to Hao Zhishang, kneeling on the ground with his knee pierced by the spear. He said it himself, even the king of the no man's land is useless here, I'm neither his father nor the king. The officer shrugged off the dust from his clothes. This is something he can manage but also choose to ignore, after all, Hao Zhishang is now in the no man's land, not inside Baiyang City. 1 step, 2 steps. Lu Yuan looked down at Hao Zhishang from above. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken to you disrespectfully, Hao Zhishang's face turned pale. So fast. He didn't even have time to react before being pierced by the spear. Is this the power of an 8-star in the Qi refining realm? Seeing the 2 heavenly punishment soldiers in deep blue armor beside Lu Yuan, Hao Zhishang knocked his head on the ground to beg for mercy. I'm Lu Yuan, a freshman at Pengcheng University, feel free to seek revenge anytime, Lu Yuan said as he ignored Hao Zhishang and walked ahead. Puchi. 2 streams of hot blood slid down his cheeks as Hao Zhishang covered his face and let out another piercing scream. My eyes, my eyes. The professionals inside the city looked at the gradually fading Lu Yuan, then turned to the weeping Hao Zhishang at the city gate, speechless. Lu Yuan, it seems I've heard this name somewhere. This year's National Martial Arts Exam number 1 is named Lu Yuan, he also applied to Pengcheng University. No wonder he fights so easily. All I can say is Hao Zhishang is out of luck, why did he provoke someone like this? Lu Yuan's figure vanished, and the city's professionals stared at the unconscious Hao Zhishang. Damn, that's ruthless. Chapter 34, Silver Moon Wolf Pack. Vultures circled in the sky, and the air rippled in layers. Lu Yuan walked alone on the vast plain. The wilderness was vast, with occasional bones scattered on the ground. These bones were from both humans and fierce beasts. A long wolf howl echoed, and Lu Yuan encountered the first fierce beast in the wilderness, to be precise, a group of them. Bite him to death. Under the blazing sun, a giant wolf with pure white fur and a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead spoke human words. Silver Moon Wolf, which can reach the pinnacle of the Xian Gang realm. Lu Yuan looked at the Silver Moon Wolf not far away. 1, 2, 3. Soon, over 300 of its clan members appeared behind the Silver Moon Wolf, baring their teeth at Lu Yuan. Awu. With a loud wolf howl, under the leadership of the 8-star Silver Moon Wolf King in the Xian Gang realm, the Silver Moon Wolf Pack launched a collective charge. The teacher was right, there are a lot of pack-dwelling fierce beasts living outside Baiyang City. Facing more than 300 fierce beasts in the Xiangang realm charging, Lu Yuan looked calm, even a bit excited. The strange oddity master was not afraid of group attacks. Don't look, that guy is done for. In the distance, a team of professionals hunting fierce beasts lay on the ground, afraid the Silver Moon Wolf Pack would spot them. The leader, a man with a beard around 27 or 28 years old, said. His name was Kong Honi, a 6-star Xiangang realm fire attribute combat professional. What a pity, he looks so young, sighed a capable female professional in the team. This was the plain area, facing so many Xiangang realm Silver Moon Wolves, that surrounded young man had no way out. If it were a dense forest, there might have been a chance, though the odds of survival were still slim. The wilderness is like this, you never know what will happen next. Kong Honi said indifferently. He only hoped that the Silver Moon Wolves would bite the young man to death and that he and his teammates would not be discovered. Even if 8 Xiangang realm combat professionals couldn't withstand one charge from the Silver Moon Wolf Pack. Kong bro, that young man seems to be a dark attribute combat professional. Hearing his teammates' words, Kong Honi shook his head. What use is a dark attribute combat professional? He still can't. Damn. The war horses neighed. Thousands of warriors riding skeletal war horses from the 10,000 Bone Legion appeared. Charge! Lu Yuan commanded, letting the 10,000 Bone Legion clash head-on with the Silver Moon Wolf Pack. Just in terms of numbers, the 10,000 Bone Legion greatly outnumbered the Silver Moon Wolves. Crash! Hooves kicked up vast clouds of dust as over 1,000 skeleton soldiers drew their war horses and equipped bone chains, quickly linking them together. Bang! Sounds of bones shattering echoed as they crashed into the bone chains. The Silver Moon Wolves collided with the skeletal war horses and suffered heavy casualties. Blood soaked the ground everywhere, and the Silver Moon Wolf King's pupils widened as he looked at the tragedy of his clan. Some were trampled into meat paste by skeletal war horses, and others crashed into the bone chains and lost half their heads. In just one charge, less than 100 of the over 300 Silver Moon Wolves remained. And they still think they can bite me? Lu Yuan looked at the Silver Moon Wolf King. His summoned skeleton warriors are this tough? Kong Honi, who witnessed all this from afar, widened his eyes. Dark attribute professionals are known for controlling skeleton warriors. He knew a dark attribute professional in the Xiangang realm, and their skeleton warriors were far less durable than Lu Yuan's 10,000 Bone Legion. It's important to note Lu Yuan was only an 8-star professional in the refining Qi realm. But the result is still the same, that young man will still be bitten to death. After the shock, Kong Honi said. At this point, Lu Yuan's 10,000 Bone Legion exchanged positions with the Silver Moon Wolf Pack. Lu Yuan was surrounded by a pack of Silver Moon Howling Wolves. Ah, he can fly. A teammate excitedly pointed at Lu Yuan, completely unaware that this would reveal their position. Under the gaze of Kong Honi and others, a group of shadows blocked the bright sun. The Riftwind troop appeared. Standing in the sky on the Riftwind soldiers, Lu Yuan looked down upon the furious Silver Moon Howling Wolf King. Bang bang bang. Adjusting the direction, the Bone Legion charged again. Thousands of Riftwind soldiers swooped down like eagles catching chicks, their sharp claws piercing deep into the bodies of the Silver Moon Howling Wolves, then carried them high into the air and dropped them to their deaths. The battle continued, and the number of Silver Moon Howling Wolves gradually decreased, while Lu Yuan's Trickster Legion visibly grew. Brother Kong, this isn't right. A Qi Refinement Realm Dark Attribute profession can summon so many skeleton monsters? You ask me, who should I ask? Have you ever seen a Qi Refinement Realm practitioner take down over 300 Mystic Realm creatures? Kong Honi's face twitched, he had never seen such a fierce practitioner in his life. With the blood-red long line in focus, Lu Yuan skillfully controlled the Trickster Legion to slaughter the Silver Moon Howling Wolves. Watching his kin fall one by one, the Silver Moon Howling Wolf King was anxious and desperate. It could use its spiritual techniques, but Lu Yuan was flying too high, far beyond the attack range of its skills. Seeing the blood-red long line, the Silver Moon Howling Wolf King had a sudden idea. Could it be that the human was controlling the Trickster Legion through the blood-red long line? I found your flaw, the Silver Moon Howling Wolf King exclaimed excitedly, leaping into the air and clawing at the high-grade spiritual tool, the Dragon Abyss line. A roar of a dragon came. The Silver Moon Howling Wolf King landed smoothly, slowly raising its head, its 5-meter wolf body sliced into neat blocks of tofu, leaving only a demon crystal lying on the ground. Only 30 Silver Moon Howling Wolves remained? Their most powerful leader was killed just like that? 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan checked the spoils. A total of 345 Mystic Realm Demon Crystals, among which was a Mystic Realm 8-star crystal. Mystic Realm Demon Crystals start at a market price of 100,000 each, this many would allow him to achieve financial freedom. Additionally, his academic credits rose to over 80,000, a month's right to a standalone villa at Pengcheng University costs 10,000 academic credits. A great harvest. Lu Yuan did not expect such good luck, earning more than 80,000 credits in less than an hour in the no man's land. Brother Kong, with so many demon crystals, we won't have to worry about food and drink for 5 or 6 years. A teammate looked at the demon crystals in Lu Yuan's hand with greedy eyes. Yeah, that young man probably doesn't have much spiritual power left, Another teammate was eager to try. Kong Hongyi was hesitant inside. Killing and looting was common in no man's land, but he had never done such a thing in all his years. Where would a mountain come from in the plains? A female practitioner against the idea frowned. Bang bang bang. The earth shook and the mountains quaked. What shocked Kong Hongyi and his teammates was that the mountain was actually moving. No. It's not a mountain, it's that young man's controlled monster. Kong Hongyi's legs trembled as he swallowed hard. This was a monster over 80 meters tall, its fists as big as sacks. Sorry, we're leaving right now. Kong Hongyi raised both hands above his head and shouted loudly towards Lu Yuan in the distance. Run, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to. Kong Hongyi yelled at the teammates next to him. They were still fantasizing about snatching Lu Yuan's demon crystals, oblivious to the fact that he had even stronger monsters under his control. If the Star Eater soldier had just entered the battlefield, they wouldn't dare to have such thoughts even with 100 lives. Peak of the Qi Refinement Realm. After absorbing the Silver Moon Howling Wolves, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. In fact, after awakening his profession, he didn't spend much time cultivating. It was all through the blood butchery spiritual technique, Blood's Flavor, that he improved his realm. I'll break through to the mystic realm before returning to school. Lu Yuan looked at the hurriedly fleeing Kong Hongyi and others, setting a goal for his first journey in the no man's land. Chapter 35, the top quality forging material, Immortal Stone. Under the moonlight, a wounded wind lion gasped, displaying a human-like fear on its face. As a 7-star beast of the Xian Gang realm, the wind lion ruled over a 10-mile radius. Until... Bang! A war knife precisely stabbed into the wind lion's left eye, and then a large number of bloodthirsty soldiers in red armor began to beat it up in a group. 380,000 credits. After killing another 7-star beast of the Xian Gang realm, Lu Yuan checked his student ID for his credits. This was his 3rd day in the remote area. In 3 days, Lu Yuan had only done 2 things, find beasts and then kill beasts. A repetitive cycle, again and again. The breakthrough from the peak of Qi Refining Realm to Xian Gang Realm was just a fine line away. According to the map, he was over 100 miles from Baiyang City, even the nearest frontier city was more than 50 miles away. Are people fighting? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, noticing fighters nearby through the patrolling Wind Splitter Squad. They were not hunting ferocious beasts but robbing another group of fighters. Furthermore, Lu Yuan discovered that the robbing side had 3 peak Xian Gang realm fighters, whose strength was formidable. Touching his top-quality spirit weapon, Silence, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to check it out. Silence stored the Earth-tier spirit techniques of the Judgment Hall's leader. Such high-level techniques could devastate the heavens and the earth. Not to mention peak Xian Gang realm fighters, what about the Divine Ability realm? The campfire and the moonlight echoed each other, revealing a group of young people in uniforms with Pengcheng University printed on their chests, looking exceptionally miserable. They were bleeding to varying degrees, and one of them was hit in the abdomen, pale-faced and breathing weakly. Why are you robbing us? We earned this with our lives on the line. Su Ruiqing, with a buzz cut and a dirty face, exclaimed indignantly. He was a freshman at Pengcheng University, a 4-star Qi Refining Realm fighter of the Earth attribute. Including his 5 teammates beside him, they were all freshmen at Pengcheng University, teaming up to hunt ferocious beasts in the remote area to earn credits. What a group of naive little kids, this is the remote area, and I not only want to rob you. A thin middle-aged man, around 30, smiled ominously. I also want to kill you. Upon hearing this, Su Ruiqing's expression changed. We are students from Pengcheng University, aren't you afraid the school will come after you for revenge? Su Ruiqing mentioned Pengcheng University, trying to stop the 5 robbers. They were all Qi Refining Realm fighters, the highest only being 6 stars. But these 5 robbers were all in the Xian Gang realm, with 3 at the peak. They definitely couldn't fight back, they could only find a way to survive. It's useless. Li Jinxue shook her head. Because they were from Pengcheng University, these robbers must silence them. Looking at the top-quality forging material, the Immortal Stone, Li Jinxue felt unwilling. Even if she voluntarily handed over the Immortal Stone at this moment, they could not escape death. Jinxue, what should we do? A freshman named Ju Ningming, who teamed up with Li Jinxue, asked with a pale face. She was still young and did not want to die. Li Jinxue wore a helpless expression and remained silent, only gripping the Immortal Stone tighter. The Immortal Stone, a top-quality forging material, was worth 100,000 Huaxia coins per gram. This piece of Immortal Stone weighed almost a pound and could be sold for over 50 million. We'll give you the Immortal Stone, let us go, and we promise we won't tell our mentor when we return to school. Li Jinxue vowed, trying to secure a final chance for survival. Only the dead won't talk. Feng Jinsong, a peak Xiangang realm fighter awakened to the wind attribute battle profession, rejected her offer. Hand over the immortal stone, and I'll leave you all intact. Feng Jinsong stared at the top-quality forging material in Li Jinshue's hand. This was a treasure worth 50 million. Despite being a peak Xiangang realm fighter, he was in dire need of money, and acquiring this immortal stone would allow him to buy high-tier demon crystals, thus breaking through to the divine ability realm within 6 months. Damn, I'd rather die biting a piece of flesh from you. Upon realizing death was inevitable, Su Ruiqing's expression turned fierce as he unleashed the earth attribute advanced spiritual skill, Rockstorm. However, the gap in strength was too vast. As soon as Su Ruiqing opened his mouth, Feng Jinsong plunged a dagger into his chest. Among these young people, you are the most naive. Feng Jinsong said with a smile. Give up the struggle, dying this way won't be so painful. Despair filled the hearts of Li Jinshue and the other 5 as they watched Feng Jinsong approach. Li Jinshue gritted her teeth and activated her time attribute spiritual skill. It was useless. Not a bit useful. At most, it stunned the 5 powerful thieves for less than half a second. Is this how I die? Li Jinshue thought, unwilling to accept it. As the captain of the 6-member team, Li Jinshue felt she had done her job well. After arriving in the wilderness, she had adhered to caution, hunting fierce beasts over 3 days for a total of 100,000 credits. Before encountering these 5 thieves, none of them had been injured. In the depths of despair, Li Jinshue still searched for a glimmer of hope, decisively throwing the undying stone away. Hee, not only are you beautiful, but you're smart too, Feng Jinsong praised. Even at this point, Li Jinshue still thought of attracting their attention with the undying stone, trying to escape and save her life. Who's so unethical to throw things around? Just as Feng Jinsong and his companions prepared to act, a lazy voice rang out. Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan appear in her line of sight, Li Jinshue felt a flicker of joy, but her smile quickly faded. In just 3 days, Lu Yuan had broken through to the peak of the Qi refinement stage, an astonishing speed, while she and all the new students from Pingcheng University were only at Qi refinement 7th star at most. The Undying Stone, a high-quality forging material, was also one of the main materials for creating the 10,000 Bones Legion. Lu Yuan weighed the Undying Stone in his hand and directly placed it into his storage ring. Mine. Lu Yuan thought. You scared me, I thought it was some powerful being. A Qi refinement peak thinks they can be a hero to save the beauty? Feng Jinsong sighed in relief after checking Lu Yuan's realm. Run, don't worry about us. Li Jinshue urged. There had already been enough deaths, she didn't want Lu Yuan to die at the hands of these thieves too. The 5 new students did not hesitate upon hearing this. Lu Yuan, run back to school, find the teacher to take revenge for us, and crush these bastards. Yes, crush these vile things, as bright as the rising sun. Damn it, I want to curse loudly before I die. Su Ruiqing, recently severely injured, blushed with excitement and vented furiously. Since they couldn't fight back, they might as well enjoy cursing. Hand over the Undying Stone, Feng Jinsong said with increasing impatience, his tone turning commanding. I found this, why should I give it to you? Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Looking for death. Feng Jinsong's veins bulged as he decisively attacked, shooting several wind blades at Lu Yuan. Clang, clang, clang. The Earth Disaster Barrier easily blocked the wind blade assault in front of Lu Yuan. A peak Xiangang realm professional is nothing special. Lu Yuan said, his fingers dancing as the strongest Star Eater soldier caused the ground to shake violently with each step he took, smashing a fist towards the 5 Xiangang realm thieves. Feng Jinsong felt a sense of awe as he looked at the massive creature before him. Was this the aura emitted by a peak Qi refinement monster? Why did it feel like a peak Xiangang realm? More than 3,000 eerie puppet army troops surged forward, led by the 4 disasters rushing toward the 3 strongest professionals. Lu Yuan, not idle, controlled the eerie puppet army while unleashing his exclusive eerie puppet master skills. Intermediate spiritual skill, Cursed Puppet. Intermediate spiritual skill, Thousand Eyes Puppet. The eerie laughter filled the vicinity, sending chills down the spine, as Lu Yuan's body erupted with scarlet light. Advanced Earth Tier skill, Suppression of Puppets. When the suppression puppet appeared, the 3 peak Xiangang realm professionals felt an impending doom, their realms swiftly dropping to Xiangang 6 star. What kind of spiritual skill is this? Feng Jinsong's heart suddenly twitched, realizing that his companions were also being suppressed. This kid is strange, we need to quickly take him down. Feng Jinsong said. A blinding light illuminated the night, and Feng Jinsong instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. When he saw 200 heavenly penalty soldiers collectively gathering thunder blades, and the thunder blades growing larger, sweat appeared on Feng Jinsong's forehead. Despite being at the peak of the Xiangang realm, he felt a life-threatening danger from the thunder blade condensed by a Qi refining realm warrior. Chapter 36, Let's Make a Deal. A meteor streaked across the sky. In the no man's land, a battle was breaking out. Lightning flickered as 200 heavenly penalty soldiers condensed thunderblades and attacked Feng Jinsong, a 6-star wind attribute warrior of the Xiangang realm. Just seconds ago, Feng Jinsong was a peak warrior of the Xiangang realm. Boom! A huge explosion echoed, and Feng Jinsong, covered in dirt, dodged, no longer walking leisurely, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Wounded by a Qi refining realm warrior. What the hell, is the monster controlled by Lu Yuan this strong? Lying on the ground, unable to move, Su Ruiqing was stunned. A peak Qi refining realm against a peak Xiangang realm was a huge gap. Students who could enter the 5 top universities were, without exception, famous geniuses in their own cities. Like Su Ruiqing, who awakened soil attributes and was a 4-star Qi refining realm, he could defeat a 6-star Qi refining realm warrior with his strength. But anything stronger would not do. In contrast, Lu Yuan was fighting 5 Xiangang realm warriors back and forth, among them 3 peak Xiangang realm warriors. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and help! Feng Jinsong shouted angrily to his companions. He was struggling to escape after being hit by the thunder blade of the heavenly penalty soldiers, but couldn't get close to Lu Yuan, and his companions were just watching? Brother Feng, we can't protect ourselves. Chang Junxian, with fire attributes, was also suppressed to 6 stars of the Xiangang realm, struggling to speak. He was facing an assault from thousands of bone soldiers. What made Chang Junxian feel despair was that when he unleashed his fire attribute earth-level spirit skill, trying to burn the bone soldiers to death, the bone soldiers ignored his fire attribute spirit skill. Even when shattered into bones, they stood up unsteadily the next second. These were no skeleton warriors, they were simply an immortal army. Brother Feng, save me! Chang Junxian cried out loudly. Feng Jinsong. On the other side, the Wind Blade Troop in the air launched wind blades, alongside the 70-meter-tall Devourer soldiers and the 5 major troops pressing down on the 3 Xiangang realm warriors. Could it be? Su Ruiqing struggled to stand up from the ground. Could it really be that Lu Yuan could take down these 5 bandits? The 5 freshmen from Pengcheng University ignited hope for survival in their hearts. Seeing Feng Jinsong endure a thunderblade, in the blink of an eye appearing behind Lu Yuan with a raised dagger, Li Jinxue panicked. Be careful! Die! Feng Jinsong, with a pierced chest, severely injured, had a twisted expression as he stabbed into Lu Yuan's heart from behind. Wind attribute combat warriors were known for their speed, even so, Feng Jinsong still paid a heavy price. But it was all worth it. If Lu Yuan died, he could obtain a pound of high-quality forging material, the Undying Stone. Li Jinxue was in a panic, wanting to help, but it was too late, and the 5 freshmen from Pengcheng University closed their eyes, unable to bear to witness this bloody scene. Ding! The crisp sound of iron clashing rang out, and Lu Yuan's top-grade spirit weapon, Extinction, automatically triggered its protective effect. The ambush by Feng Jinsong was repelled several meters away, heavily crashing into a tree. Are you all right? Li Jinxue sighed in relief. Lu Yuan looked at Feng Jinsong, who had failed in his sneaky attack. The reason he dared to intervene in this matter against 5 Xiangang realm warriors was naturally because he had confidence. Not to mention the top-grade spirit weapon Extinction triggering its master protection effect, but even using the intermediate earth-level spirit skill, Clone, he would not be defeated by Feng Jinsong's sneak attack. Don't kill me! Su Ruiqing, surrounded by the bone soldiers, pleaded for mercy. No one answered him, as a bone soldier dismounted from a skeletal warhorse. Tear him apart with brute force. A rain of blood fell, and the screams came one after another. Only Feng Jinsong remained of the 5 robbers. Watching his companions die one by one, badly injured Feng Jinsong continued to retreat. I don't want the immortal stone anymore, spare my life. Feng Jinsong said. He never dreamed that 5 practitioners at the Xiangang realm couldn't defeat 1 practitioner at the Qi refining realm. Who exactly is this young man in front of me? How can he be so strong? I hate it the most when others rob me of my things. Of course, I love robbing others' things the most, said Lu Yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, 200 soldiers from the heavenly punishment threw their spears together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Feng Jinsong was stabbed to death, turning into a hedgehog on the spot. Controlling the blood butcher, Lu Yuan took out the storage rings of the 5 men and put them into his pocket. The 6 new students from Pengcheng University looked shocked. So skilled, Lu Yuan must have done this kind of thing a lot, Su Ruiqing said quietly. They had killed fierce beasts, but they had never killed a person before. After killing the enemies and taking the storage rings, Lu Yuan's actions were smooth and practiced, as if he often killed and plundered. These people deserve to die, said a girl with double ponytails. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Yuan looked at the other new students from Pengcheng University. How did you provoke them? The bonfire was lit, and Li Jinxi instructed her teammates to rest in place, taking out water and compressed rations to replenish their strength. The 2 most seriously injured teammates were carried on a stretcher, their injuries eased, and they were temporarily out of danger. After doing all this, Li Jinxi sat by the bonfire and explained the whole story to Lu Yuan in detail. The 6 of us teamed up to hunt fierce beasts in the unmanned area to earn credits, but we encountered a multi-headed beast at the spirit realm fighting over the top-grade forging material, the immortal stone. Li Jinxi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked intently at Lu Yuan. "You're quite bold," Lu Yuan said. "The beasts at spirit realm have completely awakened their intelligence, their thinking is not much different from that of human beings, and some even have a higher IQ. The fierce beasts also desire cultivation resources." Lu Yuan was not surprised that they were fighting over the top-grade forging material, the immortal stone. While they were fighting, I quietly took the immortal stone, but just then, the mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Those practitioners you just killed were also eyeing the immortal stone," Li Jinxi said with lingering fears. Without Lu Yuan, the 6 of them would have died at Feng Jinsong's hands. As for the 1-pound immortal stone, Li Jinxi and her teammates never considered asking Lu Yuan for it. Being alive is already a blessing, the immortal stone can serve as Lu Yuan's reward for saving them. "Lu Yuan, you're really fierce, we were all stunned just now," Su Ruiqing said incoherently, lying on the stretcher wrapped in bandages. "Wait a minute, you broke through to the Xian Gang realm?" Su Ruiqing realized he couldn't see through Lu Yuan's strength. "Yeah, just broke through." Lu Yuan nodded. Su Ruiqing. He hadn't seen Lu Yuan practicing, so how did he break through? Xian Gang realm combat practitioners. Su Ruiqing and his teammates felt envy. Lu Yuan was probably the first among the top 5 elite schools to break through to Xian Gang realm combat practitioners. Before they entered the unmanned area, they saw the news that Chu Wuxing had just broken through to the 8 stars of the Qi refining realm. After a brief rest, Lu Yuan controlled the Rift Wind Core to patrol the skies, preventing nearby fierce beasts from approaching. At first, Li Jinxi and the others were a bit reserved around Lu Yuan, speaking politely, but as time passed, they gradually became familiar. After all, they were all the same age, sharing similar topics. "Lu Yuan, want to date?" While chatting, Du Lingxian, slender and enchanting in appearance, gave Lu Yuan a flirtatious look. Lu Yuan? So direct, it caught me completely off guard. Chapter 37, How could a demon race appear in the unmanned area? Want to date? As soon as those words left her mouth, Lu Yuan froze. Li Jinxi and the other 5 had a look that said they were not surprised at all. Lu Yuan looked at Du Lingxian. She was enchanting, with a curvy figure, and her gaze felt like it was about to melt him. What attribute? 5-star combat practitioner at the Qi refining realm. Lu Yuan checked Du Lingxian's awakened attributes and realm. This woman dared to say such a thing, proving her confidence in her looks and figure. This is indeed the case. There are 6 people in the team, and 4 of them are girls. Du Lingxian's looks and figure are second only to Li Jinxue. Isn't this inappropriate? Lu Yuan said, sensing the strong desire in Du Lingxian's tone. If he agreed, they would probably head to the small grove soon. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Du Lingxian asked. "No. If we get together, we'll cut off contact when you find a girlfriend." Du Lingxian flirtatiously played with her hair. "Isn't that just a fling?" Lu Yuan didn't finish the sentence. "Lu Yuan, be careful, you might not be able to handle it." A while ago, Du Lingxian just broke up, and her ex-boyfriend was hospitalized in the male clinic for a week. Su Ruiqing, full and satisfied, winked at Lu Yuan. "Don't forget that Du Lingxian is a wood attribute fighter, those in the profession know what it means." Su Ruiqing showed a knowing smile. Wood attribute fighters can enhance their strength through cooking, so this profession is particularly open-minded. Of course, this is true for the majority, there are also conservative wood attribute fighters. It's obvious that Du Lingxian doesn't belong to the conservative group, boldly asking Lu Yuan out. In her eyes, Lu Yuan is the top of the national martial arts exam, good-looking with a nice personality, who would date someone ugly instead of him. "I'm really amazing," Du Lingxian said, her eyes charmingly bright. Ahem. Lu Yuan touched his waist, wondering if he could withstand Du Lingxian's fierce advance. He didn't want to end up like Du Lingxian's ex-boyfriend, running to the male clinic every few days. Currently, I have no plans to find a girlfriend. In the end, Lu Yuan rejected Du Lingxian, not because she wasn't pretty, but because she was too seductive, resembling a koan. Compared to Du Lingxian, Lu Yuan preferred the pure and innocent Li Jinxue, who had her hair tied in a ponytail. "Alright then," Du Lingxian said regretfully, not pursuing Lu Yuan further. She originally wanted to experience cooking with a captivating wood attribute fighter. Of all her ex-boyfriends, she liked those with awakened earth and gold attributes the most. After this little episode, the atmosphere remained cheerful. "By the way, Lu Yuan, how many credits do you have now?" Su Ruiqing asked curiously. The team had been in the no man's land for 3 days, earning over 100,000 credits. They were quite satisfied with over 100,000 credits, meaning each person would get about 16,000 credits, which was enough to exchange for many good things at school. 380,000. Lu Yuan glanced at his student ID. Hiss. Everyone gasped in surprise. With 380,000 credits, how many fierce beasts had Lu Yuan killed in the no man's land? He alone was worth 6 of them, plus an extra 280,000 credits. Just lucky, Lu Yuan said, as the Silver Moon Howlers had given him quite a few credits. Are you planning to stay in the no man's land longer? Li Jinxue asked. Upon receiving Lu Yuan's affirmative answer, Li Jinxue fell silent. Anyway, they needed to leave. 2 people in the team were severely injured and needed treatment. Traveling at night was too risky. The nearest border city was over 50 miles away, so they could only wait until daytime to set out. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the Xin Gang realm. Rewards include the Metal Disaster, Devouring Army, the Fire Disaster, Crimson Corpse, and the Wind Disaster, Wind Xiaojun. Once again, obtained the 3 SSS-level disasters. Lu Yuan's heart stirred, but he didn't make anything up right away. After all, they were in a perilous no man's land, especially in the plains where fierce beasts could ambush at any moment. It was essential to find a safe place first. As night deepened, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged outside the tent, taking out demon crystals to cultivate, while the Gale Legion circled high in the sky, scouting the situation within 1,000 meters. You take a rest, I'll keep watch. Li Jinxue came out of the tent. Among the 6 of them, 4 still had combat abilities, taking turns to guard against beast ambushes at night. No need, Lu Yuan shook his head. Trusting someone else was not as reassuring as trusting himself. He had long been accustomed to keeping watch alone. Seeing that Lu Yuan refused, Li Jinxue said nothing and sat next to him, surveying the surroundings. In the dark, desolate no man's land, a battle for survival was underway. Bang, bang, bang. A fierce fire ignited. A dense forest was consumed by flames. Damn it, if it really comes to it, let's fight. The mountains cracked and the great trees fell down with a loud crash. Many professionals raced out of the forest, their clothes tattered, glancing back in fear. They were just over 30 years old, wearing clothes embroidered with different symbols on their chests. A man holding dual blades, with his right eye stabbed out, cursed as he grit his teeth and pulled out a long arrow shot into his waist. Dying is the least of our worries, getting the message out is our top priority. With a severed arm, Guoshuyo said while gripping his long sword with his right hand. They belonged to the 7 alliances and were all battle professionals of the divine power realm. A day ago, they were ordered by an elder to come to the uninhabited area to hunt the fierce beast, Thunder Tiger. The mission went smoothly, but on their way back, they encountered the Demon King discussing an attack on White Goat City with the Demon Clan. The attack was set for 3 days later at midnight. By then, over 10,000 fierce beasts would conduct a disciplined and organized night raid on White Goat City, along with a demon army of 5,000 to coordinate. This was a serious matter. Guoshuyo decided to return to the capital immediately to relay the news, but they were discovered. At this moment, over 100 demons were pursuing them, among which 30 were at the divine power realm. Kill them all, we can't let them return to China. The overwhelming demonic energy surged as the leading demon pointed at Guoshuyo, who was at the 8-star divine power realm. Especially him. Olju, it's up to you. You are a wind element battle professional, only you have the chance to escape alive. Guoshuyo said to Yu Hongba. Yu Hongba shook his head. We go together. At this time, don't hesitate, run quickly, we will cover you. Guoshuyo shouted desperately. To deal with so many demons, you had to be a powerful law realm expert, and a light element law realm expert at that, otherwise, anyone else would be of no use. Yu Hongba's throat moved as he gritted his teeth, using his flying spirit technique to dash towards White Goat City. Puff. High-level gold element earth-grade spirit technique, clash of aspirations. Watching Yu Hongba vanish from sight, Guoshuyo nodded at his companions, waving his severed arm while holding the long sword, unleashing his strongest spirit technique. In the raging flames, one after another, professionals from the 7 alliances fell. There are powerful beings fighting. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and Li Jinxue looked confused. In a far distance, they are rushing towards us. Lu Yuan said, pulling back the tent, finding 5 resting newcomers with puzzled faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 tornado soldiers grabbed Lu Yuan and others and flew into the sky. What's going on? Su Ruiqing was even more confused. He had been sleeping and was suddenly taken to the skies. Lu Yuan frowned deeply, looking at the rapidly flying wind element battle professional covered in blood nearby. Run quickly, demons are behind us. Yu Hongba shouted loudly, urging Lu Yuan to hurry. Demons? Hearing this word, Lu Yuan's frown deepened, and Li Jinxue and others were horrified. How could demons appear in the uninhabited area? Chapter 38, Striking Rich. 1,000 years ago, when the spiritual energy revived, demons invaded and fierce beasts rose. To all countries on Blue Star, the threat of demons far exceeded that of fierce beasts. After all, only fierce beasts at the divine power realm would gain intelligence, while demons were not much different from humans, just different races. Demons appearing in uninhabited areas? This news was too shocking, leaving Li Jinxue and others stunned. Especially with over 100 demons, each at the profound realm, and more than 20 at the divine power realm. Damn, is this the end? Su Ruiqing almost cried without tears. They had just escaped with their lives, only to encounter demons again. Even the powerful Lu Yuan at the profound realm couldn't take down so many demons. Run, split up. If we survive, tell the defenders of White Goat City that a beast tide will arrive at midnight in 3 days, along with a demon army of 5,000. Yu Hongba said, wanting Lu Yuan to relay the message. In the distance, Guo Shuya was lost in battle, dazed. There were 10 companions who had come to carry out the mission with him, and there were only 4 people left now. The powerful demons had gone to hunt Yu Hongba, so the others could barely survive a little longer. Don't let a single one go, kill them all. A demon of 8-star divine power realm named Hong Yunfan gave the order. Hong Yunfan, this name was translated from the demon language. Demons had their own culture. With Hong Yunfan's command, dozens of wind-type combat demons surrounded Lu Yuan in a circle. All of them were at the divine power realm. The intense pressure made Li Jinxue breathless, and she couldn't help wanting to kneel and submit. Accept your fate. Li Jinxue spoke calmly. If it were Feng Jinsong of the profound strength realm, she would still try to find a sliver of hope, but against so many divine power realm demons, she had no will to resist. Hearing Li Jinxue's words, Su Ruiqing and the others calmly accepted death. Lu Yuan, why did it have to be you? Yu Hongba looked at Lu Yuan, who was commanding the Riftwind Legion. You? Yu Hongba coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Yuan, number 1 in the national martial exam, actually appeared here. If he died at the hands of demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huaxia had been founded for 400 years, and the martial exam had been held for 390 years. Every national martial exam champion was an extremely valuable asset. Among the past leaders of the 7 alliances in one palace, 14 were martial exam champions. Go, tell the highest general in Baiyang City. Yu Hongba made a snap decision, dragging his exhausted body to block in front of Lu Yuan. He could die, but the martial exam champion Lu Yuan must not die. Demons. Lu Yuan pulled off the top-grade spiritual weapon, Silence. A beast carved with a vivid sheep face and human body, with eyes growing under its armpits, emitted purple light, as if it had come alive. Light-type combat professions naturally countered demons. And the top-grade weapon Silence happened to store the Earth-level skill of the Judgment Palace Master. Did the Judgment Palace Master use an Earth-level skill to destroy them? Lu Yuan asked. Yu Hongba, who was fully prepared to die protecting Lu Yuan, froze. Of course. Not to mention the Palace Master, even a Judgment Palace Elder could wipe them out. Yu Hongba didn't understand what Lu Yuan meant. The key was, there was no Palace Master here, nor even a Judgment Palace Elder. If there were, would he and his companions need to be fleeing for their lives? Step back. Lu Yuan said. Yu Hongba turned to look at Lu Yuan. I'll handle them. Lu Yuan spoke calmly. This is not the time for jokes, Lu Yuan. You may not realize how important you are to Huaxia. Yu Hongba spoke rapidly. A genius like you is meant to be a grand elder or even the leader of the 7 alliances and 1 palace. Run, don't look back, just run. This. Yu Hongba looked at Lu Yuan, who was glowing with holy light, like a divine figure, sacred and untouchable. Lu Yuan. Huaxia's number 1 ranked Lu Yuan? Demon leader Hong Yunfan was overjoyed. He didn't expect that while killing these combatants from the 7 alliances in 1 palace, he could also kill Huaxia's future pillar Lu Yuan. By now, Lu Yuan's name had already spread across Blue Star. Huaxia had held a grand award ceremony for him. Even as a demon, Hong Yunfan had vaguely heard of him. Light-type combat profession. Seeing Lu Yuan emit holy light, Hong Yunfan's eyes widened, and in the next second, he dropped to his knees. He saw a face that terrified the entire demon race. Palace Master Shen Duanhong of the Judgment Palace. Palace Master Shen. Yu Hongba rubbed his eyes hard, he was sure he wasn't mistaken. The shadow standing above Lu Yuan's head was exactly Palace Master Shen Duanhong of the Judgment Palace. Palace Master Shen is here? Gritting his teeth, trying to buy time for Yu Hongba to escape, Guo Shuya was overjoyed. And upon seeing Shen Duanhong, the demons attacking Guo Shuya began trembling like they had seen a ghost. Wearing a pure white luxurious robe and a kind smile, Shen Duanhong shone from above Lu Yuan's head. This wasn't his real body, but a shadow stored in the top-grade spiritual weapon Silence. Lu Yuan pointed at the 8-star divine power realm demon, Hong Yunfan. Shen Duanhong's phantom similarly raised a finger. Explosion. Light attribute Earth grade advanced spiritual technique, gather light beam. The day brightened. Within 10 miles, holy light shone, illuminating all creatures. A gigantic beam of light burst forth from Shin Duanhong's hand, causing hundreds of demon clan members in the Xuanqi and divine ability realms to kneel and wail. Rolling black smoke rose from their bodies. Although this was just an Earth-grade spiritual technique, it was executed by a God Emperor realm powerhouse, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Brother Yuan, you. Damn. Su Ruiqing's heart and lungs stopped suddenly. He wanted to say a lot of things. But in the end, it condensed into 2 words, damn. Bang. 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 Within 10 miles, not a single blade of grass survived, with one big hole after another appearing, red-hot magma gushing out. With just one strike, the crust was shattered, releasing magma. No! The strongest, Hong Yunfan of 8 stars in the divine ability realm, cried out hoarsely, watching himself slowly melt from head to toe. Why can Lu Yuan summon Shin Duanhong? Hong Yunfan thought before his death. Under the holy light, hundreds of demon clan members collectively evaporated. In the distance, was Xu Yao, barely alive, stood still, accepting the baptism of holy light. His broken arm quickly grew back, spiritual energy restored to peak condition, his body's injuries healed instantly, and the 3 surviving companions were the same. Damn, that's really fierce. Even Lu Yuan didn't expect the spiritual technique stored in the top-grade spiritual tool, Oblivion, to be so fierce. Let alone it was still an Earth-grade spiritual technique, if it was a Heaven-grade spiritual technique. Lu Yuan didn't dare to think further. We pay respects to Lord Shin. We pay respects to Lord Shin. Wo Shuyo and the 4 knelt on one knee, their tone respectful. Lord Shin did not come. Lu Yuan said. Guo Shuyao? Lu Yuan, how are you here? A member of the Rift Wind Alliance recognized Lu Yuan. He had been responsible for maintaining order during the martial examination ceremony and had spoken a few words with Lu Yuan. Killing ferocious beasts to earn credits. Lu Yuan said quite naturally. All right, credits at Pengcheng University are earned by killing ferocious beasts. The speaking professional nodded. Then the question arose, since Lord Shin did not come, who executed such a terrifying light attribute spiritual technique? Landing steadily, Lu Yuan, controlling the Rift Wind soldiers, looked at the ground filled with storage rings and 3 words appeared in his mind. Striking it rich. Chapter 39 Return to School. Hundreds of demon clan members, over 70 storage rings, and demon cores all over the ground. Lu Yuan picked up a demon core the size of a dove's egg and examined it. Killing ferocious beasts yields monster crystals, killing demon clan yields demon cores. Demon cores can also be used for absorbing and cultivating, with effects even better than monster crystals. The market price for demon cores of the same level is 2 or 3 times more expensive than monster crystals, so Lu Yuan would say he struck it rich. Are you saying that Lu Yuan summoned Lord Shin? Guo Shuyao listened, confused, but somewhat understood the situation just now. Lu Yuan summoned Lord Shin, and Lord Shin executed an Earth-grade spiritual technique that directly killed all the demon clan. Talented individuals of this level usually have life-saving means. This must be a life-saving measure granted by Lord Shin to Lu Yuan, Guo Shuyao speculated, feeling grateful to have met Lu Yuan, allowing them to escape a calamity. More importantly, the news of the 2 clans of monsters launching a night raid on Baiyang City could be communicated out. Killing demon clan doesn't earn credits? Lu Yuan looked at his student ID showing credits still at 380,000. The student ID calculates credits by scanning the corpses of ferocious beasts, similar to wearing a wristband in the martial examination. The demon clan does not count. Li Jinxue walked forward, enviously looking at the handful of demon cores in Lu Yuan's hands. So many demon cores are worth at least 50 to 60 million, plus that 1 pound advanced forging material, undying stone. Lu Yuan had become a billionaire at such a young age. However, professionals need to absorb monster crystals and magic boxes to enhance their strength. Lu Yuan likely wouldn't sell them but would keep them for himself. It was a waste. Lu Yuan shrugged. 380,000 credits seem like a lot, but in reality, it's only enough for 3 years of living in an independent villa, while college requires 4 years. Not a waste, as long as there are demon cores, you still get credits upon returning to school, Li Jinxue explained. With their proof of presence provided. With the magic core, it is conservatively estimated that this group of over 100 magic creatures can bring Lu Yuan 300,000 credits. After all, there are 20 magic creatures at the astral realm. Killing a 1-star ferocious beast at the astral realm gives 2,000 credits, and the magic creatures would only give more. 680,000 credits. Brother Yuan's credits are just too outrageous, Su Ruiqing said, enviously grinding his back teeth. He knew he only had 16,000 credits. Students of Pengcheng University, we are now being hunted by ferocious beasts and magic creatures. Shall we go to Baiyang City immediately? Guo Shuyao, an 8-star at the Astral Realm and a member of the Sky Sword Alliance, suggested, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. According to common sense, his realm is higher than Lu Yuan's, including age. But because of Lu Yuan's recent performance, Guo Shuyao subconsciously regarded Lu Yuan as a senior. Let's go. Lu Yuan nodded. He was very satisfied with this journey in the uninhabited area. First, his realm broke through to the Xiangang realm. Secondly, he earned nearly 700,000 credits, along with a lot of monster crystal magic cores. Most importantly, he also obtained a piece of undying stone, a main material for making the 10,000 Bone Legion, truly a bountiful harvest. The group took advantage of the night to return to Baiyang City. Under Guo Shuyao's narration, the highest commander of Baiyang City had a serious expression and immediately announced that Baiyang City was on the highest alert status. The harsh sound of alarm bells rang out. The city gate was tightly shut, allowing professionals to enter but not to exit. The defensive formation was activated, and the number of soldiers on the city wall increased fivefold. That group of magic creatures was killed by Brother Yuan. Will the beast tide still raid Baiyang City at night? Asked the slightly plump Su Ruicheng curiously. He had also forgotten when he started calling Lu Yuan, Brother Yuan. Whether the beast tide will raid Baiyang City at night is not important. What matters is that we know both the demon and beast clans have been making big moves lately. Guo Shuyao said. Oh. Su Ruicheng understood a little but not quite. Lu Yuan, you have made a great achievement this time. I will report to the headquarters after I go back. Guo Shuyao said seriously. Whether it was saving the lives of the 5 of them or conveying the news of the demonic raid on Baiyang City, Lu Yuan was the key contributor. Lu Yuan waved his hand, indicating it was a small matter, and took the teleportation array back to Pengcheng University. Brother Yuan, let's go to the internet cafe to play games together sometime. Su Ruicheng said before parting. Sure. Lu Yuan nodded. I live in the girls' dormitory 208. My roommates went to the uninhabited area to hunt ferocious beasts, so I'm alone in the dorm. Du Lingxian teased, flipping her hair and hinting wildly. Okay. Lu Yuan understood Du Lingxuan's hint. Li Jinxue did not speak and turned to leave. After 3 days and nights of fierce battle, everyone was extremely tired and eager for a good sleep. Creak. Lu Yuan quietly opened the door to the teacher's house. At this hour, Tang Jingwei had long been asleep, and since he was not in good health, his sleep was light. Lu Yuan often heard his coughing from the master bedroom. Wait until dawn to go to the mission hall to exchange for the residence rights of an independent villa. Lu Yuan thought, lying on the sofa in the living room. This was also one of the reasons he hunted ferocious beasts in the uninhabited area to earn credits. Although the teacher didn't mind, claiming he was single and could stay as long as he liked, Lu Yuan still thought about living in an independent villa, finding 5 or 6 female roommates to sing and relax at night. Before long, Lu Yuan fell asleep, and when he woke up, it was already 10 in the morning. Why don't you go sleep in your bedroom? Tang Jingwei, dressed in a down jacket with thin cheeks, sat at the table. I was afraid of disturbing the teacher's rest. Lu Yuan said with a smile, discovering that Tang Jingwei had prepared a rich breakfast for him. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything. Tang Jingwei adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. The breakfast on the table was abundant with buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a small bowl of pickled vegetables. Pengcheng is near the sea, and seafood porridge is a must-order breakfast for the people of Pengcheng. Delicious. Lu Yuan wolfed down the food and finished all the breakfast in no time. In the uninhabited area, they could only eat compressed rations, which could fill the stomach but tasted like chewing wax. How could it compare to the deliciousness of seafood porridge? Xiangang Realm, I remember just 3 days ago you were at the 8th star of the Qi Refinement Realm. Looks like this trip to the uninhabited area has been quite rewarding. Tang Jingwei said. It's alright, I've killed quite a few ferocious beasts and demons. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lu Yuan lay on the sofa. Demons? Tang Jingwei frowned. How could there be demons in the uninhabited area? Shouldn't they be in the demon domain? Lu Yuan smiled slightly and took out a large number of demon cores from his storage ring. Clatter, clatter. Looking at the hundreds of profound realm and even divine realm demon cores on the table, Tang Jingwei was stunned for quite a while. Don't tell me, with your profound realm strength, you could cross a major realm to kill divine realm demons, and that there are so many of them? Tang Jingwei said. Lu Yuan nodded. Tang Jingwei? After hearing Lu Yuan's story, Tang Jingwei marveled at the power of the supreme spirit weapon, able to store the techniques of Emperor Realm strong ones. You're very lucky to encounter demons, and coincidentally, the one who stored the spirit techniques was Master Shin from the Judgment Palace. Tang Jingwei couldn't help but feel a bit concerned for Lu Yuan. It was truly too dangerous, he almost lost this disciple. Teacher, why do light attribute practitioners inherently restrain demons? Lu Yuan asked. It is common knowledge that light attribute practitioners naturally restrain demons, a fact even children know, but not many know the specific reason. Because of demonic energy. Demons also have practitioners, and no matter what attribute they awaken, their techniques are mixed with demonic energy. Tang Jingwei calmly organized the demon cores on the table into different boxes based on their realms, making it easier for Lu Yuan to use. Heaven is fair. Because of demonic energy, demons are slightly stronger against practitioners of the same realm from the human race, but light attribute practitioners' techniques restrain all demons, regardless of the attributes they awaken. Tang Jingwei explained succinctly. Lu Yuan suddenly understood, and the question that had troubled him for many years finally had an answer. Looking at his disciple, Tang Jingwei said something that left Lu Yuan utterly shocked. Your bone army is actually demons, and they are using the special profession of demons, demon attribute techniques. Chapter 40, Terrifying Credits. The bone army is demons, and their awakened profession is the demon's exclusive demon attribute? The massive amount of information left Lu Yuan momentarily stunned. The 9 strange soldiers, excluding the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, the punishment army is thunder, the bloodshed army is blood, while the tornado army is wind attribute. As for the bone army, Lu Yuan always thought it was an enhanced version of skeleton warriors, but it turns out to be demon attribute. The undead body is a high-level demon attribute technique. I am very interested in rare attribute practitioners and have specifically studied a lot of materials. Tang Jingwei said. He was well-versed in knowledge, familiar with all the weaknesses of ferocious beasts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a walking encyclopedia. If you proficiently use your strange soldiers, you, with your current strength, have the hope of defeating a 5-star practitioner of the profound realm, or even higher. Tang Jingwei stood up and pushed the organized demon cores to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded, knowing that the bone army was of demon attribute. After taking a shower and changing into a clean set of clothes, Lu Yuan went to the school's mission hall. Pengcheng University not only allows students to earn credits by hunting ferocious beasts but also to receive tasks. The difficulty of the tasks depends on the rewards and credits. Additionally, students can also publish tasks, such as finding a temporary boyfriend to take home to deal with their parents, or hunting ferocious beasts to obtain certain body parts. Under the cloudy sky, a light rain began to fall, and students streamed in and out of the mission hall. Hello, senior, I want to rent a 3-bedroom apartment. Many freshmen returning from the uninhabited area were preparing to spend 1,000 credits to rent a 3-bedroom apartment. After all, living in a 6-person dormitory is too uncomfortable and has many inconveniences. A 3-bedroom apartment is much more comfortable, and freshmen usually choose to share with 3 people, which comes to 330 credits a month per person. A detached villa. Freshmen and even seniors instinctively looked at the person who spoke. A detached villa costs 10,000 credits a month. Such a high amount of credits makes it so that even many seniors can't afford it. And the one who spoke was a freshman. Isn't that the principal's newly accepted disciple, Han Juncheng? Someone recognized Han Juncheng. His white hair was too eye-catching, and Han Juncheng acted crazy like a madman, often saying all kinds of unbelievable things. Including but not limited to. Is cramming at the last minute a foot fetish? Does a pornography reviewer working overtime to watch short videos count as overtime or illegal? They say there are golden houses in books. Why is it that no one buys physical books anymore and everyone uses ebooks? Crazy. The people in the task hall instinctively moved away from Han Juncheng, then discovered that Han Juncheng's student ID had an astonishing 300,000 credits. Ah, he earned 300,000 credits in 4 days in the no man's land? This guy is somewhat impressive. No wonder he is personally chosen by the principal. Aside from having some mental issues, he ranks among the top in this year's freshmen. Seeing Han Juncheng, who awakened to a gold-type combat profession, with a breakthrough to the 8th star of Qi refining and possessing 300,000 credits, the freshman envied him. This is an independent villa. Panglai University's independent villas total over 1,000 units, and only 3rd and 4th year students can live in independent villas. As a freshman, Han Juncheng could live in an independent villa, already far ahead of even most 2nd year students. Are you crazy? Don't ask me stupid questions anymore. The senior sister processing Han Juncheng's business was going crazy. She admitted that Han Juncheng was impressive and a genius, but his mental state was also quite serious. In just 3 or 4 minutes of handling business, he asked her more than 10 ridiculous questions. Hello, senior sister, I am here to apply for the independent villa residence. Lu Yuan walked up to the window next to Han Juncheng. Lu Yuan? Compared to Han Juncheng, the nationwide martial arts exam first-place winner Lu Yuan had a more significant reputation. Even many seniors recognized him. How many credits did Lu Yuan earn compared to Han Juncheng's 300,000? Someone subconsciously compared Han Juncheng with Lu Yuan. Originally, this person should be Chu Wuxing, but Chu Wuxing applied to the Imperial Capital University. Xiangang Realm 1 star, Lu Yuan has broken through to Xiangang Realm. So fast. I saw in the news this morning that Shu Wuxing had just broken through to the peak of qi refining, and Lu Yuan has already broken through to Xiangang realm. 380,000 credits. Just as the students were surprised that Lu Yuan had broken through to Xiangang realm, the small screen in the window displayed Lu Yuan's credits. Not more, not less, just 380,000. Here comes another rich and willful person living in an independent villa. To be precise, it's living in a villa with credits. If I had 380,000 credits, I would also live in an independent villa. I have never lived in one in my whole life. While waiting for the senior sister to process the business, Lu Yuan heard Han Juncheng beside him. Bro, can I ask you a question? Lu Yuan looked at the white-haired Han Juncheng, who was making the window senior sister blush with anger. Since Han Juncheng was accepted as a disciple by the principal and had earned 300,000 credits in 4 days in the no man's land, it showed that he was far from being as simple as he appeared. However, what puzzled Lu Yuan was why Han Juncheng was pretending to be silly. Speak. Since he had nothing to do, Lu Yuan didn't mind chatting with Han Juncheng for a while. The Bible is written by God, does that count as being insane? Han Juncheng asked sincerely, looking eager to learn. I don't know, but I want to ask you a question too. Lu Yuan shook his head. Please go ahead. In a fight, is it an elbow strike or a punch for someone who has had their forearm amputated? Hiss. Han Juncheng gasped, thinking he had met a rival. Lu Yuan unexpectedly asked such a sharp question that even he could not answer. Take your time to think. Lu Yuan ignored Han Juncheng and received a card from the senior sister. Junior Lu Yuan, the number you randomly picked for your independent villa is very auspicious, villa number 66, the senior sister smiled. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Yuan looked at the card marked with 66. Senior sister, where can I exchange credits for killing the demon race? Lu Yuan asked. The senior sister, named Wang Manman, who was working part-time in the task hall, became respectful upon hearing demon race. Junior Lu Yuan, are you joining the army? Wang Manman asked with a puzzled look. Much higher than the same level ferocious beasts. Generally, places where the demon clan is killed are just border cities, that is, the front line. The army allows students from the 5 top prestigious schools to join, even if they haven't completed their studies, so Wang Manman instinctively thought Lu Yuan had gone to the army. No, I killed the demons in the uninhabited area, Lu Yuan said. Impressive, what level of demons did you kill? Give me the demon cores. Wang Manman looked at Lu Yuan with admiration. She was a third-year student, a 4-star practitioner at the Divine Power Realm, and had never killed a demon until now. There are quite a few, but my teacher helped me organize them. Lu Yuan took out the demon cores from his storage ring. In an instant, the task hall was filled with thick demonic energy. Wang Manman? The other students present? Wait a minute, Wang Manman took the demon cores from the different boxes and called over a few colleagues to calculate the academic credits. Is that a Divine Power Realm demon core? A third-year student looked at the size of a pigeon egg demon core and estimated that the strength of the demon before it died was at 8-star in the Divine Power Realm. Seeing Lu Yuan take out so many demon cores, Han Juncheng's face twitched violently. How did he kill the Divine Power Realm demons? Han Juncheng thought, habitually stroking the bracelet on his wrist, which was intricately carved into 4 different ferocious beast shapes, looking quite tame. After dozens of minutes passed, Wang Manman returned the demon cores to Lu Yuan. Junior Lu Yuan, these demon cores are worth a total of 400,000 academic credits. Now you have 780,000 academic credits. 780,000. Hearing this terrifying number, even the seniors couldn't help but swallow hard, staring intently at Lu Yuan's student ID. Chapter 41, Climbing the Rankings. 780,000 academic credits. The task hall was silent, looking at the little screen in the window displaying the academic credits. Damn! A second-year senior broke down. He realized that after a year of hard work saving credits, he earned less than Lu Yuan, who made so many credits in just 3 days in the uninhabited area. Senior sister, I will pay for a year's independent villa living rights in one go, Lu Yuan said. All right. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Yuan left the task hall and headed to the independent villa area. Independent villa number 66. Lu Yuan looked at his villa, which had a total of 4 floors. The first floor was the living room, the second floor had a master bedroom and 5 secondary bedrooms. The third and fourth floors were empty, allowing Lu Yuan to find staff to decorate for free based on his thoughts. Everything was complete, including a refrigerator, color TV, and a big sofa. Even the kitchen was neatly arranged with various unopened kitchenware and tableware, and the bathroom hung unopened bathrobes and toiletries. But living alone is too lonely. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with the independent villa provided by the school, thinking it would be nice to have a few girls living together. How luxurious. Moving into a villa not long after entering school, Tang Jingwei came in and said. Teacher. Lu Yuan stood up. He still respected this teacher, not only for his extensive knowledge but also because he cared for him. Don't waste all these academic credits you earned, find time to check out the simulation room. Tang Jingwei placed the good tea he brought on the table. Simulation room? Yes, the simulation room can simulate battles between practitioners and ferocious beasts. Every ferocious beast has a fatal weakness, even an ordinary person without any weapons can hunt ferocious beasts at the qi refining realm. Tang Jingwei skillfully started to brew tea. Of course, the premise is to find the weakness. Lu Yuan silently remembered the simulation room. Pengcheng University had many places to assist students in training, for example, fire attribute practitioners trained in artificial volcanoes, which made their efforts twice as effective. However, spending a day at an artificial volcano costs tens of thousands of academic credits. The simulation room was just one of the supportive training places, many areas were waiting for Lu Yuan to explore. This is my summary of the weaknesses of different ferocious beasts, take a look when you have time. Tang Jingwei took a sip of hot tea and pulled out a thick notebook. The notebook recorded different breeds of demon beasts, starting from the breed classification, with some areas specially marked in red. Nightblade Leopard, a Divine Power Realm ferocious beast, can reach the peak of the Divine Power Realm, judging its rank by the thickness of its spots. The Nightblade Leopard loves to hunt the Bloodfawn wild boars, ferocious beasts of the Qi refining realm, but after killing the Bloodfangs, it releases deadly poison into their bodies to lure the Nightblade Leopard to eat. Looking at the notes filled with information, Lu Yuan realized the value of this notebook. However, he didn't hesitate to take it directly, keeping in mind Tang Jingwei's teachings. You go ahead, ask me anytime if you have questions. Tang Jingwei didn't linger too long, he still had many things to do. For example, to improve the high-level spirit technique exclusive to the illusionist, Mirage Illusion, so Lu Yuan could learn to use it. This time, there won't be a mistake. Tang Jingwei clenched his fists, the scene of his good brother Shinjun dying in an explosion flashing in his mind. With Lu Yuan providing a wealth of illusionist spirit techniques for reference, he felt confident he could perfect the Mirage Illusion. After Tang Jingwei left, Lu Yuan closed the door and sat in the living room. The materials for the three great disasters were neatly arranged. Lu Yuan recalled the disaster of the wind weapon and began to craft it methodically. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. Sizzle, 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 a monster clad in blue armor with massive wings appeared before Lu Yuan. It looked ugly, with a neck about half a meter long and a face covered in scar-like marks. Crack, the wind siphon suddenly made Lu Yuan kneel on one knee. My blood is contract, my bones as inscription, where the king's flag points, I will not retreat a step even if 8 wastelands burn. Wind siphon, master. The newly created disaster spoke human words to show loyalty, Lu Yuan was already used to it. Then he began crafting the gold disaster, devouring army, and the fire disaster, crimson corpse. Before he knew it, afternoon arrived, and the villa was filled with the 3 different attributes of wind, gold, and fire. Lu Yuan looked at the just created devouring army and crimson corpse. One disaster wore shining golden armor, and the other was as bright as blood. Compared to the ugly-looking wind disaster, the gold disaster, devouring army, and the fire disaster, crimson corpse looked handsome, resembling normal humans. They were stout, much like the mighty generals of ancient times commanding thousands of troops. If I recognize a master, even mountains and seas collapsing will not change my path, lightning striking my bones will not dim my will. Devouring army, crimson corpse, greets the master. Very good. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and the 7 disasters stood neatly in front of him, along with over 3,000 illusion soldiers. This power was enough to kill any practitioner in the Shengang realm, and even those in the divine power realm were not out of reach. Wind disaster, Wind Shao. SSS-Level illusion. Realm, Shengang first star. Spirit techniques, Gale Chase, Eagle Eye, Divine Feather Reversal, Rift of the Sky. Note, a well-behaved canary was revived by the disaster and loves to disembowel enemies. Lu Yuan checked Wind Shao and found its strongest spirit technique was at the high level of Earth rank, and it could unleash more than 20 Earth rank spirit techniques. Devouring Army and Crimson Corpse were similar, with their total spirit techniques adding up to over 100. Let me see your strength. Lu Yuan rubbed his fists in anticipation. Since becoming a practitioner, he had no idea where his limits lay. The encounter with the demon race in the no man's land was a special circumstance. After hearing about the existence of the simulation room from his teacher in the morning, Lu Yuan prepared to go experience it. Stepping out of the villa with the help of a friendly senior sister, Lu Yuan arrived at the southwest side of Pengcheng University, standing at the entrance of an oval building. This was the simulation hall for battling ferocious beasts. Many students headed to the simulation room, all taking out their student IDs to swipe for credits to enter. Junior, you are a freshman, right? Freshmen are provided 1 month free of charge, no payment needed. Seeing Lu Yuan pull out his student ID, the sweet-smiling senior sister reminded him. Free? Lu Yuan decisively put his student ID back in his pocket. Although he had many credits, free stuff was always welcome. Pengcheng University's purpose was simple: to let freshmen experience the benefits of training locations and encourage them to hunt ferocious beasts in the no man's land to earn credits. Junior, let me give you a brief introduction to the simulation room, Senior Sister said. The simulation room has 3 levels, each targeting students at the Qi refining stage, the Xian Gang stage, and the divine ability stage. You are in Xian Gang stage professional, so you can only go to the 2nd level. The sweet smiling Senior Sister saw Lu Yuan's realm. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded. By the way, the simulation room has rankings, and the top 10 will receive academic credits. But Junior, your realm is too low. When you break through to Xian Gang stage 8 stars or peak, you can try to challenge the ranking. As long as your ranking does not drop, you can receive academic credits every month. Academic credits as a reward? Senior Sister, how many academic credits does the first place in the Xian Gang stage simulation room get? Every month, it rewards 200,000 academic credits. I'll give it a try. Lu Yuan became interested. He wondered if the 7 major disasters plus more than 3,000 strange puppet soldiers would allow him to earn those 200,000 academic credits. Chapter 42 Break the Record. The rain was drizzling. It was a day perfect for sleeping in at home. Thanks to the new student policy of a free month of experience, Lu Yuan entered the simulation hall without spending any credits. Roar. In the quiet corridor, beast roars echoed frequently as first-year students in the Qi refining stage simulated battling fierce beasts. The new students are those who, until now, have not broken through to the Xian Gang stage, except for Lu Yuan. Second-year students are generally Xian Gang stage professionals, while those in the divine ability stage are rare. Brother Yuan, you also came to the simulation room. As soon as he walked into the first floor, Lu Yuan bumped into Su Ruicheng. His injuries had basically healed, and he was sweating profusely, panting heavily. This showed that his spiritual power was exhausted. Just came to experience it. Lu Yuan said. Did Brother Yuan go look for Du Lingxian last night? Su Ruicheng chuckled. He remembered that when they parted at dawn, Du Lingxian hinted to Lu Yuan that she was alone in her dorm. Back when the 6 of them teamed up to hunt fierce beasts in the no man's land, Su Ruicheng noticed that Du Lingxian was quite open, so he had some thoughts about her. Unfortunately, she didn't look at him. Not in the mood. Lu Yuan shook his head. He returned to his teacher's home and fell asleep on the sofa, sleeping until 10 in the morning. Realizing Lu Yuan didn't go, Su Ruicheng skillfully skipped the topic. Brother Yuan, you should break through to the Xian Gang stage later, and challenge the ranking when you reach the peak of the Qi refining stage. The first place on the first floor rewards 100,000 academic credits every month. Su Ruicheng said regretfully. Lu Yuan couldn't simulate combat against fierce beasts on the first floor right now, so he could only head to the 2nd floor. Not long ago, the principal's new disciple, Han Junchen, broke the record on the first floor. Though he wasn't first, being second allowed him to receive 80,000 academic credits each month. The rewards at the Xian Gang stage are even more. Lu Yuan was unconcerned. He wouldn't intentionally suppress his realm for credits. That may be true, but Brother Yuan's breakthrough to Xian Gang stage 8 stars or peak will probably have to wait until next year. Su Ruicheng thought Lu Yuan was comforting himself. Both sides of the corridor had transparent glass installed, allowing a clear view of everything happening in the simulation room. This was to facilitate students in observation and learning, especially to observe battles of professionals with the same attributes. On the first floor simulation room, Lu Yuan spotted Li Jinxue, whom he hadn't seen for a short while. With time attributes, she was a 6-star Qi refining stage student, now simulating a battle against an 8-star Qi refining stage fierce beast. Taking the elevator to the 2nd floor, there wasn't much difference compared to the first, except that students on the 2nd floor were all at least Xian Gang stage. They were mostly 2nd-year students, with many 3rd years as well. Can Fu Mingcheng break Senior Fu's record? It's hard to say, but it seems there's a good chance. Fu Mingcheng has already killed 50 peak Xian Gang stage fierce beasts. Only 5 minutes left. In the 2nd floor corridor, students were watching professionals of the same attributes simulate battles against fierce beasts. With various professional attributes, watching battles of the same attribute helps to better enhance strength and identify shortcomings. Room 8 was filled with students who were animatedly discussing something. It seems someone is challenging the ranking. Su Ruicheng, who came to the 2nd floor with Lu Yuan, said. According to the seniors, it seemed that the student in room 8 had a high ranking, otherwise, it wouldn't attract so many people to watch. Lu Yuan saw the situation and walked over, looking through the transparent glass to check the conditions inside the simulation room. Crash, crash. Thunder and fire clash. A young man in his early 20s, with a buzz cut, was wildly unleashing his spiritual techniques. Mysterious intermediate spiritual technique, explosive flame strike. Mysterious Advanced Spiritual Technique, Thunder Avatar. Earth Low-Level Spiritual Technique, Thunder Fire Battle. Standing outside the simulation room, Lu Yuan could not feel the power of these spiritual techniques. But with each thunder and fire spiritual technique the young man unleashed, the simulated peak savage beast of the Xian Gang realm quickly evaporated. A thunder and fire dual attribute battle professional? Lu Yuan looked at the sophomore named Fu Mingcheng, who had already killed 55 peak savage beasts of the Xian Gang realm. Thunder brings slaughter, fire brings destruction. These two attribute spiritual techniques are widely recognized as powerful. Lu Yuan had seen single attribute professionals, but this was the first time he had seen someone awaken both attributes at once. So it's Senior Fu competing for the top score, no wonder so many seniors are watching. Su Ruiqing realized. Fu Mingcheng, a sophomore at Pengcheng University, ranked in the top 3 in strength and about to break into the divine realm. Being in the top 3 does not mean Fu Mingcheng is the third strongest, he hadn't fought with the other two for a long time. Senior Fu must want to break the record set by Senior Fu before his breakthrough and then receive 200,000 credits every month. Su Ruiqing speculated. 200,000 credits is very tempting. Living in an independent villa area costs 120,000 credits per year, and 3 months of credits is enough to live for 4 years. The Senior Fu he mentioned is the idol of all students at Pengcheng University. Fu Jingjie, an elder of the Gale Alliance and the youngest elder of the 7 alliances in one hall, broke through to the rule realm at a young age. And Fu Jingjie was taught by Tang Jingwei, so Lu Yuan has to call him senior brother. Broken, Fu Mingcheng has broken Senior Fu's record. Wow, amazing. After so many years, someone finally broke Senior Fu's record. 70 peak savage beasts of the Xian Gang realm, 5 more than the first one. The surrounding older students exclaimed excitedly, watching the changes on the leaderboard. Xian Gang realm simulation ranking list. First place, Fu Mingcheng, killed 70 peak Xian Gang realm savage beasts, monthly reward, 200,000 credits. Second place, Fu Jingjie, killed 65 peak Xian Gang realm savage beasts, graduated. Third place, Tang Xingyu, killed 58 peak Xian Gang realm savage beasts, monthly reward, 150,000 credits. From first to 100th place, different credit rewards are given each month. As for the already graduated Fu Jingjie, only the ranking remains. Creak. Fu Mingcheng walked out of the simulation room, stretching his muscles, looking at his first place ranking with no inner turmoil. He had a premonition before the challenge that he could break Fu Jingjie's record. As expected, he killed 5 more peak Xian Gang realm savage beasts than Fu Jingjie. Congratulations Fu Mingcheng, you finally jumped from second to first. The thunder and fire attribute spiritual techniques are too domineering, an earth-level spiritual technique can directly annihilate savage beasts of the same realm. 200,000 credits, enough to stay in a special training area for more than half a month. Facing the congratulations from the onlookers, Fu Mingcheng, expressionless, took out a monster crystal to restore his spiritual power. To him, it was nothing big, just breaking a record set by an older classmate who had graduated for years. After watching Fu Mingcheng's simulation battle against savage beasts, Lu Yuan walked into simulation room number 9. How many peak Xian Gang realm savage beasts can Brother Yuan kill? Su Ruiqing muttered to himself outside the transparent glass. Lu Yuan, the first in national martial arts exams, Lu Yuan? An older student who heard Su Ruiqing's words couldn't help but stand curiously outside simulation room number 9. First in the national martial arts exam, this title is very loud. What also made the older students interested was the occupation Lu Yuan awakened. Special occupation, Deceptive Puppet Master. This occupation is exceedingly rare, and Lu Yuan is the only living Deceptive Puppet Master in the entire Blue Star. Hearing the names Lu Yuan and Deceptive Puppet Master, even Fu Mingcheng, who was restoring his spiritual power with the monster crystal, slowly opened his eyes. He, along with the older students present, wanted to see up close how the Deceptive Puppet Master fought. Chapter 43 Challenge Mode. On the second floor of the simulation room, more and more students gathered around simulation room number 9. Do you think Lu Yuan can defeat a few-star savage beast in the Xian Gang's realm? 2 stars, at most 3 stars. After all, Lu Yuan just broke through to the Xian Gang's realm, defeating a 3-star savage beast is already impressive. Speaking of which, I've never seen a bizarre doll master fight. Today is a treat for me. The students watched every move of Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan entered the simulation room, he realized it was larger than he imagined. From the outside, the simulation room looked to be about 100 square meters, but inside it was actually 500 or 600 square meters. A spirit tool related to space? Lu Yuan boldly guessed. And starting at a high grade. Only a spirit tool related to space can have the effect of compressing or expanding space. The simulation room was empty, with only one LCD screen embedded in the wall. By manipulating the screen, different Xian Gang's realm savage beasts could be simulated. In addition, there was a challenge mode where the system would simulate a large number of peak Xiangang's realm savage beasts within 30 minutes. The ranking would be based on the number of savage beasts killed. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan decisively activated the challenge mode. Buzz buzz buzz. The piercing alarm sounded. How did Lu Yuan activate the challenge mode? The crowd outside the simulation room was puzzled, as Fu Mingchang, who was recovering his spirit power by absorbing demon crystals, frowned. Lu Yuan just broke through to the Xiangang's realm and activated the challenge mode, isn't that too reckless? Don't think that simulating battles with savage beasts is without danger, there is still risk. Of course, it's not about the physical danger, but the mental aspect. The simulated savage beasts are not much different from reality. If the strength gap is too large and one gets killed in seconds, the strong visual shock can scare a person, leading to mental breakdown. Could it be a misclick? Brother Yuan is simulating for the first time. Su Ruiqing said. Impossible. The challenge mode gives 3 warnings. You can't misclick 3 times. Someone retorted. I guess Lu Yuan will fail the challenge quickly. A sophomore said. As the top scorer in the national martial arts exam, Lu Yuan's mental endurance should be fine, he wouldn't be scared to the point of mental collapse. But thinking about how Lu Yuan might embarrass himself soon, the onlookers showed expressions of anticipation. Roar. The countdown ended, and the challenge mode officially began. A deafening beast roar echoed, and Lu Yuan looked at the peak Xiangang's realm 2-headed demon wolf simulated in front of him. The 2 wolf heads bared their teeth, sharpening their claws, ready to pounce. Lu Yuan recalled his teacher's words. Copper head, iron bones, tofu waist, the waists of most mutated wolf savage beasts are their fatal weaknesses. Whoosh. The storage ring flickered with an almost imperceptible glow, and dark red lines danced in the air. Lu Yuan unreservedly summoned all 7 calamities of the Bizarre Doll Army. Blood Butcher, Wind School Iron Eater, Corroded Face, Red Skeleton. The 7 calamities waved their weapons, with Blood Butcher leading the charge towards the 2-headed demon wolf. Thousands of Split Sky soldiers flapped their wings, and under the leadership of Wind Nu Persimmonu, 1,000 bone soldiers riding skeletal warhorses drew their bows, their bone arrows radiating a thick demonic aura. There were also the Punishment Corps, the Golden Spear Corps, the Star Eater Corps. The crowd outside the simulation room? Can Lu Yuan control so many monsters at the same time? There must be 3,000 or 4,000 inside. Unbelievable. I am a dark attribute practitioner. In the Xiangang's realm 6 stars I can only summon 500 skeletal heavy cavalry. Lu Yuan's summons are 6 or 7 times mine. Is this the way of fighting for a bizarre doll master? Directly swarming to death the peak 2-headed demon wolves. There were no flashy skills, bloodthirsty soldiers directly hacked the 2-headed demon wolf to oblivion with each swing of their blades. 1-on-1? Not a chance. If you can swarm, why fight 1-on-1? As the 2-headed demon wolf disappeared, the system simulated 2 more peak Xiangang's realm savage beasts. Bang! The strongest Star Eater soldier punched and killed it, and then the 9 bizarre doll armies raised their weapons once again. So easy? Don't say that Su Ruiqing, who came with Lu Yuan, was stunned. Even the old students who curiously observed the unusual fighting style of the monster hunter were dumbfounded. The shock level was even higher than when they learned that Fu Mingchang had broken the record. You must know that Lu Yuan had just broken through to the Xiangang realm, directly beating a peak Xiangang realm beast. This was too exaggerated. The challenge mode will become increasingly difficult, with the number of beasts constantly increasing, Fu Mingchang, who had just broken the record, said in a hoarse voice. After killing 1 beast, the system will simulate 2 more for the next challenge, until the challenger fails. At this moment, 5 peak Xiangang realm beasts appeared in the simulation room. Watching the 5 uniquely shaped, imposing beasts, Lu Yuan's fingertips danced as he controlled the 7 disasters. The Wind Disaster, Wind Beast, with its huge wings, let out a sharp howl. Earth-level advanced spirit skill Raging Wind Howl. Several thick, blue tornadoes, like barrels, swept in from all directions, and hearing the howl, the 5 beasts looked painful, constantly shaking their heads. The Fire Disaster, Firebone, narrowed its pupils. Earth-level advanced spirit skill Ashen Bite. Roar. 5 tigers infused with black flames charged forward fearlessly toward the beasts. The Blood Disaster, Blood Shredder, the Gold Disaster, Gold Devourer, the Earth Disaster, Earth Barrier. Spirit skills flooded through the sky. Spirit skills, and their advanced Earth-level spirit skills. No way, bro, why can he summon monsters and use spirit skills? You can do it too, right? Hurry up and show me. A student with dark attributes summoned a skeleton warrior, pointing at it excitedly. Skeleton warrior? Hurry up and cast it, please. However, no matter how much he shook or begged, the skeleton warrior remained unresponsive. 7 different attribute, advanced Earth-level spirit skills. Fu Mingqing's face twitched. Besides the 5 basic elements, there were also rare blood and wind attributes. Especially the blood attribute, the probability of awakening this attribute is 1 in 10,000. The so-called 1 in 10,000 refers to the prerequisite of awakening a combat profession. If all 3 major types of professions are considered, the probability is far beyond this. 24th place, Lu Yuan killed 20 beasts. Earth-level spirit skills are too powerful, and with 7 different advanced Earth-level spirit skills, they can easily take down multiple peak Xian Gang realm beasts. Damn, could it be that Lu Yuan, having just broken through to the Xian Gang realm, is rushing into the top 10? Someone had a strange expression. The key point was not the top 10, but that he had just broken through to the Xian Gang realm. Looking at the top 100 students, which one wasn't at least 8 stars or peak in the Xian Gang realm to make the list? It's never happened since the simulation room was established that a 1-star Xian Gang realm student made it to the rankings. 8 beasts simulated at once. Su Ruiqing said excitedly, as if the one in the simulation room was him, not Lu Yuan. These beasts simulated this time are very clever. They know that Lu Yuan is controlling the monsters, and if they take him out, everything will end, said the previous Dark Attribute senior who had howled. 8 beasts, all peak Xian Gang realm beasts, attacked Lu Yuan from different directions. In front of everyone's eyes, a rugged, thick-skinned mammoth charged at Lu Yuan, its trunk smashing heavily into Lu Yuan's back. It's over, Lu Yuan has failed the challenge, someone said. In reality, being smashed by a mammoth's trunk, even steel would bend, let alone a person. It's not over, the challenge is still ongoing, Su Ruiqing puzzled. Everyone? In the simulation room, Lu Yuan endured the blow from the trunk unscathed, and a strange doll appeared in front of the mammoth. Chapter 44, Warning. Warning. Earth-level advanced spirit skill, substitute doll. Lu Yuan looked at the mammoth, which also seemed puzzled and somewhat dazed. Since this was a test of his limits, before the challenge mode began, Lu Yuan had placed the top-tier spirit weapon, Oblivion, in his storage ring. Even before the mammoth's trunk was swung, Lu Yuan had already used the substitute doll to avoid this deadly blow. The challenge mode was still in progress. Standing on the soldier of the devouring star, Lu Yuan skillfully controlled the doll army. Damn. What the hell? The corridor occasionally erupted with gasps as more and more students gathered around Simulation Room 9. What are you shouting about? Quiet down and don't disturb others' learning and observation. A serious-looking instructor in his 40s walked over. The simulation corridor prohibited loud noise, and he had heard their exclamations from far away. The instructor's name was Zhou Mingqian, mainly responsible for teaching second-year students awakening fire attributes. Instructor Zhou, come quick. Lu Yuan has gone crazy, a student recognized Zhou Mingqian and shouted. Lu Yuan gone crazy? Zhou Mingqian raised an eyebrow. Haven't you all seen anything before? Lu Yuan is the top of the National Martial Arts examination, defeating a 3-star beast from the Xian Gang realm is quite normal, isn't it? Zhou Mingqian said, speechless. He thought this group of kids was overly surprised to see Lu Yuan defeat a 3-star beast from the Xian Gang realm. There are differences even among geniuses. For a genius like Lu Yuan, defeating 2 or 3 opponents of a lower level was too normal. Seeing the situation in the simulation room, Zhou Mingqian's eyes widened. What the? Suddenly realizing he was the instructor, Zhou Mingqian changed his tone. I can't believe it. Without noticing how loud his voice was. Challenging 10 peak beasts from the Xian Gang realm at once? Zhou Mingqian blinked, finally understanding why these kids were so excited. Xian Gang realm simulation ranking list. First, Fu Mingchang defeated 70 peak Xian Gang realm beasts, monthly reward of 200,000 credits. Second, Fu Jingjie defeated 65 peak Xian Gang realm beasts, has graduated. Third, Tang Xingyu defeated 58 peak Xian Gang realm beasts, monthly reward of 150,000 credits. Seventh, Lu Yuan defeated 55 peak Xian Gang realm beasts, monthly reward of 100,000 credits. He has already killed 55? Zhou Mingqian looked at Lu Yuan ranked 7th, then glanced at the remaining time. There was plenty of time left, still 18 minutes. I can't believe it. Zhou Mingqian exclaimed again. Fu Mingchang, who had just broken the record, was no longer calm, staring intently at Lu Yuan in the simulation room. He shouldn't have any spiritual power left, right? Fu Mingchang spoke a bit hesitantly. However, before he finished speaking, Lu Yuan controlled the 7 calamities to unleash 7 different advanced Earth-grade spiritual skills. Onlookers? Fu Mingchang? Zhou Mingqian? Now I understand how Lu Yuan is killing the peak Xian Gang realm beasts, Zhou Mingqian's mouth twitched. With so many advanced Earth-grade skills being thrown around, even a divine being would struggle to withstand it. Everyone, pay attention and learn well, especially those who have awakened dark attributes. Carefully observe Lu Yuan's battle process. Zhou Mingqian said solemnly. Instructor Zhou, learn what? Lu Yuan controlling the monsters is too abnormal, completely different from skeleton monsters, a student awakening a dark attribute said. Open your eyes wider and keep watching. Zhou Mingqian pointed at the simulation room. Lu Yuan controls the monsters with a strategy, and he always finds the beast's vital spots accurately to deliver a fatal strike. Zhou Mingqian tapped the glass. For example, those soldiers in yellow armor are obviously very strong in defense but somewhat clumsy, so Lu Yuan chooses to let them take the beast's attacks up front. The flying soldiers create distractions, while the soldiers riding skeletal warhorses charge in, surrounding and defeating the beasts one by one. Inside the simulation room, the battle was intense as the students outside focused on listening to Zhou Mingqian's explanation, especially the students with dark attributes who were particularly attentive. Listening to teacher Zhou, Lu Yuan seems to know the weaknesses of the beasts very well. It goes without saying that it must be instructor Tang teaching him. I envy Lu Yuan for having such a great instructor. The students expressed their admiration. The newcomers didn't know how powerful Tang Jingwei was, but the others were very clear. Every student he taught became famous. However, before this, students had to plead for Tang Jingwei to be their teacher. Take Fu Jingjie, who had already graduated and now served as an elder of the Wind-Rending Alliance, for example. At that time, he had knelt at Tang Jingwei's doorstep for a day and a night before Tang Jingwei finally agreed. Lu Yuan, however, was asked by Tang Jingwei if he wanted to be his disciple. Don't make excuses, the weaknesses of the fierce beasts have been documented in books, easily found online. Zhou Mingqian said. He's at 66 now. Lu Yuan has broken Senior Fu's record, ranking second. Someone noticed the rankings and found that Lu Yuan had solved another 10 fierce beasts. Then the crowd in the corridor simultaneously looked towards the current record holder, Fu Mingqiang. Fu Mingqiang's face turned pale. No way, I just broke the record, it's not even warm yet. Fu Mingqiang clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis. Lu Yuan, who just broke through to the Shengang realm, already had the power to kill peak fierce beasts in that realm, which was astonishing enough. Even more shocking was the fact that the number of kills was about to surpass him, making him the first in the Shengang simulation. Why are you all shouting? It's one thing for students to yell, but old Zhou, why are you joining in? Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng criticized. Hello, Vice Principal Zhang. Zhang Shouzheng waved his hand. Vice Principal Zhang, Lu Yuan is fast, no. He has already become the first in the Shengang simulation. Zhou Mingqian looked at the rankings. First, Lu Yuan killed 78 peak fierce beasts in the Shengang realm, monthly reward of 200,000 credits. Second, Fu Mingqiang killed 70 peak fierce beasts in the Shengang realm, monthly reward of 150,000 credits. Seeing the rankings overtaken, Fu Mingqiang's heart finally sank. Damn! Fu Mingqiang slumped to the ground, showing a look of despair. Ha! Zhang Shouzheng rubbed his face hard, and saw that it was indeed Lu Yuan at the top. In the simulation room, Lu Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Is this my limit? Lu Yuan looked at the number of fierce beasts killed on the screen. 82 beasts. There were only 5 minutes left in the challenge mode. I have drained every drop of my spiritual power. Just as Lu Yuan was about to end the challenge, the disaster wind crab in the sky chirped melodiously. Can you merge with the sky-splitting legion? Lu Yuan understood the wind machinery's communication. As his realm improved, the 7 disasters seemed to gain intelligence, and this feeling became more and more evident. With the command of wind machinery, Lu Yuan controlled thousands of sky-splitting legion to merge with the wind mechanism. Buzz. A clear phoenix cry rang out. Earth-level advanced spiritual skill, winds rising clouds roiling. Instantly killed all the fierce beasts before him. Moreover, the entire simulation room shook violently, with urgent alert sounds ringing out. Warning, warning, a godly realm practitioner is using the Shengang simulation room. Please staff quickly escort him away for processing. Please staff quickly escort him away for processing. A godly realm practitioner? Lu Yuan smiled. The power of the wind mechanism merging with the sky-splitting legion was so strong that the system mistakenly thought it was a godly realm practitioner fighting in the second-floor simulation. Chapter 45, Did Fu Mingqiang get so angry he broke through? A harsh whistle sounded, and warning alarms echoed through the corridor in rapid succession. Seeing the situation in the simulation room, everyone looked at each other in silence. Did the system mistake Lu Yuan for a godly realm practitioner and trigger the alarm? In the end, Lu Yuan's control of the monsters casting spiritual skills was too explosive. It wasn't something an Shengang realm practitioner could do. That's absurd. I've spent over 2 years in the second-floor simulation room and this is the first time I've encountered a system error. The surrounding students swallowed their saliva. Lu Yuan triggered the system alarm, but most ridiculous was that he had just broken through to the Shengang realm. Is this reasonable? Fu Mingqiang, who had just broken the record, took a deep breath. Impressive. Fu Mingqiang said. These words came from the heart, full of genuine emotion. Lu Yuan's awesomeness made Fu Mingcheng want to cry. I just broke the record. Fu Mingcheng was on the verge of tears. Instructor Zhou Mingqian and Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng exchanged glances. Is the puppeteer profession this strong? Zhou Mingqian frowned. It's not that the puppeteer is strong, it's Lu Yuan who is strong. His spiritual power reserves are terrifying, so he can control so many puppet troops at once. Zhang Shouzheng said solemnly. Vice Principal, Brother Yuan triggered the system alarm, but there are still 3 minutes left in challenge mode. Su Ruiqing said cautiously. 120 beasts. Lu Yuan steadily topped the second floor with 120 kills of Xiangang Realm Fierce Beasts. And it only took 27 minutes. If it were 30 minutes, the number of beasts killed would only be more. Zhang Shouzheng frowned, this was also what he was currently thinking about. Crack! The simulation room door opened, and Lu Yuan walked out under everyone's gaze. Hello, Principal Zhang. Seeing Zhang Shouzheng, Lu Yuan greeted him. Next time go directly to the third floor for simulated battles against beasts of the Divine Mandate Realm. Zhang Shouzheng said, the second floor was no longer suitable for Lu Yuan. Although Lu Yuan had just broken through to the Xiangang realm. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded. As for the number of beasts killed. Zhang Shouzheng rubbed his forehead, thinking for a long time before deciding to increase Lu Yuan's count by 20, making it 140, placing him first in killing peak beasts of the Xiangang realm. Old Zhou, do you think it's reasonable? Zhang Shouzheng asked. Zhou Mingqian shook his head. It's too few. From his many years of teaching experience, he believed that the Wind attribute spiritual technique Lu Yuan displayed could instantly kill hundreds of beasts below the Divine Mandate realm. Zhang Shouzheng. But 140 is enough, this record is unprecedented and will not come again, Lu Yuan himself cannot break it. Zhou Mingqian said. As Lu Yuan's realm increased, his strength would only grow stronger. By then, when he started challenge mode on the second floor, the system might directly issue an alarm. Clap clap clap. Congratulations, Junior Lu Yuan, you are indeed the number one in the National Martial Arts exam. Junior Lu Yuan is amazing. The onlookers applauded and cheered. Facing the cheers from his seniors, Lu Yuan smiled and gestured. Under the condition that the record is not broken, he could receive 200,000 credits every 15th of the month from now on. It shouldn't be broken. Lu Yuan said. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, and Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng's lips twitched. Don't worry, if someone breaks your record, I'll give you the 200,000 credits. Zhang Shouzheng assured. Just as Zhou Mingqian said, Lu Yuan's record was unprecedented and unrepeatable, it was simply impossible to break. Look how angry you made Fu Mingcheng, he has broken through because of it. Zhou Mingqian said. Lu Yuan looked at Fu Mingcheng, who was blushing, having broken through from the peak of Xiangang to the Divine Mandate realm. Hello, Junior Lu Yuan. Fu Mingcheng forced a smile. He was close to a breakthrough and had been intentionally repressing his realm to rank on the board. Hello, Senior Fu. Lu Yuan said, not expecting his performance to make Senior Fu breakthrough. Next time, if someone were to break through because of him, he'd charge them 2,000 or 3,000 credits. After a trip to the simulation room without spending any credits, but instead earning 200,000 credits, Lu Yuan joyfully returned to the villa. In the villa's living room, a faint fragrance of tea filled the air. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, Tang Jingwei, who often frowned and had a brow like a valley, was focused on reading. The book was titled Autobiography of a Blood Attribute Practitioner. Teacher. Lu Yuan picked up the milk tea on the table. As the two spent more time together, Tang Jingwei knew Lu Yuan didn't like tea but loved milk tea. So every time he came to the villa, Tang Jingwei would buy a cup of milk tea in advance. How do you feel after coming back from the simulation room? Tang Jingwei closed his book. It was okay, quite exciting. Lu Yuan said, especially when facing a dozen peak beasts of the Xiangang realm up close. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan killed 140 beasts, becoming number one on the second floor, Tang Jingwei fell silent for a long time. It seems I underestimated your strength. Lu Yuan drank his milk tea, and Tang Jingwei also sipped on his tea. The villa was spacious, and with the windows open, a gentle breeze brought great comfort. A month later is the competition among the 5 top academies. The champion can choose any top-grade spiritual weapon from the treasure vault of the 5 academies. Tang Jingwei explained his purpose for finding Lu Yuan, blowing on the hot tea in his hand. I won't bother with grand pretenses like fighting for the honor of Pengcheng University, win the championship, and then choose a top-grade spiritual weapon from the treasure vault of the Imperial Capital University. Tang Jingwei gazed directly at Lu Yuan. What top-grade spiritual weapon? Lu Yuan asked. It is suitable for dark attribute practitioners, named the Tianxing Ling top-grade spiritual weapon. Tang Jingwei stated word by word. The supreme spiritual tool, the heavenly punishment order, has only one effect. Tang Jingwei stared directly into Lu Yuan's eyes. Dark attribute practitioners can summon skeleton monsters, possessing the same spiritual power reserve as the user. Then the eerie puppet army I control would be. Receiving his teacher's affirmation, Lu Yuan realized that the heavenly punishment order was simply tailor-made for him. His spiritual power reserve had already expanded to 50 times. If the 7 great calamities shared the same spiritual power, wouldn't the spiritual techniques fill the sky? Moreover, the other 9 eerie puppet armies would also wield spiritual techniques. Having the heavenly punishment order meant possessing an army of practitioners. Are you excited? Tang Jingwei smiled as he spoke. He knew Lu Yuan would definitely be excited. The heavenly punishment order is not exclusive to dark attribute practitioners, it's a supreme spiritual tool exclusive to eerie puppet masters. Lu Yuan spoke firmly, his tone filled with longing for the heavenly punishment order. Dark attribute practitioners can summon skeleton monsters and also wield spiritual techniques, but they must break through to the realm of laws. As for the power of the spiritual techniques they wield, they are generally weak and nowhere near as powerful as the eerie puppet army. They must reach the extraordinary realm for them to be considered decent. All this was told to Lu Yuan by Tang Jingwei, who was well-versed in all professions. You should know who your opponent for the championship is. Tang Jingwei patted a book on the table titled The Autobiography of Blood Attribute Practitioners. Based on my observation of the footage from Chu Wuxi's martial exam, he awakened a 4th attribute that hasn't been disclosed. Tang Jingwei raised his head. It's very likely to be the blood attribute. Blood attribute? Upon hearing this attribute, Lu Yuan thought of his own blood calamity, the Blood Butcher. Chapter 46, 9,000 Eerie Puppet Armies. Chu Wuxi, son of the Thunder Alliance leader, awakened as a 4-attribute combat practitioner. The known attributes are lightning, wind, and earth. What surprised Lu Yuan was that Chu Wuxi's final attribute was actually blood. The blood attribute is extremely difficult to awaken, with a probability of 1 in 10,000 before awakening as a combat practitioner. Didn't expect that, right? To be honest, I didn't expect it either. Tang Jingwei sat upright. Blood attribute practitioners were often killed without mercy in ancient times. After all, this attribute can not only be enhanced by killing monsters, but also by humans. It could be for this reason that Alliance leader Chu hasn't disclosed Chu Wuxi's blood attribute, or perhaps he is hiding his strength? Tang Jingwei's tone was uncertain. In any case, the 4 awakened attributes of Chu Wuxi are clear: blood, lightning, wind, and earth. Chu Wuxi applying to the Imperial City University is a sure thing since the university has the support of the Thunder Alliance. Thus, Tang Jingwei did not pay particular attention to him. Besides him, there are 2 other people worth your attention. Tang Jingwei poured a cup of hot tea and held it in his hands. Zhang Tianhua and the new disciple of the principal, Han Junchen. Han Junchen? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Tianhua has an SSS-level talent, a gold attribute combat practitioner. It makes sense for the teacher to say to pay attention to her, but Han Junchen is neither as talented as Zhang Tianhua nor did he perform well in the martial exam. Why pay attention to him? Don't underestimate Han Junchen, he maintained a stable national ranking of 101 throughout the martial exam. Tang Jingwei recalled the conversation with the principal. The principal initially wanted me to teach Han Junchen, but out of consideration for you, I declined the principal's request. Such a thing exists. Lu Yuan's mind flashed the crazy, white-haired face of Han Junchen. The other 5 top universities' first-year students, including those ranked in the top 4 and top 5 nationally, are easily defeated by you. They aren't worth mentioning. Tang Jingwei said casually, refocusing on Chu Wuxi and the other 2. From Tang Jingwei, Lu Yuan learned that this year's competition among the 5 top universities will be held at Peng City University. There will be a total of 4 groups: first year, second year, third year, and fourth year. Each group champion will receive corresponding rewards. Unlike the martial exam, this time it's a student competition, and only the champion will get the reward. Many alliance leaders will attend. Remember to win the championship and ask the principal of the Imperial City University for the heavenly punishment order directly. Tang Jingwei reiterated his reminder. He needs to perfect the advanced spirit technique, Mirage, before the grand competition in order to increase his chances of winning. The 5 top universities are having the competition at Peng City University. Isn't that sister going to come? Lu Yuan thought of Lu Yeli, who is now a junior at the Imperial Capital University. I will ask Vice Principal Zhang to procure a large amount of materials for creating Illusion Soldier Corps, striving to expand your 9 Illusion Soldier types to 1,000 within a month, Tang Jingwei said. Next, we will focus on training for a month, then create Illusion Soldiers. Lu Yuan clarified his thoughts, preparing for the upcoming grand competition. Imperial Capital University, Back Mountain. Bang bang bang. Purple thunder crashed down from the sky. Chu Wuxi's expression was grim, suffering the intense pain of the thunder striking his body. A middle-aged man with a bald head crossed his arms and coldly watched Chu Wuxia. What's wrong, can't take it? The burly man said sarcastically. The National Martial Arts Exam first place is Lu Yuan, you are second. Lu Yuan has broken through to the Shangang realm while you are still one step behind. Do you enjoy being the perennial second? Provocation doesn't work on me. Chu Wuxia's pupils flickered with a red glow. Lu? Don't say that name in front of me. Chu Wuxia roared, veins bulging. The burly man smiled silently, only tightening the voltage. Tang Jingwei, let's see whether your disciple Lu Yuan is better or my student Chu Wuxia excels. Peng City University, number 88 Independent Villa. The white-haired Han Juncheng hummed a little tune, lost in his own world. Oh baby, let's sway together, shall we hype it up, everyone get hyped up. The principal of Peng City University, Lao Qiyuan, opposite him. Bang. He directly gave Han Juncheng a knock on the head. I said don't act foolish in front of me, Lao Qiyuan said. Han Juncheng held his head, looking aggrieved. You need to break through to the Shangang realm within a month to have a chance to defeat Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia, and Zhang Tianxia, Lao Qiyuan spoke calmly. If you win the championship, you can choose from the treasure vault of Magic Capital University and ask the principal of Magic Capital University for a high-quality spirit weapon, the Nirvana Sword. Lao Qiyuan looked at Han Juncheng. Break through to the Shangang realm within a month, Lao Deng, are you making things difficult for this handsome guy who shakes the heavens and makes ghosts cry? Han Juncheng, at the 8-star Qi refining realm, spoke. Bang. Han Juncheng fell prostrate on the ground, feeling as if crushed by a mountain. Under these circumstances, train hard. You can only leave the villa once you break through to the Shangang realm, Lao Qiyuan said as he stood up to leave. Lao Deng, you are imprisoning me, this is illegal. Oh my, why is the pressure getting heavier? Han Juncheng gritted his teeth, taking out a monster crystal from his storage ring to train. He soon discovered the absorption speed was 10 times faster than normal, but the pain was indescribable. Train, then create illusion soldiers. The phrase appeared in Lu Yuan's mind as he took out a magic core from the divine ability realm. Under the SSS-level talent's terrifying absorption speed, it didn't take long for the magic core to glow, fading from blinding to faint, and finally turning into powder, vanishing into the wind. Crack, crack. A series of brand new bloodthirsty soldiers were born, followed by Thunder Punishment soldiers and Golden Spear soldiers. Lu Yuan's life became dull and monotonous, training during the day and creating illusion soldiers at night. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Heavy rain poured down, lightning flashing in the sky. Students hurriedly rushed while holding umbrellas to hide from the rain, complaining that Peng City's weather changes faster than a girlfriend's mood. It was sunny in the morning, but by the afternoon it turned into a torrential downpour. At Peng City University's playground, a neatly arranged army of 9,000 stood awaiting their master's inspection. Raindrops slid off the armor as the bone soldiers riding skeletal steeds pounded their chests. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The war horses neighed, and the bone soldiers gazed ahead. Thunder Punishment soldiers tightly gripped their long spears, sparks flashing, and thunder booming in the sky. Ziz ziz. White smoke billowed as the rainwater dripping onto the Inferno soldiers' armor rapidly evaporated. Standing before the 7 calamities, Lu Yuan admired his illusion army. Without exception, 9,000 strange puppeteer soldiers and the 7 great disasters are all at the Xiangang realm 3 stars. In just half a month, Lu Yuan broke through from the Xiangang realm to the Xiangang realm 3 stars and replenished the 9 strange puppet legions to 1,000. So cool, just like a great general commanding thousands of troops in ancient times. Zhang Tianxia looked at Lu Yuan in the playground. Captain, are you sure the competition can defeat Lu Yuan? Said a student from Magic City University who came with Zhang Tianxia to find Lu Yuan. At the peak of the Qi refining realm, he felt that without involving the 7 great disasters, any strange puppet soldier could take him down in an instant. Let's try, what if we win? Zhang Tianxia responded vaguely, waving her hand at Lu Yuan. Zhang Tianxia? Lu Yuan looked at his competitor in the upcoming competition after half a month. Why is she not training well at Magic City University, coming to Peng City to find me for what? Chapter 47, how about we rob them? The heavy rain was still pouring down, and Blood Slaughter stood next to Lu Yuan holding an umbrella. What's up? Lu Yuan looked at Zhang Tianxia. Her outfit still followed the cute style, with twin ponytails, a white t-shirt paired with a small blue skirt printed with cartoon characters, and a pair of little white shoes. This outfit was simple yet exquisite, compensating for Zhang Tianxia's small shortcomings while emphasizing her charm. Wearing something cool in such heavy rain, though it is indeed cool. Zhang Tianxia said. At first, she treated Lu Yuan with some aloofness, which was the case when they were not familiar with each other. Now Zhang Tianxia felt like she was friends with Lu Yuan, gradually revealing her true personality. Let's chat at my place. Lu Yuan put away the strange puppet legion and led Zhang Tianxia to his independent villa. Along with Jiang Tianxia, there were also 6 students from Magic City University. They seemed to be a team. Wow, a villa. Does Peng City University treat students so well, providing them with villas to live in? Compared to Magic City University, it's really garbage. Jiang Tianxia complained. Although she was a first-year student at Magic City University. Taking drinks and bottled water from the fridge, Lu Yuan placed the snacks he bought for his older sister on the table, indicating that Jiang Tianxia and the others should not hold back. Lu Yuan, can you help me out? Jiang Tianxia looked at him with an expectant expression. Say it. Come with us to the no man's land to hunt the Xiangang realm cloud-treading beasts. I need a lot of cloud-treading beast skulls to make a high-level spiritual device. Jiang Tianxia explained her purpose for finding Lu Yuan. And then? Lu Yuan asked. Then, at the competition, I will kill you. Jiang Tianxia said matter-of-factly. Lu Yuan. You mean, I help you hunt the cloud-treading beasts to make a high-level spiritual device, then you will use that device to kill me in the competition? Lu Yuan laughed in anger. Jiang Tianxia should have added quotation marks around kill. To be precise, she meant defeat. Exactly. What do you mean by exactly? Do you think I am like Han Juncheng, a lunatic? Lu Yuan was speechless. Who is Han Juncheng? Jiang Tianxia had never heard of this person. Not important. Lu Yuan replied. After half a month, Jiang Tianxia also broke through to the Xiangang realm, but only to 1 star. Her 7-member team had 2 in the Xiangang realm, and the rest were at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Captain is so bold, how can one chat with people like this, said Fan Shuiyao, the vice-captain of the team, thinking. At least be a little more polite, you can trick Lu Yuan a bit. It's not like I'm not offering you any rewards. Jiang Tianxia looked at Lu Yuan, who was laughing in anger. What reward? An extraordinary magic core. Jiang Tianxia revealed a magic core the size of a man's fist flat in her palm. An extraordinary magic core. Lu Yuan stood up. Such a high-level magic core cannot be bought with money, it must be exchanged with items. Jiang Tianxia, as expected from the Jiang family in Magic City, was generous, directly using an extraordinary 8-star magic core as payment. Although we are not from the same university, and we will be competitors in the competition in half a month, the more so, we should help each other. Lu Yuan casually took the magic core from Jiang Tianxia's hand and placed it in his pocket. Cloud-treading beasts, huh? How about we kill 100? Is that enough? Lu Yuan spoke with righteous fervor. The better the quality, the faster the absorption rate. This extraordinary 8-star magic core is enough for him to reach the divine power realm. Lu Yuan, you have a talent for changing your expressions, Jiang Tianxia said, pouting, thinking that this guy only acts when he sees the rabbit. So shall we set off now? Jiang Tianxia suggested. She was still a bit anxious. Breaking through to the 2nd star of the Xiangang realm in half a month was unrealistic and she could only find another way to quickly enhance her strength. Let's go. Lu Yuan replied, indicating he was ready to leave any time. Wait, didn't the martial arts exam reward you with a top-quality spirit weapon sword? Lu Yuan asked in confusion. The first reward of the martial arts exam is a high-quality spirit weapon, and second is a top-quality spirit weapon exclusive to Chu Wuxian. As for the third, Jiang Tianxia, it was a random top-quality spirit weapon and a top-quality spirit treasure. Don't mention it, that sword is so light that it feels like you're not even holding anything, Jiang Tianxia said with exasperation. A real man should wield a heavy sword, the heavier, the better. But Captain, you are not a man, Fan Shuiyao whispered. A strong person should wield a heavy sword. Jiang Tianxia corrected herself. It's fine if we're not familiar, but once we are, she seems not too bright. Lu Yuan glanced at the seemingly cute and gentle Jiang Tianxia, who had a fierce fighting style. The cloud-treading beasts are a pack of fierce beasts, capable of reaching up to 6 stars in the Xiangang realm. These fierce beasts are not very strong in combat but are extremely fast and good at escaping, as their name implies. Hello, Lu Yuan, I'm Fan Shuiyao, auxiliary profession, I just broke through to the Xiangang realm yesterday. The long-haired Fan Shuiyao took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello. Lu Yuan nodded. This woman is the vice-captain of Jiang Tianxia's team, mainly assisting teammates and commanding in battle. Lu Yuan, I'm Qi Canhon, an Earth attribute combat profession, Xiangang realm 1st star. The honest-looking Qi Canhon said. MMM. Lu Yuan remembered this name, Qi Canhon, ranked 8th in the National Martial Arts exam. Others also introduced themselves one by one, and Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. At the teleportation array point of Pengcheng University, Lu Yuan spent credits to buy 8 tickets to Hongye City. Hongye City is one of the border cities of China that resists the invasion of demons. It enjoys a spring-like climate all year round, which the cloud-treading beasts love to live in. Lu Yuan brother, can you control those tens of thousands of monsters on the playground at the same time? While waiting for the teleportation array to activate, Fan Shuiyao looked at Lu Yuan. Her words were sweet, she directly called him brother Lu Yuan. What did you just call me? Lu Yuan brother. Fan Shuiyao, not realizing her boldness, thought it was fine to call him that. Was she supposed to call him brother Lu Yuan? Say it again. Lu Yuan brother. Good sister. Lu Yuan said with a smile. Fan Shuiyao. You scared me. I thought Lu Yuan was angry, it turns out he simply liked being called brother. The group entered the teleportation array, laughing and chatting, successfully reaching Hongye City using their student IDs to enter the uninhabited zone. Alert! Yin Xiao, fly up and check the situation, report to me if you find any fierce beasts. Ji Kanhong and Xuemuyang scout ahead, no more than 50 meters from us, the captain is on the right. As the team commander, Fan Shuiyao organized everything calmly. Even though their team only had 7 members, with 3 just breaking into the Xian gang realm, they could take on a peak fierce beast with excellent teamwork. What about me? Lu Yuan asked. Lu Yuan brother stays with me, as the trickster, you should be protected. The auxiliary profession Fan Shuiyao stated. In her understanding, the trickster equals a dark attribute practitioner, who is most fearful of close-range attacks in combat. Alright. Lu Yuan gladly accepted, his main task was to help Jiang Tianxia hunt the cloud-treading beasts. If the mission could be completed without him having to take action, that would be even better. Of course, he would never give up that magic core. 2 miles ahead, there are practitioners robbing another group of practitioners. The strongest is at the 2nd star of the Xian gang realm. The wind attribute practitioner Yin Xiao returned to report. Hearing this, Fan Shuiyao looked at Jiang Tianxia, who in turn looked at Lu Yuan. This is an uninhabited area, robbery, murder, and treasure hunting are very common. Lu Yuan said. Jiang Tianxia heard that Lu Yuan didn't want to deal with this matter and decided to bypass this group of people and head straight for the lair of the cloud-breaking beast. They rob us, how about we rob them? Lu Yuan said astonishingly. Jiang Tianxia? Team members? Can we play like that? Chapter 48, No One Can Escape. In Peng City, the rain poured heavily, while the uninhabited area was sunny and bright. Rob them? Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Jiang Tianxia was eager to try, while the team members had mixed expressions. Isn't this inappropriate? Robbing is a criminal act. Fan Shuiyao hesitated. She was a law-abiding person, just like the Li Jinxue team that Lu Yuan encountered before. She had killed fierce beasts, but had never killed a person. Criminal? Lu Yuan laughed. This is an outlaw area, the uninhabited zone, and they are robbing, isn't that a crime? Lu Yuan retorted. I agree with Lu Yuan's proposal. Bad people need to be dealt with by bad people. Who agrees, who disagrees? Jiang Tianxia said. I listen to the captain. Me too. The team members quickly reached a consensus, choosing to rob the group that was robbing. The ground was uneven, not far away the swamp was filled with a foul smell. The 2 sides were in a tense standoff, and a 2-star professional in the profound realm had a smug smile. Hand over the valuable things on you, or die. Song Wentao said harshly. However, before his words fell, a seemingly friendly yet arrogant voice rang out. Rob. Yin Xiao, at the peak of the Qi refining realm and awakened in wind attributes, stammered. The robbed people? The robbers? A Qi refining realm dares to rob me? Song Wentao's eyes showed fierce light, suddenly feeling a dazzling brightness. Swish, swish, swish. For gleaming spears accurately shot towards Song Wentao's limbs, a large amount of blood flowed out, and a scream pierced the sky. Hand over the valuable things on you, or die. Lu Yuan slowly walked over, glancing at the inexperienced Yin Xiao, who was robbing for the first time. To deal with a stronger professional, you must first show that you are stronger than him, only then will you have deterrence, understand? Lu Yuan imparted his experience, and the soldiers of the heavenly punishment were ready at any time. Yin Xiao scratched his head. Got it, brother Yuan. With the strongest Song Wentao losing combat ability, this robbery went very smoothly. However, this group of professionals had nothing good, all worthless things, not even a storage ring. Do we need to hand over anything? Asked the robbed people cautiously. You don't have to. Lu Yuan waved his hand, signaling them to leave quickly. So exciting. Jiang Tianxia's face turned red from excitement as it was her first robbery, and the team members had similar expressions of reminiscence. Isn't brother Yuan's first time? Yin Xiao asked. Lu Yuan looked at Yin Xiao with a meaningful smile. This smile made Jiang Tianxia's scalp tingle, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. After the small episode, everyone continued to start the journey to find the cloud-breaking beast. Crossing this low mountain is a valley, and a large number of cloud-breaking beasts live in the valley. Fan Shuiyao pointed to the map. Roar. The bear's roar was deafening. A giant bear, 5 meters tall with well-developed muscles, blocked everyone's way. The giant bear exuded flames all over its body, instantly shooting out multiple fireballs. Profound Realm Peak Scarlet Flame Sky Bear. Fan Shuiyao's expression tensed, then began to direct her teammates to fight. Captain on the offense, Shi Canhong on defense, Yin Zhao in the air to disrupt. Remember to be careful of the Scarlet Flame Sky Bear's fireball attacks. Its spirit technique has a maximum distance of no more than 20 meters. Fan Shuiyao systematically issued command after command. Lu Yuan watched from the side. It was clear that Fan Shuiyao was very calm, and this 7-person team cooperated quite well. 3 1-star professionals in the Profound Realm, 4 Peak Chi Refining Realm professionals, were fighting back against the Profound Realm Peak Scarlet Flame Sky Bear. Brother Lu Yuan doesn't need to take action, we can practice a bit. Fan Shuiyao turned to Lu Yuan and said. Lu Yuan became a bystander. It was very common for the top 5 universities to form teams, as the more people there were, the more power they had. If professionals of different attributes cooperated, they often could achieve an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Zhang Tianxua's small team was just formed not long ago, so their synergy wasn't that high, but even so, it was still decent. After a fierce battle for an hour, the Peak Xian Gang Realm Qi Yin Tian Xiong crashed to the ground. Wow, we actually took down a ferocious beast of this level. The Earth attribute, just breaking through to the Xian Gang Realm, Qi Canhong said excitedly. In the past, he wouldn't even have dared to think about it. Lu Yuan, our team's strength is pretty good, right? Zhang Tianxua said with pride, having contributed the most to the hunt of the Qi Yin Tian Xiong. Unfortunately, the spiritual tool in her hand wasn't very handy. If it were, the battle could have ended within 40 minutes. Not bad. Lu Yuan said. Brother Yuan, we can't win against you one-on-one, but if we all attack you together. Yin Zhao gradually became overconfident. Attack together? Isn't that embarrassing? Lu Yuan is the same age as us, winning against him in a one-on-one duel is what counts. Zhang Tianxua replied irritably. Who can win against Brother Yuan in a one-on-one? Only the captain has a bit of a chance. Besides, teamwork itself is a form of combat. Yin Zhao whispered. He remembered Lu Yuan hadn't formed or joined a team at Pengcheng University. Alright, let's stop talking nonsense here. It's going to get dark soon. Fan Shuiyao looked at Lu Yuan and noticed he wasn't angry about Yin Zhao's words. At night, hunting ferocious beasts isn't suitable due to visibility and other factors, and the Taya beast is known for its speed. In Fan Shuiyao's mind, it would be best to hunt the Taya beast during the day. In the uninhabited area outside Red Leaf City, where spring lasts all year round, after solving the Qi Yin Tian Xiong, everyone arrived at the entrance of a valley. In the valley lived a large number of beasts that were neither sheep nor cattle. They had 2 pairs of flesh wings on their backs, sometimes flapping to drive away eagles, occasionally yawning with their wide mouths filled with sharp teeth. This is the Taya beast. They can't fly, but they are very fast. Fan Shuiyao looked at the Taya beasts in the valley, with no less than 200 or 300 of them. Most of them are at the Xian Gang Realm's 3 or 4 stars. That's way too many, we can't defeat them. Yin Zhao whispered. With 200 to 300 Xian Gang Realm Taya beasts, there are only 7 people in their small team. Even with Lu Yuan, there would only be 4 Xian Gang Realm professions. How could they fight against the group of Taya beasts? We will have to stay here for a few more days. Fan Shuiyao made plans. Xian Gang Realm ferocious beasts are in a semi-intelligent state, having some intelligence but not high. Fan Shuiyao's plan was for Yin Zhao, who has wind attributes, to first attract a batch of Taya beasts, defeat one batch before attracting the next. This is the most stable and safest method. No need to make it so complicated. Lu Yuan said. What does Brother Yuan mean? Fan Shuiyao and the team members looked at Lu Yuan. For the reward, I will handle these 200 to 300 Taya beasts. To refine high-quality spiritual tools, the more Taya beast skulls, the better? Lu Yuan asked Zhang Tianxua. That's right, the skulls of this kind of ferocious beast are very hard and suitable for merging into sword bodies. Zhang Tianxua said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan stood up, wearing a storage ring that shone with dazzling light. With a swish, 9,000 illusionary soldier troops appeared out of thin air, charging into the valley under the leadership of the 7 disasters. Not a single one of them is getting away. Chapter 49 Encountering the Beast Tide Again. The valley was spacious enough to accommodate 200 to 300 Xian Gang Realm Taya beasts. When Lu Yuan summoned the 9,000 illusionary soldiers, the valley was densely packed with people. The Taya beasts raised their fur in alarm. The battle immediately commenced, or rather, it was a one-sided slaughter. Endless red lines were flicked from Lu Yuan's fingertips, dancing in the air against the wind, making Zhang Tianxua and the others exclaim in elegance. Brother Yuan can truly control over 10,000 illusionary soldiers at once. Yin Zhao's eyes widened. Over 10,000 Xiangang Realm 3-star monsters, who could withstand that? Recalling their recent hunt of the peak Xiangang Realm Qi Yin Tian Xiong, he felt a bit giddy, claiming their team could defeat Lu Yuan together. Yin Ziyao felt deeply ashamed. Given Lu Yuan's strength, even if all their team members collectively broke through to the Xiangang Realm, they would still not be able to defeat him. Fan Shuiao's beautiful black hair and sparkling eyes shone brightly. Is this the strength of the number one in the National Martial Arts exam? Fan Shuiao's expression was complicated. When Lu Yuan proposed that one person deal with the cloud-stepping beasts in the valley, Fan Shuiao's first reaction was impossible. There were already 200 to 300 of them, and their realm was at the 3-star or 4-star cloud-stepping beast in the Xiangang realm. In her eyes, even if Lu Yuan was strong at the 3-star level of the Xiangang realm, he could at most face 30 or 40 cloud-stepping beasts at once. Is the captain going to compete against such monsters in half a month? Thinking of this, Fan Shuiao couldn't help but feel sorry for Zhang Tianxia. The slaughter continued. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sound of hooves came, and facing this group of cloud-stepping beasts, the Bone Corps charged on their skeleton warhorses. In an instant, the valley was filled with screams as the cloud-stepping beasts were trampled, their flesh and blood a gruesome mess, suffering heavy casualties. The Golden Sword Corps held long swords, each sword precisely stabbing into the cloud-stepping beasts' vital parts. Their swordplay was exquisite, their aura fully unleashed, each one filled with the courage to face 1,000 men. Heaven's Punishment Corps, Blood Slaughter Corps, Eternal Drowning Corps. Each corps performed its duties and showcased its strengths, the 7 great disasters each positioned in 7 different directions, preventing the cloud-stepping beasts from escaping. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Watching the cloud-stepping beasts realize they were no match and attempt to escape, Lu Yuan's fingers twitched. Trying to run? The valley was shrouded in shadows, over 1,000 wind-rending soldiers coldly watched the fleeing cloud-stepping beasts. The cloud-stepping beasts were fast, but they were faster. Compared to other weird corps, the wind-rending corps fought cruelly, delighting in gutting enemies or twisting their necks to kick their heads like balls. All done. Lu Yuan turned to look at Zhang Tianxia and the others. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it took only 5 minutes, and not a single cloud-stepping beast escaped. They all died at the hands of the weird corps. The Blood Slaughter Corps was collecting the heads of the cloud-stepping beasts, piling them beside Zhang Tianxia. No. There's no need to trouble Brother Yuan, we can collect them ourselves. Fan Shuiao, coming back to her senses, said. So brutal. Lu Yuan had turned the battle into a form of art, the art of slaughter. 200 to 300 cloud-stepping beasts, and they couldn't hold out for 5 minutes under Lu Yuan's weird corps, can you believe it? If their squad members had killed them, it would have taken at least more than a week, and it would have been batch after batch. I didn't expect it to be completed so easily. Yin Zia scratched his head, he thought they would have to stay in the uninhabited area for 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, the squad members looked at Lu Yuan with eyes full of reverence. Zhang Tianxia's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Lu Yuan, you're so fierce, how am I supposed to fight you in half a month? Zhang Tianxia pouted. The reason she sought out Lu Yuan and offered a superb magic core as a reward. One was to see how far Lu Yuan's strength had advanced, and the other was that the superb magic core was given to her by her father. As the head of a top family in Huaxia, Zhang Zhantian greatly admired Lu Yuan. Zhang Zhantian knew that recruiting a genius like Lu Yuan had to be done gradually, and one couldn't rush it. So he advised his daughter Zhang Tianxia to build a good relationship with Lu Yuan and to spend more time with him when she could. Aren't you about to refine a piece of top-grade spirit tool? Lu Yuan said. Refining a custom-made top-grade spirit tool was extremely costly, only someone from a top family like Zhang Tianxia could afford it. But I still can't beat you. Zhang Tianxia shook her head, but fortunately, she finally had a suitable top-grade spirit tool. I must record the whole process when Brother Yuan beats the captain and watch it repeatedly. Yin Zia said with anticipation. Hee, do you believe I'll beat you up first? Zhang Tianxia coldly laughed. Captain, I was wrong. Yin Zia shrank his head. Having completely completed the task of hunting the cloud-stepping beasts, the group rested for a moment and decided to return to Hongye City. On the way, they encountered 2 more groups of robbers, with the highest level at 4 stars in the Xiangang realm. This time, there was no need for Lu Yuan to take action. Zhang Tianxia patted her chest. I'll do it. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Fan Shuiao checked the map and found they were still 2 kilometers away from Hongye City. Bang. Bang, bang. The ground shook in a rhythmic manner, a torrent of sinister energy surged towards the sky. Beast. Beast. With a wind attribute, Yin Ziyao, responsible for scouting the surroundings, returned from the shadows. His face was pale, his legs weak, and he stuttered while speaking. Beast tide. Lu Yuan's expression was grave, as over 100 soldiers of Windbreaker circled in the sky. Hearing these 2 words, Zhang Tianxia's face changed. Is the beast tide attacking Hongye City? A beast tide of this scale is not like the little skirmishes of the martial arts exam, but rather gathers tens of thousands, or even more, fierce beasts. The most critical point is that if Hongye City is attacked by the beast tide, how can they return to Huaxia? If they take a detour, it means they have to travel over 100 kilometers to reach another border city with a teleportation array. Hongye City, the city gates wide open. Hold the line, we must not let the fierce beasts break in. The highest commander of Hongye City, awakened with the lightning attribute, the peak of magical powers, Kang Jinbong, shouted hoarsely to command the soldiers to resist the beast tide. Black clouds shrouded the area, and before their eyes was a sea of fierce beasts. The 4-star Shi Jiao beast of the Shengang realm, the 6-star white-nose elephant of the Shengang realm, and the peak Shinfeng bear of the Shengang realm. Their pupils were covered in blood, emitting angry roars, they rushed madly towards the walls of Hongye City. Damn, so many fierce beasts. From a distance of over 1,000 meters from the beast tide, Lu Yuan witnessed this offensive and defensive battle. The beasts are attacking, the Huaxia soldiers stationed in Hongye City are defending. Seeing this scene, Yin Zaya wiped the sweat from his forehead, thankful he could fly and discovered the beast tide early. Otherwise, if they had advanced, the team would have been torn to shreds by the beast tide. What should we do now? Take a long detour to another border city, or wait for the beast tide to end? Yin Ziyao asked. If Hongye City falls, even if the beast tide ends, we won't be able to use the teleportation array. Fan Shuiyao, with her long black hair, spoke with a trembling voice. The soldiers stationed in Hongye City are all Huaxia soldiers, but there are more than 4 million residents living in the city behind Hongye City. If Hongye City falls, it means the beast tide will surge into the city behind and slaughter the defenseless residents. Why not activate the defensive array to wait for rescue? A team member questioned. Every border city is equipped with a defensive array to fend off fierce beasts. In contrast, Hongye City had its gates wide open, and the highest commander actively commanded the soldiers to fight. There is only one possibility. After a long silence, Lu Yuan looked towards the thick cloud of beasts ahead. Actively engaging means this is just the first wave of the beast tide, there will be a second wave and even a third wave. Lu Yuan squinted his eyes. So the highest commander of Hongye City doesn't want to activate the defensive array early, but instead plans to save it for a life and death moment. Chapter 50. One person can resist thousands of soldiers. The defensive array, a special formation used to protect cities. This kind of formation is expensive to build, and its maintenance costs are astronomical. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhang Tianxia and the others understood why the defensive array was not activated. This is just the first wave of the beast tide. There are more waves to come. You stay here and don't run around, or hide somewhere farther away, Lu Yuan instructed. What about you, brother Yuan? Yin Ziyao asked. Me? Lu Yuan took out a magic core and held it in his palm to replenish his spiritual power at any time. I will sneak attack the beast tide from behind. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped on the wind crab, cloaking himself out of sight. The 7 members of the team fell into a long silence, not expected Lu Yuan to be so bold, to sneak attack the beast tide alone. We should also help, Hongye City cannot fall, the city behind has 4 million residents. Zhang Tianxia said firmly. The Zhang family is a military family, with many elders serving in the army. Some survived, but many died on the battlefield. I support the captain's opinion, every bit of help counts. Fan Shuiyao said. Charge! 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 The 7 members of the team quickly reached a consensus. Unlike Lu Yuan, they bypassed the beast tide and arrived at Hongye City, choosing to fight alongside the soldiers of Hongye City. Charge! Kill these beasts. Just because they evolved into fierce beasts after the spiritual energy revival, they think they can do whatever they want? Beasts are just beasts in the end. Hongye City absolutely cannot fall, my entire family lives in the rear city. Not only Zhang Tianxia, but also the professionals who hunt ferocious beasts hurriedly joined this defensive battle. Numerous heavenly thunderbolts fell, and the highest commander, Kang Jinbong, raised his hand to eliminate dozens of Xuangan-level ferocious beasts. Seeing more and more professionals join the battlefield, Kang Jinbong felt greatly relieved. Good job. After the beast tide ends, I'll treat you all to drinks. No wonder you're students of Magic Capital University, your teamwork is impressive, to have heavily injured the Xuangang level 8 fierce earth bear. Kang Jinbong praised the 7-member team led by Zhang Tianxia. Only 3 of these 7 were Xuangang-level professionals, yet their strength was at the peak of Xiangang level. He recognized they were students from Magic Capital University because 3 of them wore the university uniform. When will the reinforcements arrive? Kang Jinbong asked his deputy. In 40 minutes. The deputy provided an accurate time. So long? Kang Jinbong frowned. This is a well-organized and planned beast tide. Anran City, Longbei City, and multiple border cities have all been attacked, the deputy explained. The higher-ups are rushing to send troops for rescue, analyzing the cities mainly under attack during this beast tide, and the teleportation array can only send 50 people at a time. 40 minutes it is, but remember, the defensive array must not be activated until the last moment. With a wave of his hand, he again killed multiple ferocious beasts, and Kong Jinbang's expression was serious. We can die, but we must defend Hongye City. Just as Lu Yuan guessed. This was a well-organized and planned beast tide, and Kong Jinbang suspected there would be more than one wave, so he chose to open the city gates and fight. Damn it, the second wave is coming so soon? Looking at the dark mass of figures ahead, Kong Jinbang's face twitched. Hold the line, we must hold the line. PFFF a Xuangan level 3-star Thunderhawk was pierced through the belly by the wind, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Beast tides certainly include flying ferocious beasts. Looking down at the countless ferocious beasts, Lu Yuan summoned the 9 great phantoms and 7 great disasters. Being high above, as long as he stays alert about flying ferocious beasts, the ground beasts cannot harm him, since spiritual techniques have limited range. The wind examination earth budcloth guards protected him, and Lu Yuan concentrated on controlling the 8 great phantoms, while the 6 great disasters launched an attack on the beast tide. Bang, 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 after multiple absorptions, the strongest star-devouring soldier, reaching a height of 100 meters, roared thunderously. The mere appearance not only startled the beast tide but also shocked the soldiers of Hongye City. What kind of ferocious beast is this? How is it so tall and powerful? Kong Jinbang exclaimed in disbelief. He had fought many battles and was somewhat familiar with different species of ferocious beasts. However, the presence of a star-devouring soldier at Xuangang level 3-star, with such momentum and pressure, was unheard of among divine ability level ferocious beasts. Wait, did the beast tide start fighting among themselves? Kong Jinbang said uncertainly. He saw that the far rear of the beast tide was inexplicably fighting against one another. Brother Yuan's phantom army has arrived. Fan Shuiyao's spirit lifted. There were simply too many ferocious beasts, he could not possibly kill them all. Sweat dripped from Fan Shuiyao's forehead. As a support practitioner, she could help teammates regain spiritual power and heal quickly. Yet no sooner had she dealt with one beast than another appeared, leaving her feeling somewhat hopeless. Seeing the intense commotion at the rear of the beast tide, the team members knew Lu Yuan had made his move. Brother Yuan? Kong Jinbang pondered upon hearing Fan Shuiyao's words. The beast tide could not be fighting among themselves. This meant someone was sneaking up behind the beast tide to launch a surprise attack. Metal attribute Earth level advanced spiritual technique, battle roar shattering the heavens. Wood attribute Earth level advanced spiritual technique, nether flower blooming. Water attribute Earth level advanced spiritual technique, frostfall long strike. 7 different attribute Earth level advanced spiritual techniques danced wildly. The metal disaster devouring army let out a battle roar, and the 9,000 phantom soldiers fighting spirit soared, while their strength and speed surged. Grey nether flowers bloomed, emitting lethal poison gas. Upon smelling the gas, the ferocious beast's limbs softened, collapsing to the ground and writhing. Heavenly fire descended, frost condensed into waterfalls smashing down on the dense beast tide. Stepping on the wind weapon, Mu Jiadu was gazing at this scene, continuously recovering spiritual power through the fresh blood of fierce beasts and demonic cores. Charge! Lu Yuan was crazily using spiritual techniques controlling the 7 calamities while also commanding the strange puppet corps to gather in charge. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Surrounded on both sides, the beast tide fell into a dazed state. They didn't know whether to continue attacking Hongye City or turn around to attack the nearly 10,000 strange puppet corps. Lu Yuan, is the far brother you mentioned Lu Yuan? Kong Jinbang suddenly remembered. The beast tide did not fight among themselves, but instead, someone was controlling the monsters to launch a sneak attack from behind. Before this, Kong Jinbang thought that the disturbance was caused by shadow attribute practitioners. But now there was one more, and that was the strange puppeteer. Yes, it's Lu Yuan. Zhang Tianhua nodded to confirm Kong Jinbang's guess. A 3-star strange puppeteer of the Xiangang realm. Kong Jinbang looked at the thousands of strange puppet corps. One person can withstand 10,000 troops. Kong Jinbang thought of the high-level shadow attribute practitioner's evaluation. Now it seemed that this sentence was more suitable to describe Lu Yuan. Even under the dual attack, the beast tide quickly adjusted, dividing 1/3 of the fierce beasts to deal with the strange puppet corps. This undoubtedly greatly relieved the pressure on the defenders of Hongye City. Kill him for me. Hearing the fierce beasts speak, Lu Yuan recalled his teacher, Tang Jingwei's words. A well-organized and disciplined beast tide is usually commanded by godly beasts, and these beasts have IQs pretty much like normal humans. So the best way to disband the beast tide is to kill those commanding fierce beasts. This way, the beast tide will become like headless flies, turning into mindless beasts driven only by their instinct to kill. Godly beast? Lu Yuan's gaze locked onto the Tianhua magic wolf that spoke human words. Swish! On the battlefield, the 7 strange puppet corps disappeared, and in return, the power of the 7 calamities surged. A crisp phoenix cry rang out, the wind calamity enhanced, while the fire calamity's armor gleamed even more dazzlingly, the blood calamity's bloody butcher spun its serrated chainblade. First, slay the godly beast. Lu Yuan organized his thoughts. Once these godly beasts die, the beast tide will collapse by itself. Chapter 51, Is the godly beast just this? Outside Hongye City, the soldiers stood guard against the beast tide, absolutely not taking a step back. Kill him, kill that human. Lu Yuan looked at the Tianhua magic wolf, spitting human words, in a rage. The beast tide attacking Hongye City had about 10,000 heads, and there was a godly beast every so often. According to Lu Yuan's judgment, these godly beasts didn't attack him because they dared not leave their positions. Once they left the beast tide, they would lose control. Could he, with his own strength, hunt a godly beast? Lu Yuan decided to give it a try. The 7 calamities absorbed their respective leaders of thousands of strange puppet corps, and their strength advanced further. Each calamity underwent different degrees of evolution after absorption. The blood calamity's bloody butcher's serrated chainblade sparkled brilliantly, the wind calamity enhanced its might, the fire calamity's red armor emitted blinding radiance. Kill! The evolved 7 calamities charged towards the Tianhua magic wolf. And this Tianhua magic wolf was a 2-star godly beast. Human kid, you're looking for death. The Tianhua magic wolf spoke clearly, its wolf eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuan in the air. It never expected that Lu Yuan would dare to sneak attack the beast tide alone, and that his destructive power was shocking enough to completely disrupt the Lord Demon King's plan. Earth-level intermediate spiritual technique, Shadow Magic Ball. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of magic balls the size of ping-pong balls sprayed from the mouth of the Tianhua magic wolf, targeting Lu Yuan directly. Seeing this, Lu Yuan controlled the earth calamity, Zhang to leap suddenly, the earth-yellow armor flickering, easily withstanding the magic ball's attack. An angry wolf growl echoed, the Tianhua magic wolf bared its teeth. The 3 stars of the mystic realm unexpectedly withstand the mid-level earth-stage spiritual technique unleashed by the divine path realm without any injury? Who exactly is this human boy before us, and what kind of monster does he control? Let's go together. Lu Yuan's fingers moved quickly. Over 1,000 bone warriors and judgment warriors opened the way, protecting the 7 great calamities from the surrounding fierce beasts. The 7 great calamities unleashed high-level earth-stage spiritual techniques. In his first battle against the fierce beasts of the divine path realm, Lu Yuan used all his strength, continuously casting multiple exclusive techniques of the puppet master. Mystic level mid-stage technique, Curse Puppet. Mystic level mid-stage technique, Thousand Eyes Puppet. Earth level high-stage technique, Suppression Puppet. Watching the overwhelming array of spiritual techniques, the heavenly slaughter demon wolf displayed a human-like expression of fear, grabbing the nearby fierce beast to shield itself. For this beast, which had awakened its intelligence and is strictly considered a demon clan beast, the lives of lower-level beasts are as trivial as grass. Even so, the heavenly slaughter demon wolf still felt unsafe, condensing spiritual energy to form a black shield enveloping its body. Bang! 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 A series of explosions erupted. Looking at the heavenly slaughter demon wolf, which was blasted to pieces, a phrase appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. So simple? It's dead, the divine path realm 2-star heavenly slaughter demon wolf is dead at Lu Yuan's hands? Kang Zhenbang, observing everything from a distance, had a rich expression. Even though Lu Yuan is the number 1 in the National Martial Arts Examination, a top talent in China, this fighting strength is incredibly terrifying. That's a 2-star heavenly slaughter demon wolf of the divine path realm, a full 9 small realms above Lu Yuan. Damn! Yin Xiao, a member of Jiang Tianxia's team, couldn't help but exclaim. By the time of the major competition in half a month, if the captain has to face Lu Yuan in the arena, he will definitely record the scene of the captain being beaten. Yin Xiao remained true to his original intention. After the heavenly slaughter demon wolf died, the beast tide caused a violent commotion, and a small portion of the mystic realm beasts, with clear eyes, turned and broke away from the ranks. Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to the second divine path realm beast. This time it was the 3-star nether panther of the divine path realm. The panther roared, looking at the evaporated heavenly slaughter demon wolf, hesitating for a moment before roaring again. Retreat! If they continued to be attacked from both sides, they would all die. Lower realm beasts die and it is no big deal, but beasts above the divine path realm are noble demon clan beings, they are the main force of the demon clan's invasion of China. Amidst the roars of many demon clan beings, the beast tide scattered and fled. It's over. Kang Zhenbang breathed a sigh of relief. The first wave of beast tide has been repelled, so there won't be a second or third wave. As the sun set, the rays of the sunset fell on Lu Yuan far away. Looking at Lu Yuan descending from the sky, Kang Zhenbang's face revealed a smile. Good boy, you are really impressive. Your effectiveness in resisting the beast tide is greater than that of me, a peak divine path realm warrior. Kang Jinbong said. He was speaking the truth. After all, lightning attribute practitioners are not like puppet masters, who easily summon thousands of puppet armies to fight. Lu Yuan smiled. In reality, he didn't have much spiritual energy left. Absorbing blood in magic cores could quickly restore spiritual energy, but the number and level of techniques he could cast were limited. After successfully repelling the beast tide, the soldiers of Maple Leaf City gasped for breath, some simply lying on the ground. What a thrill! This battle was truly exciting. We did not let down the trust of the 4 million residents behind us. We defended Maple Leaf City. Alas, old Lu is dead. I watched helplessly as he was swallowed by a fierce beast. The soldiers nestled together watching the sunset. Some sighed sadly for their fallen comrades, while others felt fortunate to be alive. But more were filled with excitement and joy. Bang! 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 Looking at the 7 great calamities and the 100-meter-tall star-eating soldiers, the soldiers stationed in Maple Leaf City fixed their gaze on the boy in front of them. Is he the one controlling tens of thousands of monsters, making the beast tide in chaos? That's right, he is Lu Yuan, the number 1 in this year's National Martial Arts Examination. When I was on leave at home, my sister mentioned Lu Yuan every day. My ears are almost calloused from listening. You're lucky, my sister, my older sister, and even my mom are all fans of Lu Yuan. Looking at Lu Yuan, who had just turned 18 and awakened his abilities less than 2 months ago, breaking through to the 3-star Xiangang realm. The soldiers looked at him with respect. They were slightly older than Lu Yuan, most around 22 or 23 years old. Lu Yuan! Someone shouted, and immediately, a wave of voices surged. Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan! Watching the soldiers shout his name in unison, Lu Yuan smiled and waved, signing autographs for a few soldiers. They mentioned that their sisters, older sisters, and even their mothers were his fans. My brother is also a fan. A soldier said. Your brother is also a fan of my mom? Lu Yuan was stunned, unable to comprehend that statement. Alright, don't forget we are at the border now. The highest commander of Hongye City, Kang Jinbong, said solemnly before issuing multiple military orders. Quickly send the injured to the city hospital in the rear for treatment. Soldiers who can still fight must absorb demon crystals to recover their spiritual energy. Reinforcements will arrive in 20 minutes. Although I believe the beast tide won't appear again, we cannot let our guard down. Activate the defense formation. It is absolutely forbidden for anyone to leave Hongye City. After speaking, Kang Jinbang bowed to the professionals who helped repel the beast tide. Thank you all for your assistance. When I take a break, I will treat you all to drinks. Also, don't forget to register the level of the beasts you've hunted. The official team will deliver the demon crystals to your homes. Huaxiao will not shortchange any righteous warrior who fights against demons. Hearing this, the professionals who helped resist the beast tide had bright eyes, as most of them made a living by hunting fierce beasts, and selling demon crystals was their main source of income. Commander Kong, since the beast tide has been repelled, we should leave too, Lu Yuan said to Kang Jinbong. Find me for a drink when you have time. Kang Jinbong did not keep them for long. He was busy, and Lu Yuan and the other students from the 5 top universities were also very busy. Pengcheng University, in an independent villa area. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room, while Jiang Tianhua and the others directly used the teleportation array to return to Modu, not coming with him to Pengcheng University. But it won't be long before they meet again, especially Jiang Tianhua. Sky Punishment Order. Lu Yuan recalled the effects of this high-grade spiritual artifact mentioned by his instructor, returning to his dull and boring life. Training, then crafting eerie puppet soldiers, waiting for the grand competition to start in half a month. Chapter 52, Why Should He? Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The annual grand competition of the 5 top universities officially began. Pengcheng University became lively, with students in different uniforms everywhere. At 8 in the morning, Lu Yuan followed Tang Jingawei to the freshman group playground. The playground, capable of holding tens of thousands, had thousands of arenas set up, where the freshman group students would draw lots and then go through multiple rounds of elimination to choose the final champion. Wow, so handsome, he must be Bai Weiji from Xinjiang University, he really looks great. A young man in his early 20s, dressed in a white uniform with thick eyebrows and big eyes, appeared. Bai Weiji, the top student at Xinjiang University, a peak practitioner of wind element affinity. Lu Yuan looked at Bai Weiji, who had caused a stir. He was 185 centimeters tall, with a look that fit the standard handsome guy mold, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and an aura of righteousness. Next, the top student from Linen University, LV Zichuan, and the top student from Modi University, Tao Zicheng, appeared one after the other. They were highly watched, each holding the title of their respective university's top student. However, when it came to the Imperial Capital University's turn, the students' eyes did not go to the senior class but to the junior class. Lu Yeli. Someone shouted loudly. Lu Yuan? Shouldn't they be calling out a senior from the Imperial Capital University? Why call the name of a junior sister? Lu Yeli looked especially beautiful today, wearing a white printed dress paired with black leather shoes, her every move attracting the attention of the surrounding boys. With a great figure and stunning looks, any outfit looked good on her. Lu Yeli was the kind of girl who was just like that. You can master any style of clothing. Your sister is not simple. Ever since she got into the Imperial Capital University, it has been suppressing the 4 top universities. Tang Jingwei said. Huh? Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, his sister had never told him this before. Not long ago, in the senior year at Imperial Capital University, Fei Mingyu, who awakened gold, earth, and fire attributes, and is at the pinnacle of the supernatural realm, sparred with Lu Yeli. Tang Jingwei held up 4 fingers. For seconds, Fei Mingyu only lasted 4 seconds before losing. So fast? Lu Yuan said. He remembered his sister had the time attribute, a 7-star practitioner in the supernatural realm. Behind Lu Yeli were 5 girls, each one beautiful with different temperaments. Their awakened professions were either time attribute or space attribute. They are members of Lu Yeli's team, and your sister is the captain. Tang Jingwei seemed to know Lu Yeli and her team very well, accurately naming the team members. As he spoke, Lu Yuan felt many fiery gazes upon him. You are Lu Yuan, right? You look really handsome. Wearing black stockings and stylish attire, Xiang Xinyan came over. Without hesitation, she lifted her hand and brushed Lu Yuan's abdomen. Your abs are pretty good. Space attribute, 5-star practitioner in the supernatural realm. Lu Yuan looked at Xiang Xinyan, who was teasing him. She was one of his sister's teammates. Xiang Xinyan, can you not act all flirty just because you see a handsome guy? Another girl, wearing white stockings and with a cute, chubby face, rolled her eyes. The 5 top universities will hold a competition for 2 days. I heard you live in a villa, Lu Yuan, so let's sleep together at night. The girl said. Lu Yuan? Sister, when you say sleep together, do you mean staying in the villa or sharing a bed? Lu Yuan asked. It's up to you. Hey, don't steal Lu Yuan from me. Lu Yuan, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Mengzi, your sister's teammate. I'll treat you to oysters tonight. So much was happening. The fragrant atmosphere was overwhelming for Lu Yuan. Lu Yeli's team had a total of 6 members, and the 4 other girls surrounded him. At first, it was all teasing with words, but soon they were boldly touching. Sister, touching is fine, but don't be too much. Lu Yuan said to the girl who introduced herself as Zhou Mengzi. She was a 5-star practitioner with the time attribute in the supernatural realm. Want me to use my time stop skill when we go to your villa to sleep tonight? Zhou Mengzi winked playfully at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Wow, these members of Lu Yeli's team have all learned from her. They are all seasoned players. They must have watched many videos, and now the time stop series is here. Seeing Lu Yuan surrounded by beautiful girls, the surrounding students were dumbfounded. Why him? I don't look worse than Lu Yuan. Not only is Lu Yuan handsome, but he's also a key training target of Pengcheng University, and he will be a top figure in this prestigious school in the future. It's not just about looks. Ah, this is worse than being killed. Many envious and jealous gazes gathered on Lu Yuan, especially the beautiful girls surrounding him, all of whom were top figures from Imperial Capital University. What are you all doing? Aren't you ashamed? Lu Yeli approached with a serious look. The 4 team members lowered their heads. Make some space for me, I want to touch Lu Yuan's abs too. Lu Yeli said. The 4 team members were unfazed, even predicting their captain would say this. Everyone present? Did you miss me at Pengcheng University? Lu Yeli smiled brightly, linking her arm with Lu Yuan's as if they were a couple. Hee, no. Lu Yuan sneered. Humph, what an emotionless man. Lu Yeli pouted, looking hurt. But compared to hurting my feelings, a man's heart has been hurt even more by you. Lu Yeli said. Who? Lu Yuan exclaimed, he was a straight man, only hurting women's hearts. Chu Wuxing, that guy has gone crazy, he actually became a disciple of that pervert Zhuo Ruifeng and was struck by lightning for a whole month. Lu Yeli whispered in Lu Yuan's ear. Lu Yuan didn't know who Zhuo Ruifeng was, but knowing that Chu Wuxing had been struck by lightning for a whole month. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Chu Wuxia awakened the thunder attribute among the 4 attributes. Being struck by heavenly thunder is an extremely painful way of training. This method can quickly improve one's cultivation, but every single second feels like torment, a torture worse than death. Ordinary practitioners of the thunder attribute at the Xianyuan realm can last at most 3 days, but Chu Wuxia stubbornly endured for a whole month. Be careful, if looks could kill, you would have been torn apart by Chu Wuxia long ago. Lu Yeli said with schadenfreude. Old Deng, that is, the principal of the Imperial Capital University, along with several leaders and elders, were all looking forward to the battle between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. Even she wanted to see who was stronger after a month of hard training at the university. Whoever comes, sensing hostility behind him, Lu Yuan turned his head to look. Dressed in black and gold school uniform, Chu Wuxia coldly stared at Lu Yuan. He had lost a lot of weight after a month of absence, his eyes were bloodshot, and a blue-red thunder symbol was tattooed on his forehead. Xianyuan Realm 2 stars. Lu Yuan checked Chu Wuxia's realm. Xianyuan Realm 3 stars. Chu Wuxia was unimpressed. To defeat you, I have specially prepared several trump cards. Chu Wuxia's smile stiffened, and the thunder symbol on his forehead turned blood red. It can be confirmed that his fourth attribute is blood, this is his trump card. You also need to remember your trump card, don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Tang Jingwei said while drinking milk tea. He was led astray by Lu Yuan, switching from liking tea to drinking milk tea. As for the trump card that he mentioned about Lu Yuan, it referred to his thoroughly perfected special spiritual skill for the puppet master. Earth Grade Advanced Spiritual Skill, Mirage Puppet. Tang Jingwei, the best mentor in Pengcheng and even in China, without exception. All the students he taught have achieved great things, each one renowned. Whether it is Fu Jingjie, who currently serves as an elder of the Storm Alliance, or Lu Yuan, who recently became the national champion in the martial arts exam. Not only this, but Tang Jingwei also knows everything about all professions and the weaknesses of all ferocious beasts, almost like a walking encyclopedia. Half a month ago, he thoroughly perfected the Earth-grade advanced spiritual skill, Mirage Puppet. Lu Yuan spent half a month studying and is now proficient in this spiritual skill. With your current strength, only by competing against Chu Wuxia can you force yourself to use it. Tang Jingwei finished his milk tea and casually tossed the cup into the trash can. Lu Yuan nodded. He never underestimates any opponent, even if they are at the qi refining realm. This is both a respect for himself and respect for his opponent. The spiritual power within him surged wildly as Lu Yuan formed a body, with countless black vortices tattooed on its face, a puppet. Mirage Puppet. Earth-grade advanced spiritual skill. Simulation, simulates the target, replicating the same attribute profession puppet. The number and strength of the target increase with the user's realm, current number, 3. Mirage, using the spiritual skill causes terrifying phenomena in the world, the power of the skill remains unchanged. Note, want to defeat me? First, fight with yourself. Once again, he obtained an Earth-grade advanced spiritual skill. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with the effect of Mirage Puppet, especially, Mirage. As long as he wished, using a yellow-grade spiritual skill could trigger a phenomenon in the world, giving people the illusion that it was a heavenly grade skill. Perfect for scaring people, and it works every time. Simulation is also great. Under the same realm, Lu Yuan can simulate the target's full strength, just like the note says. The competition among the 5 top universities hadn't started yet, but more and more students and mentors were arriving at Pengcheng University. This school, covering 38,000 hectares, comparable to a small city, is becoming increasingly lively. Chu Wuxia stood still, staring at Lu Yuan, as a bald, muscular man in his 40s appeared behind him. The man had a fierce expression and noticed Lu Yuan and Tang Jingwei, the mentor and student, walking past. Tang Jingwei, you're not dead yet. The muscular man said. Hearing these words, Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold. Zhuo Ruifeng, as long as you haven't gone to prison, how could I die? Tang Jingwei's tone was calm. Zhuo Ruifeng? Lu Yuan had an impression of this name. His older sister referred to him as a pervert. And Chu Wuxia worshipped him as his teacher, so this person must be an outstanding mentor at the Imperial Capital University. Under the shining sun, Tang Jingwei and Zhuo Ruifeng locked eyes. Both were strong warriors in their realms, one representing fire and the other lightning, emitting a formidable aura. The atmosphere grew heavy and tense. Students and mentors around saw this scene, especially the mentors from Imperial Capital University, and shook their heads. They are at it again. Tang Jingwei, I will prove your teaching philosophy is wrong in this year's grand competition. Chu Wuxia defeating Lu Yuan is the best example. Zhuo Ruifeng said sharply, his bald head gleaming. Ridiculous. Who wins or loses cannot be decided just by your mouth. Usually quiet and steady, Tang Jingwei raised his voice several decibels facing Zhuo Ruifeng. The two engaged in a fierce argument. Is there a good show to watch? Lu Yeli came over, sniffing the atmosphere, her arm resting on Lu Yuan's shoulder. Does the teacher have a grudge against him? Lu Yuan asked. MHM, their teaching philosophies clash greatly, they argue every time they meet in the grand competition. Lu Yeli watched with great interest. Zhuo Ruifeng advocates constantly pushing students to their limits, churning out batches of cold-blooded war machines that only know how to fight. As for your teacher, Tang Jingwei, he believes in teaching based on the students' abilities, treating students like his own children and guiding them on the right path. Lu Yeli explained succinctly. By the way, 9 out of 10 students taught by Zhuo Ruifeng end up mentally unstable, suffering severe psychological trauma. Tang Jingwei thinks he is killing people and has reported him multiple times. And then? Lu Yuan asked. Imperial Capital University pay compensation for Zhuo Ruifeng. From then on, anyone wanting to apprentice under him must sign a contract. The contract states that it is legal for Zhuo Ruifeng to teach you into crippling or even death. This incident caused quite a stir 3 years ago, and Lu Yeli remembered it vividly. 2 top professors, whose statuses were comparable to the head mentor, fought tooth and nail, scaring the surrounding students into silence. The invasion of demons threatens China. We must quickly train a large number of war machines. It's normal to ruin a few students. Those who can't withstand the pressure will be out, while others can, like Chu Wuxia, who persisted for a month in Thunderbolt training. Zhuo Ruifeng stared at Tang Jingwei, trying to prove he was right. How many children like Chu Wuxia, with such strong will, are there in the world? Your teaching is killing people. It is no different than treating spirit-wise demons and beasts below the divine power as livestock. Tang Jingwei countered. Humph, ignorant and foolish. Zhuo Ruifeng scoffed coldly. Humph, arrogant and conceited. Tang Jingwei's face turned red. He hadn't lost his temper in a long time. Seeing Zhuo Ruifeng and thinking of those ruined students made him furious. The tension between the students is palpable, and the powder keg between the teachers is thick too. A lazy voice appeared, dressed in pure white. The Lord of the Judgment Hall, Shen Duanhong, said with a smile. Upon seeing Shen Duanhong, both students and mentors present showed respectful expressions. Greetings, Lord Shen. No need to be formal. Today, you are the main characters, and I, along with the 4 alliance leaders, are here as spectators. Shen Duanhong smiled kindly, his gaze resting on Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. This year's grand competition among the 5 top universities sees 4 alliance leaders attending with him. The 4 alliances are the Thunder Alliance, the Windbreak Alliance, the Flame Alliance, and the Wood Alliance, combined with him, the Lord of the Judgment Hall, making for a significant presence. The other 3 alliance elders represented their leaders, and the top leaders of the 7 alliances and 1 hall gathered at Pengcheng University. I wish you all an outstanding performance. Shen Duanhong looked over the students as the staff guided them to the guest seats. The hall's leader and alliance leaders took their seats, with the 5 principals sitting closely together, waiting for the competition to begin. Tang Jingwei stared fiercely at Zhuo Ruifeng, the tension in the air once again thickening. Lu Yuan looked towards Chu Wuxia. The grand competition is not like the martial arts exam. Only the champion can freely choose a high-grade spirit weapon from the university treasure vault. This means that only one person can gain this right. Lu Yuan wants the high-grade spirit weapon, Heavenly Punishment Order, from the Imperial Capital University vault, while Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia each have their own desired high-grade spirit weapons. The freshman grouping is ready, the sophomore grouping is ready, the junior grouping is ready. Bang! The heavy bell rang, and all students from the 5 top universities took a deep breath. There can only be 4 champions, but each school has a different policy. For example, the students of Imperial Capital University undergo a rating every 3 months, determining the cultivation resources they obtain through the rating. This time, the rating is tied to the grand competition, and the mentors will judge based on the students' performances in the arena. The other 4 universities are similar, just with different forms of ratings. I declare the grand competition officially begins, with the freshman grouping drawing lots first, said the host, President Lao Qiyuan of Pengcheng University, in a loud voice. Lu Yuan walked towards the lottery box. The first round, along with the following rounds of draws, is random, which means he might encounter Chu Wuxia early. Chapter 54, Easy Advancement to the Top 8. Battle Arena 888, Shiyafu, Imperial Capital University, Water Attribute Chi Refinement Stage 8 Star. Lu Yuan looked at the information regarding his opponent drawn from the lottery. Each year, the number of admissions for the 5 top universities varies. For instance, Pengcheng University has 4,000 new students this year. The other 4 top universities have between 2,000 and 3,000 students. In the freshman grouping alone, there are about 12,000 students participating, making the likelihood of drawing Chu Wuxia extremely low. Let's end the battle quickly, Lu Yuan thought, as he promised his sister to have seafood buffet in the afternoon. He needed to end his battle quickly. He just didn't know if Lu Yeri from the junior grouping could hurry up. As the freshman grouping finished drawing, just as President Lao Qiyuan announced the sophomore draw. Cough cough, everyone look at me, I have something to say. Clap clap clap. The playground fell silent as a young man with purple hair clapped to attract everyone's attention. Little Lao, your Pengcheng University environment is quite good, it deserves praise. The young man said to Lao Qiyuan. But can the cafeteria be improved? The food is terrible, this excellent seafood is simply wasted. Little Lao? This person actually called President Lao Qiyuan of Pengcheng University Little Lao. All the students from the 5 top universities were collectively stunned and shocked, with one sentence popping up in their minds. Who is he? Lu Yuan twitched the corners of his mouth, looking at Han Juncheng, who had changed from white-haired to purple-haired. This guy is going crazy again, Lu Yuan complained. In just a month, Han Juncheng had broken through from Qi Refinement Stage 8-star to Xian Gang Stage. Looking at Han Juncheng, who was serious as if giving a speech, President Lao Qiyuan was about to explode. Even the Supreme Leader doesn't dare to call me Little Lao, you are more awesome than the Supreme Leader. Bang bang. Lao Qiyuan hit Han Juncheng with 2 chestnuts. Wait a minute, don't kick me yet. Han Juncheng took a deep breath. I have an announcement to make, I'm a fool. I am a great fool. Han Juncheng shouted loudly. The students in the playground? Isn't he mentally ill? Ah, he's definitely crazy, and has a serious mental illness. This is killing me, this guy has such thick skin, saying he's a fool in front of 40,000 people, and looking so proud. The entire playground burst into laughter, the air filled with a joyful atmosphere. Guest seats. Watching Han Juncheng acting foolish, the 4 university presidents, the alliance leader, and the master of the trial hall, Shin Duanhong, along with a few elders, had expressionless faces. They all focused on the bracelet on Han Juncheng's right hand. Lao Qiyuan, your new disciple is not bad, performing a show here, said Shin Yaozong, the president of Imperial Capital University, bursting into laughter. He understood the reason for Han Juncheng's actions, but it didn't stop him from mocking Lao Qiyuan. Lao Qiyuan twitched his mouth and kicked Han Juncheng against the fence. If you don't win the championship in this grand competition, when will you break through to Xian Gang Stage 3-star? When to leave the residence? You kicked me again. Han Juncheng's expression was aggrieved as he patted his butt and stood up. After a burst of laughter, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-year students went through the group draw as usual. They were heading to other playgrounds for the arena challenge. On Arena 888, Lu Yuan looked at the girl in front of him, Shi Yafu, from the Imperial Capital University. Each arena had a mentor from the law realm serving as a judge, allowing students to unleash their skills without worrying about hurting each other or themselves. Hello, Lu Yuan. Wearing a black and gold school uniform with the words Imperial Capital University printed on her chest, Shi Yafu said. Her skin was fair, and her voice was gentle, matching Lu Yuan's impression of water attribute practitioners. Please. Lu Yuan summoned the Blood Calamity Blood Butcher, signaling Shi Yafu that she could attack any time. Shi Yafu shook her head. I can't beat you. Shi Yafu said. Come on, how could she, an 8-star Qi realm, compete against Lu Yuan, a 3-star Xian realm? When she learned her opponent was Lu Yuan, Shi Yafu decided to just give up. Lu Yuan, can we exchange contact information? What type of girl do you like, cute, sweet, or spicy? Shi Yafu asked. Lu Yuan. I'm 165 centimeters tall, my personality can be sweet or sassy, I can cook, and my measurements are. Shi Yafu introduced herself, not knowing she sounded like she was on a blind date. Bang. The Blood Butcher appeared behind Shi Yafu in an instant and directly lifted her off the arena. You're too small, you might not grow well in the future. Lu Yuan shook his head. The mentor standing in the center of the arena couldn't help but laugh and cry. Lu Yuan wins. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan went to Arena 777 for the next draw. This time he faced a student from Imperial Capital University named Su Zichuan. He was at the peak of Qi realm and a fire attribute practitioner. Do you want to come down yourself or should I? Lu Yuan yawned. There were fewer than 10 students from the first-year group who broke into the Xian realm. The highest was 3-star Xian realm, followed by Chu Wuxia at 2-star Xian realm. The others had just recently broken through the Xian realm. Go Yuan, the Imperial Capital University gets cultivation resources based on rankings. I can give up, but can you let me show off the Xian level spirit skill I just learned? Su Zichuan asked cautiously. Sure, fire overcomes gold. You can fight against it. Lu Yuan summoned a golden soldier to battle Su Zichuan. After 2.5 minutes, Su Zichuan happily raised his hand to surrender. Am I amazing? I held on for a full 2.5 minutes against Lu Yuan. Su Zichuan shouted excitedly. In the guest seats, the 4 league leaders and the master of the judgment hall chatted. Boring. The leader of the Red Flame League, Yan Fenyue, said. Whether it was the first-year group or the other 3 groups, there were no exciting matches. The first day is like this, tomorrow will be much better. Sitting in the center chair, Shin Duanhong said. The first day of the grand competition would determine the 8 strong, and the second day would be the main event. They focused on the first-year group, the other groups had already been watched last year. The first-year group was different, the martial exam was a martial exam, and the arena challenge was an arena challenge, incomparable. Afternoon arrived. Lu Yuan, congratulations on becoming a top 8 contestant in the first-year group. Come for the draw tomorrow, the arena mentor said. Another dull day. Lu Yuan leisurely stretched his back. Indeed. The mentor agreed. There was no way around it, Lu Yuan was practically invincible in the first-year group. The students he fought against had not broken into the Xian realm, and none of those who had broken through were drawn against him. Mentor, who are the other 7? Lu Yuan asked. Chu Wuxia, Jiang Tianxia, Han Junchen. The mentor recalled the list. Besides these 3 and Lu Yuan, the remaining 4 were all top 10 in the national martial exam ranking. Got it. Lu Yuan got off the arena. The top 8 list was exactly as the teacher predicted, he just didn't know who he would draw tomorrow. Lu Yuan, don't be complacent, Chu Wuxia can defeat his opponents just like you, the mentor from Pengcheng University reminded. At least Lu Yuan chatted with his opponent before letting them decide whether to step down or for him to take action. Chu Wuxia was different. Facing opponents and injuring them all, several times the mentor had to step in to prevent serious injury or even death. Tomorrow's show is going to be good. The mentor thought. He decided to apply to be the referee for Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia, wanting to watch these 2 fight up close. Chapter 55, If you tease me, I will tease her. In the evening, the sun began to set. Top 8? Tang Jingwei, who had been waiting for a long time, asked. Seeing Lu Yuan confirm, Tang Jingwei's expression showed no surprise. Unless he runs into Chu Wuxia early, otherwise Lu Yuan has no rivals in his freshman group. Teacher, the vice principals seem to be very nervous. Lu Yuan glanced at the 3 vice principals. Their faces were serious, their eyes fixed on the big screen showing live broadcasts from other groups. Of course they are nervous, for the students, the big competition means credits and corresponding training resources. Tang Jingwei adjusted his black-framed glasses. For the vice principals and the principal, the big competition determines the future investment of the 7 alliances and 1 hall in the school. Investment? Lu Yuan looked at the teacher. In simple terms, the 7 alliances and 1 hall are the investors. They represent Huaxia, and the 5 top universities are the companies being invested in. Tang Jingwei gave a vivid example. Whichever school produces students of higher overall quality, the 7 alliances in 1 hall will invest in that school. For instance, Pengcheng University has the support of the Gale Alliance, but it doesn't mean other alliances can't support Pengcheng University. Because of your sister in recent years, Daijing University must win at least 1 or even 2 championships in the big competition, and the Gale Alliance is increasingly dissatisfied with Pengcheng University. At this point, Tang Jingwei's expression became serious. If this continues, it is very likely that Pengcheng University will be pushed out of the 5 top universities. So serious. Lu Yuan began to understand why the vice principals and the principal were so tense. It has nothing to do with you, even if Pengcheng University disbands, you will still be a hot commodity. Finished? A light breeze swept by, and Lu Yeli didn't know when she appeared beside Lu Yuan. Along with her were 5 squad members. Yes, it's finished. Lu Yuan replied. Looking at Lu Yeli, she should have also advanced to the top 8. It's bad luck to be matched against Yu Yao, otherwise, all 6 members of the squad would have advanced to the top 8. Xiang Xinyan, who had teased Lu Yuan earlier and touched his abs, said regretfully. Lu Yuan. This means his sister and her 5 squad members advanced to the top 8, but one was eliminated after facing a teammate. Sorry. A soft and gentle voice rang out. Lu Yuan looked towards the speaker. She seemed to be around 21 or 22, standing 170 centimeters tall, with short hair, a pure appearance, and big eyes that sparkled when she blinked. Spatial attribute, 7th star in the divine power realm. Lu Yuan checked the woman's awakened attributes and realm. Her realm was the same as Lu Yeli's. Yu Yao doesn't blame you, she just feels that my luck is bad. Xiang Xinyan explained, fearing that Ku Yu Yao would overthink. Oh. Ku Yu Yao nodded. His sister has a socially anxious teammate, it seems not everyone is an experienced driver, Lu Yuan thought. The top 8 for all groups from freshman to senior were decided, and the eliminated students did not return to school immediately. Holding the idea of having come all this way, they chose to stay in Pengcheng for 2 days as a vacation, while also watching tomorrow's top 8 match. Blue sky, white clouds, a gentle breeze blowing. Lu Yuan looked at Ku Yu Yao, who was shy and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Let's go eat seafood buffet, I am starving. Lu Yeli urged. She found a seafood buffet that cost 800 per person, and all seafood was freshly killed and cooked on site. Salmon, East Star grouper, Australian king lobster, everything you could want was there. I want to sit in the same car as Lu Yuan. Xiang Xinyan said. You think you qualify? Lu Yuan has been staring at my white stockings for a long time, he likes me. Zhou Mengza unwilling to show weakness. It's quite a distance to the seafood buffet restaurant, Lu Yeli ordered 2 rides. The 4 squad members had a heated discussion about who would sit in the same car with Lu Yuan. Damn, this was also discovered. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Zhuo Mengza's white stockings. And among Lu Yeli's 5 team members, except for Kuyueyao, all were experienced drivers. Each one drove better than the last, the speed so fast that Lu Yuan didn't notice until tire marks pressed against his face. In the end, Lu Yuan, Lu Yeli, and Kuyueyao shared one car, while the other 4 took another. The 2 special cars headed towards the seafood buffet. Sister Yueyao, you are at the 7th star of the Divine Power Realm, and Lu Yeli is also at the 7th star of the Divine Power Realm. Why is she the team leader? Lu Yuan opened the car window for fresh air and admired the scenery along the way. Ah. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Kuyueyao was stunned. Because Sister Yeli is amazing, Kuyueyao said softly. Lu Yuan, are you itching for trouble again? Lu Yeli, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled her eyes. Lu Yeli just lazes around at home every day, lying on the couch watching melodramatic love shows, and Lu Yuan took the chance to vent his frustrations. Sister Yueyao, I just can't accept a person like her as team leader. Even if we fight, we are both at the 7th star of the Divine Power Realm, who is afraid of whom? Lu Yuan egged her on. I can't beat the team leader. Kuyueyao stated honestly. Just wait for tonight. Lu Yeli looked at Lu Yuan, who was trying to stir up trouble by revealing his own embarrassing secrets. Although Pengcheng University provided students with dormitories and hotels, Lu Yeli decided to stay one night at Lu Yuan's villa. That's my villa, I won't let you in, Lu Yuan said. After a noisy 10 minutes, everyone arrived at the seafood buffet. When guests saw that 6 beautiful women of various charms and top-notch looks surrounded Lu Yuan, envious and jealous gazes immediately followed. Can his kidney handle this? Damn, if my kidney is good, can I bear this kind of pain? Bro, open a class and teach me how to attract girls, I'm willing to pay a sky-high tuition. Low profile, low profile. Surrounded by 6 beautiful women, Lu Yuan casually found a spot to enjoy royal-like treatment. Come, I'll feed you. Dressed in black stockings, the alluring sister Xiang Xinyan placed a peeled lobster by Lu Yuan's mouth. Xiang Xinyan, don't show off, I'll feed Lu Yuan. Zhao Mingzi, dressed in white stockings and eye-catching long legs, competed for attention. One by one, no rush, Lu Yuan said. Lu Yeli watched quietly with a smile and said nothing. After they were full, the 4 women started teasing Lu Yuan again. Even Lu Yuan, a well-experienced driver on Xiaoming Mountain, found it a bit hard to handle. After all, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. Some teased with words, some touched, and some teased while touching. If I'm not mistaken, Sister Yueyao is the pet of your team, right? Lu Yuan said. Suddenly called out, Kuyueyao looked up, as she had been seriously eating and hadn't participated in teasing Lu Yuan. So smart, Yueyao is the youngest in our team. What's wrong? Can't 4 satisfy you? Do you need all 5 to come together? Zhuo Mengzi asked. It's nothing, if you tease again, don't blame me for teasing Sister Yueyao. Lu Yuan stood up and sat down next to Kuyueyao. Hearing this, Kuyueyao? The 4 women? Goodness, was he trying to divert attention? Chapter 56, just beginning to end? The seafood buffet bustled with people, with customers watching chefs prepare salmon on site. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the 4 women were speechless. If we tease you again, you will tease the team's pet, Kuyueyao? How could Lu Yuan say that with a straight face, and the key was that they were genuinely worried he would do it. After all, Kuyueyao was famously socially anxious. TCH, not knowing how to appreciate good fortune. Zhuo Mingzi said. Their team members had a great bond, and Lu Yuan was the brother of team leader Lu Yeli. Finally getting to see each other, of course, they had to tease a bit. Who knew Lu Yuan would find their soft spot precisely? Stop joking around, preserve energy for tomorrow's quarterfinals. Lu Yeli stopped them. She didn't mind, but mainly for Lu Yuan. Tomorrow, Lu Yuan would definitely have a fierce battle with Chu Wuxia. The winner would get to choose a top-quality spiritual weapon from the treasure trove of the 5 top universities. After filling their stomachs, everyone returned to Pengcheng University. Lu Yeli and the 6 people all stayed overnight in Lu Yuan's independent villa, which Lu Yuan welcomed. There were many empty rooms in the independent villa, enough for each of them to have their own bedroom. I'll clean up after we finish. At night, Lu Yeli didn't bother Lu Yuan. She was also looking forward to who would win between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. The first ray of sunlight fell on the playground in the morning, and the top 8 competition of the 5 major universities started on schedule. Who will win the championship in the senior group? I'm betting on Fei Mingyu from the Imperial Capital University. He played too fiercely yesterday, giving me the feeling of a strong master. The sophomore group is also very exciting, and the freshman group, Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia, are advancing relentlessly without encountering any opponents. A large number of students from the 5 top universities gathered on the playground. They had already been eliminated, but that didn't stop them from coming to watch. There were many discussion topics, such as which group would win the championship among the freshmen, sophomores, and seniors. However, no one mentioned the junior group. The reason was simple: Lu Yeli was too strong enough to be shocking. And Lu Yeli had won 2 championships in a row, making it likely she would win her 3rd championship this year. In the guest seats, the head of the judgment hall, Shin Duanhong, and the 4 leaders took their seats. Greetings, Hall Master Shin, greetings to the 4 leaders. The students on the playground spoke in unison. Shin Duanhong smiled and greeted the students, nodding to the principal of Pengcheng University, Lao Qiyuan. The freshman group will draw lots first, Lao Qiyuan said. The students, mentors, and guests are all looking towards the front of the playground. Lu Yuan was the focus, followed by Chu Wuxia in his black and gold school uniform, and Zhang Tianxia. Oh, finally it has started. Will Lu Yuan encounter Chu Wuxia early? There's a 1 in 7 chance. It's an opportunity but not a big one. Yesterday on the stage, Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia were far ahead in strength. It's estimated the freshman group champion will arise between the 2 of them. Students debated, especially those who fought against Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia yesterday. When they saw the names of these 2, they knew they were doomed. Lu Yuan drew his opponent first. Number 1 Arena, Gu Yinping, Linin University, Wind Attribute Xiangang Realm 1 star. Gu Yinping, ranked 5th in the National Martial Arts Examination. Lu Yuan remembered this person. Upon learning that his opponent was Lu Yuan, Gu Yinping's expression turned grim. You and Lu Yuan are both Xiangang Realm professionals, you have a chance to defeat him. Gu Yinping's mentor kept encouraging him. I'll try my best. Gu Yinping thought about how to fight. Wan Zichen, ranked 4th in the National Martial Arts Examination. Chu Wuxia glanced at the paper in his hand and expressionlessly stepped onto the stage. As long as it's not Lu Yuan, it's fine. Zhang Tianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Her opponent was Ho Haoxuan, ranked 6th in the National Martial Arts Examination. On the stage, Lu Yuan looked at the somewhat nervous Gu Yinping opposite him. Start. The mentors serving as the referee said. When the word start echoed, Gu Yinping flew into the air to create distance from Lu Yuan. Advanced Shen level spirit technique, spiral airflow. Advanced Shen level spirit technique, confuse wind. Gu Yinping unleashed 2 advanced Shen level spirit techniques in one breath, trying to win quickly. In an instant, a violent wind rose, causing the students around the stage to stumble. Seeing this, Lu Yuan summoned the gale of wind and controlled the wind with great skill. However, before the spirit technique could be unleashed, the mentor intervened in time to stop it. You lost. How can an advanced Shen level spirit technique compare to an advanced Earth level spirit technique? Even if it's 2, it wouldn't work. Gu Yinping's smile was bitter. He knew the gap in strength between him and Lu Yuan was too great. If the mentor hadn't intervened, he wouldn't be standing there fine, he would have collapsed on the ground and become a corpse. Is it over at the very start? The nearby students watching the arena were dumbfounded. They hadn't even reacted when they heard the mentor announce Lu Yuan's victory. Has anyone ever forced Lu Yuan to control more than 10 monsters at the same time? Everyone thought. Even as a wind attribute, Gu Yinping, who broke into Xiangang Realm, was still instantly killed by Lu Yuan, only controlling one special monster. Bang! Just as the crowd reacted, a heavy thud sounded as something fell to the ground. Wan Zichen, ranked 4th in the National Martial Arts Exam and a 1-star Xiangang Realm fighter, clutched his chest, his face filled with pain. Chu Wuxia wins. The instructor announced. It was another instant kill. Chu Wuxia, having won, showed neither joy nor sorrow, and looked toward Lu Yuan, standing on ring 1. The scene fell into silence as the 2 winners, having claimed their victories effortlessly, were lost in quiet contemplation for a long while. It should be noted that the drawing for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year groups hadn't even finished, and both of them were already confirmed to be in the final 4. The speed was simply too fast. Do you need to replenish your spiritual energy? The support class instructor asked Lu Yuan. Before each competitor steps onto the stage, they must ensure they have enough spiritual energy and are in the best physical condition. Now that he had made it to the final 4, Lu Yuan needed to prepare for the next round. No need, Lu Yuan shook his head, the other 4 still have some time left to fight. This time was enough for him to recover his spiritual energy to its peak state. It all depends on who the final 4 draw against. Tang Jingwei walked over and said. Based on his judgment, the final 4 were likely to be Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia, Zhang Tianxia, and Han Junchen. The first 3 were easy to guess, as they had dominated the National Martial Arts Exam, claiming the top 3 spots. But Han Junchen was different. Every time, he barely managed to win his matches. It doesn't matter who I draw. Lu Yuan looked at Chen Yaozong, the principal of Imperial Capital University, thinking of the high-grade spiritual artifact, the Tianqing Order, mentioned by his teacher. With this high-grade spiritual artifact, he could control each monster with the same spiritual energy reserves as his own. Ugh, why is it Lu Yuan? Why not that guy with the purple hair? Jiang Tianxia complained. That's right, her opponent in the final four was Lu Yuan. Chu Wuxia would face Han Junchen, and the winner of that match would advance to the final. Has the recording started? One of Jiang Tianxia's teammates asked. Yes, it's recording. Yin Ziyao raised his phone and aimed it at Lu Yuan, eagerly awaiting the moment when Lu Yuan would beat up their captain. It's a shame Chu Wuxia didn't meet Lu Yuan in the final four. Zhuo Ruifeng, who had previously argued fiercely with Tang Jingwei over teaching philosophies, lamented. He would have preferred Chu Wuxia to face Lu Yuan in the final four. Do you really think Han Junchen is a soft target? Tang Jingwei sneered. What do you mean? Zhuo Ruifeng frowned. I'll tell you, in my judgment, Han Junchen's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Chu Wuxia might not necessarily defeat him. Tang Jingwei's eyes gleamed with sharp light. Bullshit, Chu Wuxia has 4 attributes and is a 2-star Xiangang realm fighter. Han Junchen just recently broke through to the Xiangang realm. Are you telling me Chu Wuxia could lose? We'll see. Tang Jingwei couldn't be bothered to argue further. This kid has problems. Zhuo Ruifeng looked at Han Junchen, knowing that Tang Jingwei wasn't someone who spoke without reason. But what puzzled Zhuo Ruifeng was that, despite being in the domain realm, he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong with Han Junchen. Chapter 57, let's see whose sword is harder, mine or your fist. Pengcheng University, the freshman division arena, the final 4 competitors were born. The draw results were in, and over 10,000 students in the audience looked at the big screen. Pengcheng University Lu Yuan vs Modu University Jiang Tianxia. Pengcheng University Han Junchen vs Imperial Capital University Chu Wuxia. In the grand competition of the 5 top universities, 2 of the final 4 were from Pengcheng University. Jiang Tianxia is at least 3rd in the national martial arts exam. She might stand a chance against Lu Yuan, but Han Junchen is really unlucky, drawing Chu Wuxia. I'll bet a spicy stick that Lu Yuan will win. The final will be Lu Yuan vs Chu Wuxia for the championship. One spicy stick is not enough, people might think I can't afford to bet. I'll bet 5 bags of spicy sticks. The scorching heat of summer, the sun blazing down. The students gathered at the arena eagerly awaited the start of the final 4 matches. Many instructors also stood by the ring, hoping to see how the freshman division would unfold this year. In the guest seats, the 5 university presidents had different expressions. In the grand competition of the 5 top universities, there was no one who felt embarrassed about the final 4. The presidents of Xinjiang and Linen universities looked somewhat displeased, stealing glances at the leaders or elders supporting their respective schools. They were more or less dissatisfied. But due to the occasion, no one said anything. Being young is wonderful, a breath of youthful energy comes rushing in. The leader of the Thunder Alliance, Xu Yongsheng, sighed. Especially as he watched these kids chatting excitedly, he felt young again. The Thunder Alliance invests in the Imperial Capital University. Lu Yeli is sure to win a championship, and Senior Fei Mingyu also has a great chance of winning. There is a reason why the 7 alliances and a hall invest in top universities, just take Imperial Capital University for example. Outstanding students, after graduation, will be recommended by Imperial Capital University to join the Thunder Alliance to expand its overall strength. Let's see how these 4 contenders who just participated in the martial arts exam perform. The master of the judgment hall, Shen Duanhong, said. Lu Yuan, go easy. Chu Wuxia and Han Junchen didn't know each other and had nothing much to say before the fight. Jiang Tianxia took the initiative to find Lu Yuan. Go for it, brother Yuan. Beat up the captain. The team member Yin Ziyao, who started recording, cheered Lu Yuan on. Jiang Tianxia gave a fierce glare to Yin Ziyao. If Lu Yuan beats me up, I'll come off the stage and beat you up. Jiang Tianxia said. Yin Ziyao shrank his head and raised the phone even higher. Seeing the crazily submissive Jiang Tianxia, Lu Yuan did not let his guard down. She had just obtained a top-grade spiritual tool, so he had to treat her differently than the previous opponent. Under the shining sun, Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia both stepped onto the platform. The mentor standing in the center nodded, indicating that the official start would be in 30 seconds. Bang! Dressed like a lowly, with a delicate face, Jiang Tianxia's expression was serious as she took out a heavy black sword from her storage ring. Grandma said, even if it's a weak person's sword, it must carve out a piece of flesh from an unbeatable opponent. Jiang Tianxia was filled with fighting spirit and decided to give it her all against Lu Yuan. The heavy black sword in her hand was called the Gianthua, a top-grade spiritual tool, 1.8 meters long and weighing 1,000 pounds. Rather than calling it a sword, it was more like a giant ruler. Jiang Tianxia had gone through a huge cost to obtain the Gianthua, including the rewards from the martial arts exam, a top-grade spiritual tool, and top-grade spiritual treasures, as well as all the materials needed to refine the Gianthua. This child. Looking at the Gianthua in Jiang Tianxia's hands, the Grand Elder of the Sky Sword Alliance, Lu Ziyuan, couldn't help but laugh and cry. Although this child has SSS-level talent, she is an oddity among gold-type professionals. Lu Ziyuan said. Gold-type professionals are stable and calm, not panicking in the face of trouble and excelling at using swords. A sword is known as the king of all weapons, famed for its agility and lightness. In contrast, Jiang Tianxia was overly fierce, treating her sword as if it were a knife. Splash. Watching Jiang Tianxia, who was determined to have a good fight with him, Lu Yuan raised his hand to summon 1,000 heavy silence troops. With skin the color of earth and towering 2 meters tall, the heavy silence troops immediately attracted the attention of students and mentors. Thousands of 3-star monsters of the Xuanwang realm. Damn, how can Jiang Tianxia fight Lu Yuan? Just being surrounded by them, she won't be able to hold on. I suddenly thought of something horrifying. There are over 12,000 first-year students, and it seems like Lu Yuan alone could take care of them all. Stop talking, you're making me break down. The first-year students had mixed feelings. Up till now, no more than 10 first-year students had broken through to the Xuanwang realm, and all the monsters controlled by Lu Yuan were 3-star monsters of the Xuanwang realm. Relying on over 10,000 3-star Xuanwang realm monsters, Lu Yuan could truly take on thousands, and it would be quite easy. What puzzled the students was that as soon as the heavy silence troops were summoned, they collectively disappeared without a trace. On the arena, the Earth Calamity disaster statue that absorbed the heavy silence troops made its entrance. Come on, let's see which is tougher, your sword or my fist. With a red long line thrown out, Lu Yuan manipulated the statue to unleash a loud battle roar. The fight was about to begin. Holding the top-grade spiritual tool, Giant Hu, Jiang Tianxia struck first. Intermediate-level spiritual technique of the Xuanwang realm, Brave Fighting Spirit. Advanced-level spiritual technique of the Xuanwang realm, Dawn Strike. A huge shadow loomed over the arena as Jiang Tianxia leaped into the air, gripping the Giant Hu with both hands and hacking down towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, controlling the statue, remained calm and unhurried. The earthy yellow light covered the brawler Zhuang Sha, decisively choosing to clash head-on. Bang! The arena floor cracked with countless fissures, powerful forces sending waves that made the surrounding students instinctively raise their hands to shield themselves. Even though they knew the arena was made of special materials and could not hurt bystanders. But this force was simply too aggressive. Damn, is this the power of a spiritual technique unleashed by a Xiangang realm professional? That scared me to death, I almost thought I was done for. The students' faces turned pale, especially those around the arena. Fight in the arena, but don't hurt us bystanders who are just watching. On the arena, Jiang Tianxia and Lu Yuan were fighting fiercely with the earth disaster Zhuang Sha. No fancy moves, they just went all out. Jiang Tianxia swung her dark heavy sword down hard at Zhuang Sha, who retaliated with a fist, creating a piercing sound. So satisfying to watch. The thrill of every punch landing was exhilarating, a full sensory impact. As they fought, Jiang Tianxia panted slightly, sweat dripping from her eyelashes. One hit to decide the victor? Jiang Tianxia suggested. She understood that Lu Yuan was not using all his strength, sending only one disaster to fight her. But what made Jiang Tianxia happy was that she was having a blast. Okay. Lu Yuan agreed. He was also enjoying himself. Jiang Tianxia was already very strong, putting up a fight against the Zhuang Sha, which absorbed thousands from the Silent Legion. In contrast, Gu Yanping, who also broke into the Xiangang realm, was defeated in one hit by the wind disaster Feng Xietiet. Game over. The watching Tang Jingwei shook his head. After clashing again, exhausted, Jiang Tianxia collapsed on the ground, lacking even the strength to hold her sword. The earth disaster Zhuang Sha stood tall and proud. Lu Yuan wins, advancing to the finals, the mentor announced loudly. Clap clap clap. Applause surged in. In the eyes of the audience, although there was a gap in strength between Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia, they delivered the most exciting match so far. Jiang Tianxia, third in the National Martial Arts exam, actually forced Lu Yuan to unleash the evolved earth disaster Zhuang Sha. Teacher. Lu Yuan took the chilled plum soup from Tang Jingwei's hand. Sit back and enjoy the show. Tang Jingwei said. He had a strong feeling that the match between Chu Wuxia and Han Juncheng would not be that simple. Be careful of Han Juncheng, he seems off. The bald and fierce-looking Zhuo Ruwei from cautioned Chu Wuxia. Chu Wuxia looked at Han Juncheng, who had purple hair and a crazy demeanor. He will definitely lose within 10 moves. Chu Wuxia was full of confidence. Chapter 58, This Punch Penetrates the Stars. On the big screen, Panglai University Han Juncheng vs Imperial Capital University Chu Wuxia was particularly eye-catching. For this match, students and many mentors were not interested. 20 moves? At most 20 moves and Han Juncheng will definitely lose. Hurry up and end this, I'm waiting to see Lu Yuan's ultimate battle with Chu Wuxia. Boring, if it wasn't for the principal of Panglai University taking Han Juncheng as a disciple, I wouldn't even know who he was. The 4 leaders and the head of the judgment hall, as well as the principals in the guest seats, perked up. They were not only paying attention to the freshman group but also to other groups. Hearing that Han Juncheng and Chu Wuxia were about to battle, Lion Alliance leader Yan Fengyue's pupils glowed with fire. Who will win between these two? Yan Fengyue asked solemnly. In the freshman group, he was only interested in 4 people. They were Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia, Han Juncheng, and Jiang Tianxia. The winner between Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia was already clear, and Lu Yuan had won quite easily. It's hard to say, both are professionals in the Shengang realm, only a small gap in realm. Imperial Capital University Principal Qin Yaozong said attentively. Only a few people knew that Han Juncheng's situation was special, otherwise, Lao Qiyuan wouldn't have accepted him as an apprentice. Thunder Alliance leader Chu Yongxing intertwined his fingers, looking at his son Chu Wuxia. Although he pretended to be indifferent to Chu Wuxia, what father doesn't love his son? He was well aware of every move Chu Wuxia made at Imperial Capital University. Don't let me down. Chu Yongxing's scarred face twisted. He looked quite fierce. What's so interesting about this match? It's boring. Jiang Tianxia sat next to Lu Yuan, holding a yogurt fruit bowl. She was just exhausted, a little rest would be fine. The yogurt fruit bowl was prepared while watching Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia get ready for the finals. Give me a piece. Lu Yuan said. Here. Jiang Tianxia handed over the useless toothpick. Lu Yuan. Seeing the whole bowl of yogurt fruit bowl devoured by Lu Yuan in an instant, Jiang Tianxia puffed her cheeks in anger. I won't talk to you anymore. Jiang Tianxia turned her back to Lu Yuan. The taste is pretty good. Lu Yuan sat back in his chair, legs crossed, watching the two on the stage. Chu Wuxia, slender and with bloodshot eyes, wore a cold expression, with a striking red lightning symbol on his forehead. His opponent, Han Junchen, with dyed purple hair, laughed delightedly and repeatedly posed soul-searching questions to the eager audience. No way, does someone really drink sweet tofu pudding? I love cilantro. If you don't love cilantro, you can't watch me on the stage. Lu Yuan. Wow, those 2 sentences ignited the crowd. The sweet tofu pudding faction and the savory tofu pudding faction argued fiercely, while lovers of cilantro and haters of cilantro debated endlessly. Dude, fighting is too rough. How about we decide the winner with rock paper scissors? Han Junchen looked at Chu Wuxia. Start. As the countdown ended, the mentor gave the command. Boom. Thunder rolled. Several purple lightning cut shot from Chu Wuxia's palm, hitting Han Junchen at lightning speed. Han Junchen stopped laughing and raised his hand to gather a golden shield to block the purple lightning cuts completely. A huge explosion sounded, and as Han Junchen remained unharmed, Chu Wuxia's expression grew increasingly heavy. The teacher was right, this guy named Han Junchen is no simple character. He's got some skills. Watching Han Junchen and Chu Wuxia trade powerful techniques evenly, Jiang Tianxia put down the strawberry cake she had just bought. Lu Yuan focused intently on the situation on the stage. Bang bang bang. Han Junchen fought barehanded, exuding dazzling golden light. Chu Wuxia, surrounded by purple lightning, launched one lightning attribute technique after another. Intermediate mystical technique, Thunder Flash and Lightning Strike. Advanced mystical technique, Lightning Storm 7 stars. Faced with Chu Wuxia's fierce onslaught, Han Junchen refused to back down and countered with his own techniques. Crack crack crack. Multiple mystical and even earthly stage techniques made the arena shake violently, filling the area within 100 meters with golden and lightning attributes. Watching students? Watching mentors? What's going on? This guy named Han Junchen, who seems to have a mental illness, actually has the strength to fight Chu Wuxia. Looking at the two fighting to a standstill, Lu Yuan simulated in his mind the process of battling both of them. They're both hiding their true strength, Tang Jingwei said. Whether it was Han Junchen or Chu Wuxia, their goal was to win the championship. And the biggest obstacle on their path to victory, besides the opponent in front of them, was Lu Yuan. So both of them didn't want to reveal their trump cards and aimed to surprise Lu Yuan in the finals. As they exchanged techniques again, Chu Wuxia's face twitched. He originally thought the only opponent in this grand competition would be Lu Yuan, but unexpectedly, Han Junchen popped up out of nowhere. You've successfully enraged me. Chu Wuxia's face twisted, and he actively revealed his 4th attribute. Intermediate earthly technique, Blood Shadow Split Void. A strong smell of blood spread from the arena, making the surrounding students frown repeatedly. Chu Wuxia vanished, leaving behind multiple blood shadows. Put. Gripping the blood blade in his hand, Chu Wuxia stabbed into Han Junchen's lower abdomen. When did he get close to Han Junchen? Everyone was shocked. Chu Wuxia didn't use wind attribute techniques, and in an instant, everyone felt the blue sky and white clouds turn into bloody skies and bloody clouds. Buzz buzz buzz. Han Junchen, stabbed in the lower abdomen, quickly reacted, wearing a bracelet with 4 fierce beasts, one of which emitted a milky white glow. With great force, his knee jolted up. Chu Wuxia was forced back, clutching his chest, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even the mentor in the center of the arena was momentarily dazed. "Shouzheng, go and be the referee," the president of Pengcheng University, Lao Qiyuan, said. He was worried that the mentor from the law realm might not be able to make an accurate judgment and would rashly intervene in the match between the two. Upon hearing this, the vice president, Zhang Shouzheng, stood up and flew to the arena. "You go down, I will watch." Zhang Shouzheng crossed his arms. "Wow, so strong." Zhang Tianhua swallowed, refreshing her understanding of Han Junchen. If he's this strong, why was he ranked 101st in the national martial arts exam? Shouldn't he be in the top 10 or even top 5? Zhang Tianhua looked confused. "I don't know." Lu Yuan shook his head. Blood flowed from the wound as Han Junchen covered his abdomen, keeping a close watch on Chu Wuxing. Chu Wuxing wasn't doing well either, a sharp pain radiated from his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Seeing the spiritual technique that Chu Wuxing unleashed, the words blood attribute rang out on the field. Blood attribute, Chu Wuxing's 4th attribute is blood attribute. Thunder, wind, earth, and blood, 3 out of these 4 are rare attributes, and the probability of awakening the blood attribute is 1 in 10,000. Exclamations rang out one after another, and after revealing his blood attribute, Chu Wuxing no longer hesitated. Blood mist spread and enveloped the entire arena, a terrifying aura emanating from it. "This move is prepared for Lu Yuan, but let you enjoy it first." Chu Wuxing's tone was cold. From Han Junchen's perspective, Chu Wuxing's voice came from all directions, and he couldn't tell his position from the sound. What a coincidence, this move is also prepared for Lu Yuan. Han Junchen touched his bracelet. A spirit beast with pure white fur, resembling a lion but with 2 horns on its head, floated above Han Junchen's head. As the spirit beast appeared, blood mist rapidly spread. Han Junchen tightly grabbed his right arm with his left hand, starting to gather his strength. This punch. Han Junchen's pupils dilated. Through the stars. Chapter 59, A Bitter Victory. The arena filled with blood mist, and no one knew what was happening inside. A crisp, pleasant beast roar sounded, and 2 powerful, domineering forces quietly gathered. The entire venue was silent. The students' expressions were tense, knowing that this match in the semi-finals of the top 4 would soon determine the winner. "Teacher, who do you think will win?" Lu Yuan asked. "It's hard to say." Tang Jingwei furrowed his brows, then felt his answer was too perfunctory. "Let's see who has the stronger willpower," Tang Jingwei added. On the guest seats, the 4 leaders and 1 palace master coldly watched the arena covered by the blood mist. The 2 suns hung in the air. The blood mist dissipated, and Chu Wuxing, floating in the air, looked manic, raising his arms high to reveal a blood-red sun. The golden light was blinding, and Han Junchen, standing on the arena, trembled violently. His right arm, tightly clenched into a fist, was enveloped in golden light. The 2 of them were both gathering strength, with a golden and a red shield opening to prevent a sudden attack from the other. At this critical moment, not a single student in the stadium dared to speak. They held their breath, not blinking, staring at the 2 on the arena. No one expected that Han Junchen would push Chu Wuxing to this point. Whether it was the spiritual techniques used by Han Junchen or Chu Wuxing, they made the professionals at the Xiangang realm tremble with fear. For the sophomore group, the champion had already been decided. The champion, Yin Zirwei, was in a good mood, humming a tune as he prepared to attend the award ceremony. "Mentor, have the other groups finished?" Yin Zirwei asked. He came from the Imperial Capital University, a light attribute, and a 1-star God's Realm practitioner. The 3rd-year champion is Lu Yeli, the 4th year is almost finished, and the 1st year is still in the top 4. The mentor answered. "The 1st year is so slow, and I'm still waiting for the palace master to award the prize." Upon learning that the 1st-year group was still in the top 4, Yin Zirwei was speechless and prepared to go over and see what was happening. Holy crap! Seeing the blood sun above Chu Wuxing's head, Han Junchen emitted a terrifying aura. Just having won the sophomore group champion, Yin Zirwei, a practitioner in the God's Realm, broke into a cold sweat. Is the 1st year this strong now? Yin Zirwei's face twitched. He felt a strong urge, he might not be a match for these 2 first-year students in the arena. At the center of the arena, the vice president of Pengcheng University, Zhang Shouzheng, was fully focused. As a referee, his main responsibility was to ensure that the contestants would not lose their lives while they exerted all their strength. For the contestants, this was a life-and-death battle. Die! Chu Wuxia charged up first, raising the blood sun high above his head and smashing it down hard onto the arena. You think you're worthy? Han Juncheng suddenly opened his eyes wide and punched toward Chu Wuxia. Bang! Cracks appeared in the ground within 100 meters, and the specially made arena collapsed with a loud crash. The students watching from close range looked pained, as the shockwave was beyond what they could bear. Seeing this, the tutor rushed to intervene, just in time to prevent any injuries to the students. Dust billowed, blocking out the sun, and the sound of the massive explosion made the air visibly ripple again and again. Lu Yuan stood up, followed closely by the 4 leaders from the guest seats, the headmaster of the judgment hall, and 3 elders all standing up in unison. "I can't believe it ended up like this," said Yen Fingyue, the leader of the Flame Alliance, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Who won?" After a good 10 seconds, someone finally recovered from their shock. At the moment of determining victory, they only remembered Han Juncheng enduring Chu Wuxia's blood sun, but then landing a punch squarely on Chu Wuxia's face. 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds. 2 minutes later, the dust settled, and everyone gasped at the sight of the arena. Blood, there was blood everywhere. Under the sunlight, on the arena that had long been wrecked, Han Juncheng lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Cough, cough. Han Juncheng, covered in injuries, was coughing up blood, and his abdomen had a wound where the white bones were clearly visible. Chu Wuxia, lying on the ground, was breathing weakly, with a dent on his left cheek. Both were severely injured. Quick, save them. The support role tutor rushed over, trying to use his spirit technique to heal both of them. However, he was stopped by Vice Principal Zhang Shoujing. The winner has not yet been decided. Zhang Shoujing shook his head, looking at Han Juncheng and Chu Wuxia, who seemed on the verge of losing consciousness. Whoever stands up first advances to the finals. At this remark, the scene fell silent again, staring at the two on the arena, one laying down and the other looking up. This. Standing next to Lu Yuan, Zhang Tianhua was so shocked she could not speak. Is this for real? This is a 1-star and 2-star professional in the Shengang realm? Yin Ziru, who had just won the sophomore division championship, was wide-eyed and shocked. The sophomores who finished as runners-up in 3rd place looked confused, with a question appearing in their minds. Can Yin Ziru beat the two of them? Lu Yuan watched the arena intently, wanting to see who could finally stand up. Damn it, you crazy idiot, you're also insane. Han Juncheng gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, attempting several times but failing each time. It hurt too much. He felt a fiery pain in his organs, even taking a normal breath of fresh air felt like a luxury. Is it really worth risking your life just for a platform fight? Han Juncheng knelt on the ground, then went down on one knee, trembling as he tried to straighten his back. Bang! But when he took his second knee down, he could no longer hold on. Chu Wuxia was breathing heavily, feeling like his left eye was about to burst. A middle-aged noblewoman, looking somewhat like Chu Wuxia, turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of her son's condition. Why go this far? Stand. Han Juncheng is about to stand up. Someone shouted loudly. On his 6th attempt to stand, after kneeling down and then going to one knee again, Han Juncheng was trying once more. Stand up. Stand up. The cheers resonated through the playground, some cheering for Han Juncheng, and others for Chu Wuxia. Just as Han Juncheng was about to stand up, a roar erupted. Lu Yuan. Under the gaze of everyone, covered in blood, Chu Wuxia stood proudly, his blood-red eyes fixated on Lu Yuan sitting far away. Chu Wuxia wins. Zhang Shoujing announced loudly, quickly waving his hand for the support role tutors to provide treatment for Han Juncheng and Chu Wuxia. Hearing Chu Wuxia call his name, Lu Yuan remained expressionless, taking one step at a time towards Chu Wuxia. Thousands of bloodthirsty soldiers emerge. Thousands of heavenly punishment soldiers appear. In the 3rd and 4th steps, 9,000 strange puppet soldiers stand neatly on the playground, waiting for their master's command. The sky is filled with flames, the 7 great disasters follow Lu Yuan's steps closely. As they absorb the strange puppet soldiers, they collectively gain evolution. Crazy, insane. Knowing he lost, Han Juncheng lies flat on the ground gazing at the sky. Everyone watches Lu Yuan, and the 7 great disasters behind him whose strength has surged. Standing 10 meters away from Chu Wuxia, Lu Yuan stops moving. The big screen shows the finals matchup list. Lu Yuan from Pengcheng University versus Chu Wuxia from Imperial Capital University. Chapter 60, let everyone see who is the top prodigy of Huaxia. Under the bright sun, the senior class playground is divided into groups. Fei Mingyu from Imperial Capital University wins. The instructor announces. Holding a long sword, the handsome Fei Mingyu smiles at Bai Weiji, the top student from Xinchun University whom he defeated. Weiji, your wind attribute high-level spiritual technique is not good. I think you need to practice more, Fei Mingyu says, smugly. No way, you used the turtle strategy, exhausting my spiritual power with earth attribute techniques, Bai Weiji replies, displeased. They, along with the top students from 3 other elite universities, are old friends. They often spar privately, and this year, awakened with 3 attributes, the peak of spiritual realms, Fei Mingyu becomes the senior group champion. Just say whether you won or not, Fei Mingyu boasts even more. The next second, his smile freezes. You haven't fought against Lu Yeli from junior year, Bai Weiji states. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. Fei Mingyu won against Bai Weiji using the turtle strategy, though it may be looked down upon, at least he won. Lu Yeli defeated Fei Mingyu in a fair fight, and it took her only 4 seconds. I'll say it again, I didn't lose to Lu Yeli in a one-on-one, I lost to her during team sparring. Fei Mingyu corrects. That's even more embarrassing. Your team's members are generally at the 7-star and 8-star spiritual realms, while Lu Yeli is only at the 7-star spiritual realm, and your team members are at the 5-star spiritual realm, Bai Weiji argues logically. I might not necessarily lose in a one-on-one against Lu Yeli. Fei Mingyu counters. You indeed lost. Can we not mention her anymore? Fei Mingyu's face gradually turns red with heat. You lost to a student named Lu, a junior from Imperial Capital University. Damn. Fei Mingyu loses his cool. He wants to tell Bai Weiji that losing to Lu Yeli isn't shameful, especially considering Lu Yeli's team. But Bai Weiji isn't from Imperial Capital University, he wouldn't believe it anyway. Is the freshman group still not over? Fei Mingyu shifts the topic. Aside from the freshman group, champions for the other 3 groups have been decided. The second-year champion is Imprinter Rue from Imperial Capital University with light attributes, 1-star spiritual realm. The third-year champion is Lu Yeli from Imperial Capital University with time attributes, 7-star spiritual realm. The fourth-year champion is Fei Mingyu from Imperial Capital University with 3 attributes, peak spiritual realm. Upon learning that out of the 4 groups, 3 champions are from Imperial Capital University, the 4 principals in the guest seat rub their temples. Their expressions are somewhat unpleasant, to say the least. Leader Chu, it all depends on your son now. If Wuxia wins against Lu Yuan, this year Imperial Capital University will sweep all the championships. Chen Yaozong's laughter doesn't stop. In previous years, Lu Yeli consistently clinched a championship. This year, her students were exceptionally strong, taking 3 championships in one go. Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia haven't even started, it may be 4. Principal Chen teaches well. The Thunder Alliance has added many excellent members in recent years. Chu Yongqing smiles, but the scar on his face makes his smile look quite creepy. I heard Principal Chen wants to establish a teleportation array leading to the Wasteland at Imperial Capital University, to be completed within 2 months at the latest. Chu Yongsheng promises. Thank you, Leader Chu. Chen Yaozong bows slightly. At his age and position, he doesn't seek money or power, merely a reputation. Chen Yaozong yearns to leave his name in the annals of history, becoming the most outstanding principal of Imperial Capital University ever. Principal Lao, the Alliance leader has many complaints about your management of Pengcheng University. For nearly 3 years, Pengcheng University has been empty-handed in the great competitions, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and a thin build said. He was dressed in luxurious azure garments, with the words Crack Wind emblazoned on his chest. I understand. Lao Qiyuan looked at the elder of the Crack Wind Alliance, Zhou Chengxian, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. Principal Lao, the Alliance leader has great respect for your elder, including myself, but business is business. Zhou Chengshuan's tone shifted. Lao Qiyuan, once the elder of the Heavenly Sword Alliance and a Marshal of China, holds a highly respected position. Even Zhou Chengxian, the elder of the Crack Wind Alliance, spoke to him with respectful tone and a low posture. The Alliance leader said if it is still like this year, the Crack Wind Alliance will withdraw their investment in Pengcheng University and invest in Magic City or Imperial Capital University instead. Zhou Chengxian said, subtly hinting at the reason why the Alliance leader did not attend the great competition. He was very dissatisfied with Lao Qiyuan's management of Pengcheng University. Withdraw investment? Lao Qiyuan never expected it to be this severe. Would Pengcheng University, which has a 120-year history and ranks among the top 5 prestigious institutions, be ruined under his watch? Lao Qiyuan wanted to explain, but he knew the Alliance leaders only recognized results. Looking at Lu Yuan, who was about to compete for the freshman group championship against Chu Wuxia, Lao Qiyuan took a deep breath. Can we win? On the playground, there were a crowd of students numbering up to 50 or 60,000, all expecting the ultimate battle between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. Covered in blood and injuries, Chu Wuxia was receiving emergency treatment. Several extraordinary and even domain-level assistant mentors were using various spirit techniques, striving to restore Chu Wuxia's spiritual power and physical condition to peak state in the shortest time possible. Lu Yuan patiently waited, with the 7 disasters standing imposing behind him. Wow, it's about to begin. I feel Lu Yuan might not be able to beat Chu Wuxia. Chu Wuxia's blood attribute spirit technique is too overwhelming. I believe Lu Yuan can win. So far, no contestant has forced him to control more than 2 special monsters at the same time, including the National Martial Arts Exam 3rd, Zhang Tianhua with SSS grade metal attribute talent. Lu Yuan will win. Chu Wuxia will win. The students engaged in heated discussions about who would win or lose, analyzing their arguments clearly. The champions of the sophomore, junior, and senior groups had all come to the playground, along with the runners-up and second runners-up who lost to them. "Captain, what do you think?" a member of Lu Yali's team asked. Lu Yali, having easily won the junior championship, pondered for a moment. Both have their advantages. Lu Yuan is a special profession illusionist. Besides controlling monsters, he has spirit techniques he hasn't used yet. Lu Yali did not favor her brother just because he was her sibling. As for Chu Wuxia, he is a once-in-a-century four attribute practitioner: blood, lightning, wind, and earth. His combat power when utilizing these four attributes is terrifying. Lu Yali said. Especially the blood and lightning. The blood attribute spirit techniques are unpredictable, and few people have fought against this attribute practitioner. The lightning attribute spirit techniques are powerful, whether single target or group spirit techniques, they stand out among all attributes. Time passed by, second by second. Chu Wuxia finished his treatment. The red thunder symbol on his forehead flickered, and Chu Wuxia suddenly opened his eyes wide. First, he glanced at the guest seat where the leader of the Thunder Alliance, his father Chu Yongsheng, sat and then focused his gaze on Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, I have waited too long for this day." Chu Wuxia's tone could not hide his excitement. The martial arts exam is about scoring by hunting fierce beasts, the great competition is about practitioners battling practitioners. He had always been unconvinced by Lu Yuan, and looking at Chu Yongsheng sitting in the guest seat, Chu Wuxia clenched his fists tightly. "Today, I will defeat you fair and square in front of my father and show everyone who is the #1 prodigy of China." Chapter 61, Looking at Each Other. Chu Wuxia finished his treatment, and the freshman group final is about to begin. Under the watchful eyes of 50 to 60,000 top university students, the two stepped onto the arena. "I will act as the referee," said President Lao Qiyuan of Pengcheng University. President Lao himself is the referee? This is quite a big deal. After all, Lao Qiyuan is a powerful figure at the Divine Emperor level. He has made great contributions to China and is well known. On the arena, Lu Yuan, who controls the 7 disasters, looked coldly at his opponent, Chu Wuxia. Blood, thunder, wind, and earth, 4 different elemental auras burst forth from Chu Wuxia's body. "Begin!" A command rang out from Lao Qiyuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without a word, as soon as the call to begin was made, Chu Wuxia launched several wind blades. The sound of breaking air echoed as the leaf-shaped wind blades shot forward with incredible speed, each aimed at vital points like Lu Yuan's throat, heart, and brow. A terrifying, eerie laughter filled the air as Lu Yuan summoned the zhuang shot a block in front of him, easily stopping Chu Wuxia's probing attack. With a flick of his fingers, an eerie puppet that emitted strange laughter floated in the air. Earth-tier high-level spirit skill, suppression puppet. Students not far from the arena exclaimed. "Damn, why did my realm drop from 5-star Xuanwan to 2-star? I'm even worse, my 8-star Xuanwan fell to 5-star. Me too." Students were baffled. Is this the exclusive spirit skill of a puppet master? In the guest seats, President Jia of Linen University marveled in surprise. This spirit skill of Lu Yuan can actually suppress realms, while all combat professions do not have such a skill. Interesting. Even Shen Duanhong, the Lord of the Hall of Judgment, couldn't help but examine the suppressing puppet floating in the air. Tang Jingwei, do you really think Lu Yuan can defeat Wuxia with this move? Zhuo Ruweifeng, with a shaved head, crossed his arms. What a fantasy! Zhuo Ruweifeng said. I have been studying Lu Yuan for a long time. I can say without exaggeration that I know him better than his own parents. Hearing Zhuo Ruweifeng's words, Tang Jingwei looked at him as if he were an idiot. The suppressing puppet floated in the air. Chu Wuxia was still at 2-star Xuanguang. A layer of blood condensed into a thin membrane, enveloping Chu Wuxia completely. Just that much. Chu Wuxia's smile was stiff as he unleashed a lightning attribute spirit skill aimed at Lu Yuan. You can keep using your spirit power to defend if you want. Having apprenticed under Tang Jingwei for a while, Lu Yuan quickly saw that Chu Wuxia was continuously consuming spirit power to resist the suppression of the puppet. His spirit power was permanently expanded by 50 times, while Chu Wuxia had the normal 2-star reserve of spirit power. If this continued, he would eventually run out of spirit power. Then I'll defeat you before I run out. Chu Wuxia's voice was hoarse. High-level profound spirit skill, Wind Feather Dance. Low-level earth spirit skill, Thunder Avatar. Executing 2 spirit skills in succession, one of which was an earth-tier skill. Chu Wuxia's speed was ghostly, appearing behind Lu Yuan in the blink of an eye, gathering a blood blade high above. Whoosh! Chu Wuxia was behind Lu Yuan, the wind disaster circling around him. A giant claw raised high, aimed at Chu Wuxia's heart. Damn! Feeling a life-or-death crisis, Chu Wuxia gave up the sneak attack. He was certain, without doubt, that he could not back down. For Chu Wuxia, this was a life-and-death battle, neither he nor Lu Yuan would hold back. Bang, bang, bang. Watching the two clash with spirit skills, the audience on the playground was dumbfounded. They start with Earth tier spirit skills, are they that abnormal? So thrilling, it's so exciting. These two are evenly matched. Chu Wush's speed is too fast, forcing Lu Yuan to control the gigantic winged monster to fight him. Wave after wave of exclamations erupted. To obtain Earth tier spirit skills, one must join a certain faction or a top university. And even if one obtains an Earth tier spirit skill, it takes a lot of time to learn it to mastery. In contrast, Lu Yuan and Chu Wush transitioned from profound tier to Earth tier, with their spirit skills growing increasingly powerful. Watching the two fiercely battling on the arena, Yin Jirue, the sophomore division champion who just broke through to the divine realm, was sweating profusely. For heaven's sake, how can they be so fierce? Yin Jirue complained. He desperately found that he was no match for Lu Yuan and Chu Wushing. Beside him, the runners-up in third place of the sophomore division had serious expressions. It seems like we can't beat those two? The two exchanged glances, realizing their realms were not as high as Yin Zirue's. They were peak practitioners of the Shingang realm. His spiritual energy reserves. Lu Yuan looked at Chu Wushing, feeling that he appeared much older, raised his hand to unleash two exclusive spiritual techniques of the illusionist. Mid-level Shan rank spiritual technique, Curse Illusionist. High-level Shan rank spiritual technique, Sorrow Illusionist. The Curse Illusionist emerged, and Chu Wushing fell into a haze of greed, anger, and obsession, his head pounding as he let out painful wails. Seizing the moment while Chu Wushing was breaking free from his inner demons, Lu Yuan commanded all 7 calamities to rush in. Bang bang bang. Blood thunder raged on. Taking a hit from all 7 calamities, Chu Wushing, barely managing to resist with a blood-red barrier, completely lost his mind. Lu Yuan, die. Chu Wushing shouted harshly. Throughout this, standing in the center of the arena, serving as the referee, was the principal of Pengcheng University, Lao Qiyuan, who did not interfere, his expression cold as he watched the match. Boom! The sky flashed with lightning, and blood rain poured down. Seeing this scene, Tang Jingwei frowned deeply. Are you crazy? Tang Jingwei grabbed Zhuo Ruweifeng's sleeve. Do you know that Chu Wushing is the only son of Alliance leader Chu? How could you teach him such a self-harming technique? Zhuo Ruweifeng sneered. It's not me who taught him, he learned it from the Thunder Alliance's treasure house. Just like me, Wushing is willing to give up everything to win. Zhuo Ruweifeng's smile was mad. Tang Jingwei fell silent and then sighed. Why bother? This is not a life and death battle. Tang Jingwei shook his head. The blood rain fell heavier and heavier. Chu Wushing coughed up blood, with a lightning symbol glowing on his forehead. A thick blood-red barrier wrapped around his body to prevent Lu Yuan from ambushing. He visibly aged, summoning a blood-red thunder dragon soaring in the sky. Heavenly rank spiritual technique? Lu Yuan's expression grew serious. Heavenly rank spiritual technique, the highest level spiritual technique, its power can cover a radius of 10 miles or even 50 miles. This kind of oppression can only be possessed by heavenly rank spiritual techniques. With the 7 calamities in front, a gray barrier appeared before Lu Yuan, also summoning his trump card. Advanced Earth rank spiritual technique, Mirage Illusionist. Damn it! In the guest seats, seeing Chu Wushing becoming increasingly older, Thunder Alliance leader Chu Yongxing furiously slammed the table. A lion's roar echoed through the skies. Chu Yongxing's veins bulged, like a mad lion, ready to stop Chu Wushing. Alliance leader Chu, be mindful of the occasion, this is the competition of the 5 top universities. The Judgment Hall Master, Shen Duanhong, reminded. As leaders of the 7 alliances in one hall, they represented Huaxia and needed to be cautious in public. Understanding Chu Yongxing's anger and urgency, Shen Duanhong continued. Alliance leader Chu, if you stop Wushing now, he might hate you for the rest of his life. Chu Yongxing's eyes were bloodshot, he ultimately chose to sit in his chair. In the center of the arena, seeing Chu Wushing execute a move not inferior to a low-level heavenly rank technique with the blood-red thunder dragon. Pengcheng University principal Lao Qiyuan was ready to intervene and end the fight, then declared Chu Wushing the winner. Roar! Lao Qiyuan frowned, looking toward Lu Yuan not far away. Next to him appeared someone who looked exactly like Chu Wushing, mimicking Chu Wushing's moves to unleash the same technique. 2 blood-red thunder dragons gazed at each other. Chapter 62, Upgradable Supreme Spiritual Tool. The blood-red thunder dragon soared through the sky, its aura striking fear into practitioners below the divine power realm. Even practitioners below 5 stars in the divine power realm continued to retreat, afraid of being affected. Tang. Mentor Tang, what kind of attribute spirit skill did Chu Wuxia use? Jiang Tianxia asked. She thought Chu Wuxia's blood sun was the limit, but didn't expect there to be a more powerful spirit skill. Moreover, Jiang Tianxia couldn't tell what attribute it was. It's a dual attribute fusion earth-level advanced spirit skill of blood and lightning. Tang Jingwei answered without hesitation. Different attribute spirit skills can be fused. The fused skill is more powerful, like Chu Wuxia's combination of two Earth-level skills, its power is comparable to a low-level Sky-tier skill. Tang Jingwei patiently explained, then added. The premise is that there is no restraining relationship between the attributes, and the awakened practitioner has dual attributes. So that's how it is. Zhang Tianxia realized. Upon hearing that Chu Wuxia's skill was comparable to a low-level Sky-tier skill, Zhang Tianxia was first shocked, then confused. But that's not right. How could Chu Wuxia cast two Earth-level skills simultaneously with so much spiritual energy? He cast it at the cost of burning his own blood. At this point, Tang Jingwei felt a bit sad for Chu Wuxia. He treated every student as his own child, which had always been his teaching philosophy. During this period, Zhang Tianxia asked him all questions related to cultivation, which Tang Jingwei answered seriously. You lost, Tang Jingwei. My teaching philosophy is the correct one. Zhuo Ruifeng said. His dream was to cultivate a batch of war machines like Chu Wuxia, only knowing killing and fighting, even indifferent to life. Foolish. Tang Jingwei couldn't be bothered to deal with this madman. Zhuo Ruifeng wanted to say something more, but looked up at the sky in shock at the sight of the blood-colored thunder dragons. What kind of spirit skill is this? Roar. The two blood-colored thunder dragons let out melodious dragon roars, and the sky's blood rain seemed endless. The whole audience was shocked. There's a Chu Wuxia standing beside Lu Yuan? Why are there two Chu Wuxia on the arena? They look identical and are casting the same spirit skill. No, the Chu Wuxia next to Lu Yuan is stronger than the real one, he's a 3-star practitioner in the Xin Gang realm. Not only was the entire audience shocked, but Chu Wuxia, fighting against Lu Yuan, also narrowed his pupils. Just an illusion. Chu Wuxia shook his head. Such a bizarre spirit skill could not exist in this world, which meant everything was an illusion created by Lu Yuan. Die. Chu Wuxia controlled the blood-colored thunder dragon to rush toward Lu Yuan. The two blood-colored thunder dragons collided, followed by the 7 different attribute advanced Earth-level spirit skills unleashed by the 7 calamities. Is it coming to an end? Zhang Tianxia stared at the arena, afraid of missing any details. The students on the playground were extremely tense, even able to hear their own heartbeats. The 4 masters in the guest seat, including the head of the judgment hall and several elders, as well as the 4 principals, all stood up. Bang! The arena shattered, and a huge deep pit appeared. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the arena. This time, unlike the previous clash between Chu Wuxia and Han Junchen, both Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia were safe and sound. Lu Yuan stood on the left, while Chu Wuxia stood on the right. Pangcheng University's principal, Lao Qiyuan, shook his head as he looked at Chu Wuxia. He had to make a move. If he didn't, Chu Wuxia would evaporate on the spot. Lu Yuan wins, becoming this year's freshman group champion. Lao Qiyuan announced. Upon hearing this, Chu Wuxia looked up at Chu Yongxing in the guest seat, and a tear slipped down his cheek. Thud. Chu Wuxia lay on the ground, looking at the opposing Lu Yuan, with a tragic smile on his face. He was so tired, like before Zhang Tianxia, completely drained of energy. And at the cost of burning his blood, the now adult Chu Wuxia had some silver hair at his temples. Still lost. Chu Wuxia sighed. He didn't actually hate Lu Yuan, he just simply wanted to beat Lu Yuan once. Just like in the competition of the 5 top universities. In the guest seat, seeing Chu Wuxia lying on the arena, Chu Yongsheng felt heartbroken. Help him up. Chu Yongsheng said, and a Lightning Alliance elder quickly walked over. Wuxia, the alliance leader wants me to help you up. Hearing the words of Elder Lu, who had watched him grow up since childhood, Chu Wuxia's eyes lit up. Lu Yuansheng, the champion of this year's freshman group. Lao Qiyuan's voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears at the scene. Clap, clap, clap. The master of the judgment hall, Shin Duanhong, was the first to applaud, followed by thunderous applause from the crowd. Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan! Everyone shouted Lu Yuan's name in unison, especially the students of Pengcheng University. They had heard many rumors, such as the Wind Split Alliance canceling investments in the school, and the school was on the brink of dissolution. Pengcheng University needed this championship so much. Not only to rekindle hope for the Wind Split Alliance but also to boost morale. For Chu Wuxia, who lost to Lu Yuan, the students looked on with awe. In terms of strength alone, Chu Wuxia was fully capable of becoming the champion of the sophomore group. Unfortunately, he met a more monstrous Lu Yuan. Their competition was impressive enough to rank in the top 3 of all competitions. Born at the wrong time. The president of the Imperial Capital University, Chen Yaozong, lamented. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia would surely be the brightest talent in Huaxia. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. The announcement of the freshman group champion was made, and the award ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner. Watching his proud student Chu Wuxia lose to Lu Yuan, Zhuo Ruifeng found it hard to accept. It's just relying on his powerful disciple. If Lu Yuan were my disciple, he would win too. Zhuo Ruifeng said. What surprised Zhuo Ruifeng was that his rival, Tang Jingwei, actually nodded in agreement. You are right. Tang Jingwei said. But if my disciple were Chu Wuxia, I would absolutely not let him practice self-destructive techniques. I would tell him that losing is losing, and he can win back next time. Zhuo Ruifeng fell silent. Different paths do not conspire. Instead of discussing this with me, you might as well care about your disciple Chu Wuxia, even if it's just to comfort him. Tang Jingwei looked at Zhuo Ruifeng. Otherwise, he will be completely ruined. Zhuo Ruifeng remained silent, only walking towards Chu Wuxia. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was thunderous. Under the witness of the 4 alliance leaders, the master of the judgment hall, and countless people, the 4 champion students walked towards the award platform. The award itself was not important, the crucial part was the champion's reward. You can choose any high-quality spirit weapon from the 5 top universities' treasure houses. Shen Duanhong said. Don't rush, make sure to pick something that suits you. Shen Duanhong advised. Why is the second place in the martial arts exam awarded a special high-quality spirit weapon, while the third place gets a high-quality spirit weapon and high-quality spirit treasure? The key lies in the word special. After all, what suits you is the most important. Except for Lu Yuan and Lu Yiliri, the champions from the sophomore and senior years hesitated and could not make a choice. I choose the high-quality spirit weapon Dawn Bao from the treasure house of Magic City University. Lu Yiliri said. The president of Magic City University nodded, indicating the Dawn Bao would be handed to Lu Yiliri by tomorrow at the latest. Lu Yuan exchanged a glance with Tang Jingwei and looked at the president of Imperial Capital University, Chen Yaozong. I choose the high-quality spirit weapon Heavenly Punishment Order from the treasure house of Imperial Capital University. Once the words Heavenly Punishment Order came out, Chen Yaozong, who had been smiling because his own school won 3 championships, suddenly stopped smiling. Lu Yuan, you really know how to choose, picking a high-quality spirit weapon that can be upgraded. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was taken aback. The teacher only told him that the Heavenly Punishment Order could summon objects that possessed the same spirit power reserve as the user. He didn't mention that the Heavenly Punishment Order could be upgraded. This meant that the Heavenly Punishment Order was a high-quality spirit weapon that could be upgraded to a superior quality spirit weapon. Chapter 63, the championship rewards are in hand. A high-quality spirit weapon that can be upgraded? Chen Yaozong's words instantly drew everyone's attention. From Chen Yaozong's expression, he seemed a bit reluctant to give the Heavenly Punishment Order to Lu Yuan. Old Deng, give it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yiliri said. Hearing Lu Yiliri's address to Chen Yaozong, the mentors of Imperial Capital University were not surprised. Lu Yiliri was Chen Yaozong's most outstanding disciple. There is no other, and also the most spoiled disciple. Lu Yuan is the champion of the freshman group, of course I have to give it to him, Chen Yaozong said irritably. But he felt a bit pained. What I mean is, since he can level up, you should give the materials needed for upgrading the Heavenly Justice Order to Lu Yuan, Lu Yili said. Chen Yaozong? Can people say no? After all, I am your proper master, turning your elbow outward, right? Lu Yuan is my brother, Lu Yili declared confidently. Don't even think about it, the materials required to upgrade the Heavenly Justice Order are enough to refine 10 top-quality spiritual instruments, not to mention that top-quality spiritual instruments are hard to obtain. Chen Yaozong decisively refused. Is it really hard to obtain a top-quality spiritual instrument? Lu Yuan looked at the desolation he was wearing. The effect of desolation follows his realm improvement, and now it can withstand 3 full power strikes from a law realm professional. The Heavenly Justice Order will be delivered to you by tomorrow at the latest, Chen Yaozong said. The other 2 group champions also made their choices, and the 2-day grand competition officially declared a successful end. The playground became empty, with many alliance leaders and the master of the judgment hall chatting with the principals. Seeing this, Lu Yuan walked over. Here to have me recharge desolation? Shen Duanhong smiled. Lu Yuan had heard that he had taken down hundreds of demon clans in the uninhabited area, using the Earth-grade advanced spiritual technique stored in Desolation. This is an Earth-grade advanced spiritual technique performed by a God Emperor realm expert, powerful enough to instantly kill law realm professionals, and it also has a group kill effect. You did very well, the Desolation storage spiritual technique is crucial for saving your life in critical moments, Shen Duanhong said with a tone of approval. When he took Desolation from Lu Yuan's hand to recharge it, the leader of the Crimson Flame Alliance, Yan Fanyu, coughed. Lu Yuan, although Master Shin is a light attribute professional, the damage dealt by his spiritual techniques to the demon clan is several times that of other attributes, but the probability of you encountering demon clans currently is actually quite small. Yan Fanyu, dressed in gorgeous, fiery red clothing, said. What does Alliance leader Yan mean? Lu Yuan said, somewhat confused. How about I recharge for you? The fire attribute is recognized as the strongest attribute for spiritual techniques. Yan Fanyu suggested, then revealed a friendly smile. An alliance leader is competing to recharge me? Lu Yuan was flattered, then seriously considered Yan Fanyu's suggestion. Alliance leader Yin, can my son's burned blood essence be replenished? On the other side, Xu Yongsheng was anxious and urgently asked Yin Yorua, the leader of the Wood Alliance. Yin Yorua had dual professions, both a Wood attribute combat professional and a support professional. Difficult. Yin Yorua's answer left Xu Yongsheng deeply disappointed. No matter how severely Wu Sha is injured, as long as he has a breath, I can save him, but the blood essence is the source of a person and cannot be repaired. Alliance leader Chu, there's no need to worry too much. Wu Sha is very young, and as his strength increases, his lifespan will also increase. Losing this blood essence is not a concern, Yin Yorua said gently, then reminded Xu Yongsheng to have Wu Sha avoid doing this in the future. Of course, except in critical moments of life and death. I remember. Knowing that Wu Sha was fine, the stone in Xu Yongsheng's heart finally fell. Hearing Yin Fanyu's words, the scar on Xu Yongsheng's face twisted. What do you mean fire attribute is recognized as the strongest attribute for spiritual techniques? It's clearly the lightning attribute. Lu Yuan, let me recharge for you. Although it was due to Lu Yuan that Wu Sha burned blood essence, causing Wu Sha to have mixed gray hair at a young age. But Xu Yongsheng never blamed Lu Yuan, all of this was Wu Sha's own choice. Another alliance leader is coming? Lu Yuan looked at Xu Yongsheng. Now 2 alliance leaders and 1 hall master are vying to recharge his top-quality spiritual instrument, Desolation. Old Xu, don't compete with me, there are so many outstanding youngsters in the Thunder Alliance, let the Crimson Flame Alliance have a way out, Yin Fanyu said. He, along with Judgment Hall Shin Duanhong, greatly admired Lu Yuan. Especially having witnessed Lu Yuan's match with Wu Sha throughout the entire process. Going to college is going to college, it has nothing to do with joining a certain force. Yin Fanyu's eagerness to empower Lu Yuan with spirit skills was merely a hint for Lu Yuan to join the Crimson Flame Alliance. It would be best if he joined right now. Do you think there's too much money? Xu Yongsheng retorted. His son had just been beaten by Lu Yuan, so it was only right for him to empower Lu Yuan with spirit skills. Ultimately, Lu Yuan chose the Thunder Alliance leader, Xu Yongsheng. The lightning attribute spirit skill was quite enticing, especially the one stored by a Divine Emperor level expert. As for the fire attribute, he had the Fire Calamity Scarlet Corpse. Thank you, Leader Chu, Lu Yuan said. Oh, by the way, Wuxi has no objections to you, he just has a strong desire to win, so don't take his words on the arena to heart, Xu Yongsheng said. Whether as a father or the leader of the Thunder Alliance, he hoped Lu Yuan could get along well with Chu Wuxi, and together they could take on the burden of Huaxia in the future. Lu Yuan expressed his understanding. In fact, he had no objections towards Chu Wuxi, as for whether they would interact in the future, that was to be seen. Feeling satisfied after empowering the top-grade spiritual weapon, Silence, Lu Yuan left. You have a keen eye, choosing a top-grade spiritual weapon that can be upgraded. In Villa number 66, Lu Yali sat on the sofa like she was at home, watching a melodramatic romance drama on TV. Seeing Lu Yuan return, she stretched comfortably and said. Among the 4 group champions, only Lu Yuan had the foresight to choose the Heavenly Punishment Order. The other 3 chose top-grade spiritual weapons that could not be upgraded, and the key was that no one knew that top-grade spiritual weapons could upgrade to exceptional grade. Do you understand how to recognize treasure? Lu Yuan said, crossing his legs and sitting next to Lu Yali. Humph, you're acting all smug, it must have been Mentor Tang who made you choose, Lu Yali pouted. I'll leave soon, this time I came to Peng City to find you, next time it's your turn to come to the imperial capital to find me, Lu Yali said reluctantly. She really hoped to spend more time with Lu Yuan. Now that both had entered college, it was not like before when they would stick together all day during vacations. Got it, next time I'll go to the imperial capital to treat you to the Peking duck, Lu Yuan said. Lu Yali and the 5 team members left Peng City University, and the villa was left empty with only Lu Yuan. Heavenly Punishment Order. Lu Yuan thought of Principal Chen Yaozong's words from the Imperial Capital University. The top-grade spiritual weapon would be handed over to him by tomorrow at the latest. Chen Yaozong was very efficient. By noon the next day, someone knocked on Lu Yuan's villa door. The visitor was a mentor from the Imperial Capital University, who exchanged a few pleasantries and then got to the point, taking out a delicate wooden box from his storage ring. This is what the principal asked me to deliver to you. When the wooden box was opened, a token with an ancient design and carved patterns appeared before him. This was the top-grade spiritual weapon, the Heavenly Punishment Order, that Lu Yuan had been dreaming of. Chapter 64, One person challenges 6 people of the Divine Ability Realm team. Heavenly Punishment Order. Top-grade spiritual weapon. Shared, summon entities have the same spirit power reserves as the user. Note, the holder of this order controls the world. Lu Yuan caressed the Heavenly Punishment Order, unable to part with it. The item has been delivered. I won't stay longer, the Imperial Capital University mentor said. Top-grade spiritual weapons are extraordinary. Chen Yaozong specifically sent a transcendent-level professional to escort it, which shows his regard. Lu Yuan stood up to see off the guest. The villa was empty, and holding the heavenly punishment order, Lu Yuan summoned the 7 calamities. Blood Butcher, the leader of the 7 calamities, stood straight. Their appearance showed no change, but their spirit power reserves had expanded by 50 times. What does 50 times mean? Take Blood Butcher, who was at the 3-star level of the Xiangang realm. Now he could unleash 10 high-level Earth-tier spirit skills in one go. Including the other 6 calamities, along with their ability to evolve by absorbing the bizarre odd core. They could easily wipe out divine ability realm fierce beasts. Lu Yuan thought of that divine ability 2-star heaven slaughter demon wolf in Hongye City, if he fought it using the heavenly punishment order to empower the 7 calamities. He wouldn't even need all the calamities to attack collectively, just 3 would suffice. The sun was shining, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold. Today was a perfect day for outdoor activities. Lu Yuan headed toward the simulation hall, wanting to know under the empowerment of the heavenly punishment order. 7 great disasters can annihilate even the most powerful beasts. When passing by the playground, Lu Yuan stopped. Spiritual techniques of different attributes were soaring in the sky. Students were gathered in groups of 6 or 7, including freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. What are they doing? Lu Yuan was puzzled. The major competition among the 5 top universities had already ended. Why were there still so many students on the playground? Besides students, Lu Yuan saw several mentors and Tang Jingwei. Tang Jingwei was dressed as always in a thick down jacket, occasionally coughing, his expression serious as he instructed the students beside him. Ruan Junqi's display of spiritual technique is getting slower. Jia Yuanan, don't laugh. As the team leader, you must bear the responsibility of a leader. If Ruan Junqi is punished, you will be punished too. The Earth attribute, 3-star Master Jia Yuanan's smile faded when he learned he also had to be punished. Tang Jingwei held great authority, and the 6 students kept their heads down, unable to look up. Teacher. Lu Yuan approached Tang Jingwei. Seeing Lu Yuan, the serious-faced Tang Jingwei smiled. He was quite satisfied with his disciple. Junior brother Lu Yuan. Jia Yuanan, who had been scolded the hardest, greeted Lu Yuan, thinking that fortunately Lu Yuan diverted attention, otherwise, Mentor Tang would have scolded them for at least another 10 minutes. Hello, senior. Lu Yuan nodded. He didn't know Jia Yuanan but guessed he was a junior student. In Pengcheng University, the realm of junior students was generally in the master stage. Teacher, what are they doing? Lu Yuan asked. Preparing for the team competition of the 5 top universities. Tang Jingwei answered succinctly. The major competition consists of individual matches and team matches. Lu Yuan had neither formed nor joined any team, so the team competition had nothing to do with him. Compared to the individual matches, the team competition didn't attract as much attention, and the rewards were not as rewarding as those for the individual champions. Hearing that the championship reward for the team competition was 3 million credits, Lu Yuan became interested. Teacher, can I participate? Lu Yuan asked. 3 million credits may not be much compared to a high-grade spiritual tool, but even a mosquito is meat. You? Tang Jingwei frowned. I can take on 6 or 7. Lu Yuan showed eagerness. It's not as simple as you think. Team competitions focus on teamwork, and even if you win against 6 or 7, you won't win the championship. Tang Jingwei shook his head and briefly explained the rules of the team competition. He personally advocated for teamwork in battle. As for why Lu Yuan wasn't allowed to create or join a team, it's because Lu Yuan could stand alone as a team. In other words, he could join but it was unnecessary. I see. Lu Yuan felt somewhat regretful, then looked at the 6 seniors in front of him. They were all professionals in the master stage, and their awakened attribute was Earth. Each one was tall, nearly 2 meters, with developed muscles, resembling fitness trainers. Junior brother Lu Yuan, I watched your match against Zhu Wuxing, impressive. Jia Yuanan, a 4-star master, gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Having won the freshman group championship, Lu Yuan's fame spread again, becoming a pride of Pengcheng University. After all, among the 4 group champions, 3 were from Imperial Capital University, with only Lu Yuan being the exception. By this calculation, Pengcheng University's ranking among the 5 top universities was second. While Lu Yuan chatted with Mentor Tang, Jia Yuanan and his team members could also take a break. Did you get the high-grade spiritual tool, Tianqing Ling? Tang Jingwei asked. He guessed that Lu Yuan intended to go to the simulation hall to simulate combat against master-level fierce beasts, testing the power of the Tianqing Ling. Yes, Principal Chen just sent someone over. Lu Yuan took out the Tianqing Ling from his storage ring, watching the 6 master-level, Earth attribute seniors deep in thought. Fierce beasts in the simulation hall were ultimately simulated. Fighting against real professionals was certainly more meaningful than fighting simulated beasts. Tang Jingwei noticed Lu Yuan's thoughts. How about we compete, Senior Zhai? Lu Yuan asked. Huh? Zhai Yuanon showed a difficult expression. To be honest, as a 3-star master, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Lu Yuan, who was a 3-star in the Xian Gang stage. Lu Yuan watched the entire process of the battle between Chu Wushai. If Lu Yuan controlled the 7 great disasters to unleash 7 high-level Earth stage spirit techniques, combined with the blood-colored thunder dragon comparable to the heavenly stage spirit technique. Not to mention a supernatural level practitioner, even a rule level practitioner might not be able to withstand it. Zhai Yuanang scratched his head, his teammates beside him jeered. Brother Zhai isn't backing down, right? You are a whole level higher than Lu Yuan. It's a pity I'm not feeling well today, otherwise I would have fought Lu Yuan to let him know what the authority of a senior is. What a coincidence, I'm also a bit under the weather today. Looking at his teasing teammates, Zhai Yuanang was speechless. They all call him Brother Zhai, but they would love to see him embarrass himself, right? Lu Yuan, my stomach. Just as Zhai Yuanang wanted to find an excuse to refuse, Lu Yuan surveyed the 5 seniors behind him. What I mean is, I will fight all 6 seniors alone. Zhai Yuanang? The 5 team members behind him? Wait, Brother Lu Yuan, I didn't hear you wrong, did I? You want to challenge our 6-member team alone? Zhai Yuanang asked uncertainly, receiving a nod from Lu Yuan, causing his mouth to twitch. Brother Lu Yuan, I admit you are strong, but we are a team that has worked together for 3 years, and we are all at the supernatural level. Ruan Junqi said. Their team is among the top 5 at Pengcheng University, and their cooperation qualifies them to wrestle with rule-level practitioners. Yet Lu Yuan is nearly a 3-star practitioner at the Xiangang realm. Let's give it a try. Coincidentally, Lu Yuan just obtained a high-quality spirit tool, and you all need practical training. To everyone's surprise, Tang Jingwei actually agreed. He wanted to see how much combat power Lu Yuan could unleash with the 7 great disasters under the enhancement of the high-quality spirit tool, Heavenly Punishment Order. Chapter 65, Never Ending, Simply Never Ending. Lu Yuan challenging Zhai Yuanan's 6-member team alone? Students who were fervently practicing and busy preparing for the major team competition stopped their actions. So arrogant? Not long ago, in the simulation hall, Fu Mingcheng had just broken a record, only to be overturned by Lu Yuan. University teams are commonly formed or joined, and Fu Mingcheng and his team were also actively training. Fu Mingcheng knew that Lu Yuan had the strength to defeat supernatural-level beasts. But this was a 6-member supernatural-level team, and they had excellent coordination, able to skillfully utilize tactics. And Zhai Yuanang's team is among the top ranks at Pengcheng University. Now it was July, unbearable heat, and the blazing sun shone down on the earth. Zhai Yuanang looked at Lu Yuan, who was full of fighting spirit. Since Mentor Tang agreed, Brother Lu Yuan, please go ahead. Zhai Yuanang said. If he couldn't win in a one-on-one, how could he hope to win in a group battle? Zhai Yuanong thought. It was well known that Lu Yuan, having become Mentor Tang's disciple, was very strong. Strong enough that no one in their freshman or even sophomore year could match him. But they were juniors, and it was a 6-person supernatural level team. No matter how strong Lu Yuan was, he shouldn't be able to defeat them. Feel free to make your move, I will keep an eye on it. Tang Jingwei said. Can Lu Yuan win? Even Tang Jingwei wasn't sure, he mainly wanted to see the effect of the high-quality spirit tool, Heavenly Punishment Order. Dark attribute practitioners must break through to the rule level to summon skeleton monsters that can cast spirit techniques. Lu Yuan was different, his 7 great disasters, including the 9 deceitful puppet troops, could all cast spirit techniques. And the power of those spirit techniques was formidable, unlike the dark attribute practitioners' skeleton monsters. Clearing a space, Lu Yuan stood on the right, while Zhai Yuanang's 6-member team lined up on the left. Brother Lu Yuan, be careful. As the team captain, Zhai Yuanang reminded him. With Mentor Tang, who was at the domain level, watching nearby, death was impossible. However, injuries were inevitable during the fight. Even with the auxiliary mentor's healing, getting hurt was never pleasant. Seniors, please. Lu Yuan summoned the evolved 7 great disasters. 1 against 6 instantly turned into 8 against 6. Bang! Zhai Yuanang stepped forward, his entire body wrapped in a yellow-brown barrier. Ruan Junqi, Ding Xiaowei, you two trap Lu Yuan, the rest of us charge. Zhai Yuanong commanded. He decided to finish the fight quickly. Don't want to waste too much time on Lu Yuan. Earth-level low-grade spirit technique, Rockquake. Earth-level mid-grade spirit technique, Gravity Magnetic Field. Hundreds of meteors fell from the sky, smashing towards Lu Yuan, making the surrounding students tremble with fear. If they hit him, wouldn't he turn into meat paste? In addition, within a 50-meter radius, the magnetic field changed, making those below the divine power realm feel as though their legs were filled with lead, unable to resist the urge to kneel or lie on the ground. Lu Yuan, Jr., with just these two spirit techniques, you can't hold on. Jia Yuang laughed. He and the remaining 3 team members surrounded Lu Yuan from 4 different directions to prevent his escape from the spirit technique's range. Based on Jia Yuang's judgment, under the effect of the gravity magnetic field, Lu Yuan could only stand still, watching the meteors fall. Bang bang bang. A massive shadow loomed over the playground as a 100-meter-tall Star Devourer soldier appeared. With just its physical body guarding Lu Yuan, it easily withstood the meteor attacks. This was the most powerful Star Devourer soldier, its strength comparable to the 7 calamities. Of course, Lu Yuan wouldn't let the corruption absorb it. Damn! Seeing the Star Devourer soldier that resembled a small mountain, Jia Yuang's face twitched. Switch formation, I will defend while you attack, all together unleash the Punch of Earth. Jia Yuang commanded. Punch of Earth, a high-level Earth attribute mysterious technique. Although it was a high-level mysterious technique, with 5 Divine Power Realm practitioners casting it together, its power was comparable to a full-force strike from the Rule Realm. With the Star Devourer soldier present, Jia Yuang didn't dare to recklessly engage Lu Yuan in close combat. One punch down, even he, a 4-star in the Divine Power Realm, found it hard to withstand. It seems the special training is still effective. Tang Jingwei took out a small notebook, recording the process of Jia Yuang's team battling Lu Yuan in detail. He focused on how Jia Yuang commanded, whether his commands were reasonable, and how well the team members cooperated. As for Lu Yuan, looking at Lu Yuan fighting fiercely against 6 people, Tang Jingwei's mouth curled into an almost invisible smile. To accept such a genius as my disciple is my honor. Not to mention, bro, Lu Yuan can really take on 6. Even taking on 6 is one thing, but fighting back effectively is the most outrageous. Those are 6 Earth Attribute Divine Power Realm practitioners. Dressed in a white, sharp training outfit, with a ponytail, Li Jinxue looked at Lu Yuan with a complicated expression. Has his strength reached this level already? I say, old Tang, isn't this wrong? Didn't you teach Lu Yuan this way? A middle-aged mentor walked towards Tang Jingwei. His name was Yi Lingyue, a mentor from Pengcheng University. Jia Yuang's team had always been taught by him. As the team competition was about to begin, Yi Lingyue entrusted Tang Jingwei to help guide them. At this moment, Yi Lingyue was very confused. His confusion lay in Lu Yuan wasting too much spirit power. Take Blood Butcher, who was entangled with Jia Yuang, for example. Lu Yuan could clearly engage in close combat but kept using blood attribute spirit techniques. While Lu Yuan's spirit power reserves were abnormal, if he continued to squander like this, he would soon be drained. For a practitioner without spirit power is no different from an ordinary person, even a 3-year-old understands this truth. Do you think, with my teaching level, I wouldn't teach Lu Yuan to calculate spirit power consumption during battles? Tang Jingwei asked. Of course not. Yi Lingyue shook his head. Tang Jingwei was recognized as the top mentor at Pengcheng University, otherwise he wouldn't have been asked to guide Jia Yuang's team. What you mean is? Yi Lingyue thought of how Lu Yuan had just acquired the high-grade spirit weapon, Heavenly Punishment Order. He didn't have Tang Jingwei's broad knowledge and didn't know the effects of the Heavenly Punishment Order. But when something is unusual, there must be something wrong. Lu Yuan daring to squander his spirit power like this proved he had ample confidence. Can this guy use unlimited spirit power? The Earth Attribute, 2-star Divine Power Realm practitioner, Wan Junqi, was sweating profusely. He was facing the Earth Disaster Demon, Zheng Cha. Due to the gap in their realms, Wan Junqi's strength was stronger than Zheng Cha's. Both were Earth Attribute. But what made Wan Junqi feel despair was that he was using a low-level mysterious technique, while Zheng Cha was employing a high-level mysterious technique. The power of spiritual skills is always 2 levels higher than his. This is really tough, not just for him, but also for his teammates and the captain facing the Calamity. We can't drag this out any longer. Jia Yuang shouted lowly. As the captain, he faced 2 calamities along with the strongest star-devouring soldiers attacking him. Lu Yuan gave him enough respect. Let's unleash the mountain cracking technique together. Jia Yuan said to his teammates. Mountain cracking, a mid-tier earth-level spiritual skill, performed by 6 practitioners of the divine realm can match a low-tier heaven-level skill. However, before Jia Yuan could gather his strength, he saw the 7 calamities controlled by Lu Yuan shining with different colors of dazzling light. Jia Yuan? 5 teammates? After fighting for so long, Lu Yuan still has enough spiritual power to unleash high-tier earth-level skills? Jia Yuan was stunned. Even more explosive was yet to come. The calamities unleashed their spiritual skills one after another, followed by 7 different high-tier earth-level skills. 14 high-tier earth-level skills? Everyone in the venue looked at Lu Yuan controlling the 7 calamities in shock. Chapter 66, The Uniqueness of the Divine Realm. Earth level high tier skill, Spiral Storm. Earth level high tier skill, Heavenly Feather Destruction. Earth level high tier skill, Ashes of Enduring Echo. The howling wind roared, and the air temperature surged sharply. The entire playground fell into great chaos. Blood, wind, combined with the 5 elements, 7 different attribute energies surged wildly. How many? 14 high tier Earth level skills. The students were dumbfounded, and the instructor frowned deeply. They were not only astonished by Lu Yuan's terrifying reserve of spiritual power but also by where he learned so many high-tier Earth-level skills. Especially the blood attribute. Peng City University had high-tier Earth-level skills, but they required credits to exchange. Not to mention, just these 14 different attribute high-tier Earth-level skills would cost at least hundreds of millions of credits. Damn, Lu Yuan's spiritual power reserve should be at the rule realm. It feels low, at least in the extraordinary realm. I am a 6-star practitioner of the Xian Gang realm, and using 2 low-tier Earth-level skills exhausts my power. Damn it, comparing people makes one livid. When comparing goods, it's clear that only Lu Yuan deserves the title of talent. Due to Tang Jingwei's area isolating the power of the spiritual skills, the surrounding students were unaffected. But seeing the chaotic scene and the terrifying number of high-tier Earth-level skills unleashed by Lu Yuan, their faces turned pale. Outside the playground, Principal Lao Chiyuan was chatting with a middle-aged man in a blue robe. The middle-aged man was in his early 50s, with a slim build and eyes bright like an eagle. Although they walked side by side, it was clear that Lao Chiyuan held a great deal of respect for him, always stepping back half a pace. Yuan Alliance Leader, this year's grand competition. Lao Chiyuan hesitated to finish his sentence. The person he was speaking to was named Yuan Hongyi, the current leader of the Rift Wind Alliance. In the 7 alliances of Huaxia, only the Court of Judgment, the Thunder Alliance, and the Rift Wind Alliance are not under the Total Alliance Master's control. These 2 alliances and 1 court have autonomous management rights, and for many matters, the Total Alliance Master must consult the opinions of the 3. Principal Lao, investment and return must be proportional. Although Peng City University has nurtured many excellent students over the years, compared to other top 4 universities, it appears somewhat shabby. Yuan Hongyi stopped walking. Every year, the investment in Peng City University by the Rift Wind Alliance accounts for 1/3. You should thank Lu Yuan for making me abandon the idea of withdrawing investment. Yuan Hongyi said. Lao Chiyuan was his senior, but fairness must be upheld. Even among brothers, clear accounts must be kept. At most 3 years, I will give Alliance Leader Yuan a satisfactory answer, otherwise, I will resign after my own accord. Lao Chiyuan laid down a military order. He should indeed thank Lu Yuan, who won the championship in the first-year group of the grand competition, ensuring Peng City University did not fall out of the ranks of the top 5 universities. Otherwise, even if the Rift Wind Alliance withdrew funding, Peng City University could barely survive, at most being a regular university. Hearing the commotion on the playground, both Lao Chiyuan and Yuan Hongyi turned their heads. It seems Lu Yuan has already obtained the superior spiritual weapon, the Heavenly Punishment Order. Lao Chiyuan said. Only in this way could he continuously unleash 14 high-tier Earth-level skills. This is not his limit. Yuan Hongyi looked at Lu Yuan, who showed no signs of fatigue or flush, easily noticing that Lu Yuan still had plenty of spiritual strength left. While everyone marveled at Lu Yuan's spiritual energy reserves and the fact he possessed so many high-ranked Earth-level spiritual techniques. The squad battling Lu Yuan, led by Jia Yuliang, was drenched in sweat. Especially Captain Jia Yuliang. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight Lu Yuan? Jia Yuliang couldn't help but curse, his forehead flashing with yellow runes. I'll take on most of the spiritual techniques. Jia Yuliang shouted hoarsely, his body enveloped in a brownish-yellow glow, stepping forward with a battle roar. Is the teacher still not going to intervene? Lu Yuan looked towards Tang Jingwei, who calmly stood in place. Boom! A massive explosion sounded. 14 high-ranked Earth-level spiritual techniques smashed towards Jia Yuliang and the 5 Earth-type, Divine Realm practitioners. Billowing white smoke surged forth, and the burly Jia Yuliang's legs trembled violently, his school uniform tattered, a streak of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The other 5 team members were also in bad shape. Although Jia Yuliang took on the majority of the damage, they suffered varying degrees of injuries. Damn it, that really hurts. Jia Yuliang gritted his teeth, having completely lost his ability to fight. We concede, we concede. The team members spoke in unison. They saw Lu Yuan controlling Blood Butcher, wanting to unleash another high-ranked Earth-level spiritual technique. Is he coming back for more? Does Lu Yuan never run out of spiritual energy? We concede. Jia Yuliang said reluctantly. To his surprise, the onlooking classmates did not erupt in laughter. Especially the third-year squads, their expressions were serious, and some kept wiping sweat from their faces with tissues. Is it embarrassing to lose to Lu Yuan, a freshman, and to lose 6 against 1? At first, Jia Yuliang felt it was quite embarrassing, but now he didn't think so anymore. Those who find it embarrassing should try fighting Lu Yuan and then realize just how formidable he is. Teacher, Senior Zhai withstood most of the damage from the spiritual techniques, Lu Yuan remarked, standing beside Tang Jingwei, his tone somewhat surprised. Even though he was a 3-star Xiangang realm practitioner, the power of high-ranked earth-level techniques was limited. Yet the sheer number of high-ranked earth-level techniques was far beyond what the 3-star Zhai Yuliang in Divine Realm could withstand, even if Zhai Yuliang was a defense-oriented earth-type practitioner. That's because Zhai Yuliang used the power of divine techniques. Tang Jingwei clarified. Divine techniques? Lu Yuan was not unfamiliar with the term, as the Divine Realm followed the Xiangang realm. But he couldn't understand the power of divine techniques. Every profession has its talents. The higher the talent, the faster one absorbs demon crystals, magic cores, and practitioners who reach the divine realm have a chance to comprehend divine techniques, Tang Jingwei explained. Only practitioners with S-level talents or above in the divine realm can possibly comprehend divine techniques. For example, Zhai Yuliang's divine technique is called Earth Defense. You can roughly guess from the name that this divine technique is related to defense. Tang Jingwei adjusted his black-framed glasses. At this moment, Lu Yuan was still some distance from breaking into the divine realm, so he did not impart knowledge about divine techniques. You have SSS-level talent, it's a sure thing to comprehend divine techniques, it's just a matter of what divine technique you will understand, Tang Jingwei said succinctly, indicating Lu Yuan to take it easy. According to the records, SSS-level talent guarantees 100% comprehension of a divine technique. S-level and SS-level talents are different, hence many practitioners in the divine realm stubbornly refuse to break through, just to understand a divine technique. Are there good and bad divine techniques? Upon hearing he would definitely be able to comprehend, Lu Yuan felt more at ease. But everyone wants to comprehend a good divine technique. Zhai Yuliang's Earth Defense is quite good, he survived taking on 7 or 8 high-ranked Earth-level techniques without dying. Tang Jingwei looked at Lu Yuan. You are the first SSS-level talent in history as a trickster. Xiao Xingyao and Xinjun are both below S-level, so no one knows what divine technique you will comprehend, Tang Jingwei said. That makes sense. Lu Yuan didn't think too much about this issue, he would wait until he cultivated to the divine realm to think more about it. Leaving everyone with his back, Lu Yuan returned to the independent villa to prepare for his trip to the uninhabited area. Outside villa number 66. 2 men in suits, one with a sharp nose and the other with a missing arm, had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 67, Hongxing Company. At the independent villa, Lu Yuan saw 2 men in suits from a distance. They were standing at the door of villa number 66 where he lived. Is there something I can help you with? Lu Yuan asked. Hello, Mr. Lu Yuan, we are from Hongxing Company. The sharp-nosed middle-aged man, about 30, spoke with an air of superiority, as if Hongxing Company was something impressive. My name is Yuan Xiaoyong, and this is Tan Yongfeng, both supervisors at Hongxing Company. Yuan Xiaoyong introduced themselves briefly. He was a wind element, 2-star professional in the divine power realm. Lu Yuan looked at Yuan Xiaoyong, and the man beside him with a missing left arm was a fire element, 3-star professional in the divine power realm. I haven't heard of it. Lu Yuan shook his head. He was familiar only with well-known forces like the Sky Horizon Chamber of Commerce and John's Martial Arts School. Moreover, there was also the 7 alliances and 1 hall. As for Hongxing Company, he had no idea where it came from, it seemed to be a third-rate company. Upon hearing this, Tan Yongfeng's face changed, but he was stopped by Yuan Xiaoyong before he could speak. It's good that you haven't heard of it, I can introduce it well to you, Mr. Lu Yuan. Yuan Xiaoyong looked at the closed villa door. It's very hot, shall we go inside to chat? Not wanting to be rude, Lu Yuan let them in the villa. It's not easy to stay in an independent villa at Pengcheng University, Mr. Lu Yuan, you are indeed first in the National Martial Arts exam and also won the group championship of the top 5 universities in the first year, impressive. Yuan Xiaoyong flattered Lu Yuan madly, while Tan Yongfeng had a cold expression. If you have something to say it, I am very busy. Lu Yuan was not in the mood for chit-chat. He was indeed very busy, hurrying to the uninhabited area to hunt ferocious beasts. It was not only for academic credits, but also to improve his realm by absorbing the blood of ferocious beasts. We want to invite you, Mr. Lu Yuan, to join Hongxing. The chairman thinks highly of you and promises that you will directly become the general manager of Hongxing after graduation. Also, take a look at this. Yuan Xiaoyong took out a gem-inlaid dagger from his storage ring. This dagger is called Qianrun, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, small in shape and can easily cut through steel. It's very suitable for self-defense. Yuan Xiaoyong was full of confidence. No one could refuse the temptation of a mid-grade spiritual weapon. In Yuan Xiaoyong's view, even a first-place winner like Lu Yuan would willingly join Hongxing for a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Are you dumbstruck? Yuan Xiaoyong was proud, thinking Lu Yuan had never seen such a good spiritual weapon. A broken dagger wants me to join a company I've never heard of? Lu Yuan looked at the pleased Yuan Xiaoyang. This guy must have had his brain kicked by a donkey. Does he not know that the reward for second place in the martial arts exam is a top-grade spiritual weapon, and as the first place, my reward should be even better? Pick up that broken dagger and roll. Lu Yuan said. He thought Yuan Xiaoyang could take out something better, but it turned out to be this. If he had pulled out a top-grade spiritual weapon, Lu Yuan wouldn't have said such things. Of course, he wouldn't agree either. Yuan Xiaoyang's face changed, and Tan Yongfeng beside him sneered. I told you long ago, to get Lu Yuan to join the company, be tough. The softer you are, the more arrogant he becomes. Tan Yongfeng stood up and stared at Lu Yuan on the sofa, and invisible pressure began to spread. If my attitude is not soft, I won't even be able to get through the villa door. Yuan Xiaoyang thought. Now he could only let Tan Yongfeng take action. Lu Yuan, don't give face to be rude, join Hangsheng. Tan Yongfeng's tone left no room for rebuttal. Are you threatening me? Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold. What the hell is Hangsheng? Even a force as strong as the Sky Horizon Chamber of Commerce would invite me to join politely. Including when I rejected them, they specially left me a black gold membership card. Holding this black gold membership card, one can shop at the Sky Horizon Chamber of Commerce. Regardless of what item is purchased, a 30% discount is always applied, enjoying the top VIP treatment. The leaders and masters of the 7 alliances treat each other with kindness, just like elders treating their juniors, hinting from time to time for them to join their alliances and halls. On the contrary, Hangsheng, how can 2 managers be so arrogant? A faint smell of blood fills the air, the blood butcher has arrived. Crash, crash. A serrated chain blade wraps around Tan Yongfeng's neck, ready to take his head for a house move at any time. When did he appear? Tan Yongfeng's throat moves. With his 3-star Divine Passage realm, he surprisingly did not notice the blood butcher appearing behind him. The atmosphere becomes increasingly tense. You don't dare to kill me, unless you want to go to jail. Tan Yongfeng speaks with certainty. This is Pengcheng, one of the 5 super first-tier cities of China. If he dies at Lu Yuan's hands, Lu Yuan will spend the rest of his life in prison. Oh, then I'll give it a try. Lu Yuan says. Crackle, crackle. The blood butcher gradually applies force, about to cut Tan Yongfeng's carotid artery, blood dripping down his skin onto the serrated chain blade. Tan Yongfeng sweats profusely, his face turning red from holding his breath. I am in jail, but you are the one losing your life. Lu Yuan says with a smile. I was wrong. Tan Yongfeng panics and quickly backs down. Just as Lu Yuan said, he does not want to die here. The villa door opens, and a senior student passing by looks into the situation inside the villa. Lu Yuan, what happened? The senior student asks. Senior, he threatened me. Lu Yuan's slender fingers tap nervously. The senior student is stunned, looking at Tan Yongfeng, whose carotid artery is about to be cut. Who is threatening whom? How does it seem like Lu Yuan is the one threatening others? Damn, daring to threaten a student from Pengcheng University. A powerful pressure comes, those qualified to live in independent villas and our seniors are all 8-star or peak professionals in the Divine Passage realm. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan was threatened, the senior student's expression turns furious. Students at Pengcheng University are aggressive, having long hunted fierce beasts in no man's land, and are used to a life on the edge of a knife. Finally returning to school, seeing a junior being bullied ignites their anger instantly. You bunch of over 30-year-old waste, only now reaching the Divine Passage realm still relying on power to bully others, do you have no shame? With the full aura of an 8-star Divine Passage, the senior student immediately suppresses the 3-star Tan Yongfeng. An instructor passes by. What happened? The instructor asks. He threatened Lu Yuan. Whom? With the full aura of the law realm. The passing vice principal, Zhang Shouzheng, doesn't even ask and immediately asserts dominance. With the full aura of the holy realm. Yuan Xiaoyang and Tan Yongfeng tremble in fear, the former two are not much, but the key is Zhang Shouzheng. Zhang Shouzheng from the holy realm does not even need to use spiritual techniques, a single glance can result in their explosive demise. The 5 top university presidents hold equal status to the leaders of the 7 alliances, and vice principals carry authority comparable to grand elders. Once Zhang Shouzheng arrives, Yuan Xiaoyang and Tan Yongfeng know they are doomed. You have 3 minutes to leave Pengcheng University, otherwise, you know the consequences. Zhang Shouzheng says and starts the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Yuan Xiaoyang? Is it not 3 minutes? Why is it already counting down? The two of them run, fearing they won't even be able to run when the countdown ends. Is this how you dare to cause trouble at Pengcheng University? Zhang Shouzheng snorts coldly, then looks at Lu Yuan. Next time something like this happens, just notify the security, they will handle it. Lu Yuan nods. Vice Principal, what kind of company is Hongxing? Lu Yuan asks, as he has never even heard of this company. Hongxing? Zhan Shoujing squints, his first reaction that Hongxing would invite Lu Yuan to join, then he thinks of Lu Yuan's mentor, Tang Jingwei. Chapter 68, The Desire for Slaughter rises. Yuan Xiaoyang and Tan Yongfeng leave in embarrassment, especially Tan Yongfeng. He covers his neck, blood flowing through his fingers. Tell the chairman, Lu Yuan refused to join Hongxing. Tan Yongfeng's face darkens. As for being injured by Lu Yuan, at most, Lu Yuan would just pay a little medical fee. The most important thing now is to report to the chairman. The tea is nice. Zhan Shoujing took a sip of the freshly brewed tea, thinking about how to explain Hongxing Company to Lu Yuan. This is the Dahong Pao that Tang Jingwei placed in the villa. You know that the unmanned zone has supply points, right? Zhan Shoujing asked. Lu Yuan nodded. In the unmanned zone, fierce beasts roam, and they are treasures themselves. The demon crystals can be used for cultivation, and certain specific parts of fierce beasts are excellent materials for refining weapons. Professionals who specialize in hunting fierce beasts were born from this, and there are many supply points in the unmanned zone. Supply points are like hotels, providing resting places and food for professionals. But the prices are extremely high. It is said that a bowl of egg noodles costs over 10,000 yuan. The eggs in the egg noodles are not made of gold, and the noodles aren't either, while street snacks barely cost 10 yuan a bowl. Professionals who often go to the unmanned zone know how wonderful it is to have a comfortable night's sleep or to eat a steaming hot bowl of noodles. This is also the reason why a plain bowl of egg noodles at the supply point dares to be sold at such a high price. The major shareholder of the supply points is Hongxing Company. This company is not well known in Huaxia but has been quietly making a fortune. Zhan Shoujing finished his cup of tea in one go. I didn't expect Hongxing to invite you to join. Zhan Shoujing said seriously. What do you mean? Lu Yuan asked. Understanding that Hongxing Company is a major shareholder of the supply points, Lu Yuan realized that Hongxing has substantial financial power and is not an insignificant small company. However, being the top scorer in the national martial arts exam should attract their attention, right? A senior executive at Hongxing has a grudge against your teacher, Tang Jingwei, which is why I said that. Zhan Shoujing explained. A grudge with the teacher? Lu Yuan silently noted this matter down. No matter what, you rejected Hongxing, so be careful when you are out, especially in the unmanned zone, Zhan Shoujing advised. The unmanned zone is a lawless place, where there are no legal constraints. Killing and robbing, acting on impulse is very common in the unmanned zone, whereas it is not so in Pengcheng and other cities in Huaxia. Once you enter the unmanned zone, even the son of a guild leader could meet his end. No one cares about your identity, only strength matters. I understand, Lu Yuan nodded, preparing to pack for the unmanned zone. Zhan Shoujing was helpless and amused. He had just warned Lu Yuan not to go to the unmanned zone recently, and Lu Yuan turned around and forgot everything. But it was alright, he couldn't just hide like a turtle in Pengcheng University forever. That way, he would never amount to anything. However, thinking about how the supervisor from Hongxing dared to threaten Lu Yuan, Zhan Shoujing tightened his grip on the teacup, a wave of killing intent rising. If they dare to bother you again, what awaits them will not be my anger but the fury of the entire Pengcheng University. Hongye City, one of the border defense cities of Huaxia. Upon returning to Hongye City, many soldiers stationed here recognized Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, are you here to hunt fierce beasts in the unmanned zone? Have you eaten? There are still many lunchboxes left over there. The chicken leg tastes pretty good today. I'm off tonight, let's go to the rear city to drink, my treat. The professionals lining up for inspections were puzzled, looking at Lu Yuan surrounded by soldiers, wondering who this godly figure was. The highest commander of Hongye City, Kang Zhenbang, was all smiles as he pulled Lu Yuan to drink. Forget the drinking, you guys are busy, I'm going to the unmanned zone to earn some credits, Lu Yuan politely declined. There was no way, these soldiers were too enthusiastic. Just the invites for drinks were already 7 or 8. They lived right next to Hongye City in the rear city. After declining each one, Lu Yuan walked out of Hongye City with his student ID. Once outside, the familiar desolation and countless bones greeted him. The city and the unmanned zone were completely two different worlds. Taking out the map, Lu Yuan's gaze fixed on Shiyang City, 60 kilometers away from Hongye City. Shiyang City was once praised as the most suitable city for retirement in Huaxia, before it was breached by the beast tide. In Sunset City, every inch of land is extremely valuable, with the housing price reaching 20 to 30,000 per square meter. Fortunately, all the residents of Sunset City have safely relocated, so only the land has been lost. In a city that has generally been captured, the number of fierce beasts will not be few. Summoning tens of thousands of puppet core and 7 great calamities, Lu Yuan is heading towards Sunset City with great momentum. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed, in the eastern housing area of Sunset City. A bloodthirsty mad ape of the 5-star spirit realm is frantically fleeing, familiar with its surroundings, weaving back and forth with its 2-meter-long arms. The sunlight is glaring. The bloodthirsty mad ape occasionally turns its head, thinking it has successfully evaded the chase when suddenly, it sees dozens of soldiers in crimson armor, wielding battle knives blocking its path ahead. Turning again, it finds that all around are bloodthirsty soldiers holding shields in their left hands and knives in their right. A group beating is proceeding in an orderly manner. The bloodthirsty mad ape is very strong enough to deal with dozens of bloodthirsty soldiers, but there are hundreds in this group beating. Damn it, this is too ruthless. The professionals hidden in the ruins witness this one-sided massacre. A man about 23 or 24 years old, with lightning attributes and a 3-star spirit realm cultivation, said. His name is Jia Ruishuan, a senior student at Starlight University. Starlight University is a top university in China, regarded as above average. Looking at Lu Yuan, who is skillfully controlling the puppet core while standing on the shoulders of the star-devouring soldiers, Jia Ruishuan's eyes are filled with envy. At the same time, many fierce beasts of the spirit realm die at the hands of Lu Yuan's puppet core. That bloodthirsty mad ape is just one of them. A 7-star professional killing spirit realm fierce beasts, this is really absurd. Jia Ruishuan said. 7 days ago, the 7 of them entered Sunset City almost at the same time as Lu Yuan. Jia Ruishuan and the others cautiously came to Sunset City, fearing an encounter with insurmountable fierce beasts. In contrast, Lu Yuan directly summoned tens of thousands of puppet core, launching an indiscriminate slaughter alongside the 7 great calamities. During this time, he instantaneously killed spirit realm fierce beasts, while dealing with spirit realm beasts in groups, just like a bandit storming into the city. Sensing Jia Ruishuan's gaze, Lu Yuan glanced at him. Both sides are aware of each other's presence, but do not interfere with each other. 7-star in the profound realm. After absorbing a large amount of fierce beast blood, Lu Yuan checked his realm. In just 7 days he slept for less than 30 hours, averaging 4 hours of sleep per day. During this time, he only did 2 things. Find fierce beasts, then eliminate them. Repeating this cycle endlessly. With the blood calamity technique absorbing blood to enhance his realm, Lu Yuan directly broke through from 3-star to 7-star in the profound realm. As night falls, after hunting the last fierce beast within sight, a system prompt sounds in Lu Yuan's ear. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an S-level hidden mission. Killing Desire Rising, hunt 100 spirit realm fierce beasts within 3 days, reward Thunder Calamity, Thunder Erosion, Magic Calamity, Magic Burial. Completing the mission grants 2 great calamities? Lu Yuan examined the mission content, thinking that he needed to reach the 9 great calamities in the spirit realm. It seems that he can gather all 9 great calamities at the level of the profound realm. Hunting 100 spirit realm fierce beasts within 3 days is an impossible task for any profound realm professional. But for Lu Yuan, as long as there are enough spirit realm fierce beasts, he can annihilate them all in a single day. Chapter 69, Want to kill me? You're not qualified yet. Sunset City, Northern Housing Area. Another night has passed. The fierce beast's shrill screams tear through the sky, as the distant sun is about to rise. Watching Lu Yuan relentlessly hunting fierce beasts, Jia Ruishuan, who was resting in an abandoned building, yawns. Still killing? A teammate, Liang Xing'an asked. Yes, still killing. Jia Ruishuan nodded. Is Lu Yuan not tired? Even if he isn't, his spirit energy should be exhausted. Another teammate stretches comfortably. Since yesterday afternoon until now, Lu Yuan has been awake for 16 hours straight, controlling the puppet core to hunt fierce beasts. They maintain a live and let live attitude with Lu Yuan, aware of each other's existence but not interfering. Both sides knew of each other's existence. And from the moment they discovered Lu Yuan, they recognized this top scorer from the National Martial Arts Exam, the champion of the first-year group from 5 top universities. Put. After defeating a 4-star monster of the Divine Passage realm again, Lu Yuan checked his results from the night. Not too many, not too few, he had killed 30 monsters, with 70 more to complete the mission issued by the system. During this period, the number of monsters from the Xian Gang realm he had killed was countless, something that was effortless for Lu Yuan. As the sun rose, the sky brightened. Just as Lu Yuan was getting ready to search other areas, a group of armored professionals blocked his path. Out of energy, huh? A strong man with scars on his face, carrying a giant axe, sneered. Who were they? Hiding in an abandoned building, the senior students from Starlight University frowned. 9 people, all professionals at the Divine Passage realm, the lowest being a 7-star. Jia Ruishuan's expression was serious, and he couldn't help but worry for Lu Yuan. Here was a lawless area, where killing for riches and snatching treasures was common. What puzzled Jia Ruishuan was that this group of sudden professionals had directly targeted Lu Yuan, as if it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Should we help Lu Yuan? A teammate asked. During their time in Sunset City, when they hunted a 4-star monster at the Divine Passage realm, they almost let it escape. It was Lu Yuan who struck it down with a single blow and delivered the monster's body to them. Hearing his teammates' words, Captain Jiao Ruishuan hesitated, then shook his head. 9 professionals above 7 stars in the Divine Passage realm, all equipped with armor, even one of them could wipe out our team. Jiao Ruishuan sighed. Helping is definitely out of the question, we can only. Jiao Ruishuan didn't continue. The teammates understood, they could only hope that those professionals were after riches, not lives, and could spare Lu Yuan. Looking at the professionals surrounding him from different directions, Lu Yuan smiled. Is it necessary to go through all this trouble for one professional at the Xin Gang realm? Lu Yuan said. He was sure these people had been watching him since last night, otherwise, they wouldn't have said, out of energy, huh? After all, they were professionals above 7 stars in the Divine Passage realm, and there were 9 of them, yet they showed a cautious attitude, like weaklings. You're not an ordinary professional at the Xin Gang realm, handling you requires caution, the strong man with the giant axe said, and without another word, he attacked. Earth attribute, intermediate earth level spiritual still destruction dominance. The giant axe emitted a yellowish light as the strong man leapt into the air and struck down towards Lu Yuan. Bang! The earth calamity barrier blocked in front of Lu Yuan, and his body took the giant axe's blow. Just that? The strong man was knocked back, and although he said this, he was astonished by the barrier's terrifying defensive ability. Withstanding an intermediate earth-level spiritual skill and coming out unscathed, knowing that the barrier was only a 7-star at the Xian Gang realm. The battle officially commenced, and Lu Yuan stood on the shoulder of the star-eating soldier. The high-quality spiritual weapon, Dragon Abyss Line, was swung out, accurately injecting into the 7 great calamities, summoning an army of tens of thousands of eerie dolls with a wave of his hand. Blood Slaughter Core, Crack Void Core, Golden War Core. The 7 eerie doll legions disappeared collectively, and the 7 great calamities evolved. It's over, they are after Lu Yuan's life. Seeing that the group of professionals attack Lu Yuan without hesitation, aiming for fatal strikes, Jiao Ruishuan's teammates hiding in the abandoned building changed their expressions. This meant that Lu Yuan was completely without a way out. Jiao Ruishuan's expression struggled, but in the end, he chose to stand by and watch. It doesn't seem as bad as I imagined, a teammate, Lang Xing'an, said. Jiao Ruishuan looked up. In midair, Lu Yuan was fully focused on controlling the 7 great calamities. Blood Slaughter and Wind Fortune were not falling behind, while the remaining 5 great calamities each found an opponent. No, it can't be, Lu Yuan is holding his own against 9. Lang Xing'an's mouth opened wide, watching in astonishment. Zhang Yaohui, didn't you say Lu Yuan was out of energy and we could easily take him down? Fire attribute, 6-star in the Divine Passage realm, Zheng Hongyi said, exasperated. His opponent was the Golden Calamity's devouring army. With a golden longsword in hand, Shi Jun had superb swordsmanship, each strike aimed at the lethal parts of his body. Between the center of the eyebrows, the throat, the heart, the spleen, and kidneys. Facing the skilled Shi Jun, Zhang Hongyi felt immense pressure. The key was that he wore armor, and Shi Jun also wore armor. After absorbing the evolution from the Golden Spear Legion, Shi Jun's armor and long sword had both been upgraded. His armor was impervious to water and fire, and the sharpness of his sword was comparable to high-grade spiritual weapons. How the hell was I supposed to know Lu Yuan still had spiritual power? Zhang Yaohui cursed loudly, swinging his heavy axe at Zhang Sha. He was the highest ranked among this group of professionals, having reached the 8-star level of the Divine Ability realm. Faced with Zhang Sha, who was also of the Earth attribute, Zhang Yaohui felt at ease, but he could not spare a hand to help his companions for now. The situation was temporarily at a stalemate. Hold on, everyone, hold on. If Lu Yuan doesn't die, we're all finished. Zhang Yaohui said. He didn't believe Lu Yuan was so strong, able to stage a comeback against 9 Divine Ability level professionals. They were on a mission, and if Lu Yuan didn't die, they would be the ones to perish. Do you really think you can kill me? Lu Yuan mocked. Advanced Earth-level spirit technique, Mirage Puppet. A person who looked exactly like Zhang Yaohui was summoned, using Earth attribute spirit techniques to join the battle. Zhang Yaohui? Sneakingly watching, the senior students from Starlight University? What spirit technique is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Zhang Yaohui, who was shocked to discover that the replica Lu Yuan created, although lower in level, only at 5-star Divine Ability realm, had even more battle experience and reasonable spirit technique execution than he did. But things got even crazier as Lu Yuan, who had been fighting non-stop for 16 hours, used multiple exclusive puppet master spirit techniques again. Mystical Intermediate Spirit Technique, Cursed Puppet. Mystical Advanced Spirit Technique, Grief Puppet. Advanced Earth-level Spirit Technique, Suppression Puppet. A harsh laugh rang out, as multiple puppets floated in the air. Each had different effects. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the cursed puppets, Lu Yuan decisively controlled the 7 disasters to unleash advanced Earth-level spirit techniques. Blood rained down, and tornadoes appeared out of nowhere, the ground shook violently, and flames engulfed the heavens. You think you can kill me? You aren't even worthy, Lu Yuan declared emphatically. Just emerging from the three inner demons of greed, anger, and ignorance created by the cursed puppet, Zhang Yaohui shook his head, looking at the advanced earth-level spirit techniques overwhelming him, feeling his scalp tingle and his legs trembling involuntarily. Chapter 70, Supply Point Number 35. Bang! Bang bang! Abandoned skyscrapers collapsed with a loud roar, the explosions came one after another. What's happening? Hiding to observe, a senior student from Starlight University named Lang Xing'an stuttered. Dust filled the air within 100 meters, blocking Lang Xing'an's view, unable to see the specific situation clearly. He only remembered Lu Yuan first used multiple spirit techniques, then controlled special creatures to use 7 advanced earth-level spirit techniques. Under the blazing sun, the dust gradually dispersed. Seeing the scene before him, Lang Xing'an's face twitched. Blood, there was blood everywhere. 7 corpses lay on the ground, their bodies shattered, wounds exposing ghastly white bones. Some had lost arms, some had lost legs, various body parts were blown apart. The heart-wrenching cries echoed, as Zhang Yaohui, with his Earth attribute, 8-star divine ability level, howled in despair. He was the strongest, and with his Earth attribute profession, barely survived the explosions. However, his body was covered in wounds, and his breathing grew weaker. Trying to escape? Lu Yuan looked at the only wind attribute professional flying in the air, who wanted to kill him. Keep an eye on this person, Lu Yuan told the 6 people hiding in the abandoned building, Jia Ruishuan and others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 magic crystals from the divine ability realm were thrown out. Looking at the magic crystals in his hand, Jia Ruishuan did not hesitate to come to Zhang Yaohui's side. He pressed the sharp knife against Zhang Yaohui's throat, and after doing all this, Jia Ruishuan breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Lu Yuan, who was chasing the wind attribute professional. Before long, a clear and pleasant phoenix cry rang out, and at his feet, a head appeared. It was the head of that wind element, 7-star practitioner who tried to escape. Thank you, Lu Yuan said to Jia Ruishuan. He did not know Jia Ruishuan, but compared to this group of practitioners. During this time in Sunset City, he had gotten along fairly well with Jia Ruishuan and the others. He asked Jia Ruishuan to keep an eye on Zhang Yaohui, mainly to prevent Zhang Yaohui from being bitten to death by passing beasts. Lu Yuan, I'm sorry, we didn't help you just now, Jia Ruishuan said, his expression full of regret. Why help me? Lu Yuan retorted. Your decision was correct, if I encountered an unbeatable enemy, I would do nothing too. But you should run right away, Lu Yuan expressed understanding toward Jia Ruishuan. In fact, this group of practitioners had already noticed Jia Ruishuan, and once they dealt with him, they would move on to them. Knowing that Lu Yuan did not blame him, Jia Ruishuan felt a huge relief. Who sent you to kill me? Lu Yuan looked at the battered Zhang Yaohui. These 9 practitioners had a clear goal, coming straight for Sunset City, not an impulsive decision. Lu Yuan thought of the 2 supervisors from Hongxing Company he had rejected before leaving Peng City University. The victor survives, you can kill me. Zhang Yaohui refused to answer. Your mouth is pretty tough, Lu Yuan said with a smile to Jia Ruishuan. Jia Ruishuan smiled too, but his smile was forced. He saw Lu Yuan controlling Blood Butcher standing next to Zhang Yaohui. The next scene may be a bit cruel, you can choose to turn away, Lu Yuan said. Swish. Blood Butcher swung its serrated chain blade. Holy cow, holy cow. Watching Lu Yuan control Blood Butcher to torment Zhang Yaohui, Jia Ruishuan swallowed hard. The teammates beside him couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes, their ears filled with screams, each worse than the last. It took 10 full minutes. Kill me, please kill me. Zhang Yaohui, bleeding from all 7 orifices and with no sensation left, wept blood and begged for mercy. He didn't know where Lu Yuan was, bowing his head repeatedly as he wished for death. Who sent you to kill me? Lu Yuan asked again. Hongxing, I am the captain of the defense team at Supply Point 35, the person in charge of Supply Point 35 sent us to kill you. Zhang Yaohui, who was once tough with his words, now answered every question. The person in charge said that after killing you, we would receive a generous reward and be sent abroad immediately. Zhang Yaohui knelt on the ground, shouting loudly in the direction opposite Lu Yuan. At this moment, he could not see or even hear well. Lu Yuan held great status in Huaxia, dying in the Wasteland and at the hands of practitioners would certainly enrage the higher-ups, leading to the discovery of the killer. This was also why the person in charge promised to send them abroad after the deed was done. Hongxing. Lu Yuan gave Zhang Yaohui a swift end. What kind of company is Hongxing? Jia Ruishuan, who had been listening the whole time, was puzzled. He knew about the supply point. It's none of your business, Lu Yuan shook his head, taking out a map he carried with him, his gaze falling on Supply Point 35. Hengxing had hundreds of supply points in the Wasteland, each equipped with a complete team of practitioners and Rule Realm practitioners guarding them. There are several powerful beast-type practitioners in the center of Sunset City. They have completely gained their intelligence, so be careful. Lu Yuan said. Aren't you hunting beasts here anymore? Jia Ruishuan asked. I'm going to the supply point to rest. Are you really just resting? Jia Ruishuan and the team members looked at Lu Yuan's departing figure in thought. At noon, an oval fortress stood tall in the wasteland. The fortress looked old on the outside, but inside was a different world. In a luxuriously decorated office, a middle-aged man wearing a badge that read Xiao Jingshu interlaced his fingers. Still not back? Xiao Jingshu murmured to himself. He had sent out 9 practitioners, among them Jiang Yaohui, who was a high-level practitioner. Killing a mere Xiangang practitioner like Lu Yuan should have been a piece of cake. Xiao Jingshu had already thought it through. After Jiang Yaohui returned, he decisively eliminated these people to prevent information leaks. Where is he? Xiao Jingshu awaited anxiously. The assassination of Lu Yuan was no small matter, and he understood the severity of this issue better than anyone. However, this was an order from the company's upper management, and he had to carry it out. Snap. The fortress shook violently, and Xiao Jingshu knew that a professional had entered. However, to his disappointment, the professional who came to supply was a young man wearing a duckbill hat, not the Jiang Yaohui he had been longing for. Looking at the young man on the surveillance screen, Xiao Jingshu didn't pay much attention. Hello, sir, may I ask what you would like to eat? The front desk attendant smiled. Arrange the best room for me, the best food. Lu Yuan said. Sir, our prices are not cheap. The Tianzi private room costs 5 million per night, and a meal to fill you up would cost at least tens of millions. Before the attendant could explain further. For example, this is a no man's land, and delivering poultry to the supply point costs a lot. The Tianzi private room has luxurious facilities. Lu Yuan took out a black gold card from his wallet. Are you afraid I can't afford it? Seeing the black gold card, the attendant's smile grew even wider. This is the black gold membership card of the Sky Trade Association, the first trading association on Blue Star, and those who hold this card are either rich or powerful. I will arrange it for you right away, sir. The attendant hurriedly said, leading Lu Yuan to the Tianzi private room. Remember, serve me the best food. Lu Yuan instructed. No problem, sir. Do you need me to accompany you tonight? 1 million per night. The attendant said with seductive eyes. Although she couldn't see Lu Yuan's true appearance, the black gold membership card proved that Lu Yuan was not an ordinary person. No need. Bang. The door closed tightly, and the attendant, who had been rejected, felt a bit disappointed, then quickly arranged everything Lu Yuan needed. Chapter 71, Thank you for your hospitality. The Tianzi private room, the best room at the supply point. Taking off his duckbill hat, Lu Yuan examined the room environment. This is a no man's land, and it certainly can't compare to a star-rated hotel in a safe city in Huaxia, but it has all the necessary facilities. And staying here for 1 night costs 5 million. 5 million could allow you to stay at a star-rated hotel in a safe city in Huaxia for decades, but the supply point has an absolute advantage. That is, you can rest at ease, as this is a no man's land teeming with fierce beasts. After a comfortable shower, Lu Yuan lay on the soft and cozy big bed. Not long after, the meal worth tens of millions was delivered. Leave it at the door. Lu Yuan said. Looking at the table full of dishes, Lu Yuan's appetite was sparked. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, chicken soup, and various stir-fried vegetables. The dishes were mediocrity in taste, enough for an adult man's portion, but thinking about the price of these dishes. Lu Yuan picked up a piece of red-cooked pork. Probably the pig never expected its meat would be so expensive. A piece worth hundreds of thousands. After a satisfying meal, Lu Yuan felt drowsy and fell asleep. Long hours of fighting had left him physically and mentally exhausted, desperately needing a good rest to recharge. Not knowing how long he slept, Lu Yuan, wearing the duckbill hat, came to the first floor. Sir, do you need anything else? The attendant who had received Lu Yuan earlier and claimed the price was 1 million per night asked. Same as usual, the most expensive dishes. Lu Yuan said casually, finding a seat to sit down. At this time, many professionals were sitting on the first floor of the supply point. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the professionals cast incredulous glances. The most expensive dishes? What kind of family is this, spending tens of millions for one meal? What they were eating was instant noodles. At most, it was just a bowl of egg noodles with some meat strips added. Water was self-brought. A bottle of mineral water at the supply point costs over 10,000, more profitable than robbing a bank. The key point is that they must come to the supply point, wanting to have a comfortable meal before taking a quick nap. Some were watching the clock on the wall, afraid of exceeding the time. At the supply point, even sitting down incurs a fee. Is Jiang Yaohui back yet? While waiting for the dishes to be served, Xiao Jingxua, the supervisor of Supply Point 35, asked the front desk. This was the 6th time he had asked today. Through the clock on the wall, Lu Yuan knew he had slept for a day and a night. Supervisor, we can't reach Captain Jiang, said the front desk. He can't die outside, right? Xiao Jingxua frowned. Originally, he wanted to say die at Lu Yuan's hands, but he quickly realized. Glancing at the scene on the first floor, Xiao Jingxua's gaze fixed on Lu Yuan, who was wearing a duckbill hat. Day. The sound of leather shoes clicking on the floor made the surrounding professionals look at Xiao Jingxua with awe. Xiao Jingxua, supervisor of Supply Point 35, and also a metal attribute, 5-star rule realm professional. Whether in strength or status, he was not someone they could provoke. Standing in front of Lu Yuan, Xiao Jingxua stopped his steps. Lu Yuan calmly ate his meal and took a sip of the freshly made chicken soup. Sir, you. Xiao Jingxua paused his tone, a smile appearing on his face. Are you satisfied with our service? Xiao Jingxua asked. A distinguished guest had arrived at the supply point, holding a black gold membership card of the Sky Chamber of Commerce. Based on Xiao Jingxua's guess, this guest was likely from a powerful family or force, perhaps even a descendant of one of the leaders of the 7 alliances. For such a customer, one who could spend millions, even billions without blinking, Xiao Jingxua, as the supervisor, had to take him seriously. I'm fairly satisfied, but the price of the food and room is set too low, it should at least double. Lu Yuan picked up a piece of steamed pork and put it in his mouth. Xiao Jingxua? The professionals on the first floor? Is this the thinking of rich people? Is having money but no place to spend it? I'm glad to hear that. Xiao Jingxua sweated, as he couldn't understand what this guest was thinking. After chatting with Lu Yuan for a while, Xiao Jingxua anxiously stood outside looking into the distance. Get him one too, it's my treat. Lu Yuan sat before a professional with a straight brow, eating steamed buns with pickles. Ah, you're treating? The man, named Xing Xinjie, was taken aback and unconsciously referred to Lu Yuan as you. Looking at Lu Yuan, Xing Xinjie felt he looked very familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him. How many fierce beasts have you killed? Lu Yuan chatted with Xing Xinjie while examining the inside environment of the supply point. I've been in the uninhabited zone for nearly half a year, hunted over 20 fierce beasts at the Xin gang level, but the money I earned is not enough for one meal with you. Xing Xinjie, a 6-star professional with the Earth attribute, said. Pretty good. Lu Yuan observed the 2 or 3 dozen black armored vehicles parked outside the fortress. Is the supply point really safe? I haven't seen any security team, it made me uneasy sleeping last night. Xing Xinjie wolfed down his food, and Lu Yuan pushed his leftover food in front of him. Safe, absolutely safe, just put your mind at ease. Xing Xinjie said. Every supply point is equipped with a small defensive formation capable of withstanding the attacks of extraordinary beasts, so there's nothing to fear even if a beast tide comes. In addition to the security team formed by the manifestation realm, the supervisor is also a rule realm professional, and both deputy supervisors are as well. If we really encounter an unstoppable fierce beast. Xing Xinjie pointed to the black vehicles outside. We just run. That's true. Lu Yuan replied. I need to find a way to blow up those black vehicles. Lu Yuan's brain raced. As for the defensive formation, it's easy to deal with, just destroy it from the inside. This thing is indestructible from the outside but shatters with a single touch from the inside. Assassinate me? Lu Yuan looked at the anxious supervisor Xiao Jingxua. He might wait a lifetime and still not see Jiang Yaohui return. Eat slowly, if it's not enough, order more. Lu Yuan stood up, using his spiritual power to weave invisible long threads to manipulate the 7 great disasters in the room. Buzz buzz buzz. 7 high-level Earth-tier spiritual skills were ready to go. Sir, you have spent 80 million at Supply Point 35. The front desk smiled. Who said I was leaving? Lu Yuan said. The front desk was confused. At the supply point, it's usually payment before consumption, but because Lu Yuan held a black gold membership card, the front desk made an exception and allowed him to consume first and pay later. Someone of his status and identity surely wouldn't skip out on the bill, right? The front desk thought. Just going out for some fresh air. Lu Yuan swaggered out of the supply point. The front desk hesitated for a moment but did not stop him. After all, Supervisor Chiu was outside, and Lu Yuan couldn't escape. Is Supervisor Chiu waiting for someone? Lu Yuan stood next to Xiao Jingxu and asked. The captain of the defense team hasn't returned with the live poultry. Xiao Jingxu replied perfunctorily. Is it really live poultry delivery? Xiao Jingxu turned to look at Lu Yuan, his pupils dilated in shock. Lu Yuan. He would never be mistaken, the young man before him was indeed Lu Yuan. Bang bang bang. Before Qiu Jingshu could recover, he heard a violent explosion coming from inside the fortress. It was destroyed. The supply point, built at an exorbitant cost in the no man's land, was utterly ruined. Thick black smoke billowed up. Cough cough, what is happening? The professionals and staff inside the supply point were dumbfounded. They were unharmed. They could only watch as the fortress defense array collapsed, blasted open with a massive hole. The sound of explosions continued. Lightning flashed, as more than 20 expensive black war vehicles were overturned and blown apart. In the distance, thousands of heavenly punishment soldiers, armed with long spears, vanished after doing all this. Qiu Jingshu hurriedly pulled out his sword from his storage ring. Thank you for your hospitality. Chapter 72, Wanted Notice. Thick black smoke rose into the sky, choking people into tears and continuous coughing. Qiu Jingshu, stepping on the wind, looked at the furious supervisor of supply point number 35. Bastard! Qiu Jingshu's veins bulged, his sword pointed at Lu Yuan. Establish a rule here, practitioners below the godly power realm cannot use spiritual power. Qiu Jingshu roared to the sky. The power of the rule, a unique ability of the rule realm, was like a law that could not be broken. The expressions of the practitioners walking out of the supply point changed slightly. After Qiu Jingshu finished speaking, their spiritual power seemed to be locked within them. In other words, they were now ordinary people. However, Lu Yuan was not affected, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only the words, "Thank you for your hospitality," remained. Qiu Jingshu's face twitched, realizing that it wasn't Lu Yuan who was special, but rather that the power of the rule he cast had distance limitations. Lu Yuan's mentor was the famous Tang Jingwei, he couldn't possibly not know the limit distance of the power of the rule. Lu Yuan left, leaving a mess behind at the supply point. Supervisor, what should we do? The front desk attendant's expression was flustered. To be honest, she still couldn't grasp the situation. Why did that guest, holding the black gold membership card of the Sky Chamber of Commerce, destroy the supply point? What grudge did the supply point have against him? Moreover, the power of the spiritual technique used was too strong. Could it really be done by a practitioner of the profound realm? What else can we do? Abandon supply point number 35. Qiu Jingshu roared angrily. It's all destroyed. Completely ruined. Each supply point cost several billion, and the defense array made up a large part of that. Although the defenses of the supply point couldn't compare to the border cities of China, they were still extremely expensive, not to mention the more than 20 black war vehicles. Each black war vehicle was made from special metal and required a godly power realm monster crystal or demon core to start. Before activation, the war vehicle was weak, but after activation, it was indestructible. Looking at Lu Yuan, who had vanished without a trace, Qiu Jingshu's face turned red, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood while holding his abdomen. It's over, I'm done for. Qiu Jingshu murmured to himself. He was just a high-level worker, creating such a big mess would certainly draw the dissatisfaction of the higher-ups at Hongsheng. Can I still live to return to China? Qiu Jingshu's voice trembled. Lu Yuan, I just heard Supervisor Qiu yell that name, was it Lu Yuan who destroyed the supply point? The practitioners whispered among themselves. The destruction of the supply point didn't greatly affect them, after all, they didn't visit it often. They were just curious about how Qiu Jingshu had offended Lu Yuan to the point that Lu Yuan would risk his life to destroy the supply point. I should have recognized him earlier. Qiu Jingshu's expression was filled with regret. Who would have thought that Lu Yuan was so bold, daring to come to the supply point under the light? Exciting. Not knowing how far he had flown, Lu Yuan landed smoothly. He was now full of energy, with an abundance of strength. The black mist in the distance continued to spread outward, and Lu Yuan admired his masterpiece. Thinking about what Hongsheng had done to him, and how Qiu Jingshu was willing to use the power of the laws to kill him in front of so many people, Lu Yuan formed a plan in his heart. There's plenty of time, I'll play with you slowly. The no man's land had not only the number 35 supply point, but also hundreds of others of various sizes. Since Hongsheng wanted him dead, then they had to bear the corresponding price. The priority now was to quickly complete the task, hunt down 100 powerful beasts, and obtain the last 2 great calamities. Before him was a dense forest, and a 7-star white-striped leopard was eyeing him with hostility. Upon discovering that Lu Yuan was merely in the Xian Gang realm, the leopard's eyes filled with disdain. However, not long after, the white-striped leopard regretted its underestimation, as it was surrounded by over 1,000 bloodthirsty soldiers in an instant. Easily solving the white-striped leopard, Lu Yuan summoned all the strange puppet troops and the 7 great calamities, like a bulldozer pushing forward. 6-star Azure Peak Python from the Xian Gang realm, 7-star Golden Scaled Cow from the Xian Gang realm, Peak Phantom King Wolf. One tree after another collapsed, blood soaked the roots, and the faint breeze carried the acrid smell of blood outward. 8-star Xian Gang, Peak Xian Gang. Lu Yuan meticulously controlled the puppet army, improving their strength by absorbing blood. In the no man's land, outside an ancient and dilapidated city. Dark clouds gathered, a storm was about to hit. "Let me in, please let me in, if I don't get treated, I will die." A professional, with a blackened face and an arm bitten and poisoned by a ferocious beast, shouted desperately. However, no matter how he begged, the city guard remained unmoved. "Since you are dying anyway, and I haven't eaten in a long time, why not?" "Put." A emaciated, malnourished middle-aged man licked his lips, a dagger piercing the professional's heart from behind. "There's food now." Outside the chaotic city, someone shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Some were cooking, some sat on the ground in despair looking up at the sky, and others took out thick cash hoping to enter the city. When they learned that entering the city required 10 demon crystals from the Xiangang realm and that cash was not accepted, that person stood dumbfounded, looking around. In the end, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. "There's more food," someone excitedly said again. Creak. The city gate opened, and a woman in a cheongsam with her hair up stepped out. She looked to be around 25 or 26, with fair skin and particularly attractive lips. However, the people outside the city did not care about her beauty, they were too hungry, gaunt with starved eyes. Perhaps disgusted by the foul air, the woman furrowed her brows and took out a handkerchief to cover her nose. "Those who find Lu Yuan's whereabouts will be granted 10 years of residence in the City of Chaos if the situation is true. Those who kill Lu Yuan will receive permanent residence rights in the City of Chaos." After speaking, the woman took out a photo and posted it on the wall. 10 years of residence, permanent residence rights? Hearing the woman's words, the people outside the city gazed longingly. "Kill Lu Yuan! Kill Lu Yuan!" The voices echoed to the sky, as everyone rushed to remember Lu Yuan's appearance. Only by killing Lu Yuan could they enter the City of Chaos and live like real people. Without exception, they were all death row fugitives from Huaxia, wandering in the no man's land living like neither human nor ghost. The death row inmates outside the city were eager to kill Lu Yuan, as a sensuous and tempting female voice echoed through the city's broadcast. "Those who kill Lu Yuan will receive 50 demon cores from the Xiangang realm and 10 pieces of dragon blood crystals." Upon hearing demon cores, the diverse professionals in the city remained unmoved. When the words dragon blood crystal appeared, regardless of whether they were in the Xiangang realm or Xiangang Peak, or even in the realm of laws, they all suddenly raised their heads. Lu Yuan. A masked figure concealing their true face emanated blood, lightning, and wind. The eyes of the 4 men with different elemental auras flickered. At this moment, Zhu Wuxia was very confused. What exactly had Lu Yuan done to make the Chaos City issue a wanted order against him? After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Wuxia stood up and left the Chaos City, recalling the content of the broadcast in his mind. "Lu Yuan, don't die so easily in the hands of these people." Chapter 73, These beasts don't deserve your blood to burn. In the deserted area, in a forest called the Green Snake, a fierce beast let out an unwilling roar, and then fell to the ground, lifeless. Accompanied by it were multiple cries of anguish and pleas for mercy. Lying on the ground were scattered corpses, and Lu Yuan looked at a trembling, bald man in front of him. He appeared to be in his 40s, awakened with earth attributes, and was a 4-star in the Spirit Master realm. And this was the 3rd wave of assassins sent to kill him today. "Lu Yuan, please let me kill you. I have been very pitiful, not having a full meal for 6 months, my wife and children have left me, and I can't go back home." The bald middle-aged man named Ding Daqian pleaded. "Why can't you go back home?" Lu Yuan asked. Ding Daqian hesitated. I killed someone, but I only tortured a few beggars, and the government sentenced me to death. I am a spirit master." Ding Daqian emphasized his rank deliberately, as if he felt he should not be punished so severely. "You should have died long ago, being able to live for another 6 months should be a blessing." Lu Yuan's tone was indifferent as Blood Butcher suddenly exerted power beside Ding Daqian, once again absorbing the blood of a spirit master. Lu Yuan felt the change in his body, officially breaking through from the Xiangang realm to the Spirit Master realm. Chaos City. Lu Yuan looked at Ding Daqian's corpse, which had turned to bones. Since he destroyed supply point number 35, more and more professionals had been coming for him. These professionals were generally malnourished, thin and emaciated, yet each one desperately wanted to kill him. At first, they were 5-star in the Xiangang realm, then 8-star, and finally, Spirit Masters, with increasingly stronger powers. Lu Yuan suspected the rule enforcers who were hunting him were likely already on their way. Without thinking, these pursuers must have been sent by Hong Shang. Lu Yuan couldn't think of any other possibility. "Come as many as you want, I will kill as many." Lu Yuan's expression was fierce, and a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the S-level mission. Your desire for slaughter is soaring. Reward, thunder disaster, thunder erosion, demon disaster, demon burial. Crackle, crackle. Half an hour later. Thunder rumbled, and lightning illuminated the night. A torrential rain fell, revealing a monster clad in silver armor, with countless eyes on its face, and pupils radiating with lightning. I am free. The monster spread its arms to enjoy the rain washing over it, then clenched its right fist close to its chest and knelt before Lu Yuan. Boom boom boom. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck down. Thunder Erosion raised its head fiercely. Betrayal is the tombstone of the weak, my blade will always face outward. Thunder Erosion pays respects to the master. Very good. Lu Yuan looked at Thunder Disaster, Thunder Erosion. The downpour suddenly stopped, warhorses neighed, and thousands of bone soldiers roared in battle. Rich demonic energy covered a radius of 10 miles, a hidden spirit master widened his pupils as a ball of demonic energy enveloped him and instantly transformed into blood. This professional knew he couldn't defeat Lu Yuan, and thought about returning to Chaos City to report the news. At least he could gain a 10-year residence permit in Chaos City. He was a space attribute professional and thought he was hiding very well, and in fact, he was indeed hidden well. Even the blazing winds in the skies were instantly detected and refined into blood by demon burial. Rustle rustle rustle. A man wearing black armor, exuding rich demonic energy, knelt down on one knee before Lu Yuan. Demon burial pays respects to the master. Unlike the ugly Thunder Erosion, with countless eyes on its face, the demon disaster, demon burial was handsome, and its armor was carved with strange texts. Lu Yuan assessed the 9 great disasters before him. Demon burial stood at the forefront, followed by Thunder Erosion. Blood slaughter in Wind School's 5 elements disaster ranks first. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on Mo Zhang. Demonic attribute, only the demon race can awaken this attribute. And even among the demon race, the number of those who awaken this attribute is very few, with a probability almost the same as for the blood attribute. Mo Zhang. SSS-Level Evil Puppet. Realm, Divine Ability Realm 1 star. Spirit Skills, Claw of Misfortune, Grievous Spirit Gaze, Reverse Refinement of the Soul, Demon Eye of Depth. Note, once hailed as the #1 marshal in demon race history, died an unnatural death due to the jealousy of the demon god, and was resurrected corrupted by disaster. Powerful enough to shake the master? Lu Yuan briefly understood Mo Zhang's background. After breaking through to the divine ability realm, Lu Yuan felt even more that the 9 major disasters seemed to give birth to their own thoughts, and he could even hear their heartbeat. And both Mo Zhang and Lei Shi possess a large number of high-level Earth-rank spirit skills. Among them, Mo Zhang has a spirit skill called Grievous Spirit Gaze that can actually ignore the power of laws possessed by professionals of the law realm. This piqued Lu Yuan's interest. Professionals of the law realm can beat down those below the divine ability realm thanks to the power of laws. Grievous Spirit Gaze, this spirit skill isn't bad, Lu Yuan commented. Dragon Blood Crystal is mine. Lu Yuan, will I make the move, or will you obediently take your own life? The National Martial Arts Exam top scorer, Lu Yuan must have a lot of good stuff. He is wearing the exclusive storage ring of the Thunder Alliance. Mine, all mine, you are not allowed to rob me. In the Green Snake Forest, a large number of divine ability realm professionals burst into excited laughter. Act quickly, many powerful professionals of the law realm from Chaos City have been dispatched, lucky we discovered Lu Yuan before they did. A bald, tattooed big man urged. He is a fire attribute, peak divine ability realm professional. Lu Yuan coldly stared at this group of people from the City of Chaos. Every single one of them is a death row inmate, just strong enough to live somewhat well in the no man's land. How do we divide the 10 dragon blood crystals after killing Lu Yuan? I am an 8-star divine ability realm, 3 crystals isn't too much, right? Stop stalling and hurry up, by the time the powerful professionals from the law realm arrive, we won't even get to divide the poop. You are so confident you can kill me? Lu Yuan laughed, his slender fingers gently tapping. Leading Mo Zhang, the 9 major disasters stepped forward, and over 10,000 evil puppet troops vanished into thin air, transforming into 9 rays of different colored light that entered the bodies of the disasters. Just broke through to the divine ability realm and already acting so high and mighty? We have more than 30 divine ability realm professionals here, and 6 of them are at peak. The tattooed big man said. Bang, bang, bang. Several bolts of divine thunder fell. What the big man did not expect was that someone as crazy as Lu Yuan dared to strike against them, even with a 7-star profound realm. Lu Yuan is mine. Chu Wuxia stood in front of Lu Yuan with a cold tone. Chu Wuxia? Someone recognized the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, but even with Chu Wuxia's noble status, they didn't take it to heart. In this place, besides Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia, who isn't a death row inmate wanted by Huaxia? They were just a little curious, weren't these 2 arch-enemies? Chu Wuxia should be eager for Lu Yuan to die. His pupils reflected a blood glow. Chu Wuxia first glanced at Lu Yuan, then his body trembled violently. To eliminate these people, he must burn his essence blood to enhance the power of the spirit skill, exhibiting the high-level Earth-rank spirit skill from the fusion of thunder blood attributes. No need. Lu Yuan shook his head to stop Chu Wuxia. Chu Wuxia frowned. This group of beasts is not worthy of you burning essence blood, I'll handle it. After Lu Yuan said that, he controlled the 9 major disasters to go kill the professioners in all directions. Chapter 74 Chaos City. So confident? Chu Wuxia raised an eyebrow, stopping the act of burning essence blood. Burning essence blood comes at the cost of one's lifespan. After the last big match, the teacher and multiple elders of the Thunder Alliance repeatedly warned him. Do not burn essence blood unless it's a life or death moment. For Chu Wuxia, now is indeed a life or death moment. He must save Lu Yuan and then defeat Lu Yuan fairly. Taking out a square, fist-sized red crystal, Chu Wuxia was ready to strike at any moment. Despite preferring to burn his own blood essence, he was unwilling to waste this red crystal. Bang, bang, bang. Different attribute spirit techniques ignited the green snake forest, causing countless low-level ferocious beasts to instinctively flee. Controlling the 9 disasters, Lu Yuan faced many opponents alone. Among the 9 disasters, Demon Burial was the strongest, fighting fiercely against 3 peak-level practitioners with bare hands. And he appeared to do it with ease. Next was the Thunder Disaster, Thunder Erosion. Among all attributes, Thunder and Fire spirit techniques were recognized as the strongest. Empowered by the top-grade spirit weapon, Heaven Punishment Order, Thunder Erosion crazily unleashed multiple spirit techniques, all being group Earth-tier techniques. Earth-tier low-level spirit technique, Lightning Storm. Earth-tier mid-level spirit technique, Thunder Judgment. Earth-tier high-level spirit technique, Thunder Strike. As one spirit technique after another struck, the smiles of the practitioners in Chaos City froze, wanting to kill Lu Yuan. Their realms were higher than Lu Yuan's, but they were all in the spirit realm. Though in the same spirit realm, the power of spirit techniques was not much different, it depended on the level of the techniques. Earth-tier spirit techniques were not easy to obtain, especially high-level ones. Among over 30 practitioners, only a few possessed techniques of this level, while most were at the mystic level. This meant that in a straightforward clash of spirit techniques, they could not compete with Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan control the 9 disasters, Chu Wuxia quietly withdrew the blood-red crystal from his hand. He didn't need to take action, Lu Yuan could handle these death row inmates himself. The spirit realm, ha! Chu Wuxia spoke with envy. He dreamed of breaking through to the spirit realm, only in this way could he have a chance to defeat Lu Yuan. You must know, those in the spirit realm could comprehend divine abilities, he has SSS talent and has awakened 4 attributes. If he could comprehend 4 divine abilities, perhaps he would have a chance to challenge Lu Yuan. As Chu Wuxia pondered, the group of death row inmates was in a pitiful state. Save me. Hebo Han, a death row inmate with a bounty of 10 million, killed over 40 innocent residents in a fit of rage during a quarrel at the market. Then he killed the twin brother who helped him hide and escaped from China to the Wasteland using his brother's identity. And he was an Earth attribute peak practitioner. At this moment, numerous wounds appeared on Hebo Han's lower abdomen, emitting black gas that corroded his internal organs. Opposite him, the disaster of demons, Demon Burial, revealed a provocative smile. Help! Help me! Hebo Han shouted loudly. He couldn't fight back, the peak practitioner of Spirit Realm couldn't match the 1-star magician of Demon Burial. The spirit techniques Demon Burial used were both powerful and sinister, making it impossible for him to defend himself. There were very few people in China who had fought against the magic attribute demon race, unless specifically researched, one would not understand this attribute of spirit techniques at all. Stop shouting! Who the hell is going to save me? Another peak Spirit Realm practitioner said, covered in wounds from lightning erosion, almost dazed. No one answered their cries, everyone was shocked by Lu Yuan's terrifying strength, their fighting spirit gradually fading and retreating. A bizarre scene emerged, pursuers turned into runners, and Lu Yuan, who should have been fleeing, became the hunter. Identity flipped completely. Run? Can you? Lu Yuan focused entirely on controlling Demon Burial and Thunder Erosion. Earth-tier high-level spirit technique, Demon Eye of Abyss. A tiny gap appeared at the center of Demon Burial's forehead, and then an eye slowly opened. Demonic light covered a radius of 10 miles, forming an invisible barrier that isolated everything inside. The fleeing practitioners tried to smash the barrier but desperately found they could not break it, including the wind attribute practitioner flying in the air. Earth-tier high-level spirit technique, Thunder Break All. Absorbing the Heavenly Punishment Legion's Thunder Erosion, its body burst forth with a blinding light. Boom, boom, boom. Dense purple sky lightning covered the entire green snake forest, causing the ground to collapse and trees to shatter. Practitioners enveloped within the barrier looked up at the sky, wide-eyed as they watched purple sky lightning falling upon them. One by one, charred bodies either knelt or lay on the ground. The smell of meat filled the air. Under the moonlight, Lu Yuan turned to look at Chu Wuxia. I said you don't need to burn your essence blood. Chu Wuxia's mouth twitched. Don't think too much, I didn't come specifically to save you, I just happened to pass by. Chu Wuxia's voice was hoarse. I only acted because you can't die here. You are the top of the national martial examination, in the leader's eyes. I know. Lu Yuan thought Chu Wuxia was being long-winded. Humph. Chu Wuxia crossed his arms. What is this? More than 30 practitioners of the Divine Passage realm, with 20 equipped with storage rings. The storage rings were filled with all sorts of things: spiritual tools, monster crystals, and magic cores. Lu Yuan even saw items specifically for men. A red crystal caught Lu Yuan's attention. This is Dragon Blood Crystal, only obtainable in the City of Chaos. Its effects are similar to monster crystals and magic cores, but better. Chu Wuxia looked at the Dragon Blood Crystal with longing eyes. Moreover, consuming Dragon Blood Crystal can quickly restore spiritual power and injuries, and for blood attribute practitioners, it can temporarily raise their realm without any side effects. Chu Wuxia said. He was a blood attribute practitioner, and to unleash astonishing combat power, he had to burn essence blood, which meant burning his lifespan. Dragon Blood Crystal not only had no side effects but could also raise his realm in a short time. Dragon Blood Crystal? Lu Yuan looked at Blood Calamity's Blood Butcher. This thing is a good item, both he and the Blood Butcher could use it. Be careful, the City of Chaos has issued a wanted order for you. Whoever kills you gets 10 Dragon Blood Crystals as a reward. Chu Wuxia reminded. Didn't you say you just happened to pass by? How come you now say you just left the City of Chaos? Lu Yuan asked. Chu Wuxia. The two exchanged glances for a long time, remaining silent for a while. Are you saying that there are many Dragon Blood Crystals in the City of Chaos? Lu Yuan took the initiative to ask. Yes, I also found out about Dragon Blood Crystal and the City of Chaos coincidentally from my teacher. Chu Wuxia thought of his teacher, Zhuo Ruifeng. In fact, he hadn't told Zhuo Ruifeng that he had been to the City of Chaos. After all, that place was too dangerous, full of mixed characters. Looking at the 3 Dragon Blood Crystals he collected, Lu Yuan was deep in thought. If Blood Butcher consumed it, its realm could temporarily break through to 4 stars in the Divine Passage realm, if he consumed more. Are you planning to return to the City of Chaos? Lu Yuan asked. Yes. Chu Wuxia nodded. He had only 2 Dragon Blood Crystals. The more of this item for a blood attribute practitioner, the better. Leaving the City of Chaos was just to find Lu Yuan and remind him to return to Huaxia quickly, not to stay in the barren area for too long. Let's go. Lu Yuan said. Where to? To the City of Chaos. I want to get some Dragon Blood Crystals. Chu Wuxia? He was sure he had not misheard what Lu Yuan said. The City of Chaos was now issuing a wanted order for Lu Yuan, and wouldn't going there be like walking into a trap? But then he thought, this place was 200 or 300 kilometers away from the nearest border city. The hunters after Lu Yuan were numerous. Going to the City of Chaos at this time would actually be wiser and a better choice. Chapter 75, Disregarding the Rules. In the barren area, Green Snake Forest. Although the map labeled this area, the forest was now completely gone. A raging fire ignited. By dawn at the latest, everything would be burned to ashes. Putting away all the Calamity and Phantom Core, Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia walked side by side deeper into the forest. Don't the leaders care about the City of Chaos? On the way to the City of Chaos, Lu Yuan asked. Flying in the air was too conspicuous, so the two chose to walk. According to Lu Yuan's understanding of the City of Chaos, 99% of the practitioners living there were death row inmates. The remaining 1% were people like Chu Wuxia, who were interested in Dragon Blood Crystals. The City of Chaos has existed for a long time. The leaders have repeatedly sent elders to encircle it. But once the City of Chaos is dealt with, a city of evil will appear before long. Compared to Lu Yuan's relaxed demeanor, Chu Wuxia cautiously watched his surroundings, preventing sudden attacks by ferocious beasts. Every day, someone commits a crime. They try every possible way to escape to the wilderness to avoid prison. Seeing a peak-level ferocious beast in the Xian Gang realm in the distance, Chu Wuxia blinked and flew to its head, condensing a blood blade to kill it with one blow. Unbeknownst to them, even if they escape to the wilderness, what does it matter? This place is not meant for humans. Chu Wuxia returned to Lu Yuan's side, now holding a bloody Xian Gang realm monster crystal. Chu Wuxia spoke with a slightly proud tone. Although he couldn't defeat Lu Yuan for now, there were many things Lu Yuan didn't know. For example, the chaotic city they were currently discussing. The night wind was icy and invigorating against the skin. Looking at Chu Wuxia, who had a cold expression but an oppressed prideful tone, Lu Yuan smiled. What if I say that the chaotic city is related to Hongshang? Ha! Chu Wuxia's brows furrowed tightly. Clearly, he was aware of Hongshang. The chaotic city supports so many people, there must be special teams transporting poultry and fresh vegetables. Such a huge supply can only be done by 2 organizations. Lu Yuan glanced at the shocked expression on Chu Wuxia's face. The 7 Alliances Palace representing Huaxia and Hongshang, which has many supply points in the wilderness. The former obviously couldn't do this, so the truth is only one. Hongshang had been secretly supplying the chaotic city all along. Storage rings can only store dead objects and cannot store living things. Poultry like chickens, ducks, and geese must be transported by vehicles. Recalling how he had destroyed supply point number 35 not long ago and immediately received a bounty notice from the chaotic city, Lu Yuan could basically confirm the relationship between Hongshang and the rulers of the chaotic city. I will report this to my father when I return, Chu Wuxia said seriously. If Lu Yuan's analysis was correct, then Hongshang had a big problem. From dusk until dawn, the two were less than 30 miles from the chaotic city. The blazing sun hung high, and in front of them was an endless wilderness. A cry for help echoed from afar. Help! Someone save me! The roar of beasts was deafening. A 6-star manhwa leopard was playfully toying with its prey. 10 meters away from the manhwa leopard, a bloodied woman waved a dagger in her hand. Help! The woman's voice was tinged with sobs, her straight and slender legs trembling constantly. She had no strength left, relying entirely on her will to hold on. Space attribute, 4-star professional in the divine realm. Lu Yuan looked towards the woman. Chu Wuxia turned his head to cough, then kept glancing sideways. There was no other reason. This woman was beautiful and had a sexy figure. More importantly, her clothes were tattered, akin to being undressed, not covering what should be covered, and revealing what should not be revealed. Please, you must save me. I can do anything, the woman pleaded upon seeing Lu Yuan. The manhwa leopard still wore a playful attitude. From the manhwa leopard's perspective, the 1-star Lu Yuan had already become its prey. As for the 7-star Chu Wuxia, it went without saying. Have you ever seen a ferocious beast eat a human? Lu Yuan ignored the woman's pleas and instead began to talk to Chu Wuxia. I have seen. Chu Wuxia nodded. He thought Lu Yuan didn't want to meddle in this matter. As for himself, although he could kill that manhwa leopard, it would come at a great cost. It wasn't worth it to save a woman he didn't know. Are you really so cold-blooded, watching me being eaten by the manhwa leopard? If you save me, I can give you money, or even I can share a bed with you, the woman promised, biting her jade-like lips. Lu Yuan remained unmoved. Just as the woman said, he stood still, watching the show. Chu Wuxia crossed his arms, thinking Lu Yuan had some twisted interest in witnessing the woman being eaten by the manhwa leopard. Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia, you two are also in the wilderness. A familiar voice rang out. Zhang Tianhua waved her hand as she walked over, leading her 6 team members. Brother Yuan. Yin Zaya greeted. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Chu Wuxia break through the 7-star Xiangang realm, Zhang Tianhua's eyes widened. She thought her cultivation speed was fast enough, but who knew Chu Wuxian's realm was soaring like a rocket, breaking through from the 2-star Xiangang realm to the 7-star in just a few days. Upon discovering Lu Yuan had broken through to the Divine Ability Realm, Zhang Tianhua felt as if struck by lightning. Divine Ability Realm, how could you break through faster than Chu Wuxian? Zhang Tianhua exclaimed. Awesome. The team members gave a thumbs up. But looking at the woman struggling in the hands of the nether fire leopard, Zhang Tianhua's expression hesitated. Are you really not going to save her? Zhang Tianhua asked. After her training in the wilderness, she had long become numb to the deaths of professionals at the jaws of fierce beasts. Zhang Tianhua held on to a belief, if you can save someone, then do it. If you encounter a fierce beast you can't defeat, there's nothing you can do. Bastard, is it because I'm not pretty enough, or is my acting too poor? Without waiting for Lu Yuan to speak, when Yuru lazily stopped acting and raised her hand to instantly kill the 6-star nether fire leopard of the Divine Ability Realm. Space attribute, a 3-star professional of the Law Realm. Lu Yuan's smile did not fade as he stared at the exposed true realm of Wen Yuru. A professional of the Law Realm. Chu Wuxian was shocked, taking out the dragon blood crystal in his hand, immediately realizing that the woman before him came from the City of Chaos. Her target was Lu Yuan. Are you sick? Clearly able to kill the nether fire leopard, yet you shout for help. Zhang Tianhua, who couldn't understand the situation, mocked. She inexplicably thought of the purple-haired, eccentric Han Junchang. Establish the law again, professionals below the law realm cannot use spiritual power. After Lu Yuan discovered her disguise, the troubled Wen Yuru blinked and teleported to a position 30 meters away from Lu Yuan. Originally, she wanted to kill Lu Yuan in a more secure way, but now it seemed she had to do this. Hearing Wen Yuru's words, the 7 members of Zhang Tianhua's team changed their expressions, as their spiritual power felt locked up inside. A thin layer of blood-red barrier condensed around Chu Wuxian. Staring at the 4-star Wen Yuru of the Law Realm, Chu Wuxian felt like he was facing a great enemy. Although he could barely resist the power of the law, the spiritual power consumed was immense, plus the gap in realms meant he was no match for Wen Yuru. Even burning vital blood and consuming 2 dragon blood crystals would be of no use. What to do? Chu Wuxian asked. What to do? Lu Yuan looked at Chu Wuxian. Of course, we kill her. In the incredulous eyes of Chu Wuxian and Wen Yuru, the 9 disasters controlled by Lu Yuan made their appearance. Why can you use spiritual power? Wen Yuru first checked the distance between herself and Lu Yuan, confirming he was within the range of the law power. The established law prevented professionals below the law realm, including those in the divine ability realm, from using spiritual power. So the question arises, how was Lu Yuan controlling the 9 disasters? Chapter 76, Professionals of the Law Realm are also to be killed. Ignoring the power of the law? Wen Yuru, who had spent so much effort trying to get close to Lu Yuan for a more secure assassination, stood frozen. How is this possible? Lu Yuan was just a divine ability realm professional, facing the power of the law. He should have been at a loss. Not only Wen Yuru, but Chu Wuxian was also confused. Lu Yuan didn't have blood attributes. Wasn't he a special professional, a cursed jester? The 9 disasters surrounded Wen Yuru, and the third eye of the demon disaster, demon funeral, opened in the middle of her forehead, a cloud of barely visible demonic energy swirling around Lu Yuan. Earthly level advanced spiritual technique, grievous spirit gaze. This spiritual technique only has one effect, to ignore any rules. The power of the law is just one kind of rule. Even if now it was the power of the law established by a transcendent or even a domain realm professional, it was still ineffective against Lu Yuan. Die. Lu Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Wen Yuru. A divine ability realm can comprehend divine abilities, while a law realm can exert the power of the law. Each realm has its unique function. In Lu Yuan's eyes, Wen Yuru was not unbeatable. Even if she was a professional of the law realm. After all, he disregarded the power of the law and had more abundant spiritual power than Wen Yuru, plus he had many trump cards on hand. So what if she was a professional of the law realm? He could still kill her without hesitation. The demon funeral took the first action, its demon claws smashing harshly toward Wen Yuru. The ground collapsed, forming a huge claw mark that emitted dark energy. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Tianhua was stunned, carefully examining Mo Zhang and Lei Shi. She remembered clearly that Lu Yuan could only control 7 special monsters. Mo Zhang and Lei Shi were new faces. And the combat power unleashed by Mo Zhang was terrifying, and its spiritual skills were so strange that they were hard to defend against. Brother Yuan is so strong, a realm of divine powers chasing after a realm of laws. The black long straight-haired Fan Shuiao's beautiful eyes sparkled. Due to the power of laws, they could not use spiritual energy and could only pin their hopes on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan still did not let them down, but in Fan Shuiao's view, it was too perverse. There was no need for the 9 great calamitous entities to strike together. Mo Zhang alone could deal with Wen Yuru. Bastard! Wen Yuru bit her jade-like lips, desperately clutching a dagger. She did not expect a realm of divine powers practitioner to be so hard to kill. Facing Mo Zhang's strange and powerful spiritual skills, Wen Yuru had no power to fight back, frequently using the space gate to evade. As they fought, Wen Yuru's face gradually turned pale. This was a sign that her spiritual energy was about to run out. The power of laws itself consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy, and with her frequent use of the space gate, Wen Yuru could barely hold on. Looking at Tu Zhizai Zhansha standing beside Lu Yuan, Wen Yuru felt despair. She was sure that Lu Yuan wanted nothing more than to ambush her. Unable to win, ambushing would only lead to self-destruction. The killer Wen Yuru was caught in confusion. Lu Yuan, perhaps we can talk. Wen Yuru spoke up. Talk after I cut off your limbs. Lu Yuan focused on controlling Mo Zhang, his fingers lightly dancing, while not far away, Lei Shi was gathering a lightning bow. Draw the bow, aim, shoot. All in one go. Whoosh. The lightning arrow pierced through Wen Yuru's heart as she tried to escape through the space gate. Puff. Wen Yuru's expression was painful as she knelt on the ground, clutching her bleeding chest. The power of laws disappeared, and Jiang Tianhua and the others' spiritual energy recovered. Lu Yuan, who is she, and why do you want to kill her? Confirming that Wen Yuru was seriously injured, Jiang Tianhua walked over to Lu Yuan and asked. Everything happened so suddenly that she felt lost. I was wanted by the Chaos City. Lu Yuan said briefly, first taking off Wen Yuru's storage ring and putting it in his pocket, looking down at this hot woman who attempted to stab him using both a pity play and a beauty play. What city is Chaos City? There is no such city in Huaxia. Jiang Tianhua became even more confused, and the team members shrugged. Clearly, they were also unaware. At least she is a practitioner of the realm of laws, and should be considered a prominent person in Chaos City. Lu Yuan said. Wen Yuru's storage ring contained many good items, 3 pieces of dragon blood crystal, dozens of Realm of Laws demon cores. Additionally, there were 3 mid-grade spiritual weapons, cash, clothes, and so on. Spare me, you can take everything from the storage ring, just please spare my life. When Yuruo looked at Lu Yuan pitifully, a glimpse of Snow White faintly visible. This time, her plea for mercy was genuine, as she was truly close to death. No one would believe that a practitioner of the realm of laws could not defeat a practitioner of the realm of divine powers. But the fact was just that. As a 4-star practitioner of the realm of laws, facing Lu Yuan, who had just broken through to the realm of divine powers, she couldn't even dream of escaping. Smack! Lu Yuan slapped Wen Yuruo across the face without any compassion. I am asking you questions, not granting you mercy. Lu Yuan said. Wen Yuruo was stunned by the slap, the print of his hand clearly visible on her face. Chaos City has 3 major forces. I am under Qiu Jinsong, who is of the Earth attribute, a 5-star practitioner of the extraordinary realm. When Yuruo spoke rapidly, fearing Lu Yuan would slap her again or kill her directly. The city lord ordered the 3 major forces leaders to specifically kill you. Qiu Jinsong sent me to act in order to please the city lord. When Yuruo looked at Lu Yuan with fear in her eyes, her body trembling non-stop, her breathing becoming increasingly weak. Is Hongqing related to Chaos City? Lu Yuan continued to ask. Hearing this, Chu Wuxia perked up his ears to listen. I don't know. Lu Yuan's expression showed dissatisfaction. I really don't know. The supplies in the city are distributed uniformly by the city lord, and no one knows where the supplies come from. When Yuro had a sorrowful face, she was on the verge of collapse, begging Lu Yuan for a piece of dragon blood crystal to stabilize her injuries. Last question, how did you become a death row inmate? Lu Yuan, in front of Wen Yuro, placed the dragon blood crystal into the storage ring. I cheated and my boyfriend found out. In a fit of rage, I killed his whole family. Wen Yuro said with guilt. Then you really deserve to die. This was not said by Lu Yuan, but by Zhang Tianxia. I keep my word and will not kill you. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuro sighed in relief, but Lu Yuan's next sentence made her scalp tingle. Who among you hasn't killed someone? Lu Yuan scanned the members of Zhang Tianxia's team. Brother Yuan, I. Yin Ziyao, who had just broken through to the Xin Gang realm, raised his hand. Kill her. Lu Yuan said lightly. Ha? Yin Ziyao looked at Wen Yuro. It might sound unbelievable, but he, at the Xin Gang realm, jumped 2 major realms to kill a practitioner at the law realm. I saw it long ago. Chu Wuxia looked at Wen Yuro, who had been killed by Yin Ziyao in one blow. His meaning was that he had long seen through Wen Yuro's disguise. Lu Yuan nodded. Actually, at the very beginning, he wasn't sure if Wen Yuro was disguised, he just thought it was too coincidental. Coming here, meeting a practitioner being chased by a fierce beast, and Wen Yuro being so pretty, her eyes always secretly scanning him. Lu Yuan was confident that he could save Wen Yuro before she was killed by the underworld fire leopard. He could only say that she lost her composure. So, Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia, can you tell me what happened? Zhang Tianxia asked, and her team members all looked up at Lu Yuan. Before I left school for the uninhabited area, I was invited to join by 2 people from Hongqing who claimed to be in charge. After I rejected them. Lu Yuan detailed everything that happened, making Zhang Tianxia frown repeatedly. Hongqing was too bold to target a genius like Lu Yuan, didn't they fear angering the alliance leaders? In the midst of Zhang Tianxia's heated discussions with her team members, Lu Yuan gazed at a small city shrouded in dark clouds in the distance. That was the City of Chaos. Chapter 77. Welcome to the City of Chaos. The sky was overcast, and a small city came into view. Lu Yuan looked towards this City of Chaos that had issued a wanted order against him. Wait, this isn't right. Zhang Tianxia said. Lu Yuan, aren't you throwing yourself into the net? Zhang Tianxia quickly realized. This was deep in the uninhabited area, far away from the border city. Considering Lu Yuan's current situation, going to the City of Chaos was indeed the best choice. He could return to Huaxia after the storm passed. With this in mind, Zhang Tianxia took a white mask from her storage ring. Here, I have a good thing for you. Lu Yuan took the mask and examined it carefully. This mask is called Wuxiang, a high-grade spiritual tool, capable of creating any face and even changing gender, Zhang Tianxia said. Wuxiang was given to her by her father. Zhang Zhantian thought that in the future, if his daughter were to do something bad, she could wear the Wuxiang first to avoid exposing her identity. Changing gender? Such a strange high-grade spiritual tool, one could only wonder what the craftsman was thinking when they forged it. Zhang Tianxia truly lived up to being from the Zhang family of Magic City, directly trusting such a precious high-grade spiritual tool to herself. Changing genders aside, Lu Yuan put on the Wuxiang to change his appearance. Now even my real mother wouldn't recognize me. Lu Yuan looked at himself in the mirror. His eyebrows, nose, and even the shape of his face had all changed. But he was still handsome. I will return this to you after leaving the City of Chaos. Lu Yuan said to Jiang Tianxia. Can I come along? Jiang Tianxia asked with an expectant expression. You? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He and Chu Wuxia were heading to the City of Chaos mainly for the Dragon Blood Crystal. Jiang Tianxia had nothing to do and decided to join the fun. Whatever you want. Lu Yuan did not refuse. We're not going. Yin Xiao, who had just killed 1 euro, said. The City of Chaos, even the name is dangerous. Besides, this city is full of death row prisoners, and Yin Xiao got scared, along with the other 5 team members. You all go back following the route I drew. Lu Yuan handed the map to Yin Xiao. This route had been mostly cleared of fierce beasts, making it much safer than other return routes. Okay, Captain, Brother Yuan, and Brother Chu, take care. Yin Xiao carefully tucked the map away and flew up into the air to scout for his teammates. Watching the group leave, Lu Yuan turned to look at the City of Chaos not far away. In the City of Chaos, you cannot freely manipulate disasters anymore. Chu Wuxia said. Although Lu Yuan changed his appearance, his profession was special. Lu Yuan was the only marionette master in the entire Blue Star. If he recklessly controlled disasters in battle, even changing his appearance would still get him recognized. I know. Lu Yuan said, acknowledging the matter. Crack, crack. The demonic burial, clad in dark armor, knelt before Lu Yuan, with pupils flashing a hint of black light, its right arm tightly clenched over its heart. I am willing to offer everything for my master. Chu Wuxia looked at Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan shook his head. I didn't control the demonic burial. This meant that what the demonic burial said and its actions were purely its own consciousness, not controlled by Lu Yuan. The demonic burial disappeared, turning into a mass of demonic energy that fused into Lu Yuan's body. Demonic attribute practitioner. Jiang Tianxia looked at Lu Yuan and was shocked, covering her mouth as she felt the demonic energy. There was absolutely no mistake, Lu Yuan was now a practitioner of the demonic attribute. A certain elder from her family had fought against a powerful demonic attribute being, and even now, their injuries were not healed. So Jiang Tianxia had a deep impression of the demonic attribute and often heard that elder talk about the spiritual skills of this attribute. Once hit, the wound would surely rot, constantly eroding one's organs, and it was impossible to fully heal. Demonic attribute. Lu Yuan felt the changes in his body, and a large number of demonic attribute spiritual skills appeared in his mind. From low to high, there were more than 20 high-level Earth-grade spiritual skills alone. Now, will anyone still recognize me? Lu Yuan said with a smile. Chu Wuxia remained silent. Who could recognize Lu Yuan now? Even his own mother wouldn't recognize him, not even if both his parents showed up. Not only had his appearance changed, but even his profession had changed. Now, Lu Yuan was a marionette master, a double attribute practitioner of demonic property. As long as he didn't use marionette master skills, no one would recognize Lu Yuan. Disasters can not only upgrade through the marionette legions but can also merge with me? Lu Yuan concentrated a mass of demonic energy in his palm, deep in thought. Long ago, Lu Yuan discovered that the 9 great disasters seemed to possess self-awareness, among which the demon disaster, demonic burial, was the most obvious. And demonic burial had the strongest combat power among the disasters and was the first to awaken self-awareness. If it can merge, does that mean I can gather all 9 attributes in the future? Lu Yuan had a bold idea. 9 attribute practitioners, until now, the most attributes anyone in Blue Star has awakened is only 5. Chu Wuxia had a complex expression. He was now curious if Lu Yuan could comprehend the skills of the demonic attribute. If he could comprehend them, that would be too unbelievable. From the current strength of Lu Yuan, he would have no rivals in the spiritual realm, and even in the law realm, he could crush them. Let's go, take a walk in the City of Chaos. Lu Yuan strode forward. Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia followed closely behind. Under the cover of dark clouds, the City of Chaos was filled with a stench in the air. People outside the city looked into the city eagerly, their cracked lips resembling beggars kneeling on the ground. Sir, can you spare some food? Water, who can give me a sip of clean water? I haven't drunk water for days. The groans were endless. These outside practitioners were generally below the mysterious boundary and all had committed serious crimes to escape to the no man's land. Some were dizzy with hunger, while others were bitten by fierce beasts and couldn't receive treatment. The wound had long rotted and emitted a foul smell. Sir, I beg you, please give me some food. Seeing Lu Yuan and the others dressed so brightly, a dirt-covered practitioner clung to Chu Wuxia's leg, refusing to let go. Chu Wuxia frowned at this and kicked the practitioner away. Get lost. For these criminals who had committed serious offenses, Chu Wuxia had no mood to deal with them and felt they deserved their fate. The kicked practitioner did not get discouraged and turned to look at Lu Yuan. Yet before he could speak, a surge of demonic energy enveloped his body. Big. Crash. Sinister white bones emerged, and a pool of blood soaked the ground. Is there anyone else who wants my pity? Lu Yuan scanned the surroundings, and those practitioners who tried to beg for his kindness were filled with fear. The city guards looked at Lu Yuan and felt that this person used a unique spiritual technique they had never seen before. 10 demon crystals of the divine realm. The city guard blocked Lu Yuan and said. Chu Wuxia successfully entered with a ring made of special metal. The ring was engraved with the word chaos, and beyond that, it had no other special features. 10 demon crystals of the divine realm, why don't you go rob someone? A 1-star demon crystal of the divine realm is worth 1 million. Zhang Tianhua remarked. That's equivalent to 10 million Chinese yen per person, and they could only stay inside for half a year, which calculates to over 50,000 a day. You don't have to go in, you can beg with them outside the city guard said. Those who came to the city of chaos were all death row inmates, they could not return to China and could only wander in the wasteland. Looking at Lu Yuan and the others, the city guard instinctively thought they were also death row inmates. Here, Lu Yuan took out the demon crystals of the divine realm and also paid for Zhang Tianhua's. After confirming the realm level and quantity of the crystals were correct, the city guard revealed a flattering smile. Honorable guest, welcome to the city of chaos.